Les Misérables by Victor Hugo. Part 1. Book 1. Chapter 1. This chapter introduces us to an old bishop named Charles. Monseigneur Muriel. Charles came from a wealthy and politically connected family in pre-revolutionary France. And once pre-revolutionary France became revolutionary France, they decided to not be in France anymore. Charles moved abroad, his wife passed away, he became a man of the cloth, and returned to France when it was post-revolutionary. Then one day in Paris, Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte. Yeah, that Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon sees this old priest and says, "Who the hell is this old priest?" And Charles says, "Oh me, I am just a good man, but you, sir, you are a great man." And Napoleon says, "I like the cut of this man's jib, make him a bishop!" So Charles, his sister, and an old maid move into a palace in Digne. And while Victor Hugo said this story is taking place in 1815, we're gonna stay in 1806 for a little while. Here's how Norman Denny puts it. Although it has no direct bearing on the tale we have to tell. Get used to that! Chapter 2. This is the chapter where we learn that Monseigneur Muriel is very charitable. So charitable that he gives away 95% of all of the money that he makes. His sister, Mademoiselle Baptistine, who is described as pale, slight, diaphanous, she thinks this is great. Whatever my brother, the good Bishop of Digne, thinks, I agree with. But then you got the maid, Madame Magloire. She's counting up their meager pennies, thinking to herself, maybe the mademoiselle is so slight and diaphanous because we don't have enough money to eat. Monseigneur Muriel talks to the local hospital director and he says, "Sir, why is my palace so big and your hospital so small?" Monsieur le hospital director, he says, "There's no point in complaining, Monseigneur. We must accept things as they are." And you can almost hear Victor Hugo saying, "This is the point of the book." So the bishop and his family move into the hospital. The hospital takes over the palace. They call him Monseigneur Bienvenu because they love him so much. Everyone except the maid. Chapter 3. Monseigneur Bienvenu regularly visits 285 chapels. Victor Hugo doesn't tell us how frequently this is, but let's assume once a year. Our buddy Charles is spending 80% of his time on the road on a donkey. And while on the road, on a donkey, he dispenses nuggets of wisdom to the little towns and parishes that he visits. Mostly taking the form of stoking odd rivalries between the other towns in his diocese. Oh, you're having trouble bringing in the grain from your field? Why, the good people of Embrun band together and bring in the grain as a community. Maybe you could try that. Or maybe that's just a thing for Embrun. I'm just saying. You're having conflicts over money. Well, the good people of Develoux don't fight over money. Maybe you could try that. I'm just saying. Oh, and I know I'm riding around on a donkey and dispensing wisdom, but don't compare me to Christ. So Victor Hugo says, this is a comparison to Christ. Also, the maid is on the donkey. Chapter 4. The first 4 chapters of Les Misérables are like a Wes Anderson-style montage of how good Monseigneur Bienvenu is. He became a late-in-life priest. He gives away most of his money. He spends most of his time on a donkey telling people how to live with his maid. In Chapter 4, he's self-deprecating about his height, criticizes inherited wealth, mocks the rich for being ungenerous. He hears a story of a crown prosecutor who deceived a woman into implicating her lover in a counterfeiting scheme. Mademoiselle, perhaps you would be interested in these lettres that we have from your lover. They are not real. Kind of a dick move. Monseigneur Bienvenu says, where are this man and woman to face judgment? And whoever he's talking to says, at the court. Duh. But that's just a setup so Bienvenu can say, and where will the crown prosecutor face judgment? And then Victor Hugo says, this is foreshadowing. The chapter ends with a long and very powerful statement about the death penalty. Chapter 5. This chapter is an accounting of Monseigneur Bienvenu's days. They come off a little like hustle culture-y. He barely sleeps. He eats the same simple meal for breakfast and for lunch. Dinner is boiled vegetables and soup with oil, unless they have visitors, and then Madame Magloire can make meat. Monseigneur Bienvenu, more like Monseigneur nothing on the menu. After dinner, he spends exactly 1/2 hour speaking with his sister and Madame Magloire. And time. Outside of all that luxury time, he's supervising congregations. What a lovely congregation, although you're no Embrun. Visiting with the needy. You seem very needy. Take this ticket to Embrun. And writing a newsletter. Living your best life in Embrun. In his spare time, he gardens. He calls all of his work gardening because the mind is a garden. With no meat. Chapter 6. Let's spend some time talking about Monseigneur Bienvenu's house. Pay close attention to this chapter. What was that? Nothing. I think we could call the house well-appointed but spare. There's almost never enough chairs when people visit. It's very cold. Bienvenu spends winter nights with the cows because it's warmer in the cow shed. The shivering keeps us closer to God. And who doesn't like the smell of cows? Hugo doesn't want us to forget that they're very poor by choice. Bienvenu's sister, Mademoiselle Baptistine, would really like to get some furniture. I would really like this furniture. How much does it cost? That would be 500 francs. I have saved 50 francs in 5 years. Perhaps Mademoiselle would like some doll furniture. They also have a lot of silver. Oui, like my favorite silver ladle. Kinda weird. Bienvenue? The beautiful. Oh, the beautiful is just as useful as the useful. Okay, I will lock it up and leave the key in the lock. Chapter 7. Brigands! Brigands led by a man named Cravat. Brigands in Josier, in Tuile, and in Brune. Yes, Monseigneur, in Brune. The brigands stole the vestments from Notre-Dame d'Embrun. Madness! And now they're roaming the countryside. Well, then I shall go to the countryside. But, Monseigneur, that is the madness. It is not. Brigands need the Lord, too. And aren't I speaking to the mayor? Ouais, but there are too many characters. I see. Why do you still have the ladle? Because I like it. I will lock it away again with the key in the lock. So Bienvenu finds a church in the countryside, not unlike his own household, bereft of any finery. We must make do with what you have. But what's this, a box? From Cravat. The vestments of Embrun. Well, I don't think Embrun would mind. Chapter 8. And now an after-dinner conversation between Monseigneur Bienvenu. Most happy to be here, even if there was no soup with oil. Do not look at me like you did not like the meat. Anyway, gentlemen, enjoy our after-dinner conversation. I shall be locking away the silver with key in the lock. Yes, thank you, Madame Magloire. Magloire, but this was at the prefect's house. Victor, let it go. And we also have Senator... S'il vous plaît, I think the people know who I am. Sure, let's go with that. Monseigneur Muriel. The people call me Bienvenu. Mais oui, the people. The masses of Dean are enamored with your generosity. The Lord calls us to charity, especially those of means. Monseigneur, I think we both know God is a fiction. Oh? Do tell. For men like me, there is only power. Religion is for the masses. The wretched, les misérables. Ah, l'amour juste. Chapter 9. My dear Madame Boischevron, it is I, Baptistine. I hope you are well. I am feeling thin and diaphanous, as per usual. Would you believe that Madame Magloire has found paintings underneath the whitewash in my room? The lighting and heat works. It is all thanks to my brother the bishop. I love him so. My health is not too bad, but I do grow thinner every day. Farewell, I've run out of paper and so must leave you. With my very best wishes. Baptistine. Oh, P.S. Madame Magloire wanted me to write you that our silver was locked in a cabinet with the key in the lock. We also keep the front door unlocked. Chapter 10. So France in the late 18th century had a revolution. The people were very poor and very hungry, and the rich were the opposite of those things, and so the people decided to cut their heads off. This is a wildly reductive explanation of the French Revolution. Well, Victor, we don't all have this many pages to explain things. So anyway, the head cutting off got a little extreme, and then the people were like, maybe the old way wasn't so bad if we could just be a little less poor and a little less hungry. Getting rid of feudalism was cool, but now you're terrorizing us, and we don't really like it anymore. Your historiography is terrible. Welcome to TikTok, Victor. So in Dean, there's an old man named Mr. G, and he is dying. I should give him last rites and be with him. But he was a French revolutionary in the convention. And though he didn't vote to kill the king, he is an atheist and supported terror. Good points. But Mr. G on his deathbed says, a cloud gathered for 1,500 years. After 15 centuries it burst, and you put the thunderbolt on trial. Chapter 11. We're almost there, just 4 more chapters, and we're done introducing Monseigneur Bienvenu. And Victor, we just have to point out that you're taking 14 chapters to introduce a character who's not even in the whole book. But if I used fewer chapters, it wouldn't be 365. Huh, well, you got me there. In this chapter, Victor is letting us know that Monseigneur Bienvenu is sort of like a weird political moderate. He doesn't want you to get the impression that just because he was nice to a dying man who was also a revolutionary that he is in favor of that. It was also not uncommon at that time for priests in France to be kind of anti-Rome or anti-Pope, and Bienvenu was not. He's just kind of a weird dude. Like, he was at this party with a bunch of other bishops. And I do so love the company of others. So many opportunities to be generous and charitable. Then you got the other bishops going, what's up with this rube? But then Bienvenu sees, like, all the nice stuff on the walls. Well, I couldn't have all of this on my walls. It would just remind me that there are poor people. There are poor people. Who invited Monsignor Nerd? Chapter 12. In Chapter 11, we were talking about governmental politics, and now we're going to talk about church politics. The Catholic Church is a very hierarchical organization. You've got your acolytes of all varieties, priests, bishops, archbishops, cardinals, and then at the tippy top, you got the Pope. And then in this chapter, we get what is, I think, the most intentionally funny line that Victor Hugo has had so far. Just as elsewhere there are big wigs, in the church there are big miters. Miters are those pointy hats priests wear. My book was not meant to be humorous, and I don't know why you're treating it so. But that was a funny line, thank you. So do we think Monseigneur Bienvenu is one of those big miters? I'm not a big miter. I have a very small miter. Bienvenu is kind of a political dead end in the church, so he doesn't really have a lot of hangers-on, mostly just some end-of-career old dudes. Ah, and there's the difference, for their careers are over, and mine is fulfilled. Chapter 13. What do we think of when we see this man named Charles sitting in his garden, contemplating the strange mystery of eternity in the presence of God? Victor Hugo named Part 1, Book 1, Unjust, which Christine Doniger translates as a good man. Hugo describes him as being overflowing with love.
Yes, Monsignor Muriel, it's absurd. You love criminals.
I do.
Even murderers.
It was my sad duty to accompany one to the guillotine.
Why, you probably love that hairy black spider there.
Oh, poor creature. It's not to blame. And if you're starting to get the impression that Monsignor Welcome is unrealistically good, that is, in fact, the point. Yes, it is important to the story, but he wasn't always so good, were you, Charles? I was not. I was wealthy and uncharitable. Perhaps at times even violent. So what changed? Well, I thought about it. Chapter 14. So is Jean Valjean here yet?
One last word.
Fine. One last word. But maybe let's quickly remember the 13 other words that you've had to say. Monsieur Muriel, a playboy, became Monsignor Muriel, a priest. Monsignor Muriel becomes Monsignor Bienvenu because he gives away so much money. He rides around on a donkey. He drags the rich and powerful. He eats soup with oil and only spends half an hour with his family. But because he's doing so much other good stuff. His house, which remember is the old hospital because he gave his palace to the hospital. It's very spare. Except for the silver. Right, Madame Magloire, except for the silver. He had a run-in with Cravat and those vestments from Embrun, dinner with a shitty senator, his pale and diaphanous sister, a deathbed encounter with a revolutionary, which is not to say that he's revolutionary, he's kind of moderate. He doesn't really have church friends because he's not ambitious, and he's all about love. So what's the last word, Victor?
There are men who toil to extract gold, he toiled to extract pity.
Part 1, Book 2. Chapter 15. It's October 1815. Dusk falls on the tiny town of Digne, and at the end of a 30-mile journey on foot, a stranger stumbles into town.
Excuse me, monsieur, but is there any room at your hotel?
Possiblement, un moment, s'il vous plaît.
What is this gentleman's story? That man.
I am terribly sorry, but the hotel is full. Perhaps you could try the inn. Beginning to succumb to thirst and hunger, the stranger makes his way to the inn.
Monsieur the innkeeper, do you have any food and lodging for a weary man?
Of course! It's an inn, but just 1 second. What's that guy's story?
Him?
For anyone but you. At the point of exhaustion, our poor stranger feels like he has knocked on every door in Digne. Every door but one.
What door have I missed? Who would help a man like me?
Have you tried the bishop? Chapter 16. That same day our poor stranger has been stumbling around town. Madame Magloire has been doing some shopping. Bien sûr, soup with oil does not make itself. But while at the market, I have heard most disturbing stories, Baptistine. Madame Magloire, you sound so agitated. Whatever could it be? Baptistine, there is a strange man wandering around town. And us living in a house with no lock on the door. The only doors with no locks should be silver cabinets. Madame Magloire, Baptistine, what is happening? Did you hear what Madame Magloire was saying, brother? I did vaguely hear something.
That something is a stranger roaming the streets at dusk. A desperado with a terrible face.
I wonder who that could be. Come in! Chapter 17.
Excuse me, mesdames, monsieur. Is this some kind of inn?
In a way. All are welcome here, brother.
What an unusually cryptic way of putting it. Anyway, listen. My name is Jean Valjean. I'm an ex-convict. I've spent the last 19 years in chains and was released 4 days ago. I'm making my way to Pontarlier. May I pay you to stay here for the night?
You may stay as long as you wish, although I must refuse any payment. And while I appreciate the candor about your situation, as I said, all are welcome here. Why, I already knew your name the moment you walked through the door.
You did? But how?
All men who enter through that door are a brother to me. Now, sit down. You must be starving. Madame Magloire, soup with oil. Oui, monseigneur, I will put it out with the finest silver. Et vous, Monsieur Valjean?
Yes, madame?
Just remember, we have one rule. This expensive silver, it gets locked up with the key in the lock. Chapter 18. This is the chapter where we talk about cheese.
Cheese?
Cheese, Bois Chavron. My brother went into great detail about all the fruitières of Pontellier, Lors, Chatillon, Audencourt, Burr. My brother asked me. My dear sister, have we not relatives in those parts? Oh, yes, I believe we do, brother, and they are always in need of help. Monsieur Valjean, you must look them up when you get to Pontellier. I am quite certain that they would be willing to employ you. Our guest, Monsieur Valjean, blushed at the suggestion of my brother, perhaps thinking it too generous. It is only what is required by God. But you must be getting tired. Why don't you take one of those 2 silver candlesticks and we'll show you up to bed?
Are you sure?
Oui, monseigneur, are you sure? I've never been more sure of anything in my life. Take it, and off to bed.
All right.
Chapter 19. Sun's getting real low, Jean Valjean. I think it's about time to go to bed. Why, yes, Monsieur Valjean. I shall escort you to your bedroom. Do you have your candlestick?
Yes. I don't believe it. You take me in and give me a bed right next to you, like this. How do you know I'm not a murderer?
Victor, did you really have to have him say that? Murderer? It could have been any crime and you picked, what if I was a murderer? Now, that is the concern of the good Lord. Enough of this chatter. It's time for bed. May God bless you and keep you. And I shall see you in the morning, Monsieur Valjean.
Monsieur. No one has called me Monsieur in 19 years.
Well, perhaps it's time things changed for you. Chapter 20. The cathedral bell rings 2 in the morning and Jean Valjean has just woken up. But hold on a minute. I think it's time to get Jean Valjean's backstory. So just like the very first line of the book said we were starting in 1815, and then we had 14 chapters of the life story of Monseigneur Bienvenu, we're going to do that again for Monsieur Jean Valjean. So just remember, it's the dead of night, and Jean Valjean has just woken up. But how did he get here? He said he spent 19 years in prison. What was that all about?
I stole a loaf of bread to feed my starving nieces and nephews.
19 years for bread theft?
4 years for stealing the bread, and significantly longer after my escape attempts.
Why would you keep trying to escape?
Because it was unjust. There was little else to do except try to escape that deplorable place. I had been reduced to nothing. Just a number. 24601.
Shit. Chapter 21. You must be 24601. Have a seat. 1, 2, 3. This is your 4th escape attempt, 24601?
Yes.
You don't seem very good at it.
No, I suppose not.
Tell me, 24601, is it true that you saved 10 workmen's lives by holding up a collapsing balcony at City Hall?
Yes, I did.
Admirable, although it does not change your current circumstances.
My current circumstances? Imprisonment with no end for robbing a loaf of bread?
Armed robbery perpetrated by a known marksman in the dead of night. Do not act like you are some innocent in this matter, 24601. And what about these 4 escape attempts? Do you bear no responsibility for those? We are not so different, you and I. I knew desperation. I worked a chain gang. I didn't steal. You are going to have to learn, 24601, that there is an order to things, and you can't change it. You just have to learn to live with it. You seem very far away right now, 24601. Lost in thought, no doubt. Well, you will have plenty more time for that. 3 additional years for your most recent escape attempt, and if you are released, you shall be issued a yellow passport. You will present it to every city prefect, noting that you are a very dangerous man. Now take him out of here. Chapter 22. Chapter 22 is a single page that analogizes a drowning man in the sea to prisoners in the penal system. That is the entire chapter. It begins with the memorable line, "Man overboard!" and just proceeds from there.
It's also foreshadowing.
Is it, Victor? Interesting. We'll keep that in mind.
Also, in that last chapter, did you introduce Javert?
I did, Victor. I wanted to softly introduce him earlier than you did.
Why, this is highly unorthodox.
Look, we're jointly writing for a modern audience now, Victor. We gotta do things a little bit differently. Like, for example, I totally get in, your metaphor of the sea being wretched.
Yes, and isn't it interesting that social asphyxia and drowning are metaphorically linked?
100%. Real smart stuff. But did you have to end the chapter saying it was a metaphor?
How else would people get it?
I don't know, Victor. How else could they get it? Chapter 23. When Jean Valjean was released from prison, he was owed 147 francs. But because of various local levies and fines and fees, he only received 109. How does that make you feel, Jean?
Angry, obviously. Also, I was actually owed 171 francs.
Yeah, but you don't get paid for Sundays. And all the holidays. And there's a lot of holidays. France is, pretty Catholic.
So I figured the total wrong?
Sure, but what's the difference between 38 francs and 62 francs? It's still money that was taken from you.
Yes, a large sum. And the very next day I baled hay for 30 sous, and when the foreman discovered my yellow passport, they only paid me 25. Release is not freedom. You were let out of prison, but you continue to serve your sentence.
You sound pretty bitter about it. Bitter and maybe a little desperate? Maybe just desperate enough to steal from a bishop.
What?
You heard what I said. Chapter 24. Alright, enough of that backstory. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Jean, you have some things on your mind?
Yes, this bed is too comfortable. I haven't slept on a bed in 20 years. But most of all, I noticed the 6 sets of silverware and the ladle that Madame Magloire had placed on the table at dinner.
The silver ladle? Oui, Madame Magloire, that silver ladle. But what is he going to do with it? Why, that's a very good question, Madame Magloire. Jean, what are you doing?
Me? Oh, nothing. I'm just taking my shoes off.
That's weird. Wait, it is suspicious.
Look, everyone, I'm tired. I'm confused. I need to go for a walk. I have a lot on my mind.
Yes, he has a lot on his mind, like brevet.
No more backstory, Victor. We don't have time for it.
Can everyone just leave me alone?
All right, Jean. I hope you make good decisions.
My sweet ladle, I hope nothing happens to you. But wait, why would he take his shoes off to go for a walk?
Chapter 25. Chapter 26. Monseigneur! Monseigneur Muriel! Oh, good morning, Madame Magloire. I was just doing some light gardening. How are you? How am I? Without a ladle! That is how I am! All of the silver is gone! Oh, how very strange. I wonder what it could be. Yes? You are Monseigneur Muriel. That is I. We found this gutter trash roaming around the streets. With this, your silver. I see. Well, there has been a major misunderstanding here. Monsieur Valjean, in your haste to leave last night, you forgot these. I had intended for you to take all of the silver with you.
What?
As I said, gentlemen, this is a misunderstanding. You may leave. Are you quite sure, Monseigneur? Oh, yes, quite. Now get out. And Monsieur Valjean, don't forget, never forget, you promised to use this money to become an honest man.
I promise.
Au revoir, and bonne chance, Jean Valjean.
But Monseigneur, what about the ladle?
It has been a while since you, me, and Baptistine have gone shopping. How do you like a gold ladle? The gold might complement soup with oil quite nicely. Chapter 27. Victor, why is there another chapter in this book? The last one felt like such a conclusive ending. What more could there possibly be to say?
You modern audiences have no respect for transformation.
Transformation? What does that mean?
Why don't we see what's happening with Jean Valjean on the road?
Alright, so Jean Valjean is on the road, leaving Digne. He happens upon a little child with a 40-sou coin. The child loses his coin and it rolls along the ground, coming to a stop under Jean Valjean's boot. The child begs for it back, but he doesn't give it to him. Why doesn't he give it to him?
Because he still struggles with the beast inside.
I see, and this is the moment of transformation. It very much is a road to Damascus moment, with Victor Hugo even describing the bishop's influence on Jean Valjean as like a light coming from the sky. This is the moment where Jean Valjean realized that if he wished to become good, he would have to be an angel. Because after learning everything he learned from the bishop, if he were to remain wicked, he would be a monster. Okay, Victor, I see the benefit of this last chapter.
Yes, very necessary. Like the chapters on Waterloo.
We'll see. Part 1, Book 3, Chapter 28. It's now 1817, and Victor opens this book with an unusual long accounting of all the things that were happening in France in 1817. It's like Spotify Wrapped for early 19th century France. Here are the 3 main takeaways from this chapter. 1, the cuts, they are deep. The chapter itself is 6 pages. The notes on the chapter are 8.5 pages. The house is bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. 2, and this is perhaps a little subtle, you may not have gotten this right away reading this chapter, but most of what Victor is talking about is in Paris. This is perhaps a little bit of a hint that we might be going to Paris sometime in the future. And 3, there is a lot of talk about politics. Even the asides about art and the church often come back to politics. Victor has this amusing satirical line, All right-minded people agreed that King Louis XVIII had put an end forever to the era of revolutions. And then he goes on for pages about all the things that could potentially lead to some revolutions. No sign of Jean Valjean. Yet. Chapter 29. We get introduced to 4 dudes. Victor calls them ordinary Oscars. I can't. Let me check the French. C'était 4 Oscar quelqu'un. That's close. I think Christine was having a little bit of fun here. What do the other translations say? They were 4 Oscars. Okay. 4 commonplace Oscars. Yeah, that tracks. They were 4 Oscar what's-his-names. I think the women translators are having more fun than the men. Alright, I spent more than half of this video on one joke. What is even happening in this chapter? Fantine! Mais oui, it is I, Fantine! Well, you're awfully chipper, Fantine. I'm just so happy to be with my boyfriend, Félix Tholomyès. I love him so much. He is the only man for me. Yeah, baby. You might be poor, but you got nice hair and teeth. Okay. I always said she had gold and pearls for her dowry, but her gold was her head of hair, and her pearls were in her mouth. Cool. Chapter 30. So our 4 ordinary Oscars go for a stroll in the park with their lovely girlfriends, including Fantine. Hello. And Tholomyès. Sup. And these guys just freaking suck. They're all like late 20s or early 30s students, like insufferable grad students. 2 of them go on at length about their professors and talk about legal distinctions to Fantine. Oui, and I love that for them. Tholomyès is clearly the leader of this group, and let's just say he's got all kinds of bad vibes. Yeah, I do. Ugh. But Victor himself does not get off the hook for bad vibes. What now? Victor, you spend more than a page going on about how beautiful Fantine is. Ooh, me? And how demure she is. Oh, please. You literally say Fantine was beautiful without really being aware of it. You just don't know how beautiful you are, Fantine. And I'm sure nothing bad will ever happen to me. Yeah, we wouldn't want anything bad to happen to those nice teeth. Oh, this guy. Chapter 30. The 4 ordinary Oscars and their girlfriends are having just a lovely day in Paris. They're enjoying the sunshine and the birds and the flowers. Oui, oui, it is such a beautiful day. They ride around on donkeys. They are so fun. Walk through a hall of mirrors. In this one I am fat and that one I am thin. And they even take a look at some strange flower from India. Ooh, so many rosettes. And while all this is going on, you start to get a feeling. It is just the best day. Like when you're watching a movie and there's 2 characters in a car talking. So many delights. And the scene is going on for a while. I don't know what could make this day any better. And you know, something is about to happen. Oh yes, Tholomyès. Didn't you say you had some surprise? Oh yeah, I got a surprise for you. What is it? If I told, it wouldn't be a surprise, baby. I think I'm gonna be ill. Chapter 32. Tholomyès, Fantine, and their 6 other friends get so exhausted from the donkey rides and the interesting flowers that they decide to go to a restaurant. And we can imagine them looking out the window at the Champs-Élysées and all the people of Paris having just as good a day as they had. Why the people of Paris are also riding donkeys and looking at flowers and definitely not thinking about revolution. Why I think Police Prefect Anglais has something to say about this. Oh yes, all things considered, sire, there is nothing to be feared from these people. They are as easygoing and indolent as cats. But cats can turn into lions. Rawr. Thank you, Victor. The analogy was clear without that. This is the chapter where it becomes clear that the story of Fantine is actually a simile for the larger socioeconomic problems going on in France at the time. What now? Oh, nothing. Enjoy your dinner. I'm sure nothing bad will happen to you or Paris. Chapter 33. Our 4 pairs of lovers are humming and talking and singing inside of the... Oh my god, Listolian, what are you doing? I'm playing this trumpet I got from St. Cloud. Can you stop? We're inside. Victor, was playing a trumpet in a restaurant acceptable ever? I guess you didn't know Paris in 1817. It seems like it. I can barely think over all this racket. Blachevelle, what's on your mind? Moi? Oh, I am just wondering what my partner Dahlia would think if I no longer loved her. What kind of weird mind game are you playing, Blachevelle? Dahlia, you don't have to answer that. Oh, no, I am happy to. Blachevelle, sweetness, it would break my heart if you no longer loved me. I would send the police after you. Oh, well, I mean, I suppose that's nice. It's a weird thing to say, but you love him? Psst, Dahlia. Actually, I detest him. He's stingy. I'm in love with my upstairs neighbor. He's going to be an actor.
His parents, they hate him. What is wrong with you people?
Chapter 34. There weren't podcasts in 1817, but if there were, Felix Tholomyès would definitely have one. Here are some of the gems that we might hear on that podcast. You know, as an alpha male, like, I just see the world differently, you know? When I'm talking with my boys, I always tell them, beware of women. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect, Fontaine. Like, for an alpha male, it's about conquest. It's about drive. It's about power. And like, women just don't know what's good for them. Like, women and sugar. Women just, like, love sugar. And sugar's really bad for you. Like, I don't know if you knew this, but, like, sugar is, like, really bad for you because it's a salt. Yeah, like, this is something that, like, I found out, that I learned. They don't teach you this in school. But sugar is actually a salt. This isn't me bragging. This is just, like, letting you know, like, the level that I'm at, and it's that I'm really smart. Like, I'm Fontaine,
super smart.
Oui?
I took a year of law
Can I ask
school,
you,
and I
is
know
Felix
lawyers who say
your
this
first
is
boyfriend?
Basically,
Yes. How did you know?
So, like, that's the
Lucky
level
guess.
that I'm at.
Chapter 35. While the Felix and Friends podcast goes into its third hour, a horse outside of the restaurant drops dead. Standing over the corpse of the animal, the carriage driver...
Aren't those also called carters?
I see what you did there, Victor. The carter whips it and shouts, "Damn you!" This obviously gets the attention of Fontaine, Tholomyès, and their 6 other friends. Felix makes fun of the dead horse by doing a play on a common limerick. I imagine nowadays it would go something like, "You probably spend too much time horsing around." Or, "Hey, rein it in out there, you're gonna stir up trouble." Okay, yeah, I'm contributing to this now. Felix is just so hateable, I love it. 7 out of these 8 friends think a horse dying in front of them is just hilarious. But Fontaine... "Oh, that poor horse." To which that maniac Dahlia says, "There goes Fontaine feeling sorry for horses. How can anyone be so stupid?" Is this book almost over, Victor?
One more chapter.
Alright, I don't know how it can get much worse than this.
You'll see.
What? What? Horses. Damn you! Chapter 36. So what about that surprise? Yeah, ladies, we're gonna use the little boys' room. That surprise is gonna be right along. Blachevel, Listolier, Famoy. Let's ride. 1 hour later. So I told him, why not kill all the horses? Pardonnez-moi, madame. A note left by those gentlemen for you ladies. Ladies, they have told us that they are leaving us. They are returning to their parents. They wish for us to find new lovers. But do not worry, they have paid for the meal. Oh, this has Tholomyès written all over it. Fontaine, is it not funny? Oh, yes, very funny. I think I am going to be ill. Oh, Fontaine, I'm so sorry, but Felix was a jerk. I know you feel bad right now, but that'll pass.
I do not think that is why I feel ill.
Uh-oh. Part 1. Book 4. Chapter 37. A year has passed since Felix left Fontaine, and she's now in the suburbs of Paris. Mais oui, I am making my way to my home, Montreuil-sur-Mer. Of course, there is very little work for a grisette like you on Paris. But what will you do with this little one? That is why I stopped to ask, Madame Thénardier, mademoiselle. Oh, and look at your little one playing with mine, almost like they are sisters. It is as if God has brought us together, Madame Thénardier. I am in desperate need of someone to look after my child. It is such an imposition, but we would be happy to take her in. Of course, raising a child is expensive. I can't pay. I have 80 francs. Well, I think 7 francs a month would do, plus 15 francs for her initial expenses, and of course, myself and my husband, we will take all of her things and keep them for you. Of course, anything. Oh, she seems so at home already. Thank you, Madame Thénardier. Oh, de rien, Mademoiselle Fontaine. My husband and I, we will treat her as if she were one of our own. What did you say her name was? My light. My life. Cosette. Chapter 38. In this chapter, Victor gives us a sketch of the Thénardiers. 2 shady characters. Yeah, if you don't know the story and you didn't pick up on the menace from Madame Thénardier in the last video, the Thénardiers are not good. And Victor lets us know that by saying that they look evil, which is a strange, kind of Dickensian way of approaching things. Also, Victor, you wrote the story. You made them ugly.
Well, I have known people like that, and they were ugly too.
What do you mean, Victor, when you say, new people like that? Well, can you give me an example?
Cruel, ungenerous, reads the most gutter literature.
Yeah, Victor doesn't like that Madame Thénardier reads, trash books. But more than anything, at least based on the word count of this chapter, Victor really doesn't like poor people naming their kids after literary characters.
It's first name anarchy.
Chapter 39.
Cosette!
Yes? It is almost dawn. You have many chores to do. I expect you to have breakfast out for Monsieur and Eponine and Azelma before they wake. Then you will clean the inn, sweep the streets, prepare lunch, and if you haven't frittered away the entire day by then, you will unload the cart. And if you break anything, I will break you. Yes, madame.
Oh, and bring me your clothes from the chest, girl.
Ah, yes, quite lovely. These will fetch a pretty penny at the pawn shop. But those are mine.
You, my little Alouetta, are a charity case, and nothing is yours that we do not give you.
Where does the nickname Alouetta come from?
Have you seen the Thénardier's new little girl?
Oh yes, thin, pale, always trembling.
She is their little Alouetta.
They must be very good people to take in a charity case like that.
You would think.
Part 1, Book 5, Chapter 40. While Cosette suffers under the hands of the Thénardiers, Victor takes us with Fantine to Montreuil-sur-Mer. So while 5 hard years are going to pass for Cosette in Paris, we'll now be following Fantine's story. Only she hasn't quite gotten there yet. Before she arrives, a stranger has appeared in town. A stranger with some interesting ideas.
Monsieur, I have an idea that could revolutionize this city's glass production. By replacing resin with shellac and making small changes to manufacturing, we could dramatically lower costs and triple profits.
My. If what you are saying is true, you could be bringing much opportunity to this community, while also making yourself quite a wealthy man.
That is the idea, monsieur.
Do you have any investment capital?
A few hundred francs worth of silver.
May be enough. I can help you sell it. I will do whatever I can for the man who saved so many lives at the fire at Town Hall. Only, remind me, it has escaped me. What is your name?
Just call me Madeleine.
Chapter 41. So this Madeleine character is really stirring stuff up in Montreuil-sur-Mer. Mais oui, his innovations and factory have changed the community for the better. And I heard that he has invested 1 million francs in Montreuil-sur-Mer.
1 million francs!
Who are you? Have you been listening in on our conversation?
I couldn't help but overhear. 1 million francs, that's incredible.
Bien sûr, incroyable. He will employ any person, but with one requirement.
What's that?
Be an honest man. Be an honest woman.
Be an honest man, gives away most of his money? Who does that remind us of?
No one, for I am Madeleine and no one else.
What an unusual thing to say. But I suppose some eccentricities are in order for the mayor?
No, I couldn't possibly accept.
It has already been decided you are Mayor Madeleine. The paperwork already came in from Paris and it had that stamp. Approved by the king, no birth certificate necessary. Would you even need a birth certificate or any form of documentation about who you are to be a mayor in this country? You are rich and a philanthropist, and you have one name. That is so common. Everyone is like that. Really, it would be madness not to put you in charge of the city without us knowing anything about who you are.
Well, if I can do the most good, then I accept. I shall be Mayor Madeleine.
Does the king really have a stamp like that? What? No, of course not. But he's rich and we like him and we want him to be in charge. What could go wrong with that? Chapter 42. Chapter 42 is a chapter all about how good Mayor Madeleine is. He gives away pocket money to children, regularly displays his unusual strength by helping people who get stuck on the side of the road, including lifting horses. And when he's not reading or perambulating, he's giving gardening tips to the locals. Gives away all of his money. Supports charitable causes in any way he can. Likes gardening. And goes for walks. Boy, that sure sounds inspired by someone we know.
It's not, for I am Madeleine and no one else.
I see, Monsieur le Maire. In any event, your finances. Obviously, it is an honor to be the bank of the most notable citizen in Montreuil-sur-Mer. But this request is quite unusual, Monsieur le Maire.
I understand, but I insist.
You understand that having all of your account available for withdrawal at any moment could mean there certainly could be no interest on your money, and in fact we may need to charge you a nominal fee to do this.
Whatever you must do. I do not anticipate it, sir, but if the time comes, I expect to be able to withdraw my entire account, down to the last penny.
All right, Monsieur le Maire, against my better judgment we will do this. Now, Madeleine, is that a first name or a last name?
It's just Madeleine.
Alright, I think I will need a special stamp for this. Chapter 43. Mayor Madeleine noticed something in the obituaries column of the newspaper. Victor just says that the mayor dressed in mourning, but I like to think he did maybe a little something else.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. I am sorry for your loss.
Oh, thank you, monsieur. What can I do for you?
Actually, it is what I can do for you. I have delivered several crates for you, and one parcel.
Oh, thank you, monsieur. I wonder who these could be from.
Madame Magua!
Yes, child?
We have a delivery. New furniture. Exactly the set I wanted.
Who could it be from?
It isn't signed. And there is also this parcel for you.
What could this be? Hello, old friend.
Chapter 44. So everybody loves Mayor Madeleine. They think he is just the bee's knees. Everyone, that is, except for one guy.
Thank you for your time, Monsieur Javert. You come highly recommended from Police Prefect Anglais.
Well, I have nothing but respect for Prefect Anglais. And I'm confident that I will be an excellent inspector for you.
Oh, yes, so are we. This is merely a formality, Inspector Javert.
Really just an opportunity for us to get to know each other. Well, the only thing you need to know about me is this. I live my life and my work by two mottos. Respect for authority and hatred of rebellion.
Ooh, super, Inspector Javert. Very policey of you. Well, in any event, welcome to our city. You must meet the mayor.
That would be Mayor Madeleine.
Oh, so you have heard of him?
I have heard that a man calling himself Madeleine has appeared seemingly out of nowhere, made himself a wealthy man, and got appointed mayor, all the while your community doesn't seem to know whether Madeleine is his first or his last name.
What a keen observer you are.
And, Javert, is that a first or a last name?
It's just Javert.
Well, it looks like we will need a special stamp for you two.
Chapter 45. There's an emergency on the road!
Help! Help! I'm stuck under this cart! It is sinking into the mud! It is going to crush my ribs!
That looks like a chair. It is a chair, Victor. This is not high production value. You have to use your imagination.
Everyone, what is happening?
It is Père Fauchelevent, Monsieur Maire. The cart overturned and we do not know what to do.
Listen, everyone, calm yourselves. We've sent for a jack. It'll be here in 30 minutes.
This man will be dead in 30 minutes. We have to lift this cart off of him now.
Are you insane? No man could lift that cart.
Oh, Monsieur le Maire, thank you. You have saved my life.
It's nothing, really. Now get this man to the hospital. Inspector Javert, what are you looking at?
In my life, I've only known one man who could do what you just did. Tell me, Mayor Madeleine, have you ever spent any time in Toulon?
He has done it. The mayor has saved him.
And what if I have?
3 cheers for the mayor. What a remarkable man.
Yes, very remarkable man. Chapter 46. So, Père Fauchelevent, how's the leg?
It has healed, but it is still stiff. Between this injury and the loss of my horse and cart, I think I will have to change industries.
Oh, that sucks.
Not at all. The nuns here in the infirmary have found me a gardening job on Paris.
And I don't think he would want me to tell, but the mayor gave me a cheque for 1,000 francs.
Oh boy, is that a lot?
Beaucoup, mon ami. Or let's just say, while I may not be the richest man on Paris, I might be the richest gardener.
And it's all thanks to Mayor Madeleine.
Yes, what a good man.
It just goes to show you, if you are a good person, good things will happen to you. I cannot imagine anything bad happening to or around the mayor.
Okay.
Well, it was nice talking to you, whoever you are. I must be off.
Time to go to my new garden in the Rue Saint-Antoine.
Oh, mademoiselle, you must be new to Montreuil-sur-Mer. Welcome.
And what might your name be?
My name is Fantine. Tell me, is there anywhere I might find a job here?
As long as you are an honest woman.
Oh, and Fantine. First name or last name?
It's just Fantine.
We're gonna run out of stamps at this rate.
Chapter 47. So Fantine finally showed up.
Yes, I've brought these narrative threads back together.
Good job, Victor, and it only took you, 7 chapters. Let's see how long it takes Fantine to lose her job.
You are fired!
But why, monsieur?
We know all about you, little Miss Crumpet. Madame Victurnien has been to Paris, and she has discovered your child.
Cosette, is she well, I wonder?
You won't have to wonder much longer. I suggest you go back to her. I may not know your full name, Mademoiselle Fantine, but I am quite sure you are not married. I cannot believe you would flout Monsieur le Mayor's one rule.
Be an honest woman. I have tried.
Well, you will have to try somewhere else. Here, on behalf of Mayor Madeleine, 50 francs as severance.
50 francs? Thénardiers want 15 francs a month for Cosette now. It's not enough. What am I going to do?
You could appeal to the mayor. He is a kind man. But if I were him, I would tell you to move along. There is just no room in our city for a woman like you.
Chapter 48. So Fantine, what are you gonna do?
I do not know, stranger. I will have to sell my things, find a room, see if anyone will take me for work.
Well, you didn't hear it from me, but I've heard that there's an older woman named Marguerite who might be able to help you out.
Yes, child, I have heard of your plight. The rent here is cheap, and I can show you how to make the most of every last penny. I think you are sewing clothes for the regiment?
Yes, it's the only thing I can do. No one will take me. Sewing uniforms makes me just enough to get by, barely. And I truly have no idea how I am going to settle my debts or pay for my daughter.
Well, there are things that women in our position can do.
What do you mean?
You have very beautiful hair and teeth.
Oh. Well, I would do anything for Cosette. And anyway, when you're sad, you eat less.
That is the spirit, child. But let's not talk about this tonight. Even at your saddest, you must eat something. Why don't you tell me about your daughter over some soup with oil?
I'd like that, Madame Marguerite. Or is it Marguerite something or other?
It's just Marguerite.
Chapter 49. This book is called Les Misérables, and things are starting to get pretty miserable for Fantine. She's hardly making any money sewing clothes for the regiment. Her creditors are hounding her in Montreuil-sur-Mer. And the Thénardiers?
Wife! The little girl is shivering. Ugh, it is always a new thing with her. Write the mother for 10 francs so we can buy a skirt.
Well, Fantine obviously doesn't have 10 francs, but the barber is willing to give her 10 francs in exchange for her hair. It is fine. Hair grows back. But instead of sending the 10 francs, she sends a skirt.
Ugh, the girl sent a skirt. What are we going to do with this? Give it to Eponine.
Time passes, and then the Thénardiers demand 40 francs for medicine because Cosette is sick.
But she is not.
Yeah, very clever ruse. Obviously, Fantine doesn't have 40 francs. But there is a traveling dentist who is willing to give her 40 francs in exchange for her 2 front teeth. By the way, Victor, was this a thing?
How do you make dentures?
Yikes.
This is all Mayor Madeleine's fault. I hate him. I hate that factory.
Time passes and the Thénardiers ask for 100 francs.
Yea, so we will throw the girl out on the street.
Yes, I am afraid the costs are just so high and Cosette is so needy. Well, let's get on with it and sell the rest. I'm sorry, Fantine. You whisper like Victor.
Wait a minute, she knows about me?
Chapter 50. We haven't talked about it until now, but every chapter, book, and part of Les Misérables is named, which means there are over 400 named components of Les Misérables. Victor was a very special boy.
You say that like a compliment, but I don't think it's a compliment.
These past 50 chapters across 5 books have all been in part 1, which is called Fantine. So even with 14 chapters introducing Monseigneur Bienvenu and everything with Jean Valjean and the ladle, this part is Fantine's story. And boy, it sure seems like we are at the lowest part of her story. Fantine certainly feels that way. She's grown hard within a cruel world.
She is a saturated sponge.
Chapter 50 is a very short chapter to tell us 2 things. That the degradation that women in particular find themselves in is a new form of enslavement. And boy, Victor, you're like so close to understanding that it's all of that exploiting everyone, but you just didn't quite get there. Victor, remember what you said in the preface what the 3 problems of the age are?
Lack of education for children, degradation of women, the exploitation of men's labor.
Is it not possible, Victor, that all of those are related? Maybe those are byproducts of the economic system.
I'll have to think about this.
You do that. The other point of this chapter is that we have not reached the nadir for Fantine, unfortunately.
Excuse me, what now? We'll get back to you shortly, Fantine. I'm so sorry.
It's a really troubling chapter, actually. Victor says that it's a mistake to think that there is a limit to anything, including suffering. It's tough stuff.
I literally called the book Les Misérables. This should not be a surprise.
Chapter 51. Fantine has spent the last 8 months eking out a meager existence in the hardest period of her life. So how does Victor begin this chapter?
By describing idle jerks in detail.
Yeah, weird. Victor describes at length men of small account. They're not poor, but they're not rich. They're just kind of nuisance idlers. And as Victor is describing these idlers, these daydreamers, these punks, it reminds us of someone.
Yeah, it does.
What do you want, loser? I don't have time for men like you.
Of course you don't, baby. You're too busy losing all your teeth.
And as he says this, it all comes back.
And I'm sure nothing bad will ever happen to me.
Yeah, we wouldn't want anything bad to happen to those nice teeth.
Oh, this guy.
Fantine storms off in a rage, and while she does this, dude shoves snow down the back of her dress. And boy, he does not know what he has coming to him.
What's wrong, baby? You can't take a joke?
Felix! This is all your fault!
Jesus Christ, lady! Why did you punch me?
And as a crowd begins to form around this commotion, someone steps into the fray. What's going on here?
This crazy lady punched me in the face!
Miss, do you know who I am?
No?
Well, my name is Inspector Javert, and you're coming with me. Chapter 52. Inspector, the prisoner. Bring her in.
Monsieur Inspector, please, there must
Do
be
you deny assaulting a property owner on the street?
Yes, I hit him, but he started it.
I was there. I saw what happened. Now, a woman in your particular line of work is remanded to the police for sentencing. 6 months.
6 months?
Prison.
No, I can't go to prison. I can't. I have to make money. The Thénardiers, my daughter, the people who are caring for my daughter, they're going to throw her out on the street. If not for my sake, then for hers. Please, have some pity.
Is that all?
It's all I have.
6 months. The law is quite clear. Sergeant, take her to the municipal prison.
She's not going anywhere, Javert. Set her free.
Mayor Madeleine, what an unexpected surprise.
You're Madeleine? You bastard! You did this to me!
Hey, watch your tone. You're speaking to the mayor.
That's right, she is speaking to the mayor, and I say she goes.
Madeleine, be reasonable. She assaulted a man on the street.
I interviewed all the eyewitnesses. They all attest that he started it.
I feel like I'm going crazy. She punched a man on the street, and she just insulted you.
With all due respect, Javert, that's my business.
Well, with all due respect, Mr. Mayor, that woman is an insult to the law. And the law says 6 months.
She will not serve 1 day.
Listen, Mr. Mayor, I know you care deeply about things like this, but this is a matter of municipal policing, and I'm well within my authority here.
That is correct, Inspector Javert. And under the Criminal Procedures Code, I am the judge of these matters. And under that authority, I order this woman to be set free.
I know you.
Sergeant, unchain her.
Mademoiselle, I had no idea you had been fired from my factory. I wish you would come to me. Listen, I will pay your debts. Send for your daughter. I will make this right. Whatever has happened, whatever you've had to do, I believe that you were and remain an honest woman.
Part 1, Book 6, Chapter 53. Mayor Madeleine has brought Fantine to the infirmary at his factory so that she can recover from her ordeal, and also so she can be treated for a nagging cough.
Yes, I must have caught it from being outside so long in the winter.
You rest, Fantine. I will speak to your doctor.
Monsieur le Maire, you said she has a child?
Yes.
I would send for them quickly. I don't think she has much time.
No.
What do they say?
They say we must send for your child quickly, and that will restore your health.
Oh, I will be so glad. It has been so long. Cosette.
sure hope things go well for Fantine and Mère Madeleine, but it is suspicious that there's time left on this video. Sergeant, make sure this letter gets to the Paris Central Police Office immediately.
I'm coming for you, Jean Valjean.
Chapter 54. Mère Madeleine is working all out trying to make things right for Fantine when someone arrives at his door.
Pardonnez-moi, Monsieur le Maire, but I have two things for you. First, we have received another letter from the Thénardiers. They are demanding even more money.
What? I am gonna have to go to Paris and get Cosette. Write to them one last time that we are at an end to this. We will pay whatever their final costs are, but Cosette is coming. We must do this quickly. And you said a second thing?
Yes, Inspector Javert for you.
What does he want now? Send him in.
Mr. Mayor, I have come here to apologize and to demand that you fire me.
I'm sorry, what's happening?
You see, Mr. Mayor, after that business with the woman last week, I got aggressive and I denounced you to the Central Police Office.
Denounced me for encroaching on your authority?
No, for secretly being an ex-convict. You see, I had become convinced that you were a certain Jean Valjean.
Jean Valjean?
Yes, a petty criminal that I knew while I was a warden in Toulon. He skipped out on his parole after he was released. You bear a striking resemblance to him, and between your size and marksmanship and your inhuman ability to lift that cart, well, I thought it was you. But the police prefect's office wrote me back and informed me that you couldn't be Jean Valjean because they had already caught Jean Valjean. Stealing apples in the countryside, something like that. I'll be testifying at his trial tomorrow.
Well, all's well that ends well, I suppose. What do you suppose the sentence for a petty criminal skipping out on their parole would be?
Well, if it was a first offense, obviously that's just a misdemeanor, but after you've been in prison for as long as he has, skipping out on parole like that, it'll be life.
I see. Justice can be very cruel.
Mr. Mayor, kindness is easy. Justice, real justice, is hard. Anyway, that leads me to my second point. You must fire me. The accusation, how I behaved, it was a disrespect to you and a disrespect to your office, and even resignation would be too much of an honor for me. I insist that you sack me.
This is an awful lot, Inspector Javert. Let's think on this.
All right, I will continue to serve as inspector until we can find a suitable replacement, but I do insist.
All right, so be it.
You seem very far away.
I am.
Part 1, Book 7, Chapter 55. We're approaching the end game of the first part of Les Misérables. In this chapter, Victor is introducing us to one more key character, Sister Simplice.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, Sister Simplice. So what's your deal?
Well, I am a nun. I work in the infirmary, and I never lie.
Never lie? Like not even a white lie?
How many lies would you say that I have told in my life, stranger?
Well, I don't know. That's hard to say. I mean, maybe...
None, because I have never told one and I never will. No lies. I do not lie.
All right, noted. And while we're doing character introductions, the person that Javert and the police think is Jean Valjean is Champmathieu.
And don't forget Brevet.
Victor, I told you 20 videos ago, we're not doing Brevet.
All right.
Sister Simplice is looking after Fantine.
How is she?
She is fading fast.
Cosette? Soon.
Chapter 56. Mère Madeleine has gone to a Mr. Scaufflaire to inquire about a horse.
Yes, do you have any horses that can do 50 miles in one day with an attached carriage?
50 miles in one day. It would take quite a remarkable horse to be able to do that. But it is your lucky day, Monsieur le Maire, for I have just such a horse.
Excellent. Have it at my factory tomorrow morning sharp with the carriage attached. How much do I owe you for that?
30 francs a day, but surely you would like me to put a cover on it or at least get some blankets.
No.
You are aware it is winter.
Yes.
All right, it will be done as you say.
And how much is the horse worth on top of the cart?
The horse goes in front of the cart, not on top of it.
Was I making a joke, or were you making a joke?
Hard to say, but the value, 500 francs.
I will insure you up to that amount for the horse.
Damn, should have asked for more.
What was that?
Oh, nothing. I shall see you tomorrow morning.
50 miles in one day. He's going to Paris.
Chapter 57.
All right, I think it's time we came out and said it. Madeleine is Jean Valjean.
What a shocking and unpredictable turn of events, Victor.
I said people probably knew.
So what is Jean Valjean up to right now? Chapter 58. After all that pacing and ruminating, Jean Valjean, he's fallen asleep.
No.
Looks like he might be having a nightmare.
Yes, but not one of those ones that tells you everything that's going to happen in the story. This one is just weird.
Well, Victor, I mean, it's going to tell you a little bit, right?
Well, yes, but only a little. I was in the countryside. Bleak, open countryside. Somehow my brother was there. We came upon a naked man, bald, starving, desiccated like a skeleton. We wandered into a village, and my brother was gone. I found myself in a garden and came upon a man who wouldn't speak to me. Tried to run away, but then that man, he said, "Where are you going? Don't you know you've been long dead?"
Hey, Madeleine,
Yes?
a horse and cart have just arrived for you?
Oh, yes. Very well. Tell them I will be down.
Chapter 59. Jean Valjean has taken to the road early in the morning on the fastest horse in Montreuil-sur-Mer. The gentleman he rented it from was convinced he was going to Paris, but he is in fact on the road to Arras. He needs to get there before 9 a.m. tomorrow in order to attend the hearing of a Monsieur Champmathieu.
Yes, stranger. Leaving Montreuil-sur-Mer, I struck a postcart, damaged the wheel. Damaged it so badly it would take more than a day to fix. I had to buy an entirely new cart, which is rickety and dangerous. The journey has taken longer and longer, and now I find myself in this inn as night begins to fall. I don't know if I'll be able to make it to Arras.
Right, because the road is out.
Yes, it's almost as if the Lord is telling me I shouldn't be in Arras tomorrow.
Well, I think they have a trace horse here who could help you find your way along the back roads. You could at least try.
I am trying.
You don't know how hard I am trying. I must see him. I must see his face.
I hate to pry, but you seem awfully far away right now.
I am. I'm thinking of the road. It's been a long day of travel. Being on the road reminds me of life. It all goes by so quickly, and then all of a sudden, you are old.
Well, just 17 miles left on the road you're on. And you probably need to get going. It's getting pretty dark.
Yes, you're right. I do need to get going.
And God give me the strength to do what must be done.
Chapter 60.
Mère Madeleine, where is he? He's always here by now. Sister Simplice, it's wrong of him not to come today, when I will be gone tomorrow. Oh, but child, no, he's just gone. He left the city. I'm sure he wanted to be here, but he had to be away. Gone. Gone to get Cosette.
Well...
Yes, gone to get her from the Thénardiers. Sister Simplice. Oh, I am so happy. I feel better already. Thank you for telling me.
Well, you said that.
Oh, but I can read between the lines, Sister Simplice. I know what you're trying to tell me. You're trying to tell me that Cosette will be here tomorrow.
Well, you know, anything is possible.
Yes. Will you need to make a room for her, or she could stay in my room? I wonder what she looks like now. She was always so pretty. I can't wait for you to meet her tomorrow. It is like a great weight has come off of me. I feel good again. Like I might make it.
Yes. Well, since you're feeling better, I think you should go to sleep. And no more talking.
Yes, Sister Simplice. Anything you say. Anything for Cosette.
Sister Simplice?
Yes?
This woman, she's been under your care?
Yes, her name is Fantine.
Well, I think you know it's been touch and go, but whatever you've done the past day, she seems to be really getting better. You should keep it up.
Keep it up. Okay.
Chapter 61. Jean Valjean has made it to Arras on time. He's left his beleaguered horse and cart at the inn, and he's wandering the streets looking for the courthouse.
Did you see the horse that gentleman brought in? It looked like it had been to hell and back. Whoever could be in such a hurry?
Well, Jean Valjean. When he arrives at the court, he finds that a case has just ended.
Oh yeah, open and shut case. A woman killing her own child. Terrible.
Not normally news that people would be excited about, but that means that the trial of Mr. Champmathieu has not yet started.
Yes, monsieur, but the court is full. There is not a single seat left in the house. Only for public officials. What do you have here? Mayor Madeleine. Go right in.
Chapter 62. So the courtroom in Arras is a little strange. When the usher let Jean Valjean... Mayor Madeleine into the courtroom, he actually was letting him into a long corridor that leads to a door into the courtroom. Chapter 62 is an entire chapter where Mayor Madeleine is just psyching himself up to go into the courtroom. That is it. Madeleine starts by going right to the door, but then he backs off. He paces for a while. You know, actually, let's skip that. Y'all know what pacing looks like. And we know it's Jean Valjean. Jean is troubled. He's torn. He doesn't know if he can do this. A quarter of an hour passes this way until he hears a murmur in the courtroom, and it's almost as if something is pushing him through the doorway. Chapter 63. We're now witnessing the closing statements in the case of the state versus Mr. Champmathieu, also known as Jean Valjean.
Ladies and gentlemen, and may it please your honor, before you sits a very dangerous man. While he may have masqueraded under the identity of Champmathieu, no fewer than 3 former inmates of the Toulon prison and well-respected police inspector Javert have all positively identified him as Jean Valjean. Your honor, how has this man responded to these accusations? By denial of his identity and of all of his crimes. And allow me to remind us all of those crimes: parole violation, armed robbery, impersonation, and now this petty thievery. Ladies and gentlemen, this establishes such a clear and consistent lack of moral character. What a hardened criminal we have before us. The evidence is overwhelming. This court must find Jean Valjean guilty.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. But before we move on, one of your witnesses, Brevet?
Yes,
Is that a first name or a last name?
it's just Brevet. You'll find the appropriate stamped paperwork in with the evidence.
Just Brevet. And just Javert. A lot of people with just one name.
Sure, but neither of us even have names.
Well, can't argue with that. Monsieur Valjean, this court understands that you prefer to be known as a Champmathieu, but the weight of evidence clearly establishes your identity as Jean Valjean. These are very serious charges and the evidence is overwhelming. Mr. Valjean, do you have anything to say in your defense?
Chapter 64.
What is my defense, Your Honor? My defense is, I am Champmathieu. I have never heard of Jean Valjean. I was walking down the road, there was a branch in the middle of the road, it had apples on it, I picked the apples off of it, and someone said I broke the branch off a tree. I didn't do it. I've never been in a chain gang in Toulon. I have no idea about any of these things. I am Champmathieu. What else can I say?
Hey, I know I'm not your lawyer, but I don't think they're buying it. What can I say? I'm not this guy.
All right, Jean Valjean.
Champmathieu!
That's enough out of you, Mr. Jean Valjean. One more word out of your mouth and you'll be held in contempt of court. Mr. Prosecutor, you wanted to make another final statement, a closing statement? What do you want to do?
Well, Your Honor, I would like to bring all of the witnesses back for one more round of testimony against this criminal, this hardened man.
After you'd already had them all testify a few hours ago, that seems awfully convenient for the plot.
Yes, it does. Can I do it?
Well, there's nothing in the rule book that says you can't.
Excellent. Then I call Inspector Javert and Brevet back to the stand.
Well, actually, we let Javert go back to Montreuil-sur-Mer after he finished testifying. He's a very busy man, and that would be inconvenient for the plot if he were here.
Of course. Brevet it is, then.
All right, Mr. Brevet. Yes? I know you have not been properly introduced in this series, and no one knows who you are, but do you attest and agree that that man is Jean Valjean? Oh yes, we spent years together. It could be no one else but him. Brevet, what is that accent? I'm just so nervous to be in court. Yes, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is the nervousness of an innocent man trying to bear true testimony against that man, that scoundrel, that brigand, that rogue. Mr. Prosecutor, I'm gonna have to have you just rein that in a little bit. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I just get so exercised when justice is on the line. Justice must be served against that man, Jean Valjean. All right, I'm about to close the proceedings. Are you gonna execute me with that hammer? It's not a hammer, it's a gavel. See? No one would confuse it for a hammer. All right, I'm going to close the proceedings in 5 seconds unless anyone has anything left.
Your Honor, I have something to say.
And all at once, everyone in the courtroom said, Monsieur Madeleine. Chapter 65.
Mr. Prosecutor, Your Honor, you must release this man.
Mayor Madeleine, it's an honor having a public servant like you in court today, but why on earth would you ask us to release this criminal? The judge was just about to bang the hammer. Mr. Prosecutor, it's a gavel. The gavel has almost been struck, Mayor Madeleine. What evidence could you possibly have to introduce at this late hour?
The most important evidence of all, that I am Jean Valjean.
It is a hammer. I lost my gavel. Mayor Madeleine, don't be absurd. What is your motive in saying something like that?
Gentlemen, my motive is the truth. Brevet.
Yes?
Do you not remember me? For I remember you. I remember those checkered braces you would wear on the hulks. Look at me. Tell me that I am not Jean Valjean.
Oh my God! It is him! It is him, Jean Valjean!
Brevet, I think we've had enough of you for this series. And I see these two other criminals who we have not discussed also nodding in agreement that you're Jean Valjean, so I'm astonished. I don't know what to do about it, Mr. Prosecutor. That man is Jean Valjean. He's also one of the most upstanding citizens in the country.
Yes, gentlemen, and be that as it may, I am Jean Valjean. I broke my parole, stole from the Bishop of Dean, robbed that poor boy on the road, and assumed a new identity. And since you don't seem to be arresting me, I must go. I have pressing business. Mr. Prosecutor, you know where to find me.
Hey, maybe he stole the apples.
Hey, buddy, I would just let this play out.
I just want them to know that I didn't steal those apples.
Look, I think if you play your cards right and just say absolutely nothing, you're gonna get off scot-free.
Maybe you should be a lawyer.
Mr. Champmathieu, since apparently that is who you are, this court has borne witness to the most astonishing thing since the Revolution. This case is dismissed due to credible evidence having been obtained that you are not, in fact, Jean Valjean. You may go, and the court apologizes for wasting your time. Well, looks like justice has been done. Watch it, Champmathieu, I don't buy this apple story. Yes, sir.
It might have been Brevet.
Part 1, Book 8, Chapter 66. Book 8 is called After Effect. There's just 4 chapters, and then we are done with the first part of Les Misérables. Jean Valjean has made it back to Montreuil-sur-Mer. Javert does not yet know that he is Jean Valjean, and poor Fantine is waiting for Mayor Madeleine to bring Cosette back to her.
Sister Simplice, how is she?
Mayor Madeleine, it is good to see you here. Mademoiselle Fantine is doing well, better than before, but it is because she has this strange idea she got in her head that you would be bringing her child back. And I don't see a child?
Unfortunately, no, I had other matters to attend to. I need to see her, though.
Oh, I fear for her health if you go in without Cosette. And obviously we could never lie about anything. Maybe you could just not see her until you have Cosette?
I'm afraid not, sister. I need to see her now. I may not have much time.
But what will we tell her? No lies.
Well, that's your thing. But anyway, I'm sure God will inspire us.
My child, how are you?
Good.
Cosette.
Chapter 67.
Oh, Fantine, you will see Cosette soon. But you are in a very delicate moment of your recovery. Your doctors are concerned that anything, even seeing Cosette, could threaten your life.
I understand. But how I wish it wasn't so. How I wish to see her right now. But Mère Madeleine, do you hear that voice?
It's the doorkeeper's child.
Yes, I would recognize Cosette's voice anywhere. She sounds so happy. Oh, it does my heart so much joy to hear her. And I will wait, Mère Madeleine. I will be patient. Thank you for...
Fantine, what's wrong?
Chapter 68. I know we're at a moment of high drama with Fantine and Jean Valjean and Javert, but Victor wanted to take us back in time a few hours.
I'm building the suspense.
Okay, yeah, sure.
You don't believe me?
I'm just here for the ride, Victor. So let's return to several hours earlier to police headquarters in Montreuil-sur-Mer. Yes, come in. Inspector Javert, a letter for you. It was rushed to you by messenger, straight from the court of Arras. Arras? I wonder what's happened with our old friend 24601. Is Monsieur quite all right? Oh, yes. Yes, quite all right. Assemble 4 members of the City Watch. Get me a pair of manacles. And make sure there's a cell open in the city jail. Of course, Inspector. Right away. After all, justice must be done. Chapter 69. Quite an operation you have going on here where convicted felons are the magistrates and women like her are treated like duchesses.
What is he saying? Mr. Mayor, where is Cosette?
There's no Mr. Mayor here, is there, 24601?
Listen, Javert.
You're gonna have to speak up. I can't hear you.
I must speak with you in private.
Louder!
What is he saying? What is happening? Where is Cosette?
Listen to me, Javert. You will call me Mr. Inspector, or I'll have you in irons.
Fantine, please, try to calm yourself. Your heart rate, it is so high.
Mr. Inspector, please just give me 3 days to go to Paris and get this woman's child for her. Then you can do whatever you want with me.
Oh no! No! This can't be happening!
Have you lost your mind? You think I would let you go for 3 days? So you can go to Paris and find this woman's child. I wonder how many of them there are. Oh no, you're coming with me right now. Mademoiselle, whatever your name is, this man is a convicted felon named Jean Valjean. And he got the money to start all of this by robbing an old bishop and then a boy on the road. What a hero you have placed your child's hands in.
Oh God! No!
Monsieur, whatever your name is, she's gone. You killed this woman.
Don't try to make this into something that it's not. I'm not here to argue about this. Now, you're coming with me. One more word out of your mouth, Javert, and hers won't be the only dead body in this room!
I'm so sorry, Fantine. I'm so sorry I wasn't fast enough. But I will make this right. I will take care of Cosette. All right, Mr. Inspector. Now I'm at your disposal.
Chapter 70. Word has gotten out in Montreuil-sur-Mer that Mayor Madeleine is actually convicted felon Jean Valjean.
Did you hear about Mayor Madeleine? Of course, but Madeleine is not his real name. He has some frightful name like Béjean or Beaujean or Boujon.
I didn't even make those up. Victor did that. Yeah, I can be funny too. Yeah, Victor, you're a laugh riot. Well, anyway, Victor also says that the entire community of Montreuil-sur-Mer turned on Jean Valjean in 2 hours. Everybody except one person. Let's see what's going on with Sister Simplice.
Oh, child, what has happened? Someone coming in through the window?
Sister Simplice, it's me. Can I ask you for your help?
You gave me such a fright, but Yes. What can I do?
Take this. And this letter.
To the parish priest. Please sell these items and use the proceeds to pay for a funeral for this woman. The rest shall go to the poor. You're leaving. How did you get out of jail?
I broke the bars. Anyway, Sister Simplice, I wanted to tell you thank you. I don't know what I would have done if not for...
It's Inspector Javert.
Hide!
Excuse me, sister, are you alone in here?
Yes.
Oh, okay. A gentleman has escaped from jail. You would have known him as Mayor Madeleine. His name is Jean Valjean. He's a convicted felon. We're trying to find him. You haven't seen him, have you?
No. Nothing like that.
Well, let us know if you see anything like that. Anyway, I'm sorry for disturbing you. Thank you for your time, sister.
Yes. Thank you, Inspector Javert. He's gone. I will leave the room. Don't let me know where you're off to. And good luck, Mayor Madeleine. That is how I will remember you.
And so Jean Valjean goes out on the road to an uncertain future. There's only two things that we can be certain of. One, that he has taken care of Fantine's funeral. And two, that curious clause that lets him withdraw all of his money at a moment's notice is almost certainly being used as we speak. And thus ends the first part of Les Misérables. Only 4 more to go. Les Misérables, Part 2, Book 1, Chapter 71. Victor calls Part 2, Book 1, Waterloo, but he spends all of the first chapter of Part 2, Book 1 keeping the audience in suspense as to where they might be.
Well, it is a book. I do want to keep people guessing a little bit.
I mean, guessing.
Do you have a problem with it?
I mean, I'm starting out telling people we're at Waterloo. Victor is going to spend the next 19 chapters telling us just everything he knows about Waterloo. And actually, I think we need another character for this. So, Victor from the past.
Hello. How much should I whisper?
A medium amount. That's great. You're doing great. So what brings you to Waterloo?
Well, stranger, thank you for asking. It's actually a very interesting story.
And actually, I'm just going to cut you off right there. He was traveling around, and he just made his way to Waterloo. It's really just an excuse to tell us a lot about Waterloo.
Well, that was a little rude.
Well, maybe it was a little rude to write 19 chapters about Waterloo.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to you. Victor Hugo, the most noted poet of his age.
Oh, well, if the chaussure fits.
Right. So it's the spring of 1861. We're following along noted poet and author Victor Hugo. Where is he?
Where was he indeed? He was on the battlefield at Waterloo.
I can't see how this is going to get old. Chapter 72.
You know, stranger, we're at a very particular part of Waterloo.
Oh, are we? Where would that be?
Well, this is, in fact, the very location where the French army under Napoleon encountered the Allied forces, and it just so happens to be called Hougomont.
Hougomont. Like Hugo Mont? Like Mount Hugo? Like Victor Hugo?
Well, I don't want to brag.
Wait a minute. You're from France, and Waterloo is in Belgium. Are you saying you have a connection to this place or not?
Well, no, my family doesn't literally have a connection to Hougomont, but because the name is similar, I was interested in it, and I have learned an awful lot about this place.
Oh, right, like all the bodies that you say are buried here. Yeah, so younger Victor claimed that there were hundreds of bodies buried near a well at this chateau, and that doesn't appear to be true. It's just a myth that he was repeating.
I was doing my best.
But it's actually very interesting that he goes there, because the very end of this chapter is actually Victor complaining about the commercialization of history. Right, Victor? We're out of sight of such history.
Yes, so many French and British and German and Belgians died here. Also, some peasant can tell a traveler, "Ooh, give me 3 francs and I'll tell you what happened at the Battle of Waterloo."
Right, but isn't that very similar to what you're doing, except you're not a peasant, you're rich?
Why are you dragging him like that?
Oh, I don't know, Victor. Maybe it's something about as long as there are ignorance and poverty on Earth, books of this kind may serve some purpose?
Well, yes, but these chapters serve a purpose. At least give me a chance.
Alright, but I'm still gonna drag you a little bit.
Deal.
Chapter 73.
So can I get on with the story?
Be my guest, Victor.
So we need to go back to 1815.
Oh, for God's sakes, Victor.
Just try it.
Alright. 1815.
Yes, and Napoleon has a brilliant plan to stop the Allied forces.
He's going to race to Waterloo and drive through the enemy lines, splitting them in half. And truly, the shape and face of Europe would be completely different today if not for a rainstorm. The entire history of Europe hinged on a storm.
Oh yes, for Napoleon was an artillery commander, and his entire maneuver was based around artillery. The French had twice as many cannons as the Allied forces had. But, because of the rain, they weren't able to deploy them.
Okay, and then what happened?
Well, it gave additional Allied forces just enough time to race to Waterloo, and that spelled the end of the battle, the end of Napoleon, the end of empire. Why, if the ground that we are standing on now had not been wet on the 18th of June, 1815, the world would have been a very different place.
So it's kind of like Star Trek Voyager and Barack Obama.
What are those things?
Oh, it's a super interesting story, Victor. So Star Trek Voyager was a popular sci-fi TV show in the 1990s. And this woman, Jeri Ryan, played a character on that show. She was married to a politician in Illinois, and they had a messy breakup that involved a sex scandal. And then a few years later, when he was running for US Senate, all of that came out in the tabloids and it ruined his campaign. And that cleared the way for Barack Obama to run for Senate and eventually become president of the United States. You never know how one seemingly insignificant thing can have massive repercussions.
Yes, that was my point. I also understood nothing of what you said.
Oh, well, now you know how we all feel reading the chapters on Waterloo.
Touché. And Barack Obama, that's the name of a U.S. president?
Yeah, in the 21st century.
America has come a long way.
Still has a long way to go.
Oh, that is also the point of this book.
Okay, Victor, we're on the same page there. Chapter 74.
If you want to understand the maneuvers at Waterloo, imagine a big A.
A, like the letter A?
Yes, with the left leg being the road to Nivelles and the right leg being the road to Genappe, and... Are you listening to me?
What? No, I'm not. I'm sorry. This is so boring.
So you don't want to hear about the maneuvers?
No, Victor, that's not what this book is about. I know you know a lot about that, but how is this relevant to anything?
Well, you will see how Waterloo is relevant to the overall story soon.
All right.
But if you must know, there is a point to this chapter. There's a lot of art featuring Napoleon at this battle. Much of it making him look like a Caesar. Napoleon was also a tyrant. In this battle, this history displays that. It is a tragedy for a man to leave behind him darkness in his own image.
I get that, and it could be foreshadowing.
Could be.
Chapter 75.
Everyone is familiar with the first phase of this battle.
Victor, literally no one is.
Well, they were at the time.
Who am I talking to now? Am I talking to you? Am I talking to him?
Who are you talking to?
No one, just some old author.
Old? I'm timeless.
That remains to be seen.
Excusez-moi, quelle heure est-il?
Oh, bonjour, Mr. Emperor Napoleon. Well, first of all, it is 11.
Zut alors!
Yeah, not good. And two, you absolutely cannot do this whole thing in French. It's going to be a whole thing. You can't do it.
All right, stranger. 11 a.m. That is bad for my forces. And the sun must come out. I need the ground to be firm so that my artillery can be wheeled around. I hold it in the palm of my hand and direct it this way and that way. And like that, the battle is won.
Very inspirational, Emperor Bonaparte. How is the battle going?
Inconclusive, but worse for the British. If the sun comes up and dries out the ground, it will be all over for them. If not, I have forces in reserve that will turn the tide. But I do not deny the back and forth is chaotic. And these British novices, they are causing quite a lot of damage along our front lines. Very entrepreneurial sharpshooters. Wellington must be furious.
Why would the English commander be upset about entrepreneurial sharpshooters?
Well, they are like little generals on their own. They do not follow orders well. we may be able to use that to our advantage. But anyway, this battle will be won or lost along this plain this very afternoon.
You think you're gonna win?
There's no thinking about it. I must. So we will.
Chapter 76. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Battle of Waterloo is not going well for Arthur Wellesley, the 1st Duke of Wellington.
Yes, and what is your report?
Not good, my lord. That boxer who became a sergeant
Yes, strapping good lad.
was felled by a French drummer boy.
Yes, bring it on, I'll take you all down. Ooh, who knew a drumstick could do so much organ damage? Blast. And what about Alton?
He was sabered.
Sir?
You have a saber in you.
So I do.
My lord, what are we to do if you are to be killed?
Do as I do. Hold this ground to the last man. Come on, boys. Think of old England.
And that's literally what you wrote, Victor. It's the most stereotypically British thing I've ever read. And I'm not even going to put that one in the quotation marks because we have one last piece of delicious irony from, Emperor Napoleon?
Not now. They're starting to retreat.
Sure thing. We'll see how that goes. Chapter 77.
So you are my guide, Lacoste?
Sure. Let's go with that. Je m'appelle Lacoste. What can I do for you?
My men say you have much local knowledge. It will be very useful in this battle.
Yeah, that's me.
Good, good. We need to teach these Englishmen a lesson.
Yeah, let's do it. So, what do you think your chances are?
The chances are 90% in our favor.
Not 100?
If there had been no rain, it would be 100. And look, the English, they are retreating. Time to press our advantage.
But you see, Napoleon doesn't know one thing. There's a ditch in the plain that he's about to send his forces onto, and he can't see it from this vantage point.
What was that?
Let's actually cover that in the next chapter. Chapter 78. So Napoleon.
I know that you are just a simple peasant, but you may refer to me as Emperor Bonaparte.
Oh, désolé, Emperor Bonaparte. You said the battle's been a little chaotic and back and forthy. You've lost a lot of men. You're sure you're feeling confident right now?
The numbers, they do not matter to a man like me. The only calculation that matters is victory, and we shall be victorious today. I truly believe that I, and our endeavors, are blessed by God.
Think very highly of yourself.
Just look at today.
The rain has delayed us, my reserve guard is not here, and yet the English are retreating from the plateau. We shall muster our forces and destroy them. As long as you believe it is safe to?
Totally.
Excellent, the day will be ours.
He seemed to be saying to fate,
You would not dare.
Chapter 79. Based on the bad intelligence or outright lies from his guide, Napoleon sends his forces up onto the plateau. Line after line of men on horseback, oblivious to the ditch in their way. And when it happens fast. The first line falls in.
Whoa!
And then it's like an unstoppable tide. The second line. The third. Until this ditch is so full of men and horses that Victor describes it as being one flesh. It's so thick with bodies that men can move across the top of the ditch at this point.
This is when the battle started to be lost.
Well, Victor, you're back. Good to see you.
Yes, I wanted people to understand that this was no mere coincidence.
What do you mean? Is there some French conspiracy theory about Waterloo? Do you have a QAnon too?
I don't really know what any of that means, but what I mean is that Napoleon was an inconvenience to God. Napoleon was too great a man. He exerted too much influence on the world and on history, and so God had to strike him down. If it hadn't been Waterloo, it would have been another battle. If it hadn't been that ditch, it would have been something else. Napoleon had to be struck down so that a new age could begin.
Victor, is this just poetry, or do you really believe that?
What's the difference?
Chapter 80. So despite the catastrophe of the ditch, the battle at Waterloo at this point is still very inconclusive, and arguably the French are still winning. Remember the boxer. Remember Alton. There's just a lot of back and forth happening on the battlefield, and both the Allied forces and the French are bleeding infantry.
My Lord Wellington, we need more infantry.
There are none. Just fight to the death.
Well, if you're not going to give me any infantry...
Emperor Bonaparte, we need infantry. Oh, let me get that extra infantry out of my ass. Just fight to the death. Our reserve forces will be here soon.
And it was around this very moment when both Wellington and Napoleon spied movement on a far-off hill. They didn't know it at the time, but this was the turning point in this huge drama. The sun was starting to set on Waterloo when Wellington said,
Well, boys, it's either Knight or Blucher.
Who? Chapter 81.
So we now must rewind the battle once more.
Well, for Lord's sake, Victor, how much longer are you gonna go?
Almost there. Just 9 more chapters.
So while Napoleon was waiting for his reserve forces, there were Allied reserve forces as well under General Blucher. And as it turns out, the entire Battle of Waterloo may have come down to 2 guides.
2 guides? What do you mean?
Well, you see, Blucher and his guide found a direct path right to the Battle of Waterloo, and they arrived on time and in prime position.
Whereas Napoleon's guide, Lacoste...
That mother...
Well, we know how that went.
Oh, I feel a little responsible for that now.
Oh well, whatever, I didn't care about these chapters anyway. Well, anyway, Victor, I can take the narration from here. The French and the British forces were all looking up at the hill, and most of them thought that these men on horseback were trees.
Yes, pine trees, or perhaps oak. I don't know trees that well. Is it possible that they're palm trees? No, give me that. They are clearly gecko trees.
But they weren't trees. They were Prussian soldiers. So Blucher sent his key lieutenant out with the words, "We must give the English army some air."
Is it possible Blucher is related to Brevet?
Who? Chapter 82. So as Blucher's Prussian forces are entering the field at Waterloo, the French army is arrayed with the Imperial Guard in the forefront. The Imperial Guard are a bunch of badasses. They look stunning in their armor with their big hats, and they and everyone else kind of understands that this is not gonna go good. But being a bunch of badasses, they start this chant, "Long live the Emperor!" And the French army regulars are sort of like going along with that. They're like, yeah, long live the Emperor. Until Wellington says,
Ah, Blucher's here. Well, boys, up and at 'em.
That's when the cannon starts going off and the French army chant turns into,
Every man for himself!
And now it's just utter pandemonium. And in the middle of all of this, you've got this maniac General Ney shouting,
Are you not going to get yourself killed?
Chapter 83.
And so the battle has descended into chaos. And what in Napoleon's mind should have been a victory has turned into a colossal defeat.
Yeah, things turned around pretty quickly, huh? Very unlucky day for Napoleon.
Ah, but luck had nothing to do with it. God intervened.
Wait a minute, this sounds familiar.
You see, Waterloo is the pivot of the 19th century.
The demise of a great man was essential to the advent of a great century.
Victor, didn't you make exactly the same point, like 3 or 4 chapters ago?
Did I? Well, yes, I suppose that's true. But it is a very important point.
Okay. Did French authors in the 19th century have the concept of filler?
I couldn't help but notice you skipped over all of the military maneuvers in this chapter. Like the stand the French tried to make at Genappe.
You're not going to slip it in that way.
What was that?
Oh, nothing.
You know, French authors invented the concept of double entendre.
Chapter 84. So here, in the 14th Waterloo chapter, Victor decides to introduce a new character.
Yes, an unknown officer named Cambronne.
Can he really be unknown if you know his name?
A little-known officer named Cambronne.
What is the state of our flag?
It is in tatters, Cambronne.
Merde! And how many bullets do we have left?
We have none, Cambronne.
Merde! And how many corpses are there?
More than living soldiers, Cambronne.
Merde! But we are the last standing legion of French soldiers, and so we will fight on.
You got a little thing for Cambronne, Victor?
What? No. He's just a very noble soldier, commanding the last square of French forces, cannon all around him, the linstocks.
Linstocks?
Long poles with flames on the ends to light the cannon.
It's dark on the battlefield now, and I imagine that the flames look like tigers' eyes.
Oh, so the tigers, they come at night.
Yes, I just said that. Anyway, the cannon fire stops, and an English general shouts, "You've had a jolly good go, brave Frenchmen, but it's time to surrender."
To which Cambronne replied,
Merde!
Chapter 85.
Among those giants, there was one titan, Cambronne.
Victor Marie Hugo, you have a thing for Cambronne.
And so, what if I do? Just think about it. The battle that will decide the future of Europe, and he's the last officer standing, and he knows he's going to die, and he says, shit. It's quite remarkable.
Yeah, I don't mean to drag you. He seems like a pretty cool dude. Cool enough for a 2-chapter diversion.
But he said shit. I had to put it in there. I had to.
All right, Victor. Let's give Cambronne his send-off. Well, did you give them a chance to surrender?
I did. I said they had a jolly good go of it, but it's time to surrender.
And what did that officer say?
I do believe he said, shit.
Very amusing. Well, fire! Chapter 86.
And so we come to the inescapable conclusion that the Battle of Waterloo is an enigma.
Oh, wow, you're still talking about this.
I mean, he's right.
Victor, you can be right about all kinds of things. It doesn't mean you have to put every single one of them in a book.
Who is the true hero of Waterloo? Surely it must be the English soldiers.
Now he's going on about the English soldiers? I thought he was in love with Cambronne.
But the English soldiers were remarkable. And what about just how many soldiers died at Waterloo? It is a veritable graveyard, one of the worst massacres in military history.
It's just you're going on at such length. I feel like I'm forgetting what this book is about.
Well, then I will remind you what it's about. It is about humanity, brutality, about the lone man standing up against a system. But all that brutality doesn't define a nation, thank God. Germany doesn't need Waterloo to be Germany. It has Goethe. England doesn't need Waterloo to be England. It has Byron. It has Byron. And France has me. I'm sorry, what is that whispering? Can he hear me?
No, I don't think he can hear the voice of the author. He's a little too full of himself.
Oh, thank goodness. But wait, you're still making fun of me.
We've been doing this for 86 days, Victor. When have I not been making fun of you?
Excuse me? Aren't you marveling about the enigmatic nature of Waterloo?
What do you want to hear? Chapter 87. Well, since we're in this never-ending detour, what do you think about Waterloo, Victor? Was it a good thing or a bad thing?
Oh, it was undeniably a bad thing.
Well, Napoleon was like a dictator.
First, that is a very facile understanding of Napoleon.
Victor, this is a book of popular literature. You weren't writing a textbook about European history.
Yes, but too, and more importantly, while Napoleon was a tyrant, he was also the head of liberal France. And Waterloo and the defeat of Napoleon was counter-revolution by the European monarchies. And if you want to understand what revolution is, call it progress.
And if you want to understand what progress is, call it tomorrow, right?
That's right.
Okay, should we let him get back to it?
Yes, only 2 chapters left, and I have a little surprise waiting for you.
It's not about the Paris sewers, is it?
You'll see.
Chapter 88.
The end of dictatorship. A whole European system collapsed. And what did it lead to? A return to the divine right of kings.
And that's what Waterloo is? It's counter-revolution?
Yes and no. Yes, Napoleon was shipped off to St. Helena, and the monarchs of Europe met at the Congress of Vienna and reasserted themselves. And Napoleon died, as all men will die.
Victor, where are you going with this? This is an unusual way to wrap up this whole book.
Well, consider the graveyard of Waterloo itself. 60,000 men under our very feet, and it seems like it will be forgotten. You, whoever you are, you don't care about Waterloo. And perhaps rightly so. What do great men and battles and congresses matter when compared to the infinite?
Oh, he's getting real weird now. Maybe I shouldn't have been so harsh about the Waterloo chapters. I'm sorry, Victor.
Oh no, it's fine, really. When I think of infinity, what God really must be, I think of him looking down at an aphid jumping between blades of grass. But from that perspective, an aphid jumping between blades of grass is no different from an eagle soaring between the belfries of Notre Dame. And either way, in a blink of an eye, it's all gone. Just like this. All of this storm and cloud, this war, this peace, it's nothing in the eye of the infinite. That is what Waterloo is.
Man, Victor, you have a way of perfectly ending a book and then doing one more chapter.
I know, but I had to make room for the surprise.
Chapter 89. Listen, 1815 Victor, it's been great getting to know you, but I think I'll take the narration back.
Oh, of course. Before I go, though, if I might make a suggestion?
Please do.
You might want to return to the night of the battle.
Interesting. Yeah, let's do that. So it's the night after the Battle of Waterloo. The moonlight illuminates a field of corpses. And roaming in between the fires and the carnage, what do we find but looters?
Yes, what do we have here?
Yes, after the battle comes the looting. Victor calls these men, these vultures who are picking apart the corpses, not so much men as ghouls.
Hey, I am just trying to make a living here.
Oh, don't mind me, I'm just, it doesn't matter. What are you doing?
There's a very interesting looking corpse over here. Are you dead?
He seems mostly dead.
Let's see, what do you have? Oh, a Legion d'honneur. This will fetch a pretty penny.
Ugh, who is this guy?
Got a little purse. Ooh, and what a nice watch. I will just be taking this.
Ah!
Hello?
Oh, mon Dieu! You gave me such a fright. You know, it's very inconsiderate of you to be lying around like that and not be dead.
What? What's happened? Who won the battle?
The English, I'm afraid, but you cannot win them all. So, you feel okay? You think you're gonna make it? 'Cause I'm not sticking around. I've got, errands to run.
Yes, I think I will be alright. I was just tired. Thank you for saving me. There's a watch and a purse in my pockets. They're yours.
Oh, well, they seem to be gone already.
Some bastard looter must have robbed me.
Perhaps you could write an IOU.
Funny. Anyway, thank you again for saving my life. My name is Paul Merci, and you are?
You have the pleasure of knowing Sergeant Thénardier. Thénardier?
Bum, bum, bum.
Part 2. Book 2. Chapter 90.
Have you read Le Drapeau Blanc today? The story about the ex-convict Jean Valjean pretending to be a Mayor Madeleine? It is scandalous! And 500,000 francs out there, no one knows where.
You read Le Drapeau Blanc?
Yeah, and what do you read?
I only read Journal de Paris. And they covered this Jean Valjean scandal in much greater detail.
A bunch of useless extra detail. What could you possibly know?
Well, that it is 600,000 or 700,000 francs and not 500,000.
So they're off a little bit. They're rushing to get it at the press.
And also that this Valjean character took a common prostitute as his mistress.
Damn, and that's just the kind of shady stuff you would expect to see in the Drapeau Blanc.
And also that Montreuil-sur-Mer has descended into a capitalist hellscape.
Ah, yes, even though he is a criminal, this Valjean character cared for the community, and without him, it has led to competition and greed, loss of wages, and I think we can all agree that capitalism is bad.
Yes, even someone like you who reads Le Drapeau Blanc can understand that capitalism is bad.
Yes. Myself, a working-class man of the people, and you, a silver spoon, effete, silk stocking, never work a day in his life aristocrat. We both can agree that capitalism is bad.
Gentlemen, we all agree capitalism is bad.
Yes, of course. Let's focus on the most important thing. Gossip!
Yes. Where do you think he put the money?
And I would sure like to know about the hair and teeth on his mistress.
Chapter 91. So we're in the Paris suburbs, the area where the Thénardier's inn is. And in this area, the locals have a superstition that the devil roams the forest.
Yes, the devil roams the forest.
And buries treasure.
That doesn't make a lot of sense. It's just a fun superstition. Now go out and dig some holes.
You can probably guess where this is going. I have no idea why Victor thought it was necessary to give the locals of these suburbs, like, some kind of reason to be digging holes in the forest.
Honestly, I can't remember anymore.
Anyway, there's this guy, Boulatruelle. He buys into all these stories about buried treasure and is constantly in the woods, digging holes, trying to get his fortune.
Gold, I say.
No, we're not doing that. Why don't you dial that back about 95%?
All right. But
there is gold, I know it.
So while Boulatruelle is trying to find fortune that isn't in this forest,
I will find it.
he notices a stranger carrying a small box, and then the stranger leaves the forest with no box. And we all know what that means. That's right. And Boulatruelle happens to be friends with a Monsieur Thénardier. Yes, Boulatruelle, why don't you enjoy a bottle of wine on the house? Maybe 2, how about 3? Now tell me about what you saw in the forest.
Yes, this stranger, he came into the forest with a box, and he left without a box. And we all know what that means.
But you never found it.
I searched high and low. It is gone.
The devil must have taken it. Chapter 92. I read a very interesting article in Journal de Paris today. It wouldn't happen to be about the prisoner who drowned? Yeah, even us Drapeau Blanc people know about that. Ah, so you saw that prisoner saved a man's life on the Orion? Yeah. I'm told it is the talk of the town in Toulon. The prisoner asked for permission to escape and then took a hammer and destroyed his chains. Very strong working man. The kind of man who reads Le Drapeau Blanc, I think. Oh yes, I would not expect a Journal de Paris man would be in that kind of a situation. Did Le Drapeau Blanc carry the name of the prisoner? Just a number, 9430. Journal de Paris said his name was Jean Valjean.
Get out! I need to talk to Boulatruelle about this.
Part 2, Book 3, Chapter 93. It's Christmas 1823 in the Paris suburbs, and the specific place we're talking about is Montfermeil, which I didn't introduce until now because Montfermeil and Montreuil-sur-Mer are kind of similar sounding, and I didn't want to confuse things.
Who cares about that?
Not you, Victor, clearly. This chapter is just kind of setting the scene at the Thénardiers' inn. There's like a convivial bunch of people talking about the weather and the grape harvest and wine, because it's France, they're always talking about wine. Yes, the grapes must not be harvested too ripe or the wine will turn oily. Oily? Are you quite sure? That's what my mother always told me. If I was bad, she would give me oily wine. You don't think she was just putting oil in it, do you? We've got the Thénardiers' daughters, Eponine and Azelma. Hey girls.
Bonjour.
The Thénardiers have kept Cosette as a servant after Fantine passed away. Hi. Hey Cosette, how are you doing? Oh, I'm good. Just sitting here, seeing if they need me to fetch any water. They send you all the way down the hill at night in the freezing cold to fetch water? Well, there's no one else to do it. The Thénardiers have 2 other daughters, and what, are their legs broken? Excuse me, what are you doing talking to our servant? Yes, you better listen to my wife. She can be quite a pain in the you-know-what. Sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Actually, do you hear a baby crying? Is that your baby crying? I hear a baby crying. Oh, yes, that must be your son squalling. Why don't you see what he wants?
I can't be bothered with him.
Yeah, they seem like absolutely charming and delightful people. Victor closes the chapter out with an almost cinematic piece of foreshadowing that just behind Cosette there is a hook with a leather belt hanging from it. Yes, and Madame and I, we know how to use it, so why don't you just butt out of things that are not your business? And no eavesdropping, Cosette! I wouldn't dream of it. Chapter 94. Victor uses this chapter to give us a much more detailed portrait of the Thénardiers. And they're not great. Oh, come now, we operate this lovely inn, we take in these urchins off the street from their prostitute mothers. Yes, and what thanks do we get except having to feed another mouth, Cosette? Now, wife, clearly this man is just unfamiliar with the depths of our charity, which go all the way back to the Battle of Waterloo, I will tell you. I saved a general. Didn't you just, find a guy and, take all of his stuff?
And how do you know about that? Oh, I mean, that's a lie, a dirty lie.
Anyway, where is Cosette? There is water to fetch.
Yes, girl, where are you?
We'll leave them to their business. As Victor fleshes out the portraits of the Thénardiers, it becomes clear that Monsieur Thénardier is kind of similar to Félix Tholomyès. He's like kind of smart, but wants people to think he's really smart, and he's just like a con man in general. He's kind of like Félix Tholomyès 30 years on. Which is to say, he's genuinely kind of charming, but just a total piece of shit.
You could say that again.
Was that a Brita picture? Anyway, the other person that Victor sketches out is Madame Thénardier. You can probably see that she's just a very angry person, but we're actually gonna just leave it at that because the rest of the description for Madame Thénardier is pretty sexist and fatphobic. It's not very cool, Victor.
What? I was a product of my time.
We're not down with that excuse here. You could have been better.
Damn it. You're right.
It's sufficient to know that Madame Thénardier is just a rage monster and Monsieur Thénardier is a con man schemer. Madame Thénardier beats Cosette and Monsieur Thénardier extracts money out of her through various means. Not weird stuff. Nothing with, like, feet. Anyway, Victor describes the Thénardiers as a guile wedded to rage.
A terrible coupling.
Chapter 95.
Excuse me, are you the innkeeper?
Oh, that would be my husband, but what can I help you with? Some wine, perhaps? I also have a stew coming up.
That sounds great, but the thing I'm more concerned about is my horse. It hasn't been watered.
Oh, really now? And would you look at that? We're all out of water. Cosette!
No, I watered the horse. It had a whole bucket full.
You little liar! You go take the bucket and go to the cistern and refill the water!
But it's so dark outside, and that bucket is bigger than I am.
Enough out of you, Mademoiselle Dog. And take that money and buy some bread on your way back for this stew.
Fine.
Go on now, Mademoiselle Ugly Toad.
Wow, you are really mean to that girl. Do you know her?
Oh, she's just the help, and terrible at that.
She's a servant of yours? She doesn't look a day over 8 years old.
That's right.
Chapter 96.
Cosette! What are you doing? You're not on your way yet? Stop staring at that doll and get the water! Little monster she is!
Chapter 97. Cosette has rushed away from the inn after being yelled at by Madame Thénardier. As she moves through the streets of Montfermeil, there's fewer and fewer people, fewer and fewer lights, and she's feeling pretty scared.
You never know who you're gonna run into.
Like me, child? Be careful of the werewolves, little Alouetta.
What the hell? Why was she just standing there? Why did she say that? Why did you mention werewolves?
Au revoir, little Alouetta.
Oh, Cosette, this is not your night.
I know. But I'm here. Just have to get to the water, fill up the bucket, get back. Even though it's right at the edge of the forest. The dark, scary forest. Oh, why did she mention werewolves?
Come on, Cosette. You can do it. There's probably nothing to be afraid of out there.
Yeah, probably. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, look at you. You got the water.
Yeah, but it weighs so much. I can only move it like a foot at a time. It'll take me an hour to get back to the inn. Remember, I am 8.
Yeah, that's true. If only you had some help.
Excuse me, child. Could you use some help?
Chapter 98. So some stranger has emerged from the forest to help Cosette. I wonder who he could be.
I don't think you're actually wondering.
How perceptive of you, Victor. Well, let's rewind the clock to the beginning of the day and find ourselves in Paris. Louis XVIII is racing through the streets of Paris, returning back from doing whatever it is kings do. The king is returning from one of his daily excursions to Choisy-le-Roi. Now clear the streets, make way for the king.
There is a rather villainous-looking man. Better have him followed.
So the king's men follow this stranger through the streets of Paris until he gives them the slip. He eventually finds his way to a coachman.
Excuse me, sir. Do you have room on your coach for a traveler?
Well, just the seat next to me.
You can afford to pay your way all the way to Lagny?
Of course, whatever the fee is.
All right, so be it. Hop on board.
The coachman and the stranger make it as far as the outskirts of Montfermeil when he decides to stop.
Yes, and then the strangest thing happened. Even though he had paid to go all the way to Lagny, he's disappeared.
How very strange. The only place I could think he could be going is Montfermeil.
Yes, but what's there? Just a dusty old inn and that old scary forest.
Not to mention werewolves!
Oh, good heavens, what are you talking about?
Out of here, woman! No one wants to hear about your werewolves! Very sorry, sir. She's a bit touched. Ever since that incident with the silver ladle.
So the stranger makes it to the forest outside Montfermeil where Cosette has been getting the water, and he's, looking around, making sure that all the trees are, where they're supposed to be. It's also kind of remarkable that he doesn't run into Boulatruelle.
Yeah, but the werewolf lady told me that there were silver bullets hidden in a box in the monastery, and I had to check. I had to.
Oh, Boulatruelle, this was really not your night to not be digging holes in the forest.
Why? No! No!
Chapter 99.
My child, could I carry that bucket for you?
Sure.
Oh, this is quite heavy for a little lady of... How old are you?
I'm 8 years old. How old are you?
Oh, a little more than 8. So, where are we heading?
To the inn at Montfermeil. Do you know it?
No, but I guess that's where I'll be staying the night. Is that where your mother is?
I don't have a mother. Others do, but I don't. I think I never had one.
Child, look at me. What is your name?
Cosette.
I see.
Well, do you play much, Cosette?
Sometimes, when Eponine and Azelma let me.
And who are they?
Oh, they're Madame Thénardier's daughters.
You still live at the Thénardiers' inn, of course.
And speak of the devils, we're here.
Oh, yes. Actually, monsieur, could I have the bucket back? Madame will be very cross with me if she finds out I didn't carry it myself.
Cross, Well, anyway. Yes, of course. Thank you for letting me carry it, young lady.
Okay, weird old man.
Chapter 100.
And where have you been, child? You've taken forever!
I'm sorry, I'm back. And there's a man, he wants to stay the night.
And aren't you an interesting-looking old man? It will be 40 sous to stay the night.
In the stables.
Oh, of course, whatever it costs. And the stable is fine with me.
And you, child, where's that bread?
Oh, I must have forgotten it. And oh no, the coin. It must have fallen out in the forest.
You better not be saying what I think you're saying, little Alouetta. Do you not have that coin?
Oh, do you mean this? This'll roll right out of the girl's pocket.
Yes, this must be it.
You're so careless, Cosette. Now go do your chores.
And you, old man, what do you want for dinner?
Oh, just some bread and cheese, if you have it. Out of curiosity, what chores does the girl have?
She has 5 pairs of stockings to sew.
Interesting. And how much do you charge for stockings?
20 sous. Why?
I'll take the lot that she's working on, but she can finish it at her leisure.
So, little one, I think that means you have time to play.
What on earth is anyone to make of that man? Well, Cosette, I suppose you have no more chores for the evening. But you stay away from Eponine and Azelma's doll.
Yes, madame.
Cosette, stay right here.
Where is he off to now?
Little one, on our way back from the forest while you were carrying the water, I noticed that you were looking at this. Every little girl should have a doll of her own.
Madame, can I?
What is this nonsense?
Wife, what are you doing? The man is clearly rich. Suck up to him.
Oh, I mean, of course you can have it. Say thank you. Oh, it's so ungrateful, Cosette. It's very unbecoming in a young lady. Monsieur, the girl knows no manners, but me and my husband, oh, we thank you on her behalf. And of course she can have it.
Good, I'm glad that's settled. Now, about that bread and cheese.
So the stranger spent Christmas night dining on his simple meal in the inn of the Thénardiers. Monsieur Thénardier insisted that the stranger have the finest room in the inn, and there he lay his head until 2 in the morning when he crept out to check on the room where all the girls slept. Eponine and Azelma in their comfortable beds, and Cosette in a little cubbyhole. It was tradition at the time for children to leave their shoes out in the fireplace so a fairy could leave a Christmas present in them. Eponine and Azelma had nice silver coins waiting in their shoes, but Cosette, nothing.
Merry Christmas, Cosette.
Chapter 101.
So, husband, how much should we charge Monsieur Fancy Pants for the room?
For the room? The room, I think, 10 francs. But there are so many other charges he has accrued while he was here, no?
Other charges? Like what?
Oh, come now. The dinner, the candle, the fire in his room, and, the service.
Oh, I see. Well, husband, that sounds like 25 francs.
Now you're thinking like an innkeeper. Oh, monsieur, we were just speaking about you. Bonjour.
Bonjour, how much do I owe you? And I'm taking that girl.
Well, there is 10 francs for their room and 3 francs for their fire. Not now, wife, just write up a bill. What are you talking about, take the child?
Well, you mentioned you took her off the street and she's clearly costing you so much money. I'd be happy to take her off your hands. In fact, I insist.
Husband?
Where's that bill? I'm sorry, monsieur, but this takes me aback. You see, the fact is, I adore that child. Yes, Cosette is very important to this family, you see. We've raised her since she was a baby. And while you would be doing us and her a tremendous favor, it would also rip our hearts out.
Really now, is there anything that might change your mind about that?
Well, 1,500 francs. That would go a long way towards mending our broken hearts.
Fine. The money's yours. I bought some new clothes for Cosette. After she changes into them, we'll be leaving. Forever. So this is goodbye, Thénardier.
Oh, yes. Adieu. I never did catch your name.
I never gave it.
Chapter 102.
All right, husband, I have this bill.
Bill? We don't need a bill for 25 francs. I just got 1,500 francs from that man. All I had to do was give him Cosette.
But who will make the stockings? And fetch the water? And 1,500 francs? The man casually laid out 50 francs for a doll.
Oh, maybe I could have gotten 15,000 francs. All right, wife. I will go stop him.
Wait, monsieur, whatever your name is. Cosette isn't going with you. Only her mother can give that permission. And she is dead.
Oh, like this kind of permission? Thénardier, you will give Cosette to the man with this letter, Fantine.
That's her signature, all right. And the stamp for people with just one name. Who the devil is this man?
I'm your worst nightmare.
What was that?
Come along, Cosette. Chapter 103.
All right, I've got a surprise.
A surprise? Victor, we haven't been teasing it at all. What is the surprise?
The stranger is Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean was not dead. It was him the whole time.
Wow, Victor. How do you do it?
I don't even know myself.
Part 2, Book 4, Chapter 104.
Do you know the word gentrification?
How do you know the word gentrification?
I looked it up recently.
You can look things up?
I've got a lot of free time. Anyway, there's a particular neighborhood in Paris, the old Marché aux Chevaux neighborhood.
That's where Jean Valjean and Cosette are going.
Well, we're not there yet. In any event, after the arrival of a train station, that neighborhood changed completely.
A tale as old as time, Victor. It turned from a spot on the map to a city?
That's right, exactly. Around the time when Jean Valjean and Cosette could have gone there, it was kind of a dangerous neighborhood.
Oh, that's right. It's the one with the Gorbeau tenement house.
Yes, and there's a very interesting story about how it got that name. You see, in the 1770s, there were 2 lawyers, and one of them was called Corbeau. And, hello? Hello? Where have you gone? Am I just here by myself? How do I turn this off?
Chapter 105.
I can't believe it's already been 9 months since your mother passed away. Well, sleep now, Cosette.
Coming, madame. Where's my broom?
Well, I don't know about any brooms, but there's breakfast.
Wow. So it's true. Is this a nice place? And what about Paris? It must be very large. And the Thénardiers, are they close?
Easy, Cosette. There'll be plenty of time for questions later.
Right. I think this is a nice place.
It wasn't a nice place. At best, the Gorbeau tenement was a hovel, but any place away from the Thénardiers and the endless chores they had Cosette do was a nice place. In fact, at that moment it occurred to her,
Do I have to sweep?
No. You have to play.
Chapter 106. Cosette and Jean Valjean are settling in nicely at the Gorbeau tenement. It's a large, ramshackle building. The ground floor is like market stalls. Nobody else in the entire building except for one person.
Yes, that would be I, the principal tenant.
Oh, that sounds fancy. What does that mean?
It means I'm the doorkeeper. And I keep the house for those new tenants, the old man and his daughter.
You sound skeptical?
It's just he is quite a bit older than her, and no mother. But stranger things have happened. And oh, you can tell that he loves her so. To teach her to read and to let her play, it seems to be his whole life. He strikes me as a man who didn't have much to live for until a child came into his life.
Oh, so you like them?
We'll see.
Chapter 107.
So where are you from?
Montfermeil.
And your father?
Montfermeil?
Do you not know?
I can't really remember. It's all starting to get fuzzy.
Well, what about your mother? Where is she? Is she alive?
I don't know. I think I never had a mother. And maybe other people raised me. I don't know. It's almost like I just woke up from a dream.
But you must remember, think harder.
Good afternoon, ladies.
Ah! You scared the devil out of me. Don't sneak up on people like that. Especially not the principal tenant.
Ah, my apologies, madame. Oh, and could you do me a favor and exchange this 1,000 franc note?
I have only seen 2 of these in my life.
Oh, yes, it's my 6-month revenue stipend. Chapter 108. While Jean Valjean and Cosette have been settling in nicely at the Gorbeau tenement, Jean Valjean is being diligent and careful. He is doing his best to hide his extensive wealth from the doorkeeper.
Oh, but I know what's going on.
Yikes. And he doesn't go out during the day at all. He only goes out at night. And when Jean Valjean goes out at night, oftentimes he passes by an old beggar.
Can you spare some change?
And obviously being the acolyte of Monseigneur Bienvenu that Jean Valjean is, he gives him a sou. By the way, we've used the word sou a whole lot in this series. A sou is a very small amount of money. It's a coin, kind of like a penny, but in terms of monetary value, it would be like $1 probably.
We don't have sous anymore.
No, well, we never had sous in this country.
Yeah, I know. But France doesn't have sous?
No, they use this pan-European currency called the euro now.
What?
Well, you'll just have to look that up in your free time, Victor. So one evening when Jean Valjean goes by this old beggar, things go down a little differently. He has his head bowed in prayer, and Jean Valjean just puts a little sou in his hand. And just for one moment, they lock eyes.
I'm mad. I'm dreaming. Impossible.
Jean Valjean races home to make sure that everything is okay with Cosette. We're fine.
Quiet now, Cosette. I think I hear someone. Just get into bed and don't make a peep.
Shh. Valjean stays up all night, certain that someone has been listening outside his door.
Madame, was there someone else in the tenement last night?
Oh yes, a new tenant, not a principal tenant like myself, but a man of means like you.
Cosette, we are leaving. Gather your things quietly. We must not make a sound.
And they are almost successful in doing that.
But just as they're leaving the room, a coin drops out of Jean Valjean's hands. I really hope this is just paranoia.
Part 2, Book 5, Chapter 109.
I miss Paris.
What are we doing now, Victor?
Well, this section is all about Jean Valjean and Cosette escaping Paris. And I thought a lot about their route through the city, and it just takes me back.
Yeah, I saw that footnote about you going into exile after Louis Napoleon's coup d'etat. That must have been difficult for you, Victor. But you do go back in 1870.
Oh, I guess that's something to look forward to. On the other hand, it's already happened. This is very confusing.
Not unlike Jean Valjean and Cosette's confusion on the Paris streets. I appreciate the attempt at a segue, but I didn't like it. Alright, whatever. Jean Valjean and Cosette are on the Paris streets, zigging and zagging. This chapter is literally called a zigzag strategy. While they're zigging and zagging, Jean Valjean has the thought,
Do we really even need to be doing this? I don't know if that was Javert. And if it was Javert, how would he know it was me? I'm dead.
Dead? Oh, it's just an expression. Anyway, come on, let's get...
Step back into this archway where we won't be seen.
What is it?
3 men following us. I think I recognize one of them. He's just about to step out into the moonlight.
and as the man's face was illuminated by the moonlight, Jean Valjean recognized Javert.
with absolute certainty.
Chapter 110.
Stay close, Cosette. We just need to cross this bridge.
Was it Javert?
I don't know who that is. And are you sure anyone's following us? You seem a little paranoid.
Well, better paranoia than the prison hulks.
Excuse me! The passage on this bridge is too soon. You can't just waltz through here.
All right. Good Lord, take your money.
Thank you, strange old man and little child with her doll. I'll remember you. Am I crazy or is this not going great?
Well, you're not
wrong. And oh my God, it's those men again.
Yes, 4 shadowy figures had just started to cross the bridge.
And that will be 4 sous.
Okay, take it up with them. I'm not crossing the bridge, I'm just narrating.
All right, but I've got my eye on you.
Chapter 111.
I hate to say it, but I'm getting kind of tired. Maybe we could just turn around?
Impossible, child. Javert is back there. I will carry you. Now, which way? Left or right? Right.
Jean Valjean was familiar with these streets. To the left was a more populated area, so he was going to the right. And then coming to the next junction...
Is someone saying something?
Ooh, maybe we should be a little more quiet.
Ah, the tables have turned.
Shut up. Anyway, I don't want him to get caught. I'm happy to whisper for a minute. He can find his way without any narration.
Well, while we're here, we could talk about the changing nature of the neighborhood. You see, I've been reading these very interesting articles about gentrification, and boy, does that describe what happened to Paris. Shh, I think something's happening. Someone at the end of this alley. Posted here. By Javert, no doubt. Damn it! What's he gonna do? To go on is to run into that man. To go back was to run straight into Javert. It's a desperate moment. The kind of moment where someone's character comes out, I think. You think? You wrote this? Yes, I did. It was not a compliment. Shh.
Chapter 112.
All right, Cosette. How are we going to get out of this one? Well, to begin with, we must thoroughly describe this particular street.
We're not doing that. We're absolutely not doing that, Victor.
But people might have been to this street. If we describe it very well,
Then what? Then they'll know that we described it really well? They'll remember the street? Victor, we're in the middle of this kind of thrilling chase.
kind of.
Well, it's hard to be thrilling when we're taking a whole page to describe a street.
All right, well, how do you want to do it?
Let's just check back in on Jean Valjean and Cosette.
I've got it. This building, it has lead rainwater pipes, which surely will never cause any problems.
Mm-hmm.
I could climb up these pipes, then we'll go right around the guard that's posted.
Okay, can I give you a little feedback?
Sure.
Okay, well, first of all, we don't know that that's a guard. It's just some guy who's standing there. Secondly, these pipes seem to be peeling away from the side of the building. I don't think that they could support your weight. Third, all of the windows have bars on them. I don't think you could get into this building even if you could climb it. And fourth, how am I gonna get up there? I'm 8.
Well, that was good feedback.
But time was passing. He had to act quickly.
Actually, Cosette, if we stay against this wall, we'll stay in the shadows, and there appear to be 2 gates down there.
Seems promising.
All right. This one is locked, and I don't think I can force it. But this one... Oh, no.
What's wrong?
This isn't a gate. This is just paneling along the side of this house. What are we gonna do? I do not know.
Chapter 113.
We're so close. We just have to get over this wall. It's not even that high. I could shimmy up this by myself, but what do we do about you, little one?
What you need is a rope.
A rope. Yes. Weren't there streetlights on the way here?
Okay, this bears a little explanation. Victor was writing in the 1860s, which was before electric lights, but not before gas lighting. But Victor was writing about the turn of the 19th century when there was not gas lighting, there were actual torches that had to be lit. The way those streetlights worked was kind of like flagpoles. They had to lower down the torch, light it on the ground, and then they raised it back up with
A rope from the streetlights. That's genius, Father.
Father. All right, let's do this.
This is totally gonna work. Wait a minute. Do you hear that?
It's Javert. He's brought the regiment with him. We have to move quickly.
Wow, I can't believe you climbed that so fast. You're like 90.
You're crediting me a few more decades than I've earned, Cosette. Now grab this.
We made it. Oh, and it's a long way down on the other side.
Nonsense. You get on my back, slide down this gentle roof, and there's a tree to break our fall. We'll be easy.
Why do you seem to know so much about escaping things?
That is a topic for another time. Now grab on. 1, 2, 3.
Chapter 114. Chapter 115.
I'm going to take a look around. Will you be all right by yourself?
Yes, Father. I think so.
You look a little tired, young one. Careful not to fall asleep. I don't think we're out of danger yet.
I won't fall asleep, Father. Catherine will keep me busy.
All right. If anything happens, Catherine, you're on first watch. Now, what is this place?
Isolated from Paris, ethereal music. Maybe I could see inside that window.
What is that? A person lying on the ground? Is that a rope around their neck? I don't think we should be here. I should get back to Cosette. Surely that has nothing to do with Javert, but I want no part of it. Cosette? Thank you for watching over her.
Chapter 115. So there Jean Valjean and Cosette were. The chase seems to have abated, they have found a place of refuge, and in that moment, Jean Valjean realized something. He perceived the truth, that the bedrock of his life from now on would be Cosette.
Oh my. You're quite cold. Here, child. We need to find some actual shelter and warmth soon. What's that ringing I hear?
Chapter 117. Yeah, I'm with Jean Valjean. What is that bell?
Is that attached to a man? This place gets stranger and stranger. Well, he's my only hope. Excuse me, monsieur!
Oh my God, where did you come from?
I am so sorry for startling you, monsieur, and I know that this will seem strange, but I will give you 100 francs if you would spare some shelter for me and my child.
And in that moment, the man looked at Jean Valjean, really looked at him, and realized who he was, and he said,
Oh, it is you, Mère Madeleine.
Excuse me?
Do you not remember Père Fauchelevent? You saved my life from that cart that was crushing me to my death?
I'm sorry, that doesn't ring a bell.
Oh, you are always funny, Monsieur le Maire.
Didn't even realize I was making a pun there. And I don't know you.
No, you do. The cart, it rolled down the hill, and it was crushing me, and you lifted it off of me, and Javert was there, and the nuns, they took me in, and you gave me 1,000 francs to start a new life in Paris. Do you not remember that? How much money do you have that you can give away 1,000 francs and not remember the man you gave it to? Fauchelevent, say my name!
I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree.
I can't believe this.
I'm sorry, what is the bell for?
Oh, well, I was out here covering up the melons.
How is this starting stranger than the bell?
No, it will all make sense. I am the gardener, you see, and I was covering up the melons so they do not get frost on them, and I always wear the bell to keep the women away. It's very simple.
Keep the women away? What is this place?
You're denser than I thought, Mère Madeleine. Anyway, if you haven't guessed yet, this is a convent. The Petit Picpus convent.
Petit Picpus. So that was the Rue Saint-Antoine. Of course! The convent! The court! I remember you now. Having one of those old age moments, I guess.
I should say, I can't believe you couldn't remember your good old friend Fauchelevent.
Let's not go too far, Fauchelevent. Anyway, could you spare some shelter for me and my child?
Oh, of course, I have a little hut with 3 rooms. It will be perfect. You could have a little wine, a little cheese, and you could tell me how you got here?
Fauchelevent, I saved your life. This will be a small repayment for that. I ask you only 2 things. 1, you don't tell anyone about me and my daughter. And 2, you don't ask me any questions.
Well, that's comprehensive. But of course, anything for you, Monsieur le Maire.
Excellent, Fauchelevent.
Now he knows my name.
Chapter 118.
We were so lucky to be taken in by Père Fauchelevent.
Yes, Cosette. And everything seems to have worked out for the best. I wonder if it really was Javert. I guess we'll never know.
It was Javert.
Monsieur Inspector,
Yes?
I thought you'd want to know the Paris police have apprehended a Jean Valjean.
Really? So the law's finally caught up to you, Jean Valjean. Well, good. I can put him out of my mind forever.
Monsieur Inspector,
Yeah?
the papers have just reported that Jean Valjean has drowned.
Drowned. What a terrible way to die. Wow. Then it's really over for Jean Valjean. There's no escape from that place. Definitely putting him out of my mind forever.
Monsieur Inspector.
Is it something about Jean Valjean?
Indirectly, do you remember the Thénardiers?
Yes! Closet's adoptive parents.
I think it's Cosette, and in any event, she has disappeared.
And so recently after Jean Valjean's supposed death, it's probably nothing. But
What did the man look like, Madame Thénardier? Be specific.
I am so sorry, Inspector Javert. One of the guests needs Madame. Just one moment.
We can't tell him anything about Cosette and the man. How will I explain the money he gave us? Just shuffle along. I'll take care of Inspector What's-His-Name.
Is everything all right, Monsieur Thénardier?
Oh, yes. One of our very important guests wanted to discuss the stew with my wife. She has a very secret recipe.
All right, and what about Closet?
I think you mean Cosette? And it was her grandfather who took her. We were so upset to see her go, and I just wasn't in my right mind when I filed that police report. You understand.
grandfather. What's his name?
Guillaume Lambert.
Guillaume Lambert. All right. Well, thank you, Monsieur Thénardier.
Of course, Inspector. Oh, and if you want to know the secret ingredient, I will tell you. It's love and rat meat. Monsieur Inspector?
Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna pretend to be that old beggar and confirm if it's Jean Valjean or not. If it's him, I'll tail him back to his residence and observe his routine. And then we'll get a regiment of the Paris police and apprehend him.
Sounds good, Monsieur Inspector. Oh, he's got crazy eyes.
All right, men. He has to be in the alley. I've got you now, Jean Valjean.
There's no one here, sir. Just this bit of rope. You can't hide forever, Jean Valjean.
Part 2, Book 6, Chapter 119. So how are you enjoying the story of Les Misérables so far? I think we're getting very likable, very interesting, well-rounded characters. We even had that great bit of action with the long chase in the last book, and very cool that the perspective shifted to Javert.
What are you doing? That's not what this chapter is about.
Yeah, I'm just checking in with the audience because they don't know what we know. Have you been enjoying getting to know Cosette and Jean Valjean and seeing the depths of Javert's obsession? Well, you can put that on the back burner for the next 19 chapters. This whole book is going to be a long description of the history and the organization of the Petit Picpus convent. And the next book, Part 2, Book 7, is a long rant about convents. Some translations don't even include Part 2, Book 7. Victor's editor wanted it cut, and it's literally called a parenthesis.
Yeah, but who remembers my name and who remembers his?
Yeah, you're the real winner here, Victor. So this chapter is actually a sort of interesting, mysterious chapter. It describes a unknown person making their way through a labyrinth into the center of the convent. And we find out that that person is really a hypothetical person. It's us, because we're going into the convent. We're going to be learning about this convent. Victor even does this weird, like, Dateline teaser at the end of the chapter. He says,
Although this was the most closed of all convents, we are going to try to enter it and take the reader inside.
cool. So take all those cool characters and situations that we've been building up for the past 118 chapters and put them in your pocket. We're not going to see them again for about 3 weeks. I don't know why the Waterloo chapters and the Paris sewer chapters have such a reputation and the convent chapters don't. This is crazy.
I'm excited.
You are one mad Frenchman, Victor. Chapter 120. All right, let's get into this convent talk. In order to do this, I think we're going to need another character, so younger Victor.
Oh, hello! Not in Belgium anymore.
That's right, we're talking about the Petit Picpus convent in Paris.
Ah, yes, the Bernardine convent, founded on the precepts of Martin Verga. I know it well.
Of course you do.
Hey, if you got something to say, say it to say it to our face.
What's that? Interested to know more about the convent?
Yes, very interested. What's the deal?
Well, after the Carmelite nuns, who walk barefoot and never sit down, the Bernardine nuns are the most strict.
Strict how?
Well, the Bernardine nuns strictly don't eat meat, they fast for the entirety of Lent, they never bathe, they don't brush their teeth, and they will not be in the presence of any man except the Archbishop of the diocese.
What?
Actually, there is one other, the gardener.
As long as he is an old man and has the bell. Yeah, of course. I'm sorry, they don't bathe and they don't brush their teeth.
That's right, they don't bathe. Very sinful.
And toothbrushing?
Bernardines have a saying, the toothbrush is the first step on the ladder to hell.
Even you can barely get that out. That's so extreme.
Well, you're gonna have to take that up with Martin Verga. This all goes back to him. He had a lot of unusual ideas. There's perpetual adoration.
Yes, each nun for 1 hour a day prays to the Virgin Mary. It's kind of like in that movie, The Nun.
I don't know what that is. The nuns also do a prayer called reparation.
Oh yes, very extreme. They pray for 12 hours with a rope around their neck, and if they run out of prayer juice, they sprawl out on the floor like Jesus on the crucifix. Why do you keep doing the bell?
In case there are any nuns around. You never know if there's a nun on the run. Lastly, they tend to pick names that are relevant moments from the life of Christ and not names to venerate saints.
Like Sister Nativity.
Sure, absolutely. Mère Nativité, Mère Passion, etc.
They can pick names of the saints, but you can tell the senior nuns in the prioress doesn't like it.
Yes, it is also an oddly democratic organization. The prioress, the head nun, is elected by the senior nuns for a 3-year term, and she can serve 3 of them in a row.
Okay, now I feel like you're just flexing on these facts, Victor. Anything else we should know? The nuns had a crypt built under the convent, but the government does not allow coffins to be buried there. The nuns are very salty about it.
Are you gonna ring it?
Chapter 121. Well, that is some wild, extreme stuff, Victor.
Yes, and there's more.
Oh, I don't think we need to...
The Bernardine nuns accept no widows. Visitation is tightly controlled, and visitors can only speak to the nuns through a screen. And they perform secret mortifications in their cells at night that they never speak of.
Is this all true, Victor? This sounds kind of far-fetched.
Look it up. It's all true. Every word of it.
Well, and how did you learn about it, Victor?
Heard about it from a guy.
What's that?
Oh, just telling my friend how incredible all of this is. It's remarkable what these women go through. Yes, and not just the nuns, but the little girls, too. Little girls?
Ah, yes. At the time when this story takes place, a boarding school was attached to the convent.
Oh, interesting. They accept young women?
Exclusively.
Young women like Cosette, I would imagine. And boy, are the nuns tough on them.
What now?
Chapter 122.
Despite the strict conditions at the boarding school, the young women do seem to enjoy themselves.
And the nuns love the little girls, too. The little scamps, they're always saying the darndest things. Oh, yeah? Like what? Oh, so many examples come to mind. So, this one time, a little girl looked up at a nun, and she said, "Oh, sister, I only have to be here for 9 more years. Isn't that a blessing?" That sounds like a cry for help. Oh, I'm just not telling it well. You had to be there.
Oh, what about the houses? Those are pretty cute.
Oh, yes, so cute. The girls have different houses that they belong to based on the different corners of the refectory that they sit in for mealtimes. It's like Harry Potter.
Why do you know about movies?
Alright, what are the names of the houses?
Let's see, there's Cricket, Caterpillar, Spider, and Woodlouse.
Those are weird names. Why are they named that?
They're named after the creatures that the girls find most commonly in that corner of the refectory.
You're not painting a great picture here, team.
All right. How about this cute little song that the girls sing? Somebody used a truncheon, it was Punch who hit the cat with it.
We gotta do something about this. We gotta get those girls out of there. Chapter 123.
Now, yes, I understand that the nuns' treatment of the girls in the boarding house might seem a little extreme. But honestly, the worst the punishments get is having to clean the floor if they're not completely silent at mealtime.
I guess cleaning the floor doesn't sound too bad, but God, they have to be completely silent? Fauchelevent, you look like you have something you want to say.
Well, they do have to clean the floor with their tongue.
We can't let Cosette go here, we can't!
Who said anything about Cosette? Now let me tell you something that has no bearing on the story we are relating and no connection to it whatsoever.
When he gets like this, I think it's best to just let him go.
So once upon a time, there was a mysterious woman who lived in the convent, and she wasn't a nun, and her name was Madame Albertine.
Yes, a very mysterious woman. No one knew what to make of her.
And at the same time, there was a very attractive priest who came to the convent frequently. His name was Monsieur de Rohan.
Oh yes, all of the girls were in love with him. He was like that sexy priest in the Exorcist TV show.
Why do you know about pop culture things?
Yes, in any event, one day Monsieur de Rohan was preaching at the convent, and Madame Albertine saw him and said, "Well, I never! Auguste!" Like she knew him before he was a priest, and must have been on good terms to know his first name.
That is the whole story?
Yeah. Who must she have been? So mysterious.
Right. So who was she?
Oh, hard to say.
Yes, but the girls, they just loved him, like Andrew Scott in Fleabag.
Is the bell giving him powers, or am I just bored?
Chapter 124.
Let's see, what other tidbits do we know about Petit Picpus?
Oh, the little convent.
Oh, of course! How have we not talked about the little convent yet?
The little convent?
Yes, it's actually where Madame Albertine was staying. We can get back to her later if you want.
I don't?
Anyway, Petit Picpus has the main convent and the little convent.
Yes, it is a smaller building that is open to nuns from orders that have failed and generally displaced women who need a place to stay.
Kind of like religious refugees.
Okay, what does this have to do with anything?
As I said, that is where Madame Albertine was staying, and that's where, what's her name?
Madame de Genlis.
That's it, Madame de Genlis. Oh, what a controversial figure. When she arrived, all the nuns were abuzz, for Madame de Genlis had written novels.
And that was bad.
Oh, very much so. Being a woman novelist in this day and age is like saying the link is in the bio. You know what I'm saying?
We're gonna come back to this at some point.
Oh, and then Madame Vaccarmani.
Oh yes, Madame Vaccarmani, what a hoot!
What's a Vaccarmini?
Oh, it's a pun in Italian. This particular woman made a very loud noise when she blew her nose.
It would be like calling her Madame Sneezy Weezy.
Guys.
Or Madame Achoo.
Guys.
No, I don't think that's quite right. More like Madame Loud Booger, something with booger.
Guys! What is the point of this?
Oh, yes. What were we talking about? Madame Albertine?
No.
Oh, yes. The layout of Petit Picpus. There are many different buildings on the campus, as it were.
Yes, you may have been confused, for example, when we were talking about Monsieur Sexy Priest.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You said that the nuns could only be in the presence of the archbishop.
Yes, and I am correct about that. The grounds of Petit Picpus have the convent, the little convent, the boarding school, and a shared church. The church is open to the nuns, the women of the little convent, the boarding school, and even to the general public. Yes, and the sisters have a special corridor that leads straight from the convent to the church. And when they get there, they sit in the choir area that is cordoned off with screens. That way they are always hidden. So you see, I was correct. Hello, are you paying attention?
It seems like a normal bell.
Chapter 125. I think we're almost done describing the structure of the convent.
Oh, thank God.
Almost, but not quite. Perhaps we should go through the entire roster of all of the major sisters.
You can't be serious.
There's obviously the prioress, Mère Innocente, and the sub-prioress, Mère
He's not
Cineres.
seriously gonna list every single one.
Have you met him before?
Isn't there anything we can do?
Oh, I know something. Mère Saint-Annoncion, Mère Saint-Augustin. Ah, Madame de Genlis' sequence.
I take it back, that bell is magic.
I don't know from magic, but it was able to change the subject. Yes, to bell sequences. You see, the nuns of Petit Picpus have taken vows of silence. So while all of the humans in the convent are silent, objects must speak for them. And so the convent developed a clever paging system, where every person on the grounds is assigned a sequence of numbers, and if that sequence rings through the church bells, they know that they are summoned to the parlor. So 4 bells and 4 bells was Madame de Genlis' sequence. That's right, and 1 was the prioress, 2 was the sub-prioress, etc. They also used bell sequences to signal important events, so 6 bells then 5 was the beginning of class. Yes, and so the students would never say they were going to class, they would say they are going 6-5.
Man, there's just been memes and slang forever, huh?
This is a surprise to you?
No, Victor, but I am hanging on to what you're doing here by a single thread. Do not let it snap.
I guess modern audiences just don't have any patience anymore.
Alright, Victor, you want to go there? How about we talk about how gossipy all these chapters are?
Well, what's that supposed to mean? I'm just relating reality.
Yeah, you, Victor, you're describing the loud-nosed nun. You're saying the prioress had a dreadful singing voice. That's you!
Could this be revealing a flaw in my character?
Should we return to the roster?
I need to think about this.
Such was this peculiar house.
In 1847.
Chapter 126. And finally, Sister Saint Michel, whose long nose made the girls laugh. Oh, so we're finally done with our gossipy list. I would call it a catalog of eccentricities.
Alright, whatever. What's next?
Well, perhaps we should describe the physical layout.
Oh, but wait a minute.
Yes, we kind of already did that. The convent, the little convent, the school, and the church. Oh, yes, that's right. Oh, then perhaps bell sequences. Have we done bell sequences?
Yeah, 10-4, good buddy.
Well, there must be something I can tell you. Oh, I know, the roads.
The roads?
Yes, there are roads around the convent, and they are important too. They are not important, but they do have the unusual characteristic of essentially being a moat around the convent, separating it from the rest of Paris. Yes, and maybe we should go through all their names. There's the Rue Droit Mur. No. All right, fine. Although it is perhaps worth noting,
Go on.
all of these streets were among the most ancient in Paris.
Okay, so we've got Jean Valjean and Cosette hiding out from Javert in this convent that's totally separated from the rest of Paris. It's full of silent nuns and all these wacky characters with all their weird eccentricities. This could be a show, right?
It could be prestige television.
This is really interesting. This could be really fun. There's like all kinds of opportunities for drama and comedy. Is this what the next part is about?
What now?
Is this what the next part is going to be about? We're going to see Cosette and Jean Valjean in this new milieu?
No, something even better. A diatribe about convents.
Did someone say a diatribe about convents?
Chapter 127.
Would you allow us another small digression?
I mean, why not? We're here, right?
Do you know the story of the old woman from Picardy?
I do not.
Well, there was a very old woman who lived in the little convent, and she was 100 years old. A centenarian. Quite so. Now, unlike the nuns, women in the little convent could keep personal objects. She jealously guarded something for decades.
What was it?
You would think it must be a holy book, or a priceless rosary, or maybe even a relic. But no. It was a fun little dish with cupids on it in comical poses. Kind of reminds reminds me of the birdcage.
That's it? A dish? You never know what people are going to care about.
She also spoke of the 4 wines.
Ah, yes!
What are the 4 wines?
Whenever a famous man would go through Burgundy or Champagne, the city fathers would give them 4 different wines in silver goblets.
In the goblets, they were inscribed monkey wine, lion wine, sheep's wine, and hog's wine.
What on earth could that mean?
Well, legend has it it's the 4 stages of intoxication of the drunkard. Merriment,
Ill temper,
dullness,
and the brutishness, which is hard to say in this accent.
Chapter 128. Perhaps now we should describe perpetual adoration, an unusual practice for an eccentric convent.
I do not know about this. I would like to know.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Oh, okay. So, 200 years before our story takes place, 2 churches were vandalized in Paris. The altars, the blessed sacraments, were desecrated.
How terrible.
Did they find out who did it?
No, that's not what's important. What is important is that 2 nuns were not at all satisfied with the solemn ceremony that was meant to sanctify those churches. They believed that perpetual adoration of the Blessed Sacrament was now required. There shouldn't be 1 minute of the day when a sister of the church was not praying in front of that altar. And so, they did it.
And that's how Petit Picpus was founded.
No, it is a completely different order.
So that story has nothing to do with Petit Picpus.
Well, they were inspired by that story, so it's indirectly relevant. Isn't it fun to learn?
Chapter 129.
So here we are, the Petit Picpus convent, in decline since the Restoration, like all religious orders.
Yes, that's true. There were over 100 nuns here 40 years ago.
And 15 years ago, there were only 28. In 1847, the prioress was not even 40 years old.
What does that matter? 40 is quite young for a senior nun. It means there was not much choice.
Yes, time marches on, and leaves us all behind. In these days, the convent doesn't even educate young girls.
So when we return to the story of Jean Valjean and Cosette, they're living on borrowed time in the convent.
Yes, in my time, I have seen much demolition in France. And it can be a good thing, but only if reconstruction follows.
Exactly. And so, given the story that we're telling, I couldn't leave this by the wayside, even if only some are edified by it.
I hear you, Victor. It's Waterloo all over again.
Yes, Waterloo in miniature.
Do you know what Petit Picpus means?
No. Petit means little.
Yes, and Picpus comes from the word for flea bite.
Little flea bite. Reminds me of the houses that the girls have. Man, Victor, you do these digressions, and I think I don't care about them. And I probably don't. But they're always a little sad.
Yes, but this is a sad story.
Here.
Yeah. Time to move on?
Victor.
It's just that convents pose a complicated
Oh,
question.
for crying out loud.
These
guy, you think he's his own personal podcast.
Even I think he needs to shut up, and I'm him.
Part 2. Book 7. Chapter 130.
So now we must discuss the convent as an abstract idea.
Victor, do you want to have a seat? You've been standing for a while.
Oh, sure. These discussions can become tiring.
Of course, I hear you.
I think I got this. So, Victor, you seem to be having a lot of thoughts and feelings.
Yes, that's true. This book that I'm working on, it's about everything. It's about the infinite. And so, perhaps I struggle with not writing about everything if I'm working on a book about everything.
Yeah, of course.
And during this time period, convents were a really important part of religious practice and the infinite. I get what you're doing there.
You do?
I do. I hear you, Victor.
Oh, that's such a relief to hear. I worry so much that people won't understand.
You know, Victor, that sounds like it could be very lonely.
Yes, it does sound that way. Am I lonely?
Something to think about. But I'm afraid our time is up.
Oh, okay. That sounds good.
You therapied him.
Yeah, I think he just needs to feel like he's being heard.
But careful, you'll end up like Gabriel Byrne in that in-treatment show. You'll need your own therapist.
Are we ever going to get to the bottom of why you know things?
It's a puzzlement. Chapter 131.
Oh, Victor, you're back. How are you feeling today?
Not well. All of this discussion of convents and monasteries reminds me of a trip that I took.
Is that a bad memory?
Yes, it haunts me.
Go with that. What do you remember?
I took a tour of the Villers Abbey.
The architecture was beautiful, the church sublime. But then, around the back, there was prison cells for monks. So small a man couldn't stand up in it. Next to the latrines, I couldn't fathom that a person would live there.
And seeing that, how did it make you feel?
That monasteries are detestable. Religious orders are not for this century. Anything that holds back the human spirit is bad, and this was very bad.
The way you're talking about this, it almost sounds like you hold yourself responsible.
What? No, I have nothing to do with the Catholic Church.
Oh, of course, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that you seem to hold yourself responsible for changing the world. That because monasteries and convents still exist, you need to do something about it.
Yes, we all need to do something about it. But you are right. It does weigh heavily on me. And I know that I have a platform. And I need to use that platform to educate people, to do good.
I wonder if there's something in your past that makes you feel that way.
Good question.
Well, that's our time for today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sounds like Mr. Hugo has some religious trauma. You can say that again. Like that Mike Flanagan show, Midnight Mass. Do you see he's leaving Netflix? Chapter 132.
Hey, Victor, welcome back.
It's good to be back. I think these sessions are helping me.
So last time we were talking about loneliness. Have you thought about that?
Oh, yes, I suppose so. I don't think I've mentioned that I lost a child when she was 19. It was very hard.
Oh, Victor, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
But the more important question is convents. I'm serious about this. Religious orders are a blight on civilization. They should only be discussed within the context of once upon a time.
Okay, I feel like you're maybe deflecting a little from the underlying issues here.
And while this religious extremism is on the decline in France and the rest of the civilized world, think of the rest of the world and all of the crazy religious practices they have.
Okay, Victor, I'm just tracking that that's pretty xenophobic, and I think we maybe want to come back to that later.
It's all superstition and bigotries and ancient history, and it should be relegated to the study of ancient history.
Victor, I think you should recenter yourself. Just take a breath.
Okay, thank you.
It seems like you have more to say. I think we're going to have to deal with that next time we meet.
All right. Thank you for listening.
Goodbye now.
I don't know. There's definitely something deeper going on here, but I think he also just really doesn't like convents.
Yeah, maybe this idea was a bust.
Well, you can't win them all. So, have you seen Andor?
Have you seen Andor? Chapter 133. You know what's weird?
Tell me, stranger.
Victor is so aggro about religion and these monastic orders in this book, but he was pretty chill about the Petit Picpus convent in book 6. What's up with that?
That is a good point. Perhaps an ideal convent is something that he could be on board with. One that is founded on equality and fraternity.
But then, because he is who he is, he has to go off for an entire book about how bad they actually are.
Yes, and perhaps that is the purpose of this book. Oh, I accidentally dinged.
You haven't been dinging very much at all. Aren't you worried about nuns on the run?
Have you seen any nuns around here? I don't even know where we are. Where is that old man and his little girl?
Yeah, we'll get back to them soon enough.
So you know where they are? Are they okay?
Yeah, they're fine. They're in the next book. So for whatever reason, Victor decides to set the action in a convent. He makes it the most ideal version of a convent that he can imagine. But then because he's who he is, he has to go off for a while telling you that actually they're very bad. So that's why he's including this parenthetical book at all. He's a man with a lot of opinions, and this is one he just feels particularly strong about.
But then why did he set it in a convent in the first place? Why is he such a masochist?
That is a very good question. Have we been having this entire conversation, the two of us? He's not here.
Yes, I don't know where he is.
Oh no, maybe I'm losing my mind.
I think the ship sailed on that a long time ago.
Chapter 134. So do you believe in God?
Oh my, that is a question. I believe in a creator, and I believe in justice and mercy and good works. I believe in the bell, and I believe this conversation is enough for me.
Yeah,
Victor clearly believes in something greater than us, and also that bureaucratic religion has corrupted some sort of innate religious instinct that people have. That there's some kind of infinity inside of us and the infinity of creation, and that when we're in communion with that through prayer or whatever, that is the important thing. And that all the trappings of religion and these convents and everything, that's a perversion. What?
Victor. He's sitting right behind me.
No, I just always wanted to do that. I still don't know where he is. Chapter 135.
Hello? I wonder where they are. What does it matter if I'm lonely? I'm still right. Religious orders are a blight on society, and they take us away from the true purpose of prayer, which is, of course, communion with the infinite, rejection of nihilism, understanding that everything is something and nothing is nothing. Boy, it sure doesn't seem worth it when no one's listening. And I can admit to myself that perhaps occasionally, at times, I can go on at great length about subjects that I care about, and subjects that I don't care about. Perhaps I should reflect on that. Yes. After I finish writing this book.
Chapter 136. Chapter 137.
What is going on here? Where is everybody?
Oh, Victor, hi! You're here! We've missed you.
What do you mean, we? You're the only one who can hear me.
That might be technically true, Victor, but your voice can be quite loud.
In what sense?
Do we need to go there? 2 entire books on convents?
Yeah. In retrospect, that might have been too much.
Yeah, and when you're reading a long thing and you're not totally interested, your mind tends to wander. Things just start popping into your head. Like movies and TV shows. Exactly my point.
Oh, no. So what you're saying is, because I wrote on at such length, I actually might be hurting my own case.
Could be.
So if the story is a bit more focused on the core characters, there probably will be less of all of this.
Victor, it's hard to say. And you didn't write this as serial fiction. You wrote the whole thing, but that's not how this is working. Sometimes we've got to make some compromises.
I understand that. And I do understand my responsibility for all of this.
Look, Victor, what I can promise is that we will always get your point across. It just might not be in a way that you expect, especially, with all of this.
Okay.
Yes?
Could he have the last word?
Sure.
We are for religion and against religions.
Hear, hear. Part 2, Book 8, Chapter 138. Well, should we get back to that old man and his little child?
Yes, we should do that.
This is very exciting. We're starting a new adventure like those little hobbits. Yeah, no one else here knows about any of those things, so I think you're going to want to keep those on the down low, Fauchelevent.
Oh dear.
What's the matter?
Oh, yes. We are going to have to figure out what to do with you and your little daughter? Granddaughter?
Let's say granddaughter.
Let's say.
Do you hear that?
You ringing the bell?
No, sir, that is the church bell. The bell we are hearing right now, that is the church bell.
Okay. Père Fauchelevent, we must find a way for us to stay here.
The one place in Paris a man cannot be.
Well, Mère Madeleine, you picked a good day to come to the convent, or a bad day, as it were. That bell ringing, it means one of the nuns just passed on. The entire convent will be occupied with that for several hours, so we have some time to think.
Your house is very secluded and separated from the convent. Couldn't we just stay here?
Perhaps for a day or two, but then you will surely be caught by the little girls at the school.
There's a school here. That could be perfect for Cosette.
Depends on what she thinks of centipedes. Anyway, I'm sure there is a way that we could convince the convent to let you stay, but first we must get you out.
Get us out? What do you mean?
It is enough for me, your good friend Père Fauchelevent, to know that you arrived here from heaven, but I'm afraid even these religious people will need some kind of explanation of how you got in.
I see. It would be simple enough to get Cosette out in a basket or something, but how will we get me out?
That is a stumper. That is my bell. That will be the prioress wanting to discuss removing the nun's body.
Isn't there a graveyard at the convent?
No, monsieur. The nuns are buried off campus, as it were.
All right, well, we'll have to think of something.
Yes, a box coming into the convent, big enough to carry a body. I'm sure we'll think of something. Now I must be off to speak with the prioress. Do enjoy the rest of that wine and cheese. I feel like we got it out, 19 ages ago.
What an oddly specific number. Nonetheless, thank you, Père Fauchelevent.
For you, Mère Madeleine, anything.
This convent could be our salvation.
Chapter 139.
Mère Innocente, you called for me.
Ah, yes, Père Fauchelevent, you know the bell so well.
Oh, Mère Innocente, I love your sense of humor.
What sense of humor? You do know the bell sequences very well.
Oh, yes, of course, it's just the ramblings of an old man. Anyway, I assume you called for me because of our dearly deceased sister.
Yes, I'm afraid the children won't be having any more fun with that nun.
Oh, Mère Innocente, it is a blessing that you can find humor in such dark moments.
What humor? Those children lost their teacher.
Okay.
Are you quite sure you are feeling up to the office of gardener, Père Fauchelevent?
No, perhaps I am not. Yes, Mère Innocente, as you can see, I am struggling. If only I had some help.
Yes, some help with your kelp. The kelp in your pond, it's getting out of control.
Yes, if only I had a kelper helper.
That doesn't make any sense, Père Fauchelevent.
Okay, let me put it this way. I have a younger brother, not that much younger, but he could be a huge help to me. And he has a daughter, or possibly a granddaughter, who could be enrolled in the school. Mère Innocente, if you and the other senior nuns would agree to it, I know that bringing my family here would be a huge help to me and to everyone. So, what do you say?
Père Fauchelevent, in your short 2 years being here, you have become my closest advisor on gardens. And you have become part of the convent's little family. I see some sense in your plan. I just have one question for you.
Yes?
Do you have a long iron rod?
Whatever for, Mère Innocente?
To serve as a lever?
Yes, Reverend Mother, I believe so.
Good. I knew you'd be clever about the lever. Now I must speak to the nuns and I shall be back.
All right. Well, I hope you have a rave conclave.
Oh, Père Fauchelevent, will you ever learn to be appropriate?
Chapter 140.
All right, Père Fauchelevent. Now the time has come.
Yes, Reverend Mother?
Our sister who has passed was Mère Crucifixion. As I'm sure you are aware, she was utterly devoted to this convent and to our religion. She was the best of us.
No doubt, a more pious person I did not know myself.
Well, she had a very specific request for her burial. And I am wondering, Père Fauchelevent, are you utterly devoted to this convent?
I feel like the right answer is yes.
Good. Then you will arrive at the chapel at midnight tonight with your long iron rod, use it to lift the rock, and then lower our beloved sister into the crypt to be buried under the altar.
But, Mère Innocente, the health inspector, the police...
The health inspector is a revolutionary invention born of secularism. And the police, who are they to interfere with religious matters? At my left hand is Saint Bernard, and at my right Saint Benedict. Since the earliest days of our orders, the last wishes of pious men and women have been carried out to the letter. Who are the police? Who are the health inspectors? Who are they to tell us what we can and can't do?
Oh my, it's like Galadriel.
It is time we take a stand, and we will do it for Mère Crucifixion. Are we perfectly clear, Père Fauchelevent?
Yes, Reverend Mother. I will do this. But the coffin with a body in it and me in my old age, I will need help. My brother!
Mère Ascension is as strong as any man. I will learn no more of your brother. But if you do this, bring him and his daughter and
we will find a place for them in our community.
All right. So, midnight, iron rod, body.
This must be done in utmost secrecy. Only you, myself, and Mère Asuncion can know about it, so do not wear your bell.
Okay, if you say so.
The last thing that needs doing is figure out what to do with the coffin they've brought to the convent.
Yes, we have a box the size of a body, and it will be leaving.
Yes, Père Fauchelevent, that's what coffins are. Your wandering mind does worry me so.
No, it's fine. I will take care of it. The pallbearers, they will expect it to have the weight of a body. I think I can provide that.
A body?
Yes! I'll fill it with stones.
Stones instead of bones. How appropriate.
Now rhymes are appropriate.
Chapter 141.
Mère Madeleine? Mère Madeleine's daughter? Granddaughter? Little girl?
Père Fauchelevent, tell me you have good news.
I have news. Whether it is good is up to us.
What did you learn, Père Fauchelevent?
The prioress has agreed that you both can stay, but on one condition. I have to smuggle a body underneath the altar, and then dispose of an empty coffin. Mère Madeleine, understanding our predicament and knowing that we have this empty coffin to get rid of, what do you think we should do?
The answer couldn't be more clear, Père Fauchelevent. Put me in the coffin.
I knew we would see eye to eye on this, Mère Madeleine.
But father, you can't be serious.
Oh, don't worry about me, Cosette. Escape is all about the mind, and I am very familiar with escaping.
Right, you escaped from prison, 5 times?
Yes, Cosette, that's right, but that's family talk. Let's keep Père Fauchelevent out of it.
Okay, but weren't you caught every one of those times? One time in 4 hours? What makes you so sure that this will work?
Well, my child, I have faith. And it has to work.
Right, Père Fauchelevent?
Oh, yes, I wasn't overhearing anything about prison escapes. And if you are sure, I am sure. You are a man unlike other men, Mère Madeleine. So, once we smuggle you out of the convent and get you into the graveyard, how are you going to get out of the coffin? Are you going to hulk out of it, use your super strength like you did with me in the cart?
Père Fauchelevent, I'm pushing 60. I need to be judicious about my feats of strength. I was thinking you would come afterwards and just take the lid off. But how will you deal with the gravedigger?
Oh, the gravedigger, he's an old lush. He'll either already be passed out, or if he isn't, I'll bring along this wine and cheese, which I can't help but notice you haven't finished yet, even though you must be hungry and thirsty. Anyway, I'll share it with him, get him pass out drunk, and then we'll get you out of the coffin. Lickety-split.
All right, it's settled. What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? Everything could go wrong. You could suffocate in that coffin.
Oh, no reason to worry about that, child. I shall put little holes in the coffin for your father. Or grandfather. It'll be like for a little hamster or a gerbil. Do you like animals?
Père Fauchelevent, you're gonna wish you were a gerbil if anything bad happens to my father.
Oh my, I'm not really sure how that's a threat, but it's very forceful, young lady, and I take you at your point. I promise you, no harm will come to your father.
Cosette, you trusted me on the roof. Trust me now.
All right. I need to talk this over with Catherine.
Who is Catherine?
She will be your worst nightmare if anything happens to my father.
Is that from Bloodborne? Chapter 142.
All right, Mère Madeleine, this plan is going perfectly. The old nun is under the altar, you're in the box, and I'm about to get the gravedigger drunk. But you can't talk, because you're in a box. And I probably shouldn't be talking to you either. But I am an old man. People don't wonder about old men talking to themselves. And we're here at the graveyard.
Let's see how sloshed the old gravedigger is. Hello? It's your good old friend, Fauchelevent.
Hi,
But who are you?
I'm the gravedigger.
But you are not he.
Yes, I am. Gribier.
Gribier? But what happened to Mestienne?
He's dead. I'm the gravedigger now.
Oh, okay. And you look very sober.
Of course, I take this job very seriously.
Okay. Well then, you must know that customer service is a big part of this job. You need to get to know your clients. And there are a lot of old nuns at the convent. I bring them here almost every week.
That doesn't sound right.
No, it is. They're dropping like flies. Maybe someone should do something about it. But until then, we need to have a good relationship. Rapport. Do you not agree?
I am new to this, but yes, I agree. We should definitely have rapport.
Good, we have an understanding. Now, young man, the best way for us to develop rapport with each other is to get shit-faced with one another. So, let's go to the inn.
That sounds lovely, but I don't drink. And if you're here as frequently as you say, I'm sure we will get to know each other. Alright, let's get this coffin into the ground.
Sounds good.
That little girl is going to kill me.
Chapter 143.
Oh, Mère Madeleine, trapped in that box as it's getting covered in dirt. What must he be thinking?
1 hour earlier.
This coffin isn't so bad. Being a prisoner as long as I have, you get accustomed to small spaces. It's actually a little comfortable. Although bouncing on the cobblestones isn't exactly my idea of a good time. Ah, it's smoothed out. We must be at the graveyard. Probably just a few moments until Père Fauchelevent gets me out.
Bonsoir, Père Fauchelevent. This would be the grave of our dearly departed sister?
Yes, Father. Mère Crucifixion. Her passing has troubled me so. I'm so sad. Perhaps we should talk about it first before we bury her. Maybe at the inn.
I would be happy to talk with you, my son, after we are done.
Maybe we need to hear my confession.
Your confession, Père Fauchelevent?
Yes, I have sinned a lot. The big ones, too. It would be sacrilegious to bury Mère Crucifixion with my sinner's heart standing right here. Maybe we should go to the nearest church and you hear my confession and then we drink a little bit of the communion wine?
I am very troubled by what you have to say, Père Fauchelevent. We will speak of this after we bury the nun.
This won't take long. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and may she rest in everlasting peace. Now, where's the gravedigger? Right here, Gribier, sir.
Fill up this grave while I hear Père Fauchelevent's confession. I want to hear about these big sins.
Maybe I could tell them to you tomorrow. Yes, I should get started on my penance now by helping Gribier with the dirt.
Alright, I'll see you tomorrow, bright and early. It's been a while since I've heard a juicy confession.
Come on, Fauchelevent. We need to think of something. Any ideas?
Nothing here, but I think you should know that our friend has just lost consciousness.
That little girl is going to shove that door so far up my...
Chapter 144.
Mère Madeleine? Mère Madeleine? Oh no, this is bad! Mère Madeleine, please wake up!
Oh no, he's dead! I was too late, and it's Mestienne's fault! Yes, Mestienne! Why did that fool go and die? What am I gonna do about this? What am I going to do about that little girl? What is that little girl going to do to me?
Père Fauchelevent?
Mère Madeleine! But you are alive!
Yes. Just dozed off for a bit in that coffin. It's very comfortable, though I am a bit stiff.
Asleep? You were asleep through all of that?
Well, never again, Mère Madeleine. Never again!
Alright, Père Fauchelevent. You're going to wake the dead with that bell.
A few more minutes in that coffin, and I fear we would have needed more than this bell to wake you up. We risked so much tonight, Mère Madeleine. I hope it is all worth it.
I would have spent 5 more hours in that coffin as long as it meant Cosette was safe. Now let's get out of this graveyard. Maybe get a drink. I think I had a dream that someone was talking about wine at an inn and some big sins.
Oh, you must have overheard the new gravedigger, Gribier. He seems like a very sinful man.
Chapter 145.
Alright, Mère Madeleine, almost done with our little adventure. The last thing to do is to introduce you to the prioress. She will have a lot of questions for you, so be ready.
I think I will be alright.
Excuse me for saying, Mère Madeleine, but this will be your first time pretending to be another person.
Right.
So just use your brain, don't say too much, we'll make it through fine.
Père Fauchelevent, and you must be the brother. What is your name?
All team Fauchelevent.
I see. And how old are you?
Well, I'm
50. He's 50 years old.
I see. And what is your occupation?
That would be...
A gardener, like me. We will get him a bell.
Well, old team, it's been nice chatting with you. I think you'll get along splendidly at the convent. And Père Fauchelevent, thank you so much for your efforts. Trust me, they will not go unnoticed.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine, Reverend Mother. Alright, let's go, old team.
Oh, and before you go, this must be the... daughter? Granddaughter?
Granddaughter.
Splendid, so we're all straight on that. Looking at her, I can tell she'll be ugly.
Hey, look who's talking. Where's Catherine?
No, child, you misunderstand me. What I mean is that you have the appearance of a very studious and intelligent little girl. We will enroll you in the school immediately.
Now, if you would all leave me, I must speak to the Archbishop.
Mère you wanted to speak with me.
Yes, I wanted to tell you that the gardener, Fauchelevent, was able to take care of that thing for Mère Crucifixion.
Ah, good, good. What a fine old man. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must speak to the Cardinal.
Yes, my child.
Your Excellency, I just spoke with Mère Innocente at the Petit Picpus convent. Apparently a gardener there named Fauchelevent was able to take care of that thing for Mère Crucifixion.
Ah, good. What a fine gardener. Now, if you will excuse me, I must speak to the Pope.
Yes, hello, I am the Pope, Leo XII. What would you like to tell me?
Holy Father, I wanted to tell you that I heard from the Archbishop, who heard from Mère Innocente, that a gardener at the Petit Picpus convent was able to take care of that thing for Mère Crucifixion.
Oh, he was able to get her buried underneath the altar. How fantastic. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to write a letter to my friend.
Dear Della Genga, how are you?
It's your friend, Leo. Just wanted to write to let you know that I heard from a cardinal, who heard from an archbishop, who heard from a prioress, that a gardener named Fauchelevent was able to bury our friend Mère Crucifixion under an altar like we all wanted. Not much else going on at the Vatican. How about you? Hugs and kisses, Leo. Comma, Pope.
Chapter 146.
All's well that ends well, wouldn't you say, Mère Madeleine?
My good friend Fauchelevent, don't you think you should be calling me old team? Or brother?
Ah, right you are, brother. Who knew you could be so sneaky? Yeah, who knew?
Alright, Cosette, it's time for you to go back to school. And Fauchelevent, we have a lot of gardening to do.
Who would have guessed that after all these years it would be the three of us together? What a happy little family we have found. Worried about nuns on the run, Uncle? No, sometimes I just ring it when I'm happy.
Thus a number of years went by.
And Cosette grew up.
Well, what's next?
And thus ends Part 2.
Only 3 more parts to go.
What was that?
Part 3, Book 1, Chapter 147. Les Misérables Part 1 was called Fantine. Part 2 was called Cosette. And now we are beginning Part 3, which is called Marius?
Yes, that's right.
So Book 1 of this chapter is going to introduce us to...
The concept of street urchins in Paris.
What?
What?
What? Is it my turn again?
No, Victor, we talked about this.
Yes, I understand that, but while I am growing as a person, I'm dead, and that book is already written, so...
We have to listen to this man go on and on for 13 more chapters?
Yes, let us understand Paris through a study of one of its atoms.
Stranger, you need to do something about this.
Young Victor. Yes?
You're kind of like a professor.
Oh, well, I don't have that title, but I can see where you're coming from. Yes, I have a very professorial air.
Yes, and what you need is a student.
A student? Yes, but who?
But who indeed?
Hi, I'm interested in all kinds of learning.
Oh, hello, miss. And where's your brother or father or husband?
My father is a gardener. My husband will be lucky to have me, and I will be the judge of if whatever it is you have to say matters at all.
All right, I'm sorry. Anyway, let us begin. Paris, through the eyes of one of its atoms. The street urchin. Where a forest has a bird, Paris has a child, and this child is joyous.
And what makes them so joyous?
Well, he sees the show anytime he wants, although he doesn't eat every day.
That doesn't sound very good. Isn't he hungry?
Well, he doesn't have time to worry about being hungry. He doesn't have any clothes or even a house. He roams the streets, sleeps rough, and scavenges whatever clothes he can find.
But what is joyous about that?
What isn't joyous about the life of a gamine? He swears like a soldier, sings dirty songs, smokes tobacco, drinks until he's silly.
And how old are these gamines exactly?
7 to 13.
So you're saying if you were to ask Paris, what is that?
It would reply, that's my little one.
Chapter 148.
So what's the difference between a gamin and a regular child?
Oh, it's a world of difference, miss. I was exaggerating perhaps a little bit to say they don't have any clothes or no home. Sometimes they have clothes, sometimes they have a home.
I see. So just being a child in the gutter isn't what makes them a gamin.
That's right, there's a number of characteristics that set them apart. They have their own language and metaphors. They have their own money.
So what you're describing is a culture.
Yes, that's exactly right. They have a very distinct culture that revolves around freedom.
So some urchins live on the street because they have to, and others because they want to. Because they can do whatever they want there. But is that really freedom?
Whatever do you mean? They're free to do whatever they please at any time.
But do they have the freedom to thrive? Do they have the freedom that I'm afforded of having an education and a family? It sounds like mostly no. That gamins have many freedoms from, but little freedoms too.
Yes, I suppose that's true, and I hadn't considered that.
But they do have a very important freedom too, and that is the freedom of the jester. So smart street children can tell jokes that comment on society and get away with it.
Yes, as for witticisms, they can match Talleyrand.
For example, I recently saw a funeral procession that included a doctor in the party.
And a gamin sitting on the sidewalk says, "Well, I never! Since when do doctors look after the dead?"
You think that's funny? And a commentary worthy of Talleyrand?
Well, I've got better. Like the jolly old man in a crowd who looked down at a gamin and said, "Well, you rascal, you just pinched my wife." And the gamin said, "Search me, I don't have her."
So it's like a pun? Like pinched physically or pinched stole?
Well, can you do any better?
Knock knock.
Who is there?
The poet laureate of France.
The poet laureate of France who?
The poet laureate of France who envies street urchins their freedom to say whatever they want, even though he's writing a 365 chapter book. She got you.
I don't get it.
Chapter 149.
Mademoiselle, do you attend the theater?
Occasionally I enjoy a show, yes.
Well, then you must have had occasion to observe the boisterous young men yucking it up in the back seats.
Yes, my father and uncle would call them titis.
Titis, yes, another type of gamin. We would never see them at the opera or interfering with Paris high society. But somehow or another they're able to scrounge up enough money to get themselves into the theaters. And I believe that Paris, and certainly the theater scene, would not be what it is today if we didn't have the commentary, as it were, of these gamins.
I mean, they definitely cause a commotion. And you can tell that certain members of society who are more interested in respectability than progress don't care for them at all.
But you have observed something about this particular type of young man.
He is likable.
Precisely.
You could learn something from him.
What now?
Chapter 150. You know what else is interesting about these street children?
What's that?
Well, just riffing a little on this whole jester thing, they really have an ability to comment on society.
Yes, he can be useful, the gamin. He has grown up, seen it all, he watches, and he's ready to pounce with a cutting remark. He's very useful to society in that way.
I was thinking perhaps more useful to, say, an author. If an author was writing a book about Paris in this time period, he probably would want to feature a gamin.
Heavily feature a street urchin in my book. Interesting idea.
Chapter 151.
Hello, sister. What do you have there?
Just some cherries.
What are we looking at?
Gamin in the wild. A rare sighting as well, a boy and a girl.
Can't we go to the market up the road and get some more cherries?
We can't go beyond the Paris suburbs, sister. That's for children with homes and families, not like us gamins.
When did you become a little Australian?
I think around the same time you did.
Oh my, they seem very vexed.
Oh yes, street urchins live complex and mysterious lives. So interesting to observe them like this.
I guess.
It seems like they're talking about never leaving Paris?
Oh yes, for these children, this constitutes the whole world.
You hear people talking about us?
Crikey, I think you might be right.
Oh, I think they're onto us. We better go.
Chapter 152. Listen, Victor.
You could call me Professor Hugo.
I could call you a lot of things.
All right, just a thought.
It's just I'm a little uncomfortable with you glorifying these desperate children.
I had a feeling that you would say something like that. And yes, it is true, these children are in somewhat dire straits, but I firmly believe that the Paris vagabond child, the gamin, is different from any other street child in the world.
But how? Why?
It is Paris, Paris itself. In any other city, the vagabond child becomes a doomed man. But not in Paris. It is as if inhaling Paris preserves the soul.
That sounds like a lot of bullshit.
Up. My research on this matter is quite clear. No matter how damaged or spoiled they may seem outwardly, inwardly the Paris gamin is virtually unscathed.
I think virtually is doing a lot of heavy lifting there, Victor. And I think it's very easy to glamorize the life of one of these poor kids when you didn't have to grow up that way.
Well, yes, that is true.
And I will agree with you, it is not always easy, especially with all the police that they have out now. Rounding up these gamins like it's their only job.
You don't like the police?
Under Louis XV, the police abducted children. And their fathers, when they found out about it, they attacked the police. And who was hanged? The fathers! It is the police who should have been hanged.
Whoa, Victor, that's pretty based.
All cops are bastards, even in the 19th century.
Chapter 153.
So Cosette, how was school?
Oh, fine, Father. Thanks for asking.
Are you sure? It doesn't sound fine.
It's just the subject matter's a little disconcerting, especially today. We've been discussing gamins, street children in Paris.
Oh, I am familiar with that particular Paris institution.
So even you think these vagabond children are amusing?
I mean, maybe, a little. Cosette, you must understand that some things just are the way they are.
Well, I don't accept that, but that's not exactly what's bothering me. I'll admit, these gamins seem interesting and lively, but today we were talking about their interest in executions. They keep track of political prisoners who were executed like characters in stories.
Yes, for as amusing as those children can be, it is a tough life. The culture, the environment, the very air they breathe, it hardens them in many ways. In ways that we have fought for you to never know firsthand.
It's just difficult to understand living in a city where there's people like us and people like them. It isn't fair.
No, it is not fair. And you may never be in a position to do anything about that. But if that ever does come to pass, I know that you will strive for justice. You would do what's right.
Of course. That's what you would do.
Run along now. She's gone.
She's a good girl. Now, back to showing me some of those scars.
I might not have grown up in Paris and been a gamin, but I've seen my fair share of street fights. Believe me, I'm real tough.
Oh, yes, Mère Madeleine, we all know how strong you are. But me, I'm squint-eyed. I would be the king of the gamin.
You seem more like the court jester to me, Fauchelevent.
Jealous of my quick wit? What are you two talking about?
Gardening.
Podcasts.
Chapter 154.
Mademoiselle, are you familiar with the myth of Tantalus?
Of course, he's the Greek mythological figure whose punishment is to always be out of reach of that which he desires. The fruit above him and the water below, always just out of reach or receding.
Smart girl. And that is the root of the word tantalize. To always want for something and never quite get it.
And I'm assuming there's something that the gamins always want and never quite get?
Two things, actually. To overthrow the government and to get his trousers mended.
To overthrow the government?
And mended trousers. They always want those things, but they can never have them.
I guess I understand the trousers, but overthrow the government?
Perhaps I'm exaggerating a bit, but the Paris gamins don't like rules. They don't like pastors, they don't like kings, and they certainly don't like the police. In fact, I would wager that outside of the Paris police force itself, no one understands its workings better than the gamins.
So if there ever were to be a revolution in Paris, the street urchins would be a valuable asset.
Just so.
Chapter 155.
Alright, class, I think that's a good overview of the Paris street children. I think class can be dismissed for today, and then tomorrow we will do a summary.
Oh, great, I can play with Catherine.
Oh, who's Catherine?
Oh, she's not a doll?
I wouldn't have thought that if you hadn't said it.
Right, okay. Bye!
Well, perhaps just one more thing before you go. Just 4 more quick things. The gamins are good at boxing. They're capable of remarkable feats. They're very handy in riots. And their boldness persists in the face of gunfire.
Okay. I'm noticing a theme there.
Chapter 156.
And so we come to our summary of the Paris street urchins.
Actually, Professor, could I try on my own? The vagabond children of Paris, the gamins, are Paris themselves.
Show your work.
Well, Paris is lightness and darkness. It encompasses the whole world, but in a small place. It's erudite and vulgar, and it places a very high premium on humor. You can get away with an awful lot in Paris if you just make a joke about it.
That's right, it will forgive anything for the sake of a laugh. Well, you found me out. Paris is synonymous with cosmos. It is the epitome of all civilization and all barbarism at the same time. And also these children. They are Paris, and Paris are they.
But it's still so sad. It's still not right.
Exactly right, mademoiselle. Exactly right.
The gamin is a credit to this nation and also a sickness that must be cured through the light of education. Science, literature, arts, education. Someday, not today, not tomorrow, but someday, the idea of universal education will come to this country.
France will have a choice. Keep things as they are, educate only people like me, or
understand that education is and ought to be for everyone. To recognize that we have created a great city, perhaps the greatest city, but that we will never be a great society until we educate everyone.
And that might take a little revolution.
That it might.
Chapter 157.
Hey, do you have the notes from class? What are you doing? Shh, just let this happen.
I do, but there wasn't a whole lot of substance. It was just the professor going on and on about how great Paris is.
Well, like what kind of stuff?
Oh, he just credited every revolution to Paris's revolutionary spirit, including the American Revolution, which happened before the French Revolution, and also revolutions that I've never heard of before. Do you know who Garibaldi or John Brown are? Oh, yeah. I don't think you're ready for them yet, but your kids are gonna love them.
Why is the scene playing out this way? I don't know where young Victor is. But how could you lose a character? I'm doing my best here, okay? Just, chill.
Are you talking to someone? Should I go?
No, it's fine. It's nothing. It was just, I'm trying to, it's just, my dad. Yeah, it was my dad. He was whispering something to me, but from the bushes, you couldn't see him. So, what exactly about Paris? Do you have maybe, a pithy quote?
Maybe. Paris is always showing its teeth. When it's not snarling, it is laughing.
Oh, that is a very pithy quote. That's going to look great right here.
I'm sorry, who are you again? I always see you just kind of lingering around places and talking to yourself. I am a writer.
Oh, really now?
Yeah, and I'm doing research for my book about Paris. So I'm always just kind of around places, talking to people, learning things. Oh, I see. And what is your book about?
I haven't decided yet.
Well, okay. The professor said tomorrow is our last class, by the way. Thanks, I'll maybe see you there.
Last class, but there's 2 chapters left. Well, we might be getting a surprise in the last chapter.
Ooh.
What are you doing here, Fauchelevent?
I'm taking the class too. I was just off camera the whole time. Chapter 158.
Where do you think he is? I don't know. He's never been late before. Should we be worried? Worried? The only thing we should be worried about is getting our money back. Did you pay to be here? I'm auditing this class. Me too, but still, it's very disrespectful. I think we should get our money back from the school. Maybe it's like a lesson? Like he wants us to figure out the last thing on our own? There's an idea. Well, what has the class been about so far?
He's clearly not coming. I'm gonna stop whispering. And I think we had a bit of a breakthrough in the last lesson. We discovered that our entire discussion of Paris street children has really been a discussion about Paris itself.
Yes, to portray the child is to portray the city. And that means that Paris itself is in need of the light of education?
Yes, I think he would agree with that. And also that Paris can kind of be a bit of a mob sometimes.
Yes, full of riffraff, even if they're not children. But it is the mob, the riffraff, the masses who bring about true change. If I were the professor, I might have some strange analogy for it. Like the people are sand that just need to be put in a furnace to be turned into the glass of enlightenment.
Oh yeah, that sounds like the weird kind of thing he'd say.
But where is he?
Thank you for doing another session with me on such short notice.
Of course, Victor. What's the problem?
Well, I'm not exactly sure how to put this. You know that I'm writing a book.
Right, the one about everything.
Yes, that's right. I'm maybe 2/5 of the way done with it. I know I haven't finished it. And yet, the other day, I found this.
Uh-oh. Chapter 159.
Hello, young Gavroche is my name, and being free is my name.
Ugh, look at that horrid child.
It must not even have a family. Oi, I can hear you. I hear you whispering about me not having a family. Well, I'll have you know I do have a family. They just don't care very much for me.
Oh, very sorry, child. Here, take this sou and leave us alone. Don't mind if I do.
Young Gavroche is my name, and making sous is my name. Hey!
Hey, Mayor So-and-so.
Oh, good evening, young Gavroche, you're home.
I thought it was about time to say hello to the Jondrette household here in the Gorbeau tenements.
I'm not sure if your parents are home, but they told me to tell you that you owe them a lot of money, young Gavroche. And they're very upset to have had you. And nobody loves you. And to stop humming and singing weird songs all the time and generally being a little gamin. Also, your family owes rent, and I see you have a shiny sou in your hand, so I think that belongs to me now.
No, Mayor So-and-so, this is candy. See?
Oh, good chocolate. All right. Oh, and if you're going upstairs, give this to your neighbor.
Yeah, looks like the Jondrettes aren't the only ones overdue on rent at the Gorbeau tenements.
You don't need to narrate everything that's going on, young Gavroche. We all know.
Going to my room in the Gorbeau tenement. They try to keep me out, but I'm too clever and always getting laughs. I'm so hilarious, except probably to our neighbor Marius.
Okay verses, but not very much of a melody. I gotta work on my tunes.
Anyway, bonsoir, Monsieur Marius. You home?
Huh?
Part 3, Book 2, Chapter 160.
What do you think it means? Am I going mad?
No, give me that. I mean, it does seem like your book.
But I have so much more to write. It cannot possibly be.
Right, yes, that's true. Well, what do you think it means?
Well, somehow, it reminds me of this old man.
Okay, go with that.
It's a certain Monsieur Gillenormand, 90 years old with 32 teeth. A consummate bourgeois man.
Oh, but wait a minute, that's just the next chapter.
He was amorous, lecherous for a 90-year-old.
But he was poor at 90, made due on only £15,000 a year?
That's right, but he wanted $100,000 a year so that he could have mistresses. He couldn't abide being contradicted, and whenever he lost his temper, he would unleash the most outrageous oaths.
Oh, you old good-for-nothing! You damned fiddle-faddlers, fiddle-faddle!
And he would make outrageous claims like,
I'm very quite perceptive. When a flea bites me, I can tell exactly what woman I got it from.
So we're back in the story. I guess taking this away from him just knocked him back to his senses. But how did this get here?
And of course, his outrageous stories and theories.
While I am a man of feeling, I also am a keen observer of nature. And I have discovered that nature wishes that there be a little bit of everything everywhere. That is why here in Europe we have miniature versions of things from Asia and Africa. The cat is a miniature tiger. The lizard is a miniature crocodile. The opera dancer!
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, let's not be comparing people to animals.
Good catch.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Chapter 161.
Let's describe Monsieur Gillenormand's house.
Oh, but do we have to?
Yes.
It's good to luxuriate in long diversions so you don't get overwhelmed with the plot. It just seems like we've done that, I don't know, like 3 times in the past 60 chapters.
Yes. He lived in the Marais at 6 Rue des Filles du Calvaire.
Yes, and I own this house, although when I die, I'm sure those revolutionaries will tear it down and renumber it with their cockamamie numbering scheme.
Well, he seems like a charmer.
Oh yes, he could be quite difficult to everyone, including his wives, but never his mistresses.
Yes, I've always been a man of feeling.
Oh, gross. But wait a minute, what does this have to do with anything? I thought we were talking about some guy named Marius.
In due time. But first we have to talk about his painting.
Gillenormand was a painter?
No, he just had a painting and he really liked it.
Yes, and you'll see one dog, he goes one way, and the other dog goes the other way.
Well, it just looks great.
Oh, thank you. The French Revolution is a bunch of scoundrels.
Maybe this was better when young Victor was having a crisis. Where's that book?
Chapter 162.
Hey, my boy, have you ever been to the opera in Paris? It is one of my most favorite activities. if it is.
My god, could you sound more creepy?
Oh mon dieu, it is not creepy at all. In fact, let me tell you one of my most favorite not creepy at all stories.
I don't like where this is going.
Paris, the 1730s. I was 16 years old, and the two most beautiful women at the Paris Opera were eyeing me up and down. Now, I know what you must be thinking. You went home with both of them, didn't you? But no! I went home with one of the dancers.
Isn't he charming? They used to call him a delightful madcap.
He is a walking, talking HR violation.
Chapter 163.
Now, while Monsieur Gillenormand may be a little rough around the edges.
And what about you? Any women in your life? Wives, mistresses, yes?
Stop it. He really was quite an intellect. His godfather predicted he would be a man of genius.
Oh, yes, I was quite an accomplished student. The Duc de Nevers presented me with a laurel crown for being the best student in the school. I'll never forget how handsome and charming the Duke was. How nice he looked with his blue sash. Not like those revolutionaries with their other colored sashes and their stupid hats.
As you can tell, Monsieur Gillenormand adored the Bourbons and abhorred 1789.
Yes, it took quite a bit of wit to avoid having my head cut off.
Wait a minute, this story's beginning to remind me of someone. Did you happen to know a Charles Muriel?
Oh, one of my favorite young aristocrats to get in trouble with. I can't believe he became a bishop, but at least he's holding up authority over this cockamamie revolution.
You knew Charles Muriel? I don't think that's right.
Well, I don't think you're right. And you shouldn't argue with your elders. What are you, a revolutionary?
No. So, okay, I guess that's fine.
And what about you? Any women?
Well, yes. Wife and others. We shouldn't get into it.
I don't think you're right.
No, he's right. We're done with this now.
Chapter 164. So what else is there to know about Monsieur Charming?
Oh, he had theories.
Uh-oh.
Yes, for example, my most important theory, if a man who is married to a woman and has fallen out of love with her because she is old or ugly or he doesn't like her for whatever reason, the only way forward is for the man to give the woman control of the household finances.
And in fact, Monsieur Gillenormand practiced this theory with both of his wives. That's why he's so poor right now.
We're not poor, but too poor for mistresses.
Can we be done with the mistresses?
Oh, so you're a bit prudish. Well, never you mind. I can tell you my theories about managing a household staff.
I'd really rather that you didn't.
For the men in your household staff, you must give them the name of the province they came from.
You don't call any of the men who work for you by their names.
Well, neither the women, but I call all of the women Nicolette.
A delightful madcap. I feel like I'm going insane. You don't call anyone who works for you by their real first names?
No, I would never. That is revolutionary poppycock.
But that's so demeaning.
You can play that sad song on your fiddle faddle, young man.
Chapter 165.
As you may have noticed, Monsieur Gillenormand was a bit of a ladies' man.
A bit? He seems like a raving maniac. I'll tell you who a maniac was. That woman who sent babies to the door of our household in baskets. The entire household was in uproar. Every Nicolette was screaming about it.
Oh, really now? And who was this lady who sent you babies in baskets?
Nicolette.
Were they yours?
Oh, a gentleman never tells. But I did end up sending her 80 francs a month, and I visited the children occasionally from time to time. If we don't get back to the main story, I swear to God.
I hear you. We just need to speak a little bit about his family. And his character. Oh, and his extended family.
Faster.
All right, his character. He was a very noble old man in all things. Even criminality. For example, when he was crudely and blatantly cheated out of an inheritance, he said,
"This is no way to rob a man of my standing."
A delightful madcap.
Yeah, we get it. He's what you think is quirky. Quirky like a fox.
That's enough, you dirty old man.
Let's wrap this up. You said about his family.
Yes, of course. He had a brother and 2 daughters, one by each of his wives. One was single her entire life, and the other unfortunately passed away around the age of 30.
But not single.
No, she ended up marrying a certain colonel who served with distinction and even earned the Legion d'Honneur at the Battle of Waterloo.
That sounds familiar. Chapter 166.
Yes?
Monsieur Gillenormand, you're needed right away.
Come back after 5.
But Monsieur Gillenormand, there's been a terrible accident. It's one of the Nicolettes. She was cleaning your collection of rare knives when they all came down upon her.
All the same, I will see you after 5.
But we need you right away. All the rest of the staff are gone, and me being blind, you're the only one who can help. There's so much blood.
How much blood has she lost?
I don't know, a couple pints?
She can survive another hour. I will see you after 5.
Why? Why are you like this?
Because the daytime is vulgar. Yes, the well-bred man displays his wit when the heavens display their stars.
A delightful...
Say madcap one more time. I dare you. Say it.
All right, angry. We'll move on.
So we're done here. Victor?
Just one more thing.
And then we'll get back to the main story.
Depends on what you mean by main.
I wonder what would happen if I gave it back to him. Chapter 167.
Come here, you little rascal, you little devil. You're gonna be quite a little ladies' man.
Hey, Victor, who's he talking to?
That was his grandson. We shall return to this child.
Oh, really? You don't say. Hey, I found something that you might be interested in.
But what could this be?
Les Misérables by Victor Hugo. But that's me.
Yeah, Victor, I have no idea what that is or what's going on with it, but I'm sure it's very confusing, and I think that you should work through that by yourself.
And what about Monsieur Gillenormand? Anything for me, mistresses?
No, we're done with you now. Get out of here.
Oh, thank goodness you got rid of him. What a lecherous old man.
Fauchelevent, are you always, just around the corner?
Oh, I get around. I can be very sneaky.
With a bell?
Sometimes the bell doesn't work.
Alright, well, why don't you come over here?
Just like old times. Speaking of old things, have you seen the old lady?
What old lady?
I believe it is Monsieur Gillenormand's elderly daughter. Very religious, perhaps even prudish. We see her at the convent chapel all the time.
Interesting that such a horned-up old man would have a prudish daughter.
I think by interesting you meant to say in no way at all surprising.
Yeah, right. Does she factor into the story at all? Do we need to pay attention to her?
Perhaps a little. But I think we could get away without actually introducing her now. Although the comparison to Monsignor Bienvenu's household is quite clear, her being the chief maid.
Oh yeah, that does sound a lot like Baptistine. Wait a minute, do you know Bienvenu as well?
No, I just read it in the book.
The book? What book?
Les Misérables. It was a good read. Kind of long, though.
Part 3. Book 3. Chapter 168.
Oh, bonsoir, young man. I don't believe we are acquainted. I am the Baroness de...
I didn't quite catch that. Baroness de what? Okay. And no, I don't think we have met. What a beautiful salon you have.
Ah, yes, one of the last great aristocratic salons. Are you familiar with our two notable gentlemen? We have Monsieur Gillenormand, not a true high aristocrat, fairly bourgeois, but oh, what a cutting wit.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, the Count of La Montevalois, of the necklace affair, you know.
The necklace affair.
The family forged letters from Queen Marie Antoinette in order to steal a necklace. I'm not sure why an aristocratic salon would be so happy to have him here. Well, a dirty aristocrat is better than a clean revolutionary, I think. Anyway, the Count is around here somewhere, but I don't know where Gillenormand has gone off to.
I'm sure he'll turn up sometime. Oh, and is that his grandson who's playing around here?
Yes, we always allow children to wander around salons for some reason. He's a good child, but the father, oh, the bane of the family. Looks like a wrestler with a big mask. No, he is some Loire brigand. And who might you be? I am a writer named Victor. Victor Hugo.
Chapter 169.
Nice.
Fauchelevent, what the hell do you think you're doing? You can't pretend to be Victor Hugo.
And why not? I read the entire book cover to cover. Quiz me on anything.
I can't do that. I haven't even read it yet.
Well, but sometimes it seems like you know what's going to happen, so what's up with that?
I've seen the musical and I read the Wikipedia sometimes. Sue me. This is not going to work, Fauchelevent.
We might have to deal with this another time. Look who's coming up the road.
Hello, gentlemen.
Ah, and you must be Colonel Baron Georges Pontmercy, recipient of the Legion d'Honneur.
For my sins. And what are you two gentlemen doing here?
Oh, we were just taking in the country air, and we're leaving.
Yes, but it was an honor to meet you, Colonel. So sad. He married one of Gillenormand's daughters, and Marius, the boy, that is his son.
Oh my. So he doesn't see him?
I'm afraid not. He has been quite cancelled by Louis XVIII for having fought for Napoleon.
And rightly so. He's a brigand.
How did he get back to the salon so fast?
Anyway, Baroness de...
It's true.
Sure, whatever. Are you saying that Colonel Pontmercy has no contact with his son?
First of all, he's Major Pontmercy. This colonelcy was revoked by the king.
And secondly, Gillenormand and his elderly sister, they allow Marius to write Pontmercy a letter twice a year.
What about letters back from Pontmercy?
Gillenormand has them stuffed in his pocket where they belong.
These people kind of suck.
Chapter 170.
All my life, I wanted to be a royalist.
Did you have a good day at school today, Marius?
Yes, Madame de...
It's toodaloo. No, toodaloo.
Yes, Madame. Good day.
Conservation, conservative?
That was more or less the entire lexicon.
Why, you don't seem too very happy about it, Marius Pontmercy. Are you not a royalist? Are you not an ultra?
I couldn't be further from the truth, Madame. I'm a royalist to the heart. It's just being here in this salon.
Yes, you've always been a very cold-hearted boy, and we all know that you do not approve of your grandfather and his antics.
Antics is one way to put it. He disrespects the name royalist.
Watch your mouth, young man. Monsieur Gillenormand is a very respected gentleman in this salon, when he's not chasing skirts.
I'll just be glad when my classical studies are over, when I can go to law school. I feel like there's something more for me.
Of course there is. There is always something on the horizon for men of good aristocratic blood.
Yes, of course you're right. Thank you, Madame.
What's with the time jump? Marius is almost a teenager now.
We'll get back to that, Fauchelevent, but we need to talk.
Who's we?
You, me, young Victor,
Is it really going to be this long? And in English?
and, another friend of mine.
Is this because of all the tangents? You know I can't do anything about that.
Everyone, I need to introduce you to Victor Hugo, the man who wrote this book.
But I am Victor Hugo. So you're introducing me?
No, he's introducing me.
Ah! Is that where all the whispering has been coming from? But who is that? He sounds like me, but older and somehow wiser.
Oh, thank you, younger Victor. You'll get there. Listen, gentlemen, I think a lot of this meta commentary has gotten out of hand.
Oh, like the podcasts and the movies, and maybe I shouldn't have picked that book up and read it and gave it to young Victor.
You gave Les Mis to young Victor. I knew it.
He said it was the kind of book with my name on it.
Yeah, very funny, everybody. But listen, Marius is a capital M main character. He's getting introduced, and his story is going to slam right into Jean Valjean and Cosette anytime now. We've got to get a little bit more focused, and Fauchelevent, you're the problem.
I am?
Yes, the narrator's wandering mind allowed modern pop culture to seep into your character. We're gonna have to pull that back in real hard.
But how?
Where were we?
Chapter 171.
Well, I do believe we've largely caught up with the narrative.
Yeah, thank you, Victor. You can go.
But I still remember everything. The bell was able to take care of everything except for you. You're too far gone. So you're just gonna have to keep everything to yourself.
Oh dear.
Yes, my boy, I understand you might be very troubled by this, but you must see your father.
My father? Why?
The old brigand is dying. As much as it pains me to say, you must perform this one last act of filial duty. Nicolette 1 will prepare your clothes, Nicolette 2 will prepare some food, Nicolette 3 will call the coach, and Basque will load your trunk. If you make it in time, tell him I didn't say hello.
If I make it on time. Have I made it on time? Is Monsieur Pontmercy expecting me? He's not expecting you anymore. All he left you in the world is here. For my son.
The Emperor made me a baron on the battlefield of Waterloo. Since the Restoration disputes this title that I paid for with my blood, my son shall take it and bear it. It goes without saying, he will be worthy of it. There is one last thing that needs attending. At that same Battle of Waterloo, my life was saved by a sergeant named Thénardier. If my son ever meets him, he will do the best he can for him.
Chapter 172.
Excuse me, you're in my spot. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's quite all right. Come see me after Mass.
So you were interested in sitting in this spot for Mass?
Yes, it seemed like such a quiet spot. I don't know who would want to sit behind a pillar.
Exactly, but this has become somewhat of a sacred spot for me. You see, a man would come, hide out here every Sunday, and watch his child, and weep. They were separated, you see, because of political differences. I forget his name now. Montpercy?
Pontmercy?
Yes, that's it.
He was my father.
Was he now? Well, you had a father who loved you dearly.
Grandfather,
Yes?
I need to go away for a few days.
Going to get a mistress, eh?
Something like that.
Chapter 173.
Well, Marius, where are you off to? Finding yourself some interesting young women?
I'm off to the library. You won't see me very much for the next few weeks.
I hope you'll read some interesting books. And by books, I mean girls. And by reading...
That's quite enough, Grandfather. Now, I need to know everything there is to know about the revolution. Of course, sir. These should get you started.
Thank you. So much to learn. Hello, young man. Anything interesting in those books? Yes. Everything that I thought I knew was a lie. Napoleon wasn't an ogre. He was a hero. I can't believe I thought I was a royalist. I can't believe that I disrespected my father so much. It's like I was living in darkness for so many years, and now I've finally stepped into the light.
Oh, very thematic.
What was that? Oh, very dramatic it can be, learning. Yes, all those years learning at the foot of my grandfather and Madame de...
It's...
Madame, what are you doing here? Oh, I'm just checking out this book on the history of my family. The story of the... Right, well, good luck with that. I just can't believe it. Every single thing that I knew was wrong. Can it possibly be that everything you knew was wrong? That seems a bit extreme. No, it's everything. Everything!
Chapter 174.
Theodore, my sweet grandnephew, how are you?
Splendid. The army is treating me very well, Madame de...
Close. Ah, and Monsieur Gillenormand tells me that you will be taking the coach?
Yes, off to a new deployment.
Well, you must do us this favor. Monsieur's grandson, Marius?
That would be Marius Pontmercy?
Oh, yes, he would be taking the coach as well. We think to be meeting up with his sweetheart. If you could find the time to follow him and write back about this secret woman, myself and Monsieur Gillenormand would be very pleased with you.
How pleased?
10 gold louis, pleased?
You've always been my favorite grandaunt. Why not?
Good, and make sure to bring back lots of sexy details.
Sexy details. I can do that.
This is the stop for Vernon. Anyone off for Vernon?
Now let's see where this guy's off to. At the church? Marius, you dog. Now, let's have a look at this sweetheart. But that's a tomb. Colonel Baron Pontmercy. Well, this isn't very sexy at all.
Chapter 175.
Oh, what do we have here? A letter from Marius's room. Could it be from the sweetheart? I don't know. I'm just going to start reading it without seeing who it's from. For my son.
That's a weird way to start.
The Emperor made me a baron on the battlefield of Waterloo. But what is this garbage?
That is the will of my father, the last remnant of a great man.
Your father? I am your father!
You are nothing of the sort. My father was a humble and heroic servant of France and the Republic.
Republic, you abominable child! They are thieves and villains, and look where it got your deadbeat father! A penniless nobody with no one to grieve him except an ungrateful child!
I was ungrateful, and I will regret that the rest of my life. But I will live a life that he will be proud of, and I will bear his name and his title. I am Baron Marius Pontmercy.
You are no more a baron than my slipper is. This house will not stand with both of us in it. Do you know what that means?
It means that I am my father's son.
Get out!
Goodbye, Monsieur Gillenormand.
Oh, how horrible.
Send 600 francs every 6 months to the bloodthirsty revolutionist, and never speak of him to me again, Madame de Tudor.
Oh, yes, of course. How dreadful. And it is.
Not now, Elizabeth!
Part 3, Book 4, Chapter 176.
Password? I am a friend of ABC.
Come in.
Ah, you must be the writer. Welcome to the Society of the Friends of ABC. I am Comfer.
Yes, my name is Victor, but you will forgive me if I do not use my family name.
Of course, we understand the meaning of secrecy here. You can never be too careful.
Yes, Andros, you're right. But perhaps we should run through the rest of the society for Victor here.
All right, Comfer.
So there is Jean Prouvaire, aka Jehan. He is our poet and scholar of women. Oh, interesting. I wouldn't think that you all would have a lot of free time for things like that.
Jehan could use more discipline, but you'll never know how we could make use of his female connections.
You do not have any female connections, Enjolras? Enjolras has never had time for women. The closest thing he has to a companion is Grantaire.
Grantaire is not my companion.
He doesn't believe in any of our ideology, but he hangs on every word you say, Enjolras. If you weren't here, he would probably be in some royalist club.
Grantaire will show his mettle eventually.
I must have hit a bit of a nerve. Who else is there? Well, there is Feuilly, a fan maker and internationalist.
Bahorel, our best brawler.
Bahorel isn't just a brawler, Enjolras. He spent 11 years in school.
Well, at least he's useful in a fight, unlike Courfeyrac.
Oh, Courfeyrac. That was the gentleman that I spoke with. Yes, that's right, Enjolras. Courfeyrac is an important member of our society. While he may not be so useful in a fight, he is a great raconteur and he brings people in. He is kind of like our marketing manager. Let's see, who else? Joly, our doctor, and L'Aigle. There's a lot of controversy about how he came to be that name. We also call him Bossuet. And what is his specialty?
Bossuet's specialty is being unable to succeed at anything.
You're always so demanding, Enjolras. Not everything has to be about a fight.
Well, Comfer, some of us are preparing for a war, and I don't think it's going to be won on the battlefield of the library or the lecture hall.
Speaking of lectures, I just attended a very interesting seminar on the difference between the internal and external carotid arteries.
Can they be used to kill a man?
Why are you like this? Well, gentlemen, I thank you for the overview of your society. If I had to sum it up, would it be right to say you all shared the same religion? Progress. We are all sons of the French Revolution, even if we do not always agree.
Yes, we are here for each other and for the future of this country.
Fascinating. One last question. Why is it the Society of the Friends of the ABC? A pun. ABC means one brought low.
And it is our intention to raise them up.
Chapter 177.
And they call themselves the Society of the Friends of the ABC.
Right, because ABC means one brought low.
Yes, how do you know that and I don't know that? I'm French.
I think maybe some wires got crossed when we dinged that bell.
Well, I'm sure that'll all work out fine. Anyway, Fauchelevent, you're doing great. You're the perfect insider to get all this information.
Perfect! I'm an old man and a gardener who has a day job. The prioress has been asking about me.
Well, then hurry back to the convent. I think something's about to happen. Yo, buddy.
Me?
No, behind you. Pontmercy?
Yes, do I know you?
Yeah, we go way back to the beginning of the year. I'm Courfeyrac. We're in Blondeau's class together.
Oh, Courfeyrac, right. I'm sorry I haven't introduced myself and haven't been in class very much lately. I've been occupied.
I actually took the bullet for you when they were calling roll yesterday. I didn't want you to be out 60 francs.
Oh, thank you. You didn't have to do that. And won't Blondeau be confused now?
Ah, screw him. I decided law school sucked, so I dropped out.
You dropped out yesterday, just like that?
Just like that. Anyway, you live in Paris?
Well, I hope so. I'm newly on my own. I don't have anywhere to live yet.
Well, come and live with me. I've got the room and some great friends I'd love to introduce you to.
Chapter 178.
So, Marius, got any political views?
Courfeyrac is taking Marius to the cafe. I think he's going to introduce him to the ABC.
Perfect, Fauchelevent. Keep on them.
Okay, but I don't know how much longer I can keep up this writer ruse. I think they're on to me.
Who is that gentleman?
Oh, the dude with the bell? He says he's a writer, but we're pretty sure he's a spy.
What? Me? No, no.
Alright, now that he's gone, I must introduce you to the revolution.
You all are Bonapartists, right? Republicans?
Marius Pontmercy, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. The friends of the ABC. The friends of the poor. The friends of the downtrodden. The friends of Les Misérables. Tell me everything.
Well, that writer act was a bust. What shall I do now? Just go back to the convent?
No, we need to find something else for you to do.
But why? Can't I just live my life as a gardener?
Wait, I have an idea. The cafe.
The cafe! Now there's an idea. Fauchelevent, how are your ale pouring skills? Chapter 179.
So, Fauchelevent, how do you like being a bartender?
Well, let me tell you. First of all, do these young men not have school or homes or something else they should be doing? They're always here at the Café Musain. Secondly, oh my god, talking all the time. They cannot shut up. If it's not about politics, it's about women. If it's not about women, it's about history. If it's not about history, it's about art and literature. And you think that it's a salon, but they're like 20 years old. What do they have to say about anything? Courfeyrac is always arguing with Combeferre. Enjolras, thankfully, never speaks, but he's always clearly sizing people up for a fight. There's something going on with that Jolie and a mistress, and I think it is some kind of polyamorous relationship, I don't know. And then there's Grantaire, who clearly is in love with Enjolras, but simultaneously is the loudest one of all of them, almost exclusively to the barmaids. Why are men like that?
I don't know, it kind of sounds like a merry bombardment to me.
Merry bombardment, you say?
The garden was quiet. The only noise you could hear was my bell.
Now here in the cafe, you cannot even hear the bell over the racket.
So you don't love it?
I don't know, I think I kinda do.
Chapter 180.
Of course, Combeferre, there is Waterloo.
Ah yes, Enjolras, the 18th of June, 1815. Funny how the number 18 crops up so much in our history. The 18th of June, 18 Brumaire.
18 National Guardsmen that I will personally dispatch when the revolution comes.
Enjolras, you are incorrigible. You're a little Buonaparte.
Buonaparte? As if Emperor Napoleon was some foreigner?
Ah, gentlemen, the Baron speaks. And about some emperor, no less.
How can you speak so lowly of the greatest Frenchman of all time? Napoleon was greater than Hannibal, Caesar, Charlemagne.
My good man, France, Europe, the world does not need another Caesar.
But he wielded that power in the name of France. Can't you see it's the royalists who are dragging his name through the mud? Napoleon gave France the opportunity to conquer the world through arms and ideas. What could be greater than that?
What could be greater than that? To be free, Baron Marius Pontmercy.
Well,
Now, if you'll excuse me, I think it's time for another round. We can all say cheers to our mother.
Our mother? The mother of all citizens, Marius, is the Republic.
Chapter 181.
wait, Marius, where are you going?
Not now, Courfeyrac, I don't want to talk. Why did you introduce me to those people?
Because they're good people and you're good people, Marius. They're my friends, you're my friend. We're all gonna be friends.
Sure.
So we'll see you at Musain tomorrow, right? Marius, it's been a week. You can't hide out here forever.
Well, in a way, you're right about that. I can't afford to pay rent at the hotel anymore.
Well, I have a friend who's working on an encyclopedia. He's looking for translators. Do you know any foreign languages?
No. But maybe I could learn German.
All right, well, let me loan you 5 francs until you learn German.
No, I won't take any charity. Suppose I could sell my watch. Do you know any watchmakers who would buy this?
Yeah.
Okay, well that's good.
No, Marius, it's not good. What are you gonna do when you run out of your watch money?
Whatever I have to, as long as it's honest.
Gentlemen, I have the solution to Marius's problem.
Madame de Trudre, what are you doing here?
I have come to let you know that your grandfather wants you to have 600 francs every 6 months. That should take care of your financial worries, Marius. Once you're stable and settled in, maybe you can learn how to pronounce my last name. I mean, how hard is it to say Trudre?
What was that last name?
Trudre.
Okay, this is perfect, Marius.
Yes, it is perfect. But like I said, I want no charity. Madame, I refuse.
What?
What?
What? What?
Where did all these other people come from?
Oh, the bartender and I were refilling your icebox.
We don't have an icebox in this room.
You don't? Well, it looks like somebody has made a big mistake. I think my colleague and I here are going to have to take this up with the head butler.
There's no head butler.
You know what? I think we're in the wrong hotel. You know what? I think you're right. This is the Hotel de Port Saint-Jacques, and we were supposed to be in the Hotel de Cour Saint-Plaque? I've never heard of that hotel.
It's new, and we should get over there right now.
Strange. And I must go as well. If you ever do need the money, it will be waiting for you. Or my name isn't...
What am I gonna do?
I guess we gotta find you a good tenement. Part 3, Book 5, Chapter 182.
Excuse me, bartender. Yes? Come now, don't soil yourself. I believe you are familiar with Marius Pontmercy. I'm trying to track him down.
Oh, right. You are Madame de...
Pitiful.
Well, anyway, Marius, things are not going so well for him these days. I see him from time to time in the market, but never here in the cafe. He is eking out a very meager existence, living in the attic of a tenement house.
I have written him several times, sent him money. He always returns it. Why must he struggle on so?
Many great feats are performed in small struggles.
I suppose.
He qualified to be a lawyer. That's something to be proud of.
His grandfather would say, you cannot be a baron and a lawyer.
Chapter 183.
Oh, hello, young man. And how can I help you?
Aren't you the bartender at Café Moussin in Paris?
Oh, I think that's his brother.
Yes, my identical twin brother, who is also a bartender. That sounds plausible.
Anyway, can I help you?
Yes, I'm looking for a Thénardier. I was told he lives in Montfermeil. Do you know him?
Thénardier? Ooh, well, that is a sad story. The family did live here and ran an inn, but they fell on hard times and they left. I couldn't tell you where they live now, even if I wanted to.
Damn it! I'll never find him.
Pardon me for prying, but why are you so interested in finding this Thénardier?
He saved my father at a battle. My family owes everything to Thénardier, and this was the best lead I had to find him, and he's not here. I'm starting to think I'll never find him. I'll never be able to repay this debt.
I'm sorry, but I can't help you there. And forgive me for further prying, but it looks like that is perhaps not the only debt you have. Your shirt is full of holes.
Oh, yes. I make a decent living these days as a translator and an author, but everything extra I have goes to this search.
That sounds very difficult.
It's the same with poverty as with everything else. It can become bearable. Anyway, I've troubled you enough. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Marius.
I didn't tell him my name.
Poor guy.
Hey! Yes?
Guess what?
What?
We just passed halfway.
It can become bearable. It can become bearable.
Chapter 184.
So you haven't seen your grandson in 3 years?
No, he's stubborn, just like his father and me. He got that one from both sides of the family.
But you two are the only family you have left. Can't there be some kind of reconciliation?
It's past time for reconciliation, I'm afraid. I'll admit, when I left, I think I maybe hated my grandfather. But I don't anymore. But I'm my own man now. I refuse any help from him. And as long as he has his opinions about my father, there can be no reconciliation.
And those opinions, they have hardened? They could never change?
As long as he remains Monsieur le Baron de Pontmercy, no. He's probably out pettifogging around somewhere. And not a mistress in sight, I suspect. A man of his blood and upbringing should strive for more.
It is just so sad. One day, you and he will be parted forever, and what will you think then?
I'm sure I will be quite sad. And I can promise I will never visit upon him the sort of unkindness he visited upon my father. But he did. And until there is justice for that, there can be no reconciliation. So I am by myself. And I like being by myself. There's more time to think.
Well, given all of that thinking, have you considered if you would do things differently, if you could do them again?
You can't do things over again. And I will never admit to being wrong. And if I could go back, I would do things exactly the same. And here I would stand, the exact same old man, filled with the exact same regrets.
And what regrets are those?
That I scorned my father in life, and now that he is dead, I will never come to know him.
I think I have someone that you should meet.
Chapter 185.
Marius Pontmercy, allow me to introduce you to Monsieur Mabeuf. Oh, hello, young man. Wait a minute. Marius Pontmercy? You wouldn't be the son of Colonel Pontmercy, who fought at Waterloo?
Yes. Did you know my father?
Oh, yes, he was quite a fine fellow. We used to trade gardening tips all the time. And oh, he would speak of you often. You could tell that he loved you quite a lot. Almost as much as I love books.
Oh, that's kind of a weird thing to say.
Well, you see, Marius, Monsieur Mabeuf over here, he's a very special kind of man. He is not a royalist or an anarchist or a Bonapartist. He is a book specialist. You get it because like all of those end with ist?
Yeah, I get it. So you're a fan of books. I do a lot of writing.
Oh, do you? Anything that I would know?
Well, it's mostly translations into English and German. It's how I eke out a living. And what do you do to keep yourself in books?
Oh, starve. But seriously, sometimes we do go hungry. He never goes out without a book under his arm, and he often returns with two. Well, I'm a bit of a writer myself. I've written an entire botanical guide to plants. Would you like it?
This is about plants?
Yes! So would you like one? 5 francs?
Maybe another time. Maybe after you've told me some more about my father.
He actually reminds me of some of the best books.
How so?
Well, he was interesting, easy to understand, full of wisdom, and had a strong spine.
You know, maybe I will buy that book from you. I always wanted to learn more about plants.
Chapter 186.
Hey, Fauchelevent, what's going on with Marius's neighbors?
Those would be the Jondrettes. They're very behind on their rent, and they're about to be evicted.
Mom, Dad, 2 girls, son who shows up every once in a while. They remind you of anyone?
No, but they could not be. They could not be the Thénardiers. But you mean to say Marius is living right above them, and he cannot find them? I must tell him.
You can't tell him anything. He has to find out through the natural course of the plot.
Says who?
Do you remember what happened the last time you mucked around with things? I'm surprised young Victor remembers his name. What are we talking about? Waterloo? Or perhaps the Paris sewers? I have interesting things to say about those.
So none of that now, Fauchelevent. What you need to do is make sure that they don't get evicted. Yes, this poor family, they are in need of 20 francs to pay their back rent. But wherever shall they find it?
I have 30 francs saved up. Give them 25 and don't tell them it came from me.
Chapter 187.
How are you doing today?
I miss Marius, all right? Quit badgering me, woman.
All right. I wonder if there could be some sort of substitute. Oh, Theodule, you will be visiting with us for a few days, yes?
Absolutely, Madame de Tudor.
Would you agree to have a conversation with Monsieur Gillenormand?
Of course. What about Madame de Tudor?
It's not hard to say, and he's just lonely. He just needs someone to talk to and agree with absolutely everything he says, no questions.
I think I could do that.
Good. 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 Guillemot.
Is this more badgering?
No badgering. A guest. Your grandnephew.
Grandnephew? Who is my grandnephew?
Well, that would be me, Theodule.
All right. You're some sort of lancer?
That's right, the king's own, and I love the king.
All right. So what do you think about these students who want to have a debate tomorrow in Paris about cannons? What do you think of that?
What do you think of that?
Well, I think it is a load of poppycock. Why are we debating everything? The king decides.
I agree.
Yes, debate is useless in society. There is only order.
Yeah, I couldn't have put it better myself.
And the conversations of these students who think of themselves as new revolutionaries, they are no better than propaganda. They should be banned.
Exactly. There should be no paper except Le Moniteur, which, as we all know, is a very royalist paper, and no other books except the Army List.
So you agree that progress is madness, humanity is a dream, and the revolution was a crime?
By God, that's well said.
Thomas, or whatever your name is, look me in the eye.
It's Theodule, but you could call me Thomas.
Timothy, you're an idiot.
Part 3, Book 6, Chapter 188. Hey Victor, what's the name of this book again?
The Conjunction of Two Stars.
So poetic.
I was a poet.
Hey, Marius.
What is it, Courfeyrac?
Did you go to the Luxembourg Gardens today?
I did. I was reading a very interesting book about plants.
Alright, whatever, nerd. Did you see the old dude and the young girl he was with?
Oh, yes. They've been there almost every day this week. They must have recently moved here.
Yeah, Monsieur LeBlanc seems like he could be some kind of ex-military officer or something.
LeBlanc?
The white hair. And there's Mademoiselle Lenoir.
Her black dresses. You just have a nickname for everyone, don't you?
You gotta do something to pass the time. Speaking of that, why don't you come back to the cafe?
Oh no, he can't go back to the cafe. Those people you were talking about just now, they dropped their things. You should return these to them. Chapter 189.
Excuse me. I think that these are yours.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm gonna go now.
What an interesting girl.
Oh well, back to reading. Chapter 190. You know, I don't like how that first meeting between them went at all. I think we need a do-over.
What are you talking about?
This is a monumental meeting, Victor. It should be bigger. So I think they should meet again.
They're going to, right now.
Why did you write it like that?
I don't know. That's just like how things go. Love at first sight isn't real.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. Hi. It's you again.
Yeah, me again. Thanks for the bag. What's your name?
My name? It's... I've got to go.
What?
Stupid Marius! Can't remember your own name. And why am I wearing these dumb clothes?
Problems?
Yes, I've wasted the last 3 years on reading and plants and I don't know anything about women.
Would you like to ring a bell about it? Chapter 191.
Hey, Marius.
Oh, hey, Courfeyrac.
New coat?
Oh, is it? Maybe.
Mm-hmm. And are you going to the Luxembourg Gardens again?
The Luxembourg Gardens?
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
He's totally going to the Luxembourg Gardens again to see Mademoiselle Lenoir. Why are we whispering he's not even here?
So, Father, what do you think about the arguments these students are making? I think they're kind of compelling.
There she is. All right, Marius. You can do this.
In any event, I'd rather live in a society that allows for the discussion than one that doesn't at all. Do I know you?
Mm-mm.
Who is that young man, I wonder?
I haven't a clue, but he is familiar.
Well, he doesn't look like the kind of man who could provide for someone like you. I wouldn't want to see you end up with someone like that.
Oh, come on, Father. He's just some boy. And he's running away really fast.
Good. Know what we're talking about? Revolution? Oh my god. I've got to get better at that. Ah!
Evening, Marius.
Courfeyrac, what are you doing here?
So how did it go?
How did what go? I was right there in the line of fire and she didn't even recognize me.
Well, maybe she'll be impressed by how quickly you ran away. Anyway, I assume you haven't had anything to eat. Why don't you come with me to the cafe?
It's too late for that. I'll just have a piece of bread.
We're gonna get you back into that cafe, Marius. And we're gonna get you that girl.
Courfeyrac, you're my friend. I appreciate it. But please, don't try to help me.
Okay. Suit yourself.
So how are we going to help him?
Chapter 192.
Alright, Marius, what are you gonna do?
Talk to Mademoiselle Lenoir.
When are you gonna do it?
Today.
Alright, buddy, I believe in you.
I don't know. I don't think he has it in him.
Yeah, there's no way he's gonna be able to do it.
I couldn't do it, but I got a lot closer.
Marius, how are you gonna get to know this girl if you can't even say hi?
I don't know. Maybe I should pretend to be someone else. Some ruse or scheme, like in a book.
You know, Marius, that is your problem. Your head is too much in books. You need to take more lessons from me and Enjolras and the rest of our crew, and not Monsieur Mabeuf.
What's wrong with Monsieur Mabeuf?
He's like 70 years old, has no family, he's running out of money, and he's gonna die from books collapsing all over him. Marius, if things keep going this way, the only woman you're ever gonna have in your life is Granny Grumpy.
Granny who?
Granny Grumpy, the woman who takes care of this tenement.
You know, 70 is not that old.
Shouldn't you be at the cafe?
Chapter 193.
Hey, Marius, what you doing?
Oh, hey, Courfeyrac. I'm just reading.
Oh yeah? You look like you're on the same page you were 2 hours ago.
Oh, have I? I guess I've had other things on my mind.
Like Mademoiselle Lenoir coming right toward you?
What? Oh, good heavens. She's actually going to pass this way. What do I do?
Say hi.
Okay.
It's such a lovely day out, Father, don't you think? Oh. Hi. Don't I know you?
Okay.
I think you gave me my bag back?
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Marius, that's the best you could do? Okay? Not even hi?
But I did say something. And she remembered me. This is going great.
Chapter 194.
What are we gonna do about Marius?
Monsieur Courfeyrac, I didn't see you there. Would you like a top-up?
I'm getting pretty good at the bartender act.
Okay, don't give it away by talking to me.
Okay, I won't.
What was all that?
Oh, nothing. Just a barback who needs to get back to work.
Okay, whatever. Marius has been going to the Luxembourg Gardens every day for the past month. He's obsessed with this girl.
Well, what can we do about it? The Baron de Pontmercy needs to get some backbone. Say hello.
Yeah, but I think he's getting too in his head about this. He goes there every day, he says he's dreaming about this girl every night, and now he has a name for her.
Because she told him her name?
No, he found a monogrammed handkerchief that says UF on it. He thinks her name is Ursule.
Oh, that's not Cosette.
Chapter 195.
Well, we just had our first tiff.
What?
Me and Ursule. Yes, it took 3 days before I was able to forgive her, but I can never stay mad at her.
So, that means you two have spoken?
In a way, I gave her a very cross look and she said to her father, "What's wrong with him?" Pretty close.
And why did you do that?
Well, the wind blew her skirts up. Everyone could see. Well, there was no one around but me and her father, but everyone could have seen if there had been anyone there. Actually, in the future, I'm sure we'll have a good laugh about it.
Chapter 196.
Well, Ursule, so this is where you live. Now, to talk to the carriage driver and see what floor it is.
What are you doing here?
LeBlanc.
I don't know who you are or what you want. And I have only one thing to say to you. Stay away from my daughter.
And then you ran? As fast as I could. I can't believe how foolish I had been. And you both were right. I was being so creepy. I just was obsessed. It's so boring just translating books all the time and tending to my plants, and I suppose I was worried that you were right. I was going to become Monsieur Leboeuf. I just want a life with purpose. One with meaning.
Well, my friend, I think Enjolras has some thoughts about that. And I know you're not ready for that yet, but there's gotta be other things out there for you, man.
Yes, perhaps even closer than you think. How familiar are you with your neighbors, the Jondrettes?
I have neighbors?
Ay, this guy is a bit of a dunce.
And you're done with Monsieur Leblanc and Ursule?
Well, he's going to have to be. They moved out.
They moved out? Oh no. I hope it wasn't because of me.
Oh, yes, I'm sure there's another reason why they just up and left everything.
How do you always know so much?
Oh, just a good listener.
Part 3, Book 7, Chapter 197. Victor, what the hell is this chapter about?
It's an extended metaphor about intellectual history. Is that not obvious?
Yeah, you got the people digging in the mines, and the deeper down you go, the more recent it is. I get, like, what you're saying, but, like, what is it for?
Oh, you'll see.
Oh, right, Fauchelevent, I forgot. You've read everything and you remember it. Wait, so what is the point of this chapter?
Oh, well, you see, Victor is going to discuss different types of underground societies. It's just kind of like warming himself up to that.
Underground societies, like the Abbé say.
And maybe they will have some kind of foil soon.
Hey, spoilers!
Dude, you are so impossible sometimes. Why, every single time, do you have to be so self-indulgent about this?
Well, sometimes I got bored and wanted to do things for myself. Only I didn't have a bell.
Fair. Chapter 198. Okay, so what are we talking about exactly?
One word. Evil.
Evil? Like what?
Like demons.
Demons! Victor, what the hell is happening?
What kind of demons? The demons of ignorance and poverty and crime.
Those aren't scary, Victor. I thought you were talking about ghosts and demons and stuff.
But why should those be scary? They're not real. But ignorance and crime and poverty are very real and very scary.
But I would be totally scared by a ghost.
But what if it was Casper the Friendly Ghost?
Well, I wouldn't be scared, but I would be sad. He died as a kid.
Alright, what about that old-timey ghost from Peter Jackson's The Frighteners?
Well, I probably wouldn't be too scared of him. Although maybe at first, you can see through him. That's not normal. But he's a cool guy. I think I'd warm up to him pretty quickly, and I wouldn't be scared of that kind of ghost. Victor, I think you're right. Maybe you might be onto something. Have you seen The Frighteners?
No, why are we talking about this?
Careful, Victor. You could ask that question about a lot of things.
Okay, so, just to sum up. Evil.
Chapter 199.
What are we looking at? A gang of 4 ruffians. This is the evil that Victor spoke of. 4 ruffians. And ghosts. They are not ghosts, but they make ghosts of men. See, there is the muscle, the chemist, the shadow, and the kid. The kid? What's he do? The kid is a gamin broke bad. He is an elegant dandy of the streets, and by 18, more than one had died at his hands. They seem like a dangerous crew. And even more dangerous if they're actually ghosts. They are not ghosts! Let's get out of here.
Chapter 200. Wow.
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 Wow, what?
Wow, your network of criminals is very impressive.
The Patron Minette is the largest, most powerful, most diverse, most successful criminal enterprise in Paris. Whatever you need, old man, we can get it done. Even
what? Copyright infringement?
Yeah, sure, if by copyright infringement you mean dumping a body in the Seine. So what are you looking to do, old man? Getting back in an X? Someone steal something from you?
Yes, someone stole the dinger on my bell. See? No ding.
Old man, we don't find lost dingers, we murder people. You want someone murdered over that bell? We could murder someone for you over that bell.
Oh, really now? Yes, I see your point. That could be overkill. Maybe I should just go.
Sure. And if you tell anyone about us,
I will have dinged my last ding.
Part 3, Book 8, Chapter 201.
Hey, Combeferre, guess who's coming out tonight?
At last, the return of your good friend, the Count, the Duke? I always forget his title.
It's Baron Pontmercy, Combeferre. I'll thank you not to disrespect my father's title.
Oh, the Baron! It has been too long. We have missed you at our society meetings.
I'm glad you came out, Marius. You've been in such a funk lately. You gotta let loose a little. Forget about that girl.
What girl? I don't even remember her. Besides, I've been extra busy with translations and other really interesting projects.
Oh, like what?
Like going to the Luxembourg Gardens every day, Marius, I know.
My friend, there are other things that you could dedicate your life to, you know. It has been so long since you've been to the cafe. Enjolras asks about you often. There are so many things that you could do, so many different ways you could contribute. Just think about it.
I hear this all the time from Courfeyrac. I don't need to hear it from you, Combeferre. And Enjolras isn't coming, is he?
No, he's preoccupied, probably with getting into a bar fight or something.
Oh, Enjolras is not coming. Grantaire will be very disappointed. What's up between the two of them, by the way?
About as much as there is between you and Mademoiselle LeBlanc.
Right. Well,
I'll put it all out of my mind.
Good, my friend. Now let's get a round of drinks.
Yes. Except I can't get it out of my mind. I can't. Every day, her and her father were at the Luxembourg Gardens for months, and then nothing. Although I have seen an old man look suspiciously like Monsieur Leblanc, but he's in pauper's clothes and has a strange hat on.
What, do you think he's in disguise?
No, you're right. It was probably just someone who looks like him.
Yes, I'm sure that must be the case. Now, how about a round of drinks on the house? Oh, how kind. But don't you bartend at the Café Musin? No, that is my identical brother.
But I thought your brother bartended in Montfermeil.
Triplets. We were identical triplets.
And you all went into bartending?
That's right. The family business.
Chapter 202.
Oh, Mr. Marius, you're back. Where have you been off to?
Oh, hi. I was just out getting some food, looking for something cheap.
Everything is expensive. Hardship is the only thing that comes cheap these days.
A very insightful quotation.
Oh, yes, you could almost see it on a screen.
Shh. Huh. Anyway, while I was out, I ran into these two young girls, and they dropped this envelope. It's full of letters. I think I'm going to read through all of them. But not today. I'll do it tomorrow.
And why not today?
Oh, because I'm going to put it back in my jacket and immediately forget about it.
Ha! Well, I guess it's good to know yourself.
Chapter 203.
All right. Time to sit down here in this empty apartment by myself and enjoy my dinner of one piece of bread. Only what's this? Ah, the letters that I knew that I would forget about. Well, let's take a look at these. Curious. These are all to notable personages in Paris. This one from a Don Alvarez. This from Balizard's wife. This one from Jen Flott. And this from some actor. But they're all bound up in the same envelope. And they all have the same handwriting. I wonder what that could mean. Yes? There is a young girl to see you. Send her in. It could be Ursule. Then who could it be?
Chapter 204.
Monsieur Marius?
Yes?
There's a letter for you, Monsieur Marius. You don't recognize me, do you? But I recognize you. My family live here, in the Gorbeau tenements. I see you on the stairs all the time. It always seems like your eyes just slide right over me, but I always recognize you. Anyone ever tell you you're quite a handsome fellow? Aside from the messy hair. But it does kind of work for you.
All right. Just give me a moment here. Wait a minute. Is this from your father, Monsieur Jondrette?
That's right, the Jondrettes, that's us. I wrote it myself. No spelling mistakes there.
I see. And I actually recognize this handwriting. It's the same from all the letters in this envelope. I think this is yours. Oh, monsieur, thank you. We lost this. I thought I'd never find it again.
Oh, and you recognize the handwriting. So you must know.
Yes. A lot of different people living in your room. Anyway, I do understand. I can give you everything I have right now. It's just 5 francs. For what good it could do. And then I think you should be on your way.
Oh, thank you, monsieur. My family will be so excited. This will pay for the first meal we've had in days. And I'll get out of your hair. But if you see me on the staircase again, say hello.
I'll do that. What a strange girl. What a strange family.
Chapter 205.
So you spoke with the little girl?
Yes, we spoke. She was the author of all of those letters that I found that I forgot to tell you about.
Oh, I know all about them.
You do?
Don't worry about it. So, what do you think?
I think that I've lived for 5 years in poverty, hardship, even distress. And despite all of that, seeing that little girl, that was the first time I truly saw desperation. And I'm so mad at myself.
Mad at yourself? But why?
Because that real desperation has been next door this whole time, while I've had my head in fantasies about some girl who doesn't even know who I am. I've got to do something to help these people.
What are you looking at?
At the hole in the wall between our 2 rooms.
Marius, what are you thinking? You have a history of doing kind of creepy things.
Nothing creepy. I'm just gonna spy on them.
Chapter 206.
Monsieur Marius, I don't think this is a good idea, but since you're doing it anyway, what do you see?
Oh, it's terrible. They live in such squalor. The one window they have is absolutely covered in spider webs. And the room, it's so big.
There must be insects the size of your fist in those corners.
Reminds me of the girls' dining hall at the convent.
You worked in a convent?
Well, not anymore, it seems. What else do you see?
They're all home. Oh, the father. He looks like a nasty piece of work. Scratching away at something. Probably more of those letters. I don't see anything else they could be working on. No loom. Nothing at all. So sad. But what's that? It's some kind of monument to Napoleon. Bonapartist, maybe.
Does it say anything?
I can't really make anything out except maybe Austerlitz. Maybe the father was in the army. That would be something to talk with him about.
There are a lot of ways to participate in war, Monsieur Marius, without being in the army.
I suppose you're right. Anyway, this is heartbreaking. Wait a minute. Father, mother, one girl. That's not the girl I spoke to. I wonder where she is.
Spending the last of your money, I think. Anyway, perhaps you should come down.
Maybe. But after one more minute of spying.
Chapter 207.
Yes, it seems like nothing else will come of my spying. I'll get down now. But wait! The girl, she's back!
What does she say?
Oi, father! The philanthropist is coming!
The philanthropist? The old man?
One and the same. His cab is coming right around the corner.
Damn, and no time to prepare. Wife, put out the fire. I'll break our remaining chair to pieces. And you, child, break the window pane.
Break the window pane? That'll cut my hand!
That's the idea, dummy. Now you break that window pane or I'll break you.
This is how I get treated for bringing the philanthropist and getting 5 francs from Monsieur Marius?
That's right, and you better put on a good act when he's here. Okay, the place looks a mess. We look a mess. Now we're ready for the philanthropist.
Chapter 208.
Oh, it's freezing in here now.
You think you're cold? I'm colder than you.
Why do you always have to outdo everyone, even in suffering?
I've had enough of your jibber-jabber, young lady. Nothing more out of you unless you could muster some tears. It sets the right effect.
It's just the most ridiculous thing.
I'll tell you what's ridiculous. That man making us wait. Maybe he's not even coming at all. And then we will have destroyed the chair, put out the fire, and broken the window for nothing.
It's not for nothing he's coming. I saw him.
Yeah, so then he's making us wait like all the other riches. Oh, how I despise rich men. Especially benefactors like the philanthropist, always coming and giving us clothes and bread. I don't want clothes and bread. I want cash. But do they give it to me? No, because they say I'll drink it all away. Well, what do they do all day? They drink their own money away. And they leave us down here to fight over their scraps. If I had one of them in this room right now, so help me. Come in. Act impoverished.
That'll be an easy performance.
Enough! Now, monsieur, please come in. We are so happy that you could be here. And oh, you've brought your lovely daughter.
Oh my God!
What is it? What did they break now?
It's Monsieur Leblanc. And Ursule. But what are they doing there?
Chapter 209.
Thank you for having us, monsieur. The parcel my daughter has is full of some clothes and blankets for you.
Here you are. Oh, thank you, miss.
What did I tell you? Clothes and no cash. Oh, our angelic benefactor is more than generous. What did we sign his letter as? Fabantou, the actor.
Well, it's the least that we could do, monsieur...
Fabantou.
Yes, I remember now. Monsieur Fabantou. I get so forgetful in my old age.
Why is he being so ominous?
Young miss, are you bleeding?
Yes, she was cut by a machine. She has to work 12 hours a day just to make a single penny. And that is only the beginning of the tragedies befalling our family. Just look around us. A chair in need of repair, no fire, and a broken window. And I hardly want to tell you this, but our rent is due and we are past due a year. They're going to put us out on the streets this very night if we can't get the money together. I'm sorry. I usually don't get emotional like this, but we are in such desperate need for 60 francs.
60 francs? A year's rent here is only 40 francs, and I paid their last 6 months.
Maybe he really is an actor. It sounds like he's putting on quite a performance. Monsieur Fabantou, I'm afraid I don't have 60 francs on me. But how about I take my daughter home and come back this evening, and I can pay you the 60 francs then.
You would really do that? Oh, monsieur, you will save my family's life.
I'll be back at 6 o'clock sharp, alone. Farewell for now.
Oh, yes, farewell. Thank you, monsieur, thank you. And you too, little girl.
Good job, everyone.
Only, I can't shake this feeling that I've met that man before.
Chapter 210.
What on earth is Ursule doing there with those people? She's like a hummingbird among the toads.
Marius, I think we need to work on your social skills.
They're leaving. I've got to follow them.
Now, Marius, I am putting my foot down. You are not following them.
And why not?
Because following people is a creepy thing to do. And because you can't afford it. You gave your last 5 francs to that Jean Jet girl, remember?
I can't follow Ursule because I gave the last of my money to those people. What is happening with my life?
Great question. But perhaps a better question is, who is Jean Dret talking to?
Oh, you're right. Whoever he's talking to sure looks rough.
He has the look of the Patron Minette.
What's that?
The most dangerous gang in Paris, Marius. How have you survived here not knowing this stuff? Chapter 211.
What a mess.
Monsieur Marius?
Oh, it's you. What do you want?
Hey, what did I do? What are you so mad for?
I'm not mad.
You seem pretty mad to me.
I'm not mad. Now, what are you doing here?
Look, I can tell everything isn't okay. Let me help you. Let me do something for you. Anything.
What could you do to help me? Although, there could be something.
What is it? I'll do anything.
Those people who were in your room earlier, do you know their address?
Afraid not.
Could you find it out for me?
What for? You know them or something?
No, I don't know them.
What you're saying is, you don't know her, but you want to know her.
So what? Can you do it or not?
What do you give me?
For you, mademoiselle, anything you want.
Anything I want.
Anything.
All right. I'm going to get you that address.
Sure. Let me know when you have it, and don't let the door hit you on the way out.
I'll see you when I have that address.
What a day.
And it's not over yet.
What are you doing up there?
Oh, just cleaning.
So dusty, Marius. But while I was cleaning, I overheard Monsieur Jondrette. I think he recognizes Monsieur Leblanc.
Recognizes Leblanc? What mystery have I gotten myself into? Who is Ursule?
Chapter 212.
Wife! Wife! Get over here!
What is it, Monsieur Thénardier?
Why do you call me Monsieur Thénardier, you weird lady? And where have you been this whole time?
I was on the other side of the room. It is so big, you did not see me.
It is a big room full of spiders.
I feel like we are losing the thread, husband.
Yes, wife, you are right. Now, to what really matters. The philanthropist. Did you recognize him?
Well, should I have?
Imagine his face. Look at it in your mind's eye. Doesn't it remind you of someone from our past?
No, it could not be.
It could, and it is. It is that mysterious old devil. And you know who he had with him. Her!
Her?
Her!
Her?
Yes. I'm glad we have such a strong relationship, wife, that we know each other's thoughts without even speaking them.
Very true, husband. For if we were more clear with how we were speaking, if someone was spying on us, they would know everything.
Are they talking about me?
Now we will set a little trap for him. Make sure to light the charcoal brazier, and I am going to take that 5 francs that Monsieur Philanthropist gave to us and go to the ironmonger's.
What is your plan?
Yeah, what's the plan?
Oh, you'll see.
Damn!
What was that?
Oh, nothing. Probably the spiders.
But husband, what if it's the neighbor?
That great numbskull. He doesn't hear anything. Don't worry about anything, wife. Just have the brazier lit, and then at 6 o'clock, I think our fortunes are about to take a change for the better.
6 o'clock? Why, that's only 5 hours from now. So what are you going to do?
I don't know. Did he call me a numbskull?
You have other talents.
Wait a minute, do you believe him?
I think I need to get back to the bar.
Chapter 213.
Why, these people, they're a nest of vipers.
Oh yes, Monsieur Marius, exactly as you say.
I can't believe they intend to do some harm to Monsieur Leblanc, and possibly Ursule.
Yes, they are very bad people.
I've got to stamp them out.
That's a bit aggressive sounding. How do you mean to stamp them out?
By doing what any upright citizen would do, going to the police.
The police, like an inspector?
Whoever the police have on hand, if it's an inspector, so be it.
Are you sure you want to do that, Marius? I mean, all cops are bastards.
I don't care. I have to do something quickly to save these people.
No, Marius, I don't think you're listening to me. All cops are bastards. Do you understand? Listen to me. I do not think you want to get the authorities involved in this.
But it's the only thing I can do. And you were right about the money and the little girl.
About what now?
If I hadn't given away all my money to that girl, I wouldn't have been here to overhear that conversation. Perhaps it was even Providence that guided my hand so that I could be here to stop this.
Yes. Providence.
Hey, keep me out of this. I'm dead.
What's that whispering?
Nothing, just the rantings of a kooky old man. Anyway, you better look sharp for the inspectors.
Oh, I think I look pretty good.
Sure. All right, let's go. I hope you like the sound of clicky pens. Chapter 214.
Excuse me, I need to speak to the chief of police right away.
Okay. And who are you?
I'm Baron Marius Pontmercy. I'm a lawyer.
Okay. Did they teach you how to sit in law school?
Oh, well, yes, sorry. Are you the chief of police?
The chief of police is out. I'm an inspector. I'm filling in for him. So what do you need to report?
A terrible crime is about to be committed.
Okay, so speak.
I am. It's just very urgent.
Then speak quickly.
Don't you think we should do something about this?
What are we supposed to do? This is how the story goes.
But he's going to lead him right back to them.
Fauchelevent, there's nothing we can do.
All right.
And that's the entire story. These Jondrettes, they're vile criminals. These people are in danger.
You're right. And it does have the sound of the Patron Minette to it.
Yes, Patron Minette. I heard those words.
Of the most notable street gang in Paris? How long have you lived here?
Never mind. What are we going to do about this?
You said they'll be there at 6? It's 2 now, so we have some time to prepare. Take that gun, hide it in your trousers, and go back to the tenement.
A gun? But what do you want me to do with it?
Not to worry, Mr. Pontmercy.
It is Baron Pontmercy. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we had ample time to waste on needless things.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. And you need not even injure anyone with that gun. Just take it back with you and keep spying on them through that peephole. Allow these criminals to enter the room and wait until you overhear solid proof of a crime. You're a lawyer. You should know what to listen for. Once you have heard them, fire a shot. 1 shot only into the ceiling. And then I will do the rest.
All right. I think I can do that. And what if I should need something from you before then? How do I get in touch?
You can either come back yourself or you can send a messenger. Ask for Inspector Javert. Chapter 215. This whole thing with Marius and the Thénardiers is going on for a long time. How long is book 8?
The Jondrettes.
What now, Victor?
They're the Jondrettes.
Okay.
What was that wink?
I'm just saying, yeah, sure, they're the Jondrettes.
Is it so obvious that they're the Thénardiers?
No more obvious than Monsieur Leblanc and Ursule are Jean Valjean and Cosette. Anyway, how many chapters are there in this book?
Well, let's see. Carry the 1. 22.
22 chapters? Jesus! Gentlemen, an entire chapter has gone by while you have been talking about nothing.
What?
Courfeyrac and some ABCs saw Marius and he was following Jondrette and now he's back home.
Oh, wow. We just missed that whole thing, huh?
Oh, well, it wasn't that important. But you wrote it! I don't know, I wrote a lot of things. Chapter 216.
I hope we've made it back in time. Marius, are you home?
Keep your voice down. The Jondrettes are home.
Have you heard anything? Seen anything? The Patron Minette?
Boy, everyone keeps using that name.
Marius, we don't have time for your ignorance. What's going on?
Nothing. They're just banging around over there, getting ready.
Yes, I think everything is about ready. Wife, daughters. The mousetrap is open, and the cats are in place. And no one has heard anyone in the building, right? No one next door? Our neighbor?
He's always out to dinner at this time, Dad. I don't think he's home.
Nevertheless, best to check. Go sneak over there and make sure.
Oh no. What do we do?
Under the bed! What if she looks here? Let's hope she doesn't.
Oh, Mr. Marius, your place sure is dusty. Probably from all these books. Interesting stuff.
Daughter! What's taking you so long?
Nothing! He's not here! Did you check everywhere? Yeah. Under the bed and everywhere. He's not here.
All right then, everything is set. You girls stand guard outside.
Outside in the snow with bare feet?
Daughter, tomorrow you will have silk ankle boots. Just do exactly what I say, and then everything is going to come up Jondrette.
Chapter 217.
All right, I think the coast is clear. I'm gonna check on them again.
Okay, but be careful.
Oh my, they have so many smithing supplies, and the brazier is burning hot, and there's some kind of chisel in there. And Jondrette looks crazed, more like a demon than a blacksmith.
We need chairs!
What are you talking about, you daft old man?
Chairs! Chairs to sit in? I decimated our last one.
Does our neighbor have chairs? Yeah, I guess.
Great! I'll go over and steal some from him right now.
Back under the bed!
Oh, I hate this.
Oh, Monsieur Marius, so dusty.
Ah, but this is a chair. Please go away.
Dad, I think I saw a carriage coming. You better get back over here.
Ooh, coming, daughter?
Chapter 218.
Well, it is 6 o'clock. Where is Monsieur Benefactor?
Right here, Monsieur Fabantou. I have the money you need for your rent. After that, we'll see.
Oh, thank you, our most gracious benefactor. And now, why don't you and I have a seat in these lovely chairs?
Yes, let's.
Good. It doesn't suspect a thing.
Awfully suspicious he didn't have chairs a few hours ago.
What's happening?
Nothing. They're just sitting down in my chairs.
Yes, that's the thing to be concerned about right now. And Marius, you're not going to get any ideas about that pistol, are you?
I could put a stop to this wretch whenever I want to. But I will wait and let Inspector Javert's plan unfold. Everything will go for the best that way.
Yes, I'm sure.
Chapter 219.
So how is your daughter, Monsieur Fabantou? The one who was injured?
What? Oh! Yes. We don't know if she's going to make it. Madame Jondrette has taken her to the hospital.
Jondrette? I thought your name was Fabantou.
A stage name. I am an actor, remember?
Oh yes, I remember.
Good. And now, my dear benefactor, let me tell you about the plight of my family. You see, things are quite tough for us. I fear my daughters may have to take up a trade, box making. Things are so bad that I am now willing to give up my prized possession, a picture. Let me show it to you.
Does LeBlanc not see those 4 men in the room?
And who are these 4 men in the room?
Oh, neighbors. They come here to unwind after the working day is done. You see how charitable we are, and yet we see so little charity from the world. Except, of course, from you, dear benefactor.
Where exactly are you going with this?
Ah, yes, the picture. It's right here. Tell me, dear benefactor, what do you think of it?
It looks like an old tavern sign. It's probably worth 3 francs.
Have you got your wallet with you? I'd settle for 3,000 francs.
Now, why don't you just tell me what's going on here, Fabantou or Jondrette or whatever your name is?
Oh, I will tell you what's going on, my dear benefactor. If you don't buy that picture, there is nothing left for me but to throw myself into the river. I told you I wanted my daughters to take up boxmaking. Do you know what it takes to become a boxmaker? You need to have a table with a backboard, and a special stove, and a pot with 3 different compartments for different types of glue. You need gloves, and pincers, and hammers, and God knows what else. Do that 14 hours a day, all in exchange for 4 sous. How is anyone expected to survive like this? There is nothing left for me but to throw myself in the river. But that's besides the point. Tell me, benefactor, do you recognize me?
Chapter 220.
Don't you recognize me? Because I recognize you, Monsieur le Millionaire, Monsieur who gives away dolls, Monsieur Child Stealer.
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you don't? You can't see who I am?
I can see that you're a villain.
Ah, yes, villains, just what the rich always call the poor. Me, who has not eaten a meal in 3 days, and you, who feast on truffles and asparagus and green beans in January. Well, monsieur, today, I feast on you.
Is he gonna eat him?
I think it's just a metaphor, Marius. And now we come to it. Now you give me what I am due. I, Thénardier, a hero at Waterloo, you will do right by me.
Thénardier? Waterloo? That's the man who saved my father? That villain?
Marius, don't you think it's about time to fire that gun and bring the police?
Oh, Father, forgive me.
Who is shooting? Don't harm him! I bring the entire Patron Minette here, and one of you is stupid enough to shoot a gun? Tie him up!
What do you think you're going to get out of this?
Ah, I'm glad you asked. 200,000 francs. I am not an unreasonable man. Even if you are a millionaire, you have expenses. I don't want to ruin you like the rich ruin men like me. All I'm asking for is 200,000 francs, and you're going to give it to me.
I'm afraid I don't have my wallet on me.
Oh, quite all right. All we need to do now is send a letter to little Alouette. It will be very simple. You write the letter, wife takes the letter, wife brings back the girl. You see the girl through the window. The patron Minette takes the girl someplace safe, and then you bring 200,000 francs. If you don't bring it, or you bring the police, the patron Minette takes care of the girl. Somehow, through all of this, I never learned your name. How do you sign your letters?
My name is Urbain Fabre.
Urbain Fabre? Could that be the UF and not Ursule? Yes, Marius, nothing gets past you. What's happening?
I don't know. I hear something.
What is that clicking? Who are you?
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Inspector Javert.
No. No!
Chapter 221. It's all over, Thénardier. We've got the place surrounded.
No. No, it doesn't end like this. What's happening over there?
Thénardier has a gun on Javert!
Go ahead and try it, Thénardier. You're going to miss. See? All right, boys. Handcuffs on all of them.
Wow, Javert has brought at least 15 men with him. Do you think we maybe shouldn't still be watching from here?
There's nothing else good on. You know, Mr. Thénardier, I really have to thank you. Sweeping up the entire Patron Minette in one night, that's an achievement. We couldn't have done it without you.
No, this wasn't my fault. It was he. It was Urbain Fabre.
Who is Urbain Fabre?
The man who we were, talking with.
Oh, your prisoner. Right.
I wonder how he got out.
Oh, he is a devil, sir. He is the real villain, not I.
Shut up, Thénardier. You're not helping yourself.
But what about my daughters?
We already swept them up. They're being held in prison right now.
What is that Javert has in his hand?
So this is how Mr. Fabre escaped.
A coin?
Not just any coin. It's been hollowed out so it can contain a watch spring. It's hard enough to cut through iron and made simple work of those bonds. I've seen these before, during my time as a guard on the prison hulks in Toulon. Never thought I'd see one of these again. Whoever Urbain Fabre is, he must be the real prize. Chapter 222.
Well, if it isn't the old biddy.
Don't call me old Bitty, Gavroche. Have some respect for your elders.
All right, mademoiselle.
Oh, you.
Ah, me. Anyway, I come by to see my family.
Oh, nothing doing there, I'm afraid.
Well, where's my father?
Prison.
Oh, damn. And what about my mother?
Woman's prison.
Oh, double damn. And what about my sisters?
The little girl's prison.
Huh. Well, then I guess I'm not seeing them. Well, take it easy, you pretty little thing.
Oh, you.
Me. And that is it?
Yeah, that's it for part 3.
Every character was there at Gorbeau, and now scattered to the winds.
Yeah, we can only wonder what will happen next. Part 4, Book 1, Chapter 223. What are you doing here?
I'm getting ready for the seminar.
The seminar? With who? About what?
Oh, just a few pages of history.
This again, Victor? And how have you organized a seminar?
My teaching assistant helped with that. All right, class, let's get started. Only 2 here today, but I think we'll have a good discussion. Comfair.
Yes, that is I.
Good. And, Enjolras?
Here!
Oh, okay. No need to shout.
I'm not shouting! My friend, we have talked about inside voice. Yes, perhaps I'm being a little loud. I will regulate my speaking voice. Now, begin.
Oh, okay. I think I'm in charge, but anyway. Let's begin our discussion of the July Revolution and its after effects.
Yes, the 2 years after the July Revolution were some of the most striking in our history. Because the mob rose up and threw the dirty bastards out! We are talking about after the revolution, Enjolras. And I think the most striking thing about 1831 and 1832 is how calm and peaceful it was. Yes, the people, they rose up, but it was not nearly as violent as the revolution of 1789. And after the July Revolution and Louis-Philippe becoming king, the people, they wanted peace, they wanted quiet.
Yes, Comfair, that is very interesting.
But it is not as interesting as what the people learned.
And what is that, Enjolras?
They learned what they could do if they set up 4,000 barricades in Paris. No king, no National Guard can stop the people when they are mobilized. And yes, Comfair, the people slept afterwards because they had earned their rest. But they also slept knowing that they had learned a valuable lesson for the future.
Yes, class, I think you all make very good points. I do tend to agree a bit more with Comfair, and I want to leave you with this thought. You would both agree that right triumphed after 1830. The Bourbon dynasty was becoming oppressive, and the people lost trust in them. So what we saw in the Revolution of 1830 is that a right that triumphs has no need of violence.
You may have the truth of it, but what happens when right doesn't triumph?
Always asking the provocative questions, Enjolras.
Yes, Comfair, if we will not ask them, who will?
Yes, and I agree with Enjolras about that. The conflict between right and reality has been going on since society began. To figure out how to wed right and reality, that is the work of the wise.
People like us.
That remains to be seen. All right, class dismissed.
Chapter 224. So, who is your teaching assistant?
Oh, that nice man with the bell.
Fauchelevent.
Anyway, class, are we ready to continue our discussion of the Revolution of 1830?
The incomplete revolution of 1830, I think you mean to say.
That is a very reasonable and common interpretation, Enjolras. Go with that.
There is no republic, so it was incomplete. What more is there to say? Heads must roll.
Always with the heads rolling, Enjolras, my goodness.
I don't understand what there is to talk about. The thing to do is act, not to talk.
But Enjolras, surely you understand the value of history.
I measure the value of everything in terms of advantage it gives me in crushing my enemies.
Enjolras.
What? Inside voice?
I think it's something a little more than inside voice. We will talk about it after class, my friend.
Anyway, why don't we explore this idea that the 1830 revolution was a revolution not completed? What do you make of that, Comfer?
From my perspective, it is quite straightforward. The 1830 revolution was led by the bourgeois. The king was violating the rule of law, he was suppressing the opinions and the business of middle-class men. They wouldn't stand for that anymore, and so there was revolution, but once they had accomplished their near-term goals, they quit. Yes, even though they were able to mobilize the people, build barricades, the revolution was not complete because they got what they wanted. The bourgeois are fed and happy, and so they are complacent. In this case, I think you have the right of it, my friend. Some philosophers consider the bourgeoisie to be a class, but I think that is wrong. The bourgeoisie is simply the contented section of the people. The bourgeois is the man who has time to sit down. Yes, and a chair is not a caste.
Very good. And what do we all make of King Louis Philippe?
The right family, the right man, at the right time. Acceptable to the wealthy and the revolutionary. A man who would not ruffle feathers. Yes, the country was in search of stability, and so a relation of the Bourbon dynasty who had fought with the revolutionaries was very appealing.
Yes, and thus the very assembly that kicked out Charles X crowned Louis Philippe. Think more about Louis Philippe. He will be the subject of our next class.
So where is Fauchelevent?
I'm sorry, who?
Your teaching assistant.
Oh, the bellman. I haven't seen him since our first class. Not being a very good assistant.
Where's he gotten off to?
Chapter 225.
All right, class. So, King Louis Philippe. Why don't we do a little word association?
What is word association? My friend, Angelos, your voice, it's way outside. You'll need to bring it back in.
Thank you, Comfer. What is word association?
So when I say King Louis Philippe, what is the first word that comes to your mind?
Weak.
Erudite.
Passive.
Calm.
Unpretentious.
Yes, he is a man of the people, and I might suggest that he does have a strength.
I admitted that he's unpretentious. That was a nice thing to say. Let's move on.
Despite Enjolras's criticisms of King Louis Philippe, it does sound like you both find him acceptable?
Oh yes, his revolutionary credentials are excellent, he is smart, a family man. There is very little not to like about him. Not at all shocking that the country would choose the son of Philippe Egalité to lead them after Charles X.
He also exclusively sleeps with his wife. That is a rare thing.
Oh, good point, Andros. Yes, no affairs. Quite strange.
Yes, we all agree in France it's very strange for a politician not to have affairs and mistresses.
Almost makes you a little suspicious of a man like that. I'm just saying, most of the revolutionaries had 19 mistresses and were into some pretty weird stuff. How's Grantaire these days? Comfer, I will take this inside voice out.
All right. So if Louis Philippe was the right man for the time, and you both find him acceptable, he's a good man, then what has he against him?
That throne. It doesn't matter how good he is, what his credentials are. He sits on that throne, he is our enemy.
Yes, I agree. He might be a good man, and yes, if I had to choose between him and Charles X, I would choose the son of Philippe Egalité, of course. But we want the choice to be between royalty and republic.
Yes, between monarchy and freedom.
As a man once said, give me liberty or give me death.
I see you've been learning something from the American Revolution.
Yes, what I've learned from the Americans is you must have guns. Lots of guns!
Okay, I'm just going to give you a little bit of extra reading about the Second Amendment and what a well-regulated militia means.
Chapter 226.
All right, class, today I thought we would discuss the political situation in France today.
I can describe it in one word. Bad.
All right, Enjolras, expand on that.
Really bad.
I think what my friend means to say is...
You don't need to chime in. I think what Enjolras means to say all the time. You can have opinions of your own.
I do have opinions of my own, Enjolras. What you are hearing now is what we call politeness.
Useless blabbing is what I think it is. The people are hungry, the rich are richer, the king is responsible. Does that about sum it up?
Comfer.
Yes, I suppose. If I were going to expand on things a little bit, though, I would say that both Enjolras and I are socialists. We believe that the capitalist countries, like England, produce vast amounts of wealth and vast amounts of poverty. And societies that have experimented with pure communism have destroyed their economies. But in France, there is a clear middle way, which is socialism, harnessing the power of the wealthy and the business interests while also protecting the poor, producing wealth and sharing it not equally, but equitably. The fundamental equality is equity. What he said.
And King Louis Philippe, he cannot do this?
The poor are still poor, and the rich are still rich. If he could do it, and he hasn't, he's a monster. And if he can't, then he must be gotten rid of. What he said.
Chapter 227.
Excuse me, Professor?
Yes? What can I do for you, Inspector?
Just a routine inspection. With all the agitation on the streets these days and young radicals in schools like this, the police like to keep tabs. Do you have any students like that?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Well, what do you mean like that?
The Society of the Rights of Man, the Society of Action, the Friendly Society of Anger. I think they have a local affiliate called the Friends of the ABC. Radical, anti-government sympathizers. I think you know who I mean.
No. And even if we did, couldn't you see the point of those people? They're agitating for an end to tyranny, an end to oppression, an end to strife?
They are ragged, roaring, ferocious, irate men who wish to replace order with chaos. So let me repeat my question. Do you have any students like that?
No. I think present company is most interested in charting a middle path between order and chaos.
That's a very elliptical way of putting it, present company.
Yes, I mean me. And I have a great influence over my students. I'm sure that they will find the right path.
And these students, how many of them do you have?
As many as will read my book.
All right. Well, if you do hear anything like this, it would behoove you to let the police know.
Chapter 228. Oh, hello, young men. Here for a seminar?
We are here to tell you that we are leaving.
Charming as usual, Enjolras. We're very sorry, Professor, but we have a lot of work to do. We will unfortunately not be able to attend your seminar anymore, but it was fascinating. Thank you very much.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Oh, not a problem at all. Thank you for telling me. And boys, whatever happens, I care a lot about you.
Okay. Kind of a weird thing to say.
How do you not know how loud you're speaking, Enjolras? We're very sorry.
It's quite all right. Goodbye.
So they're still going out to fight?
Yes, although we had a lively discussion.
But didn't you tell them it could be dangerous?
I think they understand the danger. It's just, there are things that mean more to them.
Damn it. Well, then you were no help at all. All right, Enjolras. What are we up to?
Gentlemen, I think we all know that something is brewing out there on the streets. We need a firm census of our forces, who is with us, who we can count on. It would not hurt to whip up the people in the streets a little bit while we're at it.
I have assignments here for everyone. This all makes sense, but you have not assigned Grantaire.
Grantaire, whipping up Republican sentiment? That man believes in nothing.
He believes in you.
Are you saying he's capable of being good for something?
He has the vague ambition to be.
Revolutions are not won on vague ambitions.
Give him a chance, Enjolras. Send him to the main toll gate.
All right, we'll give him a try.
Excellent. I'm sure you won't regret it.
Fauchelevent!
And what do you want? I'm very busy.
How can a fictional character who's not even in the story anymore be busy?
I have things! What is it? What do you want?
What was up with young Victor in that seminar?
I thought it was an interesting way to communicate those chapters.
So what, you're running things here now too?
The story is bigger than you. Now I must go.
Go? Where are you going?
I guess you'll find out. Anyway, don't you need to catch up with Enjolras?
What the hell? And oh yeah, Enjolras.
Enjolras, buddy, what are you doing back?
I checked on Grantaire.
No good.
He was playing dominoes. I can't believe I cared about him.
Oh, yeah, that seems tough. Sorry about that.
Anyway, it's all for the best. I think we are ready for what comes next.
Part 4, Book 2, Chapter 229.
Marius, buddy, it's totally fine for you to stay with me, but why do you keep borrowing 5 francs a week?
Courfeyrac, I really can't tell you. Just
know that it's going to a good place. Who could they be going to? Hello. 5 francs for Thénardier in solitary confinement.
Thénardier! More money came for you.
Who can these be coming from? And how might I use them to scheme?
Marius, where are you off to now?
Oh, nowhere. Off to Alouetta's meadow.
Marius, Alouetta is a nickname. You don't know who Ursule is. She doesn't know who you are. I really think you need to let this go, buddy. Maybe come to Café Musain with me. Hang out with the boys.
Oh, no, Courfeyrac, thank you. I just need to reflect on the state of my life a little.
Mm-hmm. And what would that be?
Oh, total uncertainty in impenetrable obscurity.
Anyway, thank you for the 5 francs this week. And last week. And the week before that. I promise I'll find a way to repay you. I just need time to think.
All right, well, don't stay out too long. Streets are getting kind of dangerous these days.
Thank you for meeting me here, child, away from prying eyes.
Sure. Thanks for helping me out, mister. Anything I can do for you?
Yes, in fact, I would like you to read this.
Oh, wow, a book! Looks like teaching myself to read will come in handy. Let's see. Book 1. An Upright Man.
Oh dear, this is going to take some time.
Chapter 230. All right, let's close out what we can from this Thénardier case so we can move on to the Patron Minette. The Thénardier parents are in prison, Mr. Thénardier in solitary confinement. What about the daughters? They have been released, Inspector. Lack of evidence for involvement in any of the crimes.
All right, but they seem crafty, especially that Eponine. We should keep an eye on them. That covers everything except for the victim.
Their prisoner who escaped? What about him?
The murder victim who flees is more suspect than the murderer. So many suspicious things about this case, but I haven't quite put it all together. Anyway, on to the Patron Minette. Thénardier aided us immensely in sweeping up their leadership, but this is a job half done. We now know we missed some of their leaders, and one of them escaped custody, which is particularly annoying.
I had nothing to do with it, Inspector.
Great, that doesn't change my annoyance. There's a lot of unrest in the streets these days, and the remaining Patron Minette members are going to try to capitalize on that. Now, with so many of their leaders in prison, we can be assured that there will be communication between these two groups. Watch all of them closely, especially Brujon.
Actually, that was something I wanted to speak with you about, Inspector. Brujon sent letters, 3 of them, but we don't know where to.
He sent them officially through the prison mail?
Yes, but we weren't able to get them before they were sent.
No, but we might be able to determine the locations. Do we know how much he spent on the letters?
50 sous, but how could we use that to determine the locations?
There are only 3 locations that you can send official prison mail to that will sum to 50 sous. Pantheon, Val de Grace, and the Grenelle Tollgate. And those locations just happen to be the territories of 3 Patron Minette lieutenants. We need to arrest them right away. You'll find names and descriptions in my files.
On it, Inspector Javert.
It must be my lucky day. Out of prison and got a good book.
Hey, little girl.
What do you want, lady?
I'm not here to steal your book. I'm a friend of your parents and of the Patron Minette.
Oh, you mean the people who screwed up that job and got my parents in jail?
Quiet, girl. And prison doesn't have to be forever.
All right, fine. What do you want?
I have a message from one of the Patron Minette leaders, Brujon. It's to Babette.
All right, then, what's the message?
That there is a job worth doing in the Rue Plumet. A gate with a garden behind it. You check into it.
Did the note say you check into it, or are you telling me to check into it?
I'm telling you to check into it. Go to the Rue Plumet and find out.
All right. I'll stake it out and get to the bottom of it. I'll send a message back through Babette's mistress. Looks like I'm gonna have to leave this aside for a while.
3 days and nothing. Looks like this job isn't worth doing. It is a very pretty garden, though.
Chapter 231.
Excuse me, are you Monsieur Mabeuf?
Oh, yes, that is I. Can I help you?
Actually, I think I might be able to help you. I noticed your garden could use a little watering, and you seem to be moving a little slow. Maybe I could water it for you.
Oh, sweet child. I will not look a gift horse in the mouth. The watering can is right over there.
Swell. So, are you the Monsieur Mabeuf who knew, Monsieur Marius?
Monsieur Marius, well, let me think.
Young man? Lawyer?
Oh, the Baron! That would be Marius Pontmercy. That's a name I've not heard in a long time.
Pontmercy. And, he's not around here anymore? No, he left several years ago. I don't know where he lives now. But I do see him on the street very frequently, always going to Alouetta's garden.
Alouetta's garden, you don't say.
Oh, and look at you! You've watered the entire garden. God bless you, you're an angel.
No, I'm the devil. But I don't mind. Anyway, thank you very much, Père Mabouf.
Of course. Did you just mime that hat?
Can't afford a real one. Goodbye.
What a strange little girl. And very much like accounts that I have read of goblins. Could she have been a goblin?
Chapter 232.
Well, if it isn't the Baron!
What? Oh my god, it's you! What are you doing here?
Well, nice to see you too, Monsieur Marius. I see you're as surly as ever. Look at you. You've got holes in your shirt, Monsieur Marius. A respectable young man like you should dress better. You should let me mend that shirt for you. All right. Anyway, I just came to tell you that I found that address you're looking for.
Address? Address? Of the young woman and the old man?
The very ones.
You're serious? You could take me there right now? Well, this is the greatest day of my life!
It's good to see you smile, Monsieur Marius. That's all I really want. Well, should I take you there?
Yes! Right now! Only, wait. Eponine, you have to promise me something.
What's with this Eponine? I've never told you my name.
Look! You have to promise me something.
God, aren't you changeable? What is it?
Swear to me you will never tell your father this address.
My father? He's in prison, as if I care about him.
I don't care if he's in hell. Swear to me that you will never tell him.
Right, all right. I promise I'll never tell my father. Cross my heart and hope to die. There. Does that make you happy?
I suppose it will have to do. All right. Now, lead the way.
All right, we'll go there right now. But get behind me. A respectable young man like you shouldn't be seen with a woman like me. Oh, and there is one more thing.
And what would that be?
Remember, you promised me something in return for this address. You said anything I wanted.
All I have on me is 5 francs.
That's all right. I don't want your money.
Part 4, Book 3, Chapter 233.
Father?
Yes, Cosette?
With my education nearly ended, how much longer are we going to stay at the convent?
I don't know why we would leave. We have good work here. We've grown to like the people. We have a home. Why wouldn't we stay?
Because I would be a nun, and you would be a gardener, forever. I don't mean to be selfish, but couldn't there be something more for us?
No, I think it's I who've been selfish. I've been thinking so hard about how to keep you safe. I haven't thought about what you could be. And you're right. There is a lot more in the world than being a nun.
Yeah. There's just one thing keeping us here. No, I don't think so. Old Fauchelevent died.
What do you mean he died?
He was 90 years old and worked every day. Shouldn't be too surprising. I am the new gardener, and I will take care of this place, now that you two are leaving. Oh no. We never had a chance to say goodbye. I'm sure he knows how much you cared for him, child, and he cares for you. I'm sure wherever you two go, he will be with you.
Well, suppose all there's left doing is find a place for us in Paris. And if we could find a house with a secret entrance, all the better. And perhaps 2 small apartments that we can spend some time in, so no one can pin us down exactly. Just a thought.
Chapter 234.
Welcome to the household staff, Mademoiselle Toussaint. You come very highly recommended.
Oh, thank you, monsieur. It is an honor to be here.
Now, I have a lot of business to attend to across Paris, including National Guard duty, so I will not always be here. You will take your instructions from Mademoiselle Cosette. The young lady is the mistress of the house.
And what about you, monsieur?
Better by far than being master. I'm the father. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get the carriage ready, and then we need to go to the butcher.
Oh, how sweet. And yes, of course.
Mademoiselle?
Yes, who are you?
Oh, I am a messenger, and you are urgently needed. In Italy.
Italy? Who do I know in Italy?
The Pope?
He has heard good things about you, and he wants to see you, and I really wouldn't keep him waiting. He is the Pope.
Oh, all right. But what about Monsieur and Cosette?
The messenger service has sent a replacement for you. It is all taken care of.
Oh, all right. This is very strange.
No, it's not.
Are you coming?
Yes, right away.
Who are you?
I am Toussaint's brother, also named Toussaint. Yes, I'm afraid Mademoiselle fell ill suddenly, and I will be filling in as her replacement indefinitely.
Oh. That's strange.
No, it's not. Suppose you're right. Let's go.
And hello, what can I get for you?
Good afternoon. I'm here for a regular monthly pickup. Everything is written down here.
All right. This all appears in order, and we have all of this. Head around back with your carriage, and we'll load you up.
Thank you. My assistant Toussaint will handle the bill.
He is a strange one.
He is a saint, and there's nothing strange about any of this.
Fauchelevent, what the hell are you doing?
What, me? I am just combining characters to make things easier on the audience. You do it all the time.
All right. But I still think you're up to something.
Prove it.
Chapter 235.
Mademoiselle?
Oh, hi, Toussaint. Sorry, you caught me daydreaming. I just love being out here in the garden. Reminds me of another garden that we used to take care of.
At the convent?
Yes. How'd you know about that? I don't think I ever told you about it.
Your father must have told me.
Must have told you about that when he was telling you about the garden here and the secret entrance. It's so strange that gardens would play such an important role in our protection. It makes me think that there's someone or something watching over us. I don't know, is that weird?
No, it's not weird at all. In fact, in my experience, everything has a bearing on everything else.
That's very interesting. Everything has a bearing on everything else. I'll have to think on that.
Chapter 236.
Father, why are you always staying in those ramshackle apartments and not staying in the house here with me?
Oh, I'm a busy man. Lots to do, places to be.
Well, maybe I could go with you sometimes.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think you'd just get bored. Perhaps we could go to the Luxembourg Gardens together.
Okay, I'd like that. And what about this black bread you're eating?
Oh, I'm a simple man. All I need is black bread.
All right, then I'll have black bread.
All right. White bread it is. I can never say no to you.
Yeah. Why don't you ever talk about my mother?
Chapter 237.
Cosette, you are beautiful and strong and witty and intelligent, and you inherit all of those things from your mother. And that is all the more I will say on the matter.
You think I'm beautiful?
Yes, you've become a very beautiful young lady.
Wouldn't it be weird if I was the kind of young woman who wanted to keep up with the latest styles and fashions and cared about how she looked? Because I don't. Being intelligent and witty and strong, those are the things that I care about. Perhaps I could take you shopping. I know about all the latest fashions in hats, gowns, mantles, ankle boots. Would that be okay, Father? Not that I care, but would it?
Well, okay.
Chapter 238.
So, Mademoiselle Cosette, did you enjoy your shopping?
Oh, yes. I had no idea they had so many different kinds of ankle boots. And that I like ankle boots.
Ooh, lovely. I was thinking perhaps we could go home by way of the Luxembourg Gardens.
Oh, it's so strange that you mentioned that, Toussaint. I was going to say the exact same thing.
You were?
Yes, these past few months I've been thinking to myself how delightful this Luxembourg garden is. Because of a boy.
Oh, two little lovebirds meet in the Luxembourg Garden?
Meet is a generous way of putting it. He always seems to look at me and I always look at him, but we've never really spoken.
Perhaps you should change that.
Maybe. I am wearing these nice ankle boots.
Chapter 239.
Toussaint,
Yes, sir?
you and Cosette are going to the Luxembourg Gardens awfully frequently. Tell me, and don't lie. Is she making eyes at a boy? Say no more. I will accompany her from now on.
Accompany me where?
To the Luxembourg Gardens. Shall we go?
All right, Father, we're here. Now why don't we just stroll around and enjoy the weather?
Yes, let's do. But first, that boy.
What boy?
The one staring at you and pretending to read a book. there is a pretentious-looking young man. I wouldn't want to see you end up with someone like him, Cosette.
I don't know him, and I don't see what you have to do with it at all.
Really, you don't see what your father, who's taken care of you all these years, has to do with it.
God, you're embarrassing me. Let's go.
I'm watching you.
Chapter 240.
Good morning, Cosette. Shall we go for a walk and see the sunrise?
Sure. That could be nice. Why don't we go to the main toll gate?
All right, I don't see why not.
Perhaps you should go somewhere else. Why not the Luxembourg Gardens again?
Dad doesn't want to go to the Luxembourg Gardens anymore because there's too many boys there. I might get in trouble.
Now, come on, I'm just looking out for you. And we can go to the Luxembourg Gardens if you want.
And I don't want to anymore. I'd rather go to the main toll gate.
But, mademoiselle, perhaps you could go to the Champs-Élysées.
Why would we go there?
It's decided, we will go to the main toll gate.
All right. I hope nothing traumatic happens.
It is a beautiful day out today, Father. I'm glad we decided to go out. Only, what's that?
What's what?
A bunch of carts full of people? Oh, goodness, they look awful. What on earth are they?
Convicts.
Convicts. They look like monsters. Wherever could they be going?
To the prison hulks.
Can they really be men?
Sometimes.
I guess Toussaint was right. We should have gone somewhere else. Why don't we go back home? And tomorrow there's going to be fireworks. That'll be more fun than this.
Yes. I'll have to be there with the National Guard. We're going on parade.
You always look so smart in your National Guard uniform. Is there something you want to say?
No.
What are the prison hulks to you?
Let's go.
Part 4. Book 4. Chapter 241. I think we need to let everybody know that all that stuff with Jean Valjean and Cosette was in the past.
Oh, was that not clear?
I can't believe the Thénardiers are here, and I just escaped from them, although my arm is badly wounded.
It's clear now.
Father, where have you been? And oh my God, what's wrong with your arm?
Nothing, Cosette, and don't make a big fuss about this.
You're bleeding like a stuck pig. We have to get someone to help.
Just call the dog doctor.
Oh my God, you're losing so much blood you couldn't remember the word veterinarian.
I think that was a little directed at you.
Yeah, I don't know what I was going for with dog doctor.
Don't worry. Everything will be fine.
All right, all bandaged up. What are we gonna do with you, old man?
You look like an angel.
All right, you rest up. And don't go anywhere.
Of course. But I will stroll around Paris at night.
What? Chapter 242.
Oh boy, am I hungry. And look, an apple tree. And what is it that you want, child? Oh, good day, monsieur. My name's Petite Gavroche. Can you spare any food for a gamin such as myself? Oh, no, I don't think so. I am very late on the rent, almost a year. And I would offer meat, but the butcher says no meat until I pay. And I could offer bread, but the baker says no bread until I pay. So all you have to eat is that apple tree? Yes, that's about right. Oh my God, man, that's not enough. What are you going to do with your life? Well, I do have many books, and that has served me well so far. Anyway, I think I shall sit down and read this book, and if you would like to nap under the apple tree and perhaps take an apple, that would be okay. Okay. What was your name again? Mabeuf? Monsieur Mabeuf? Mabeuf! But you don't have any! I don't get it. Mabeuf, you know, like beef. And you don't have any meat. Because you're poor. Because you spend all your money on books. Anyway, I'm gonna sleep. Alright, sounds good. But who is this new person? Oh, that would be my good friend Montparnasse. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, Petit Gavroche, real good. Good to see you. Hey, old man, give me all of your stuff.
Well, you see, the landlord. I don't care about your landlord, buddy. Just give me all of your stuff. Oi, Montparnasse, this guy doesn't have a pot to piss in. He's got 1,000,000 books and an apple tree, which I'm gonna take a nap under right now. You don't have any stuff? Well, then I'm gonna beat the crap out of you.
No, young man, I'm afraid you're not.
Who is this new person?
Let me handle this, old man. Look, you. What do you want to be?
Me, old man? I want to be a thief.
Let me tell you how that's gonna go for you.
You're gonna parade around like the dandy that you are, and you're going to get caught. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, but it will happen. The only thing you'll have to look forward to is back-breaking labor for 30 years. You'll pin all of your hopes on hollowing out a coin and secreting a file in it so that you can cut your shackles. That and the hope that there might not be mold on your bread at dinner. You'll enter prison at 20 and leave at 50. You'll come in young and virile, and you'll leave old and bent and hollowed and broken. So what was it you wanted? Stuff? Money? Here. Take it.
Jesus Christ, man, who the hell are you?
Me? I'm your worst nightmare.
Hell with this, I'm splitting.
Goodbye.
Boy, you left all this money here.
Hey, old man, you should have this. Part 4, Book 5, Chapter 243.
You know what, Toussaint? What is that, mademoiselle? I haven't thought about that boy from the Luxembourg Gardens in over a week. I think I'm over him.
Oh, weird thing to just bring up out of nowhere, but good for you.
I wonder if he thinks about me. Probably not.
Oh, yeah, probably not.
Kofarek, I'm dying.
What's up, buddy? Are you wounded? Did you get into a tussle with Angeros?
No, worse. It's my heart. Pierced forever by never seeing my beloved.
Oh, God, this again.
If I could only see her before I die.
Look, you can either come to Café Musen with me and the boys, or you can wallow here. What do you want to do?
Wallow?
Yeah, that sounds like you. Chapter 244.
Cosette, I'm leaving. I'll be back in 3 days.
And where are you going?
Have a good time while I'm gone.
I said, where are you going?
I love you too. Bye.
Old man. Well, Toussaint, it's just you and me. Hope you're not afraid of the dark.
Oh no, I am not afraid of the dark, but I am afraid of werewolves.
Why did you say that?
Did you hear that?
Hear what? It sounded like someone outside. I don't see anything. I'm gonna check out there. What? Oh, you are wild and brave at heart, mademoiselle.
Hello? Is anyone out here?
Maybe it is nothing.
I heard it again.
2 nights in a row? There, look, the shadow. It moved.
Cosette, Toussaint, I'm home.
Father, I think someone's been prowling in the garden these past 2 nights.
What? What do you mean?
The past 2 nights I've heard this sound like footsteps, and last night I saw a shadow. It looked like a man with a big round hat, and when I called out, it disappeared.
Cosette, come here. Does that look like your shadow?
Maybe. A little? Look, it's just the shadow of that stovepipe in the light of the moon. It's nothing, I promise.
Oh, okay.
But it was cloudy last night, and I don't think I saw the shadow near the stovepipe, and it moved.
Chapter 245.
Toussaint? Yes, mademoiselle? Did you put a rock on the bench in the garden just now?
Oh no, I have been inside the entire time.
Oh no, it really is happening again. Someone must have been out in the garden. I was sitting out there on the bench, and as the sun went down, I don't know, I just started to feel sad.
Sad?
I can't explain it. Something about sitting in those shadows just made me feel this profound sense of longing. So anyway, I got up and walked around the outside of the garden, and when I got back to the bench, there was a stone sitting there. Someone had to have put it there.
Well, perhaps a bird dropped it, you know.
Toussaint, it's the size of my head.
Oh, that would have to be a big bird.
Listen, Toussaint, we have to go around and lock all the doors and windows and make sure everything is shut up tight.
Oh, you needn't worry, mademoiselle.
It's just we're so isolated here.
Oh, well, that's true. If someone broke in, no one would hear us scream. And there's so many ways to break into this house. I think about it often, actually. What would we do if someone got inside? Not much! I bet they would be on us in a second. Their knives cutting at our throats. And it's not the dying that bothers me so much. Everybody dies. That's natural. It's just, I don't like being touched by strangers. And I fear that their knives would be dull. Oh my God. Too much? Yep. Let's just double check all the doors and windows and wait for my dad to get home, okay? Yes, mademoiselle. Apologies. Oh, one more thing. You mentioned that the reason you got up from the bench was you were feeling sad? Why was that?
I don't know. Something about those shadows. Anyway, I'll check upstairs.
Fantine was perhaps in those shadows.
Chapter 246.
Toussaint, look what I found underneath that rock. Someone left, their book of poetry.
Poetry? What kind?
It's like love poetry.
Oh, that must be very personal. It would be wrong to dig through someone's private thoughts. But now that you've already started, let's take a look.
Like, look at this one. The day when a woman walking in front of you casts light as she goes on her way, you are lost. You are in love. Doesn't that make you think of the boy from Luxembourg Gardens?
I thought you weren't thinking about him anymore.
I'm not. He's the furthest thing from my mind. Except look at this one. You who suffer because you love, love yet more. To die of love is to live by love. Whoever wrote this is so romantic.
Romantic or creepy?
Honestly, what's the difference sometimes? And this, there's only one thing you can do. Think of her so intently that she's compelled to think of you. Is that what he's doing to me? Is this for me at all? Maybe someone just threw this away.
And put a rock on top of it in our garden?
I don't know. It's all so strange. It makes me feel topsy-turvy. Like this last thing he wrote. If there were not someone who loved, the sun would be extinguished. Maybe I feel that way.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm gonna check on all the doors and windows. Chapter 247.
Would you look at that, mademoiselle? It's that young officer again.
This is the third time he's walked by.
Who cares about him when I have this? He couldn't have written these words. These lovely, wonderful words. There's only one man who could have written this, Toussaint. One man only.
One ping only?
Watch it, Fauchelevent. I told you, no references. You're on thin ice.
All right, back off. I'm just having a little fun.
Who are you talking to?
Oh, it was the butcher or the baker or the candlestick maker. Whoever it was, I told him to go away and stop bothering us.
Anyway, there's only one man who could have written this. The boy from the gardens. And I think I'm in love with him. But, my dear Cosette, how do you know it's him? How do you know it's love? Because it's everything I read in his eyes.
Chapter 248.
Cosette, I'm going out. I'll be back tomorrow.
Okay. Why do I keep saying okay? Why am I nervous? Perhaps you are feeling the workings of fate. In any event, I also must leave to attend to something very important. I will leave things in your trusty hands. Right. Okay. That's fine. So what should I do now?
And why are you going to the Luxembourg Gardens? Ursule hasn't been there in months.
I've told you her name is not Ursule. I don't know her name. And I don't know why I need to go there. I just do. Just trust me, Courfeyrac. This right here is the exact spot where I saw him. I wonder if he came back here to write his poetry. I did. Every day. I waited for you. And when you didn't come, I conjured you into those words. It's you. Is it really you? It's me. Tell me. No, wait. Tell me. What is your name? My name is Marius. And yours? My name is Cosette. Oi, mister. You seen this? It's fascinating.
These doesn't look like reading a book, Eponine.
I'm doing that too. I'm through the first part.
Things are going to start happening very quickly now. You'll need to focus.
Alright, I will. God, you act like this book is a matter of life or death.
It is, child. It is life or death.
Part 4, Book 6, Chapter 249. Alright, now that Cosette and Marius have finally met, it's time
To stop everything in its tracks and go back to catch up on the Thénardier's kids.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too.
Wife!
Yes, husband?
What are we going to do with these 2 new boys you've given birth to? We can hardly feed the 3 we already have.
Well, I know someone who's looking for 2 boys. Her name is Magnon, but her master calls her Nicolette. He calls all of the household Nicolette.
That's a little weird, but I kind of get it.
Well, anyway, this Nicolette claims to have gotten knocked up by her master. Gilly something.
Gilly something? What kind of name is that?
He's an aristocrat. Gilly Normandy.
Gilly Normandy? Sounds important.
Well, anyway, in the recent epidemic, both of her sons died. But she gets money every month from Gilly Normandy. And her sons are the same age as our 2 sons.
So you want to sell her our sons?
Yes?
Wife, you're a genius! We'll get 10 francs a month for both of them. It won't make up for little Alouette, but pretty good. If you think this Gilly Normandie character is good for it.
Oh, he's big old money, and he's giving away a lot of money to various Nicolettes. Maybe I should become a Nicolette.
Another capital idea, wife. Let's think on it.
And that is how the Thénardiers had managed to unburden themselves of their youngest children.
Victor, these people are the worst.
Yeah, not great. Oh, and the woman that they gave the kids to?
One of Guillemon's Nicolettes.
Yeah, she's also the one who told Eponine about the Rue Plumet, and right after that, the police caught her, and her kids are orphans.
Wait, that's like right now they're orphans on the street?
Wandering around aimlessly.
Why?
It's Misérables.
Chapter 250. So what about these orphaned Thénardier kids?
Actually, I think we're just about to catch up with them.
Monsieur, can you help?
Oi, lads, what's with all the crying?
We cannot find our mama and papa, and we have nowhere to sleep. Me and my shorter brother, who's right here next to me.
No mom, no dad, and no place to sleep? Well, young Gavroche has got you covered. Come along with me, my bratlings.
We're also very hungry. We haven't eaten since yesterday.
All right, one thing at a time. I've only been a surrogate father for 17 seconds.
Hey, young Gavroche.
Montparnasse? Nice looking glasses.
Yeah, I know, very stylish. But wait, you recognize me right away?
Yeah, you look exactly the same as you always do.
Huh. How about now?
Couldn't pick you out of a lineup now. So what's going on with you, my friend?
Look, I'm meeting up with Babette.
He got out of prison?
What's Babette?
It's a very special kind of spice. You'll learn all about it when you're an adult.
So Montparnasse, you getting the gang back together? Yeah, but we can't talk about it right now. How can I find you later?
You can find me in my fine lodgings near the Bastille.
You're still living in that thing? I can't believe they haven't found out. I'll stop by tonight. Later, Petit Gavroche.
Who was that?
That is what we call a budding serial killer.
All right, let's get some bread and then make our way to the elephant.
An elephant?
No worry, my little bratlings, you'll see. Here we are, home. You enjoy your bread?
It wasn't very much, I thought, or my brother, who's right here next to me.
What, you think I'm made of money? Come on, let's get inside. Then you can dream about food.
Here we are, home sweet home. This is an elephant that Napoleon had made.
What's Napoleon?
Napoleon was a very famous elephant tamer. Anyway, no more questions. We need to go to bed.
What's that sound?
Oh, that's the rats.
What are rats?
Rats are like mice if you shoved a straw into them and blew them up 5 times their size.
Why would you do that?
How else are you going to get them that big?
Are they trying to get inside?
Oh, yeah, every night. But I've got this mesh up around here. It seems to keep them out okay.
Why don't you get a cat?
I had a cat. The rats ate it.
Mice can eat cats?
Well, if they're big enough and hungry enough, they can. And Paris rats are huge, and there must be millions of them.
Will they eat us?
Oh, if they could get inside here, they'd eat us clean to the bone. Now, my little bratlings, I'm here to protect you. You can hold my hand while we go to sleep.
Okay, that sounds nice.
Montparnasse, that you? Well, my little sleeping bratlings, it's time for me to go out and get into some trouble.
Chapter 251. Thénardier, lights out.
Lights out for the last time.
It's tonight.
Anybody know why we gave Thénardier that big iron spike?
He said he needed it to nail up his bread to keep it away from the rats.
Why didn't we just give him a wooden spike?
In retrospect, that may have been a better idea.
Free at last! And how I escaped through that entire prison is quite a remarkable story. Almost unbelievable, but you cannot always make sense of the miracles of escape. But wait. No, my rope is too short. I will not make it down. Brujon? Babette? Anyone? Can someone help me? Would you look at that? Thénardier's rope is too short. Petit Gavroche, you're up.
What, you want me to take a piece of rope up there and help him down?
Yeah, we need him. Get up there, Gavroche.
Oh, fine, all right. Give me a length of rope.
Thénardier, someone's coming up to help you down. Start climbing.
All right, but these better work. Here I come.
Yeah, and here you go. More rope to let you down.
Oh, bless you, unknown child.
Nice. Good job, Gavroche.
Need any more of my services tonight?
I think we're good for now, but you're welcome to hang around.
No, I gotta get my kids up for school. Street school, that is.
I don't know what that means, but okay, bye.
Oh, thank you for saving me. Now, who are we going to rob?
Easy, old-timer, we got a plum job. House on the Rue Plumet, no guards. Your daughter Eponine scoped it out for us.
I have a daughter.
Yes, you have 2 daughters, Eponine and Azelma.
Oh, well. I'm glad that they have found a good target for us.
Oh, no children could be so useful.
I mean, you also have a son who just saved you right now. Did you not notice that that was Petit Gavroche?
Who is Petit Gavroche?
Did you hit your head particularly hard in prison, Thénardier? That was your son who just saved you.
Wow, what a dope.
Thénardier, you are just the right kind of crazy for this job.
Part 4, Book 7, Chapter 252. Well, with all that action and us getting so close to the climax of the book, I think it's a good time
To spend 4 chapters discussing slang.
No, Victor, I don't think we're going to do that.
What?
Yeah, we're not going to do that, although I will give you the last word. What we're going to do instead is catch everybody up on what's happened in the past 4 books over these 4 chapters. And then as we explode into the climax, everyone will know what's going on.
What an unusual idea. Won't people want to know more about slang?
You know, sometimes you just gotta leave people wanting more. So wait, let's start over. Les Misérables, Book 1. In Book 1, we're introduced to Jean Valjean and Fantine. Young Jean Valjean was sent to prison for stealing a loaf of bread to feed his family. He was sent to a forced labor camp in Toulon, and repeated escape attempts kept him in prison for 19 years. He was released in 1815, but immediately broke his probation and attempted to steal the silver from the Bishop of Digne. The bishop, Monsignor Bienvenu, took pity on Jean Valjean, covered up the crime, and gave him all the silver, asking only that he be an honest man. This completely changes Jean Valjean's life. He relocates to Montreuil-sur-Mer, where he becomes a successful businessman, and eventually the mayor under the assumed identity of Madeleine. Mayor Madeleine becomes fabulously wealthy while employing hundreds of people, and even saving the life of an old man named Fauchelevent. Unfortunately, the feat of strength required to save this old man raises the suspicions of Police Inspector Javert. Javert was a prison guard in Toulon, and is aware of Jean Valjean skipping bail, and now he has his sights on Mayor Madeleine. While all of this is going on, a young woman in Paris named Fantine gets pregnant and is left by her deadbeat boyfriend. She hears that there's jobs in Montreuil-sur-Mer, so she decides to relocate there and asks 2 innkeepers, the Thénardiers, to take care of her daughter, Cosette. And while Fantine gets a job in Mayor Madeleine's factories, the Thénardiers are cruel and extort her for all she's worth and more, while simultaneously heaping abuse on Cosette. Cosette is living a pitiful life with the Thénardiers and their 2 daughters, Eponine and Azelma, and a young son whose name we don't yet know. When Fantine's boss finds out that she's been keeping a daughter in secret, she's fired, and Fantine is forced to resort to sex work, and eventually is arrested after assaulting a man in self-defense. Around the same time, a man named Champmathieu is arrested and is charged with all of Jean Valjean's crimes. Javert reveals to Mayor Madeleine that he's long suspected him of being Jean Valjean, but now they've caught the real guy. If Madeleine does nothing, this man will take the fall for him. Jean Valjean can't live with that, and he goes and reveals everything in court. He rushes back to Montreuil-sur-Mer, where he discovers everything that's been going on with Fantine and tries to help. Unfortunately, Javert reveals everything to Fantine, and the years of hardship and the shock of discovering that Valjean is a criminal causes her to go into shock, and she dies. Jean Valjean makes a deathbed promise to Fantine to take care of her daughter Cosette, and then stages a daring escape, his future unknown.
I can't believe you crammed all of that into 3 minutes.
It's amazing what a little bit of editing can do, Victor.
I'm not familiar with that.
Oh, and I said you could have the last word.
Oh, yes. Well, this chapter was all about slang and how my contemporaries found it distasteful that I used it in my books.
What'd you have to say to them about that?
Well, surely if the language of a nation or a province is worthy of interest, even more worthy of attention is the language of misery.
I see, and slang arises from the streets and among the poor.
Well, the slang that I use in this book does. But actually there's all kinds of slang. You might call it jargon. But when it's an elite institution using it, it's important. But if poor people are using it, it's slang and dirty. The rich and powerful spend all their time criticizing the poor and the marginalized for using slang instead of listening to them.
Chapter 253.
So, no slang. Because I have a very interesting framework for thinking about slang.
You can get to it at the end, Victor. Today we're talking about Les Misérables, Book 2. Jean Valjean has escaped from Inspector Javert and buries his fortune in the Paris suburb of Montfermeil. This is the same suburb where the Thénardiers live with Cosette. Book 2 starts with an extended discussion of the Battle of Waterloo, where we learn that Monsieur Thénardier, while looting the battlefield, inadvertently saved a colonel named Pontmercy. Jean Valjean is recaptured and sentenced to life back in the forced labor camps in Toulon, where he saves a sailor's life and then, after faking his own death, escapes. Jean Valjean returns to Montfermeil, where he retrieves his fortune, and after observing how the Thénardiers treat Cosette, he engineers her escape, but not before showing her the first kindness of her life when he buys her a doll she names Catherine. Valjean pays a nominal amount of money in exchange for Cosette, which Monsieur Thénardier immediately regrets, understanding that the man is clearly rich. Jean Valjean and Cosette make their way into Paris to start a simple life in the Gorbeau tenements. Unfortunately for them, Inspector Javert now works for the Paris police. Unlike the Thénardiers, Javert is not particularly villainous, but he is obsessed with law and order, and he also is becoming obsessed with capturing Jean Valjean. And even though Valjean is careful living in the Gorbeau tenements, Javert does discover that they are living there. Jean Valjean and Cosette escape Javert and the Paris police and stumble into the Petit Picpus convent. This is where Fauchelevent, the old man that Jean Valjean saved in Book 1, is a gardener. After an extended diatribe against convents and monastic orders by Victor Hugo, Book 2 ends with Jean Valjean and Cosette being introduced to the convent as Fauchelevent's brother and niece.
And now, slang?
Sure, Victor, go for it.
Well, from a purely literary point of view, few studies would prove more fruitful or interesting than the study of slang.
Psst, Eponine.
Hey, Fauchelevent, you didn't tell me this book was about me!
I know, all will be explained. Those two are absorbed in their discussions, so I think we're free to talk. But, have you finished the book yet?
Not yet, but I'm close.
See if you can finish by tomorrow, and then we'll meet back here.
Chapter 254.
When you're done with this book, I have a few things to say about slang and history.
Sure, Victor, anything you like. But for now, we're going to be talking about Les Misérables, Book 3. Book 3 introduces the last of the major characters and maneuvers them around so that they're positioned for the climax that's going to begin in Book 4. Before we get to those character introductions, though, Victor spends a little bit of time introducing us to Paris street urchins, which are known as gamins in French. Gamins are bawdy, witty, uproarious children who own the Paris streets, know a lot about the Paris police, and Victor notes would be particularly helpful in a riot. Victor concludes this description of the gamin with the example of Petit Gavroche. He is the unnamed son of the Thénardiers that we heard about in Book 2 and who won't get a proper introduction until Book 4. The Thénardiers have relocated to Paris and are living in the Gorbeau tenements, the same place where Jean Valjean and Cosette were living in the previous book, and they are now using the assumed name of Jondrette. Their next-door neighbor is a Monsieur Marius Pontmercy, about whom Book 3 is largely concerned. Given that the Thénardiers and Marius are now occupying the Gorbeau tenements, we know some time has passed since Book 2. Victor lets us know it's been 8 years. That would place Marius at around 22 years old and Cosette around 17. We rewind the clock to chart Marius's path from childhood up to this point. He was raised by his grandfather, an aristocrat named Monsieur Guy Normand, who was a staunch royalist. However, Marius's father, Colonel Pontmercy, the one who Thénardier saved at the beginning of Book 2, was a Republican. Marius rebels against his grandfather and takes up his father's cause, as well as his father's title. He was a baron. In doing so, he has to start eking out a life in poverty in urban Paris. While doing this, he is introduced to 3 sets of people. The first are the Society of the Friends of the ABC, or in French, ABC, which is a pun on the French word abaissé, which means the downtrodden. These are a bunch of student radicals who want to overthrow the government. There are many of them, but there are a few that we are principally concerned with, starting with Enjolras, the heroic leader, Combeferre, the intellectual complement to Enjolras, Courfeyrac, who's kind of the hype man and PR person for the group and ends up being Marius's best friend and roommate, and Grantaire, who is almost certainly in love with Enjolras. Despite being a Republican, Marius is not really aligned with the Abbés in Book 3 and really just knows Courfeyrac. The second person that Marius becomes close with is a Monsieur Mabeuf, an old man who likes books and plants. And the third characters that he gets introduced to are Jean Valjean and Cosette, but he does not know their names. He runs into them at the Luxembourg Gardens and falls in love with Cosette at first sight. She and Jean Valjean have taken the last name of Fauchelevent, who has passed away in the intervening 8 years. Jean Valjean is going by the name Urbain Fauchelevent these days, and when Marius finds a monogrammed handkerchief with the letters UF stamped on it, he decides that that means Cosette's name must be Ursule for some reason. Despite being a trained lawyer, Marius is not the sharpest tool in the shed. Marius starts kind of obsessively going to the Luxembourg Gardens to run into Cosette and Jean Valjean, and while we don't really learn the details of this until Book 4, Jean Valjean figures this out and they stop going there. At this point, Marius does not know anything about Cosette, or even if she might reciprocate his feelings. She does. Marius sinks into a deep depression, which is only punctuated when one day, out of the blue, Jean Valjean and Cosette show up at the Thénardiers, who, remember, are going under the name of Jondrette. Now, this is a little ambiguous in the book, but it seems that Jean Valjean does not recognize that the Jondrettes are really the Thénardiers, and they don't immediately realize that he is Jean Valjean. They have been running scams all over Paris trying to con rich men out of money, largely using their daughter Eponine as a go-between. They write letters to all kinds of famous and rich men, and she delivers them. All of this is even more coincidental than it seems, because this is the first and only time that Marius has ever spied on the Thénardiers through a crack in their wall. He overhears the conversation between the Thénardiers and Jean Valjean, and also the post-game conversation that the Thénardiers have where they've realized that it's Jean Valjean and decide to rob him using the services of the Patron Minette. The Patron Minette are a dangerous Paris street gang. Marius goes to report this to the Paris police, where he encounters Inspector Javert. Everyone except for Cosette winds up back at the Gorbeau tenements. The Thénardiers attempt to press Jean Valjean for hundreds of thousands of francs, but are thwarted by the Paris police, and Jean Valjean escapes. Depending on how you count it, this is around his third escape of the book. All of the Thénardiers go to prison, including the daughters Eponine and Azelma, although they are released after 2 weeks. And Javert is able to sweep up most of the Patron Minette except for one man named Montparnasse. Javert does leave with a clue that the hostage might have been Jean Valjean, because his escape used a technique that he knows from the Toulon labor camps. And now, Victor, what kind of slang thing do you want to talk about today?
Yes. Thanks to the revolution, social conditions have changed. They're going to be at this for a while. I think we're good.
I'm going to die in this book!
Shh, keep your voice down, child.
What is this, old man? Some kind of sick joke?
No, I assure you it is quite real. In fact, I myself am a dead man.
What? You some kind of werewolf?
What is it with everyone in werewolves? No, you see, I am also a character in this book, Fauchelevent, and I died. Victor Hugo, the author of this book, wrote it that way.
Well, then why are you still around? And what's up with the bell? And why is any of this even here?
I will explain what I can. The narrator over there, the man you can see?
The one who always looks like he's muttering to himself.
That's right. He is telling this story with Victor Hugo. But he's abridging it, making changes. One of those changes is having me stand in for many different characters. This bell represents change. Whoa. Yes, and I think there will be more change soon. More change.
Chapter 255. Today we'll finish recapping what's happened so far in Book 4. Book 4 begins with a description of the political environment in France, which is shaky. The king is Louis Philippe, the people are not very happy, and revolution seems imminent. Victor catalogues the various revolutionary societies, including the Society of the Friends of the ABC. The Patron Minette, the dangerous street gang that we were introduced to in Book 3, is also attempting to reassert itself. Their men on the outside, Montparnasse, is reassembling their network and planning to break out a number of their members from jail. The Thénardier's daughter Eponine is a key figure in this. She not only has served as a communications go-between, but also has scoped out their newest target, a house on the Rue Plumet. And yes, that house is the house of Jean Valjean and Cosette. We rewind the clock and catch up with Jean Valjean and Cosette and find that they've been living in this house for the past few years after their flight from the Gorbeau tenements. Jean Valjean also maintains a number of residences throughout Paris, so he's never in one place for too long. Cosette is often left in the house on the Rue Plumet with their live-in servant Toussaint. Importantly, Jean Valjean bought that house because it has a private garden and a secret back alley entrance. We also find out that Cosette has fallen madly in love with the boy that she saw at the Luxembourg Gardens. And this is where Eponine becomes a truly pivotal character in the story. She also has fallen in love with Marius, or at least likes him quite a lot, and when he asks her for the address of Cosette and Jean Valjean, Eponine gives it to him. Now, she knows this address because this is the location that Montparnasse and the Patron Minette are intending to rob. Eponine is going to try to warn them off of this, but it won't work. Just before we hit this book about slang, we are at last introduced to Petit Gavroche. This is the Thénardier's 12-year-old son, a gamin who has had many chance encounters with a lot of the characters already. And he has 2 more chance encounters that are worth noting. One, he unknowingly becomes a surrogate father to his 2 younger brothers. The Thénardiers had 2 younger sons after Gavroche left the house, and they essentially sold them to a woman who is extorting money out of an old aristocrat. And that old aristocrat? Monsieur Gillenormand, Marius' grandfather. When the 2 boys' new mother is arrested, they're left orphaned on the streets, and Gavroche takes them in to live in his elephant at the Bastille. The second chance encounter is he rescues his father from prison. Gavroche is friends with Montparnasse and gets swept up in the prison breakout, which Thénardier inserts himself into. And that is everything that's happened so far in Les Misérables. Victor, was there anything else you wanted to say about slang before we left?
No. I wrote these chapters because I was concerned about the criticism I would face from my peers about using slang in my book. And it does seem that those concerns are no longer relevant. At least no longer relevant for the particular slang that I used.
Fair enough. Is there anything else you want to say? You want to have the last word?
Just that
Intellectual and moral growth are no less indispensable than material betterment.
Well said, Victor. Part 4, Book 8, Chapter 256.
Cosette, what were you doing outside?
Me? Oh, I was reading.
But it is nighttime. How were you reading?
It's a full moon, and there was just the loveliest patch of moonlight, and I had to take some books out to read in it.
Okay.
All right, bye, Toussaint.
Cosette, you were out late again. What were you doing?
I was weeding the garden. The weeds were really getting out of control.
And you were doing this at night?
Yep. Bye.
Cosette, are you about to go outside at night again? That's 3 nights in a row!
Yes, but I have a very good reason. I'm talking with that boy from the Luxembourg Gardens. I was also talking with him the past 2 nights. I'm sorry I lied about that. There was no moonlight and no weeding. It's just, I've fallen completely in love with him. It's the most remarkable feeling, and I'm so excited. And also, you cannot tell Dad about any of this. Okay, bye.
Huh. Well, I suppose there is no halfway with love.
Chapter 257. Marius, what are you doing in so late?
Courfeyrac, I didn't think you would still be up. I was out reading with Mabouf.
It's after midnight. How were you reading?
Moonlight. Bye.
Marius, yo, what are you doing?
Courfeyrac. Still not going to bed at a reasonable time, I see. I was, helping Mabouf weed his garden. You know how he loves plants.
At 1 a.m.
Best time for it. Leave the gardening to experts like Mabouf and myself, Courfeyrac. Bye!
Hey, Marius, how's Ursule?
I will have you know her name is Cosette, although actually it's Euphrasie, which is very strange. I like Cosette better. Anyway, yeah, that's who I was seeing these past few nights. I'm sorry I lied to you about it. It's all happening so fast. We meet in the garden at her house every night, and we talk, and I'm just so excited.
Clearly. So, why do you only meet her at night?
Well, her dad is a little crazy. Anyway, if we only meet to talk in her garden at night, I'm content to do that for the rest of my life.
Well, have a good one, Marius. Sure seems that love almost replaces thinking. Chapter 258.
Good night, Courfeyrac. I'm heading out.
Ooh, say hi to Ursule for me.
For the 10th time, her name is Cosette.
We'll give my regards to Mademoiselle Cosette and tell her I'd like to get my best friend back one of these days.
I will do no such thing, and thank you.
Oh, good evening, Monsieur Marius. Fancy seeing you out.
Oh, Monsieur Mabouf, hello.
Would you like to join me in searching for a patch of moonlight to read in? I can't afford candles anymore.
No, Mabouf, that's all right. Maybe some other time.
Good evening, Monsieur Marius.
Not tonight, Madame de Tururu.
Tururu.
Finally, the Rue Plumet.
Good evening, Monsieur Marius.
Good evening, Eponine. Eponine? What are you doing here?
Just keeping my eye on you. Good evening, Monsieur Marius.
The Rue Plumet. Cosette, I'm here.
Chapter 259.
Well, there goes Monsieur Marius, right on time. Such a silly man, but I guess love makes you silly. And just about time for the rest of our players to show up.
All right, gentlemen, this is it. House on the Rue Plumet. Everyone ready?
Oh, quite ready, Montparnasse. Thank you for inviting me along.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Now, we know the old man is gone, but we're sure there's no dog in the garden. We don't need any commotion like that.
Now, how can you say that, Montparnasse? Everywhere you go is a commotion.
Eponine, what are you doing here?
Just sitting on the ground, minding my own business. You all on your way someplace else?
Who is this baggage? This is your daughter, Thénardier. How do you keep not recognizing her?
Yeah, Dad, how do you not recognize me? Give me a big hug.
All right, fine. Hello, goodbye. Let's move on with it. Yeah, Eponine, this is a job. This is the time of day for foxes, not birds.
Oh, is that so? Well, maybe you'll find I'm not the animal you think I am.
What is that supposed to mean?
What that means is there's nothing here for you, so you might as well move along.
Eponine, we know there's 2 women alone in that house.
Nope, they moved.
And did their candles move too, genius?
Alright, fine, there's people in that house, but Babette himself assigned me to scout this place out, and I'm telling you, those people are poor, they don't have anything, you all need to move on.
Alright, I don't know why you care about this so much, Eponine, but we are going in there now.
Montparnasse, I know deep down in there, you're a decent person. Now I'm begging you, don't do this.
Eponine, I don't want to have to do this, but if you get in our way, I will kill you.
You better listen to him, girl. He seems like he means business.
Why do you not care that I just threatened to kill your daughter in front of you? I have another daughter.
Alright, idiots, you forced my hand. None of you are getting in that house. If one of you so much as blinks in the direction of that house, I'll scream. I'll wake up the entire neighborhood, including the police. You were worried about a dog in the garden? Well, that's me. I'm the dog. Arr!
You've just made the biggest mistake of your life, Eponine. Come on, gentlemen. Let's get out of here and regroup. This isn't worth it. Chapter 260. So, you took care of them?
Yeah, for now.
What did you do?
I couldn't think of anything else to do, so I just did what the book said. I threatened to scream. I can be quite ferocious.
Yes, wolves back away from any encounter with a ghoul.
Ow! What's that noise?
Oh, just some dog, probably, I'm sure.
You don't think it could be a werewolf?
I'm not 100% sure that werewolves are real things.
Right. What do you mean you're not 100% sure?
Chapter 261.
Oh, my sweet Marius. You know these last 6 weeks have meant everything to me.
For me as well, Cosette. I feel like my whole life I've been lost and I'm finally found.
Oh, good. And you know that I would never want to intentionally hurt you.
Well, of course not. Why would you even say that?
Well, Marius, I need to tell you something, and you need to promise me you won't get mad.
Of course, I won't get mad.
My father has business in England, and we're going to move there.
What? But that makes me so mad!
Oh, Marius, don't cry.
England? That's not even this country!
Yep. Maybe you could come with us.
How am I supposed to do that? I don't have any money, and I don't know anyone who...
Marius, what are you doing?
A thought just occurred to me. I need to go do something.
Look, Marius, don't take this the wrong way, but you've never struck me as much of a thinker.
What? Anyway, I think I can solve this. But I'll have to be away tomorrow night, perhaps the next. And if everything works... Well, this is my only idea, so... I guess it's going to have to work.
Why don't you just tell me? I could help out.
No. I have to do this on my own. Here's my address, if anything goes wrong.
Are you sure you don't want to run your plan by me just once? For good luck?
No, Cosette. Like I said, I have to do this on my own. I have to see the old man one last time.
Chapter 262.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Guinomont.
What's so bon about this soir?
Ooh, looks like someone might be on your mind.
What are you talking about? Nobody's on my mind. Just reminiscing about all of my old mistresses.
Are you sure a certain Monsieur Marius is not on your mind?
What? No, never. Don't bring him up anymore.
Oh, that's going to be difficult because he's here.
What? Here? Ce soir?
Hello, monsieur. I've come to beg a favor of you.
I will leave you two alone now.
Doo-doo-doo.
Come to beg my forgiveness, I hope.
No, I've come to ask your permission to marry.
I see. Not 25 yet, so you'll need a guardian's permission. So, despite your tattered clothes, can I assume you've saved up enough money for this?
No, I don't have any money.
Okay, the girl, she is rich?
As rich as I am.
Alright, what about the father? What does he do?
That's a good question. I don't actually know. He's always out and about.
Alright, well, perhaps you could share his name?
Well, she's Cosette Fauchelevent, although I thought her name was Ursule for a long time. I suppose his last name is probably Fauchelevent.
Alright, so with no money and no dowry. You would like my permission to marry the daughter of a man you think might be named Fauchelevent. Does that about sum it up?
They have a house on the Rue Plumet.
Oh, the Rue Plumet. There's a barracks there where your cousin Theodule is stationed. Tried to get me to treat him as a grandson after you left, but I don't care for him. Too chatty.
Okay. And what about the marriage?
I don't understand why you wouldn't just make her a mistress.
I knew you wouldn't understand. Goodbye, Father.
But wait, Marius, don't go. You know how I get with mistresses. I get mistress mad.
Well,
I may have said the wrong thing.
mistresses?
Mistresses.
Part 4, Book 9, Chapter 263.
Dad?
Dad?
I'm sorry, mademoiselle, but your father is gone again.
Toussaint, do you know where he is?
I am afraid not, but he seemed a little worried.
I wonder why.
This is no good. Not only is Paris descending into rank chaos, but that Thénardier is out of prison. Move house. Yes. I think Cosette and I will have to move house. Perhaps to England. Will we ever stop being on the run?
Chapter 264.
Marius, you up?
Good morning, Courfeyrac. Yes, I'm awake.
You don't look so good. Everything all right?
No, Courfeyrac. Nothing is right.
Ain't that the truth? Are you going to General Lamarck's funeral?
Who is that?
Marius, General Lamarck was the most important Republican leader in France. How do you not know that?
I don't know. A lot of things have slipped my mind. And are you armed?
Yes, Marius, Enjolras has called on all of the friends of the ABC. You should be armed too.
I guess I have the pistol that inspector gave me, but why? Are people fighting?
Yes, Marius, people are fighting. For the future.
All right, I'll find the pistol. But I have to go. I have to see Cosette. Cosette? Cosette? Not in the garden? The house looks empty? Where could she be? Psst! Who's that? In the bushes? Cosette?
Oh, me? I'm no one. Now, are you Monsieur Marius?
Yes, that's me. But who are you? Why won't you come out?
Oh, I'm just passing a message. Your friends are expecting you at the barricade at the Rue de la Chanvrerie.
All right. What's a barricade?
Chapter 265.
Hi, aren't you Monsieur Mabeuf?
Oh, yes, that is I.
How you doing?
Oh, not good. I don't have any money.
Oh yeah, that seems to be going around. So, how you getting by?
I have been selling my books. They don't give me very much for them, but I don't need very much. But now, my friend is ill, and I must eat, and I am down to my last one. A very special book, and it must go.
Damn, I'm sorry.
It's all right. I am quite old. It will probably all be over soon.
Kind of strange thing to hope for, but here's to that.
And do you know what is that noise I hear?
Oh, they're rioting down by the arsenal.
Rioting. Who?
The people. All the people.
The people. Huh. Well, that is interesting.
Part 4, Book 10, Chapter 266.
What makes for rioting?
Young Victor, what are you doing here?
All right, look, you're going to have to give this one to me.
What? Why?
Because, are you looking at me?
I'm looking at you.
Okay, so nobody in the world, not even France, cared about the particular street revolt that I'm writing about.
No one? Yes, no one?
No one, except for me, because I was there. You see, I was there at the Tuileries Garden writing a play when I heard gunfire, and I ran out and I saw it. I saw all of it, the barricades, the bloodshed. It seared in my mind.
But then... So this is very important to you.
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right, young Victor, tell me about rioting.
What makes for rioting? Everything and nothing. A gradual buildup of electricity, a sudden spark, an uncontained force, a gust of wind.
Chapter 267.
So what is the difference between a riot and an insurrection?
I don't know. One is justified?
Yes, exactly. An insurrection is justified. A riot is a criminal act.
But isn't that a little in the eyes of the beholder? Can't riots become insurrections and insurrections become riots based on whoever's, writing the history, telling the news?
Yes, exactly. If the people who are hungry take to the streets and smash open the bakeries to get bread, that is a riot. But if they also smash the system,
then it was an insurrection.
Because it led to a revolution.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Kind of whoever wins gets to decide, though, right?
Well, yes. But also, the powerful will never see the difference between a riot and an insurrection. To them, it's all just sedition.
yes, indeed, to the rich and the powerful, riot, insurrection, it makes no difference. To them, it's all the dog rebelling against its master.
Okay. So what about what we're seeing right now? Is this a riot or is this an insurrection?
Without a doubt, it was an insurrection. The people had a great moral cause, and it could be seen as merely a continuation of the revolution that had begun 2 years ago.
But we might, from time to time, use the language of rioting. So just keep in mind, it was an insurrection.
Okay, got it. Anything else?
Yes, it seems that perhaps in the future, people might forget about these events.
Could be.
And that is the purpose of our detailed storytelling of these times. To reinvigorate, give life to the foliage around these great events. For remember, sometimes insurrection is resurrection.
Oh, that's a good
wow,
line.
Yes, I thought so too. Very, very good.
No, right? Great line.
Chapter 268. All right, Victor, so the electricity was building up in Paris. What was the spark?
In June 1832, that spark was the death of General Lamarck.
Who's General Lamarck?
General Lamarck has died. Can you believe it?
No, it cannot be. The only true defender of the people, and he's dead?
That's what I just told you. The funeral is happening today and the city feels tense.
Yes, everyone around seems to be carrying weapons.
Oh, yes. The societies are out there organizing. I heard from that young man, Angeros, that I should be armed, so I brought a pickaxe.
But I do not have anything. Perhaps I could go back and get my compass.
But what are you going to do with a compass?
I don't know. I didn't think it through. I just don't want to be left out.
And now we are screaming at each other. This is a bad day.
Wow, this seems like a powder keg.
You are right to call it a powder keg, for not only are all the people armed, but the National Guard has 10,000 men as an honor procession for General Lamarck, and the government has deployed battalions of dragoons and light infantry.
So all it would take is one wrong move.
Yes, it is like in those fateful moments when two storm clouds merge. The inevitable follows. The storm breaks. The rifles begin to fire. The people start to shout,
To arms!
But who did it? Who fired first? I don't know. Nobody knows. It's just one of those things.
But Victor, you're writing a book that seems like a moment that could have a lot of drama in it.
I wanted to respect the historicity of this event. History does not know who fired the first shot, so neither do we.
Chapter 269.
The riot spread like a wave all across Paris. Let's catalog all of it, shall we? We'll start with the 20 young men at the Rue Sainte-Croix de la Bretonnerie.
Victor, nobody knows anything about all these Paris streets.
Oh, that's all right. I have a list.
Victor, look, we're doing this, but we're not doing this. Can you maybe just, find an apt metaphor for all of that?
An apt metaphor. Well, we did say it was a storm. This was very much like many lightning strikes, but one clap of thunder. It spread all across Paris until a third of it was controlled by the rioters. The insurrection turned the center of Paris into a sort of stronghold, huge, impenetrable, and labyrinthine.
Labyrinthine.
Because of the barricades.
Chapter 270.
Thank you for inviting me to Paris, but there seems to be a bit of a commotion going on.
Yes, welcome, my friend. You seem to have come during a riot.
A riot, you say? Aren't you concerned? No, Paris very quickly adapts to everything. It's only a riot.
Only a riot, you say? But everything appears to be on fire.
Oh, stop exaggerating. Everything isn't on fire, just many things. Oh, and look at that man there. He's selling licorice water to the rioters and the soldiers. Very good business opportunity.
Yes, as you say. But isn't he running now?
Yes, things maybe are heating up a little bit. Maybe we should go inside.
Oh my, do you get riots often in Paris?
Enough to keep things interesting. Licorice water? Part 4. Book 11, Chapter 271. Alright, my bratlings, I'm off. You two wander around Paris, look for your ma and pa. If you can't find them, come back here tonight. I'll fix you supper and put you to bed.
But how should we look for Ma and Pa, myself and my brother right here?
Ask around.
All right. Now let's see if anyone's got any apple turnovers.
Bratlings?
Where the devil are my 2 children?
Gavroche, haven't you heard?
What is it, about apple turnovers?
No, it's a riot. Are you armed?
I got these.
All the shop owners are gone. It might be a good time to head up the street to that gun shop and steal a pistol.
And an apple turnover.
Gavroche, it's a riot.
A riot's just as good a time for apple turnovers as any. Those shop owners are gone too, right?
Whatever, man, just take care of yourself.
Apple turnover first, then pistol? Or pistol, then apple turnover? I could flip a coin for it, but I haven't got any money.
Chapter 272.
Hey, you little gamin, what are you doing out with a pistol?
Well, it's a riot, isn't it? So me and this pistol, we're with the revolution, I guess. Down with despots and up with apple turnovers.
What do apple turnovers have to do with it, you cheeky little gutter snipe?
Go blow a nozzle, you old bag.
You horrible little ragamuffin! I can't wait for the National Guard to take care of you.
Turn this apple over, Madame Rubbish Heap. Well, off to join the revolution. Forward into battle! Chapter 273.
Good afternoon, I'd like a haircut, please.
Sure thing. What kind of haircut would you like?
What can you do?
Well, I could do short or none. What you like?
Why don't we start with short?
So, you a veteran?
Yes, that's right, I served with Emperor Napoleon himself.
Wounded in battle much?
Oh no, not much. Couple saber blows to the back of my neck at Marengo. A bullet in my hip at Jena. 7, 8 lance blows to my chest, my thighs, my legs, everywhere really. Let's see, what else? An exploding shell crushed one of my fingers. And a bullet in my thigh. At Waterloo!
Yeah, you're right. Not much at all. Well, haircut's done.
Good. Seems to be just in time. Looks like a riot. Do you want me to take care of that young man who threw a rock through your window just now?
Nah, that's all right. He's just some gamin. I wouldn't be surprised if he was giving this place its just desserts for mistreating 2 young orphan boys. Anyway, let him be. Little gutter snipe. Chapter 274.
Excuse me, young man. Do you know the way to the insurrection?
The organizers are right at the end of the street. I know them all. Enjolras, Combeferre, and Courfeyrac.
Oh, splendid. Could I join you?
Sure thing, old man. Down with despots and up with apple turnovers.
No thank you. I'm just here to revolt and perhaps do some looting of bookstores.
Yeah, wait a second. Don't I know you? You lived by the apple tree. All the books.
Yes, but no more books. I had to sell them all. So now I will overthrow the government.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very fair at all. Down with despots and up with apple turnovers and books.
Oh, well, yes, that sounds good to me. By the way, little gamin, how old are you? You seem a little young to be a revolutionary.
Well, I might only be 12, but I'm old enough to know what's what. I've broken a man out of prison, I live in an elephant, and I got 2 kids of my own, although I have lost them. Gentlemen, you here for the revolution?
Are there many bookstores along the way?
Courfeyrac, right? I know you. We're here for the revolution. Down with despots and up with apple turnovers and books. Chapter 275.
All right, and you two are down for the revolution as well. Wait a minute, I recognize you, don't I? You're Marius' friend, Mabouf?
That's correct.
Not to be ageist or anything, but I think you should go home.
That's fine.
There's gonna be a lot of fighting.
That's fine.
And like, cannonballs.
That's fine.
Père Mabouf, we are going to go overthrow the government.
That's fine. I don't have anything else to do right now. Oh, but if you see any bookstores along the way, point them out.
Enjolras.
The time for talking is over. To the barricades!
Chapter 276.
Gentlemen, the time has arrived. Is everyone prepared? My friend Enjolras, of course we are all prepared. We have been preparing for this our whole lives.
Yeah, I do need to stop by my house real quick, though.
Courfeyrac, what do you need from your house? We are overthrowing the government.
Just a hat and some things, in case it rains.
Be back quickly, Courfeyrac. The barricades will not mend themselves.
Okay, hat in hand, and I am not freaking out.
Courfeyrac, I'm looking for Marius. Is he here?
I don't know where he is, buddy, and today is not going to be a good day to find people.
Oh, really? Why is that? You overthrown the government?
Yeah, now that I have my hat. Anyway, you want to join up?
Do you want me to go with you? No one's stopping you. The streets belong to everyone now.
All right. I just hope there's time to save you all.
Part 4, Book 12, Chapter 277.
Well, now we come to it. Corinth. Hard to believe this dive bar is going to be so important. So, what do we need to do? The bar and the surroundings are already perfect for barricades, so not much to do there. We just need to prepare this for the boys. Plenty of wine, food, oysters. Oysters? I don't think there's anything to keep them cool here. That is why Courfeyrac's graffiti says, enjoy if you can, eat if you dare. Kind of a weird time to be making jokes, don't you think?
Chapter 278.
All right, gentlemen. Are those gamins assembled? We need to send a message out.
Let me go check Enjolras. I know one of them pretty well.
Good, Courfeyrac. You do that. Combeferre,
Yes, my friend?
do you think the others will come? Do you think Grantaire will come?
Well, I imagine he is about 2 bottles in right now, so not too bad for him. We both know he does not care about this revolution of ours, but he does care for you. I think he might surprise you if you let him.
If I let him.
Enjolras, the gamin are ready. What's the message?
A, B, C.
Chapter 279.
Well, Enjolras, Courfeyrac, we are here. Corinth, Combeferre, have Gavroche and the gamin start dismantling everything they can find and build the barricade. It must be 2 men high in an hour. Courfeyrac, take stock of the bar, round up anyone able-bodied, and see if Grantaire is there.
Aye, Captain.
Enjolras, the gamin are building the barricade. It will be as you say. There really is nothing like the hand of the common people to build something anew out of that which has been demolished. Combeferre, I appreciate the words, but now is not the time for poetry.
I've rustled up everyone I can, and, Enjolras, Grantaire is there.
How drunk is he?
I think he needs to sleep it off.
What? On today of all days? Grantaire, show yourself! You're a disgrace to the barricade! Now, Enjolras, don't be hasty. I know this looks bad. Yes, it looks bad, because it is bad. And what is he saying up there?
I think he just said let him sleep there until he dies.
I would let him die if he had the will to do anything at all. Enjolras? To think, to believe, to live, to die.
Enjolras, buddy.
Don't buddy me, Courfeyrac.
Grantaire can't hear you. He's asleep.
Well, good. I don't care about him anyway.
Oh, Grantaire, please do the right thing.
Chapter 280.
All right, lads, more barrels! And who's got the mortar? We need to plug up this hole here. But young man, what are you doing with the barrels from my bar? Don't worry, barkeep. We're putting them to great use in the barricade. And don't you want revenge on the government? Well, the government has charged a number of fees that I don't agree with, but you all have also destroyed all of my chairs and tables and melted all of the silver of the bar down. That's right!
Who is this young man?
That's Gavroche. He's our lead gamin.
I can hardly believe it. He's got the entire barricade built.
Yeah, that Gavroche was a whirlwind. You want to meet him?
Yes, put glass in front of the barricade. When the National Guard tries to climb up it, it'll break and it'll cut their hands to pieces.
Young man, I am Enjolras. I am in charge.
Begging your pardon, sir, but I think I'm a little in charge.
That is very amusing, young boy, but you will do what I say. And right now I say, congratulations. The barricade is magnificent.
Oh, thank you very kindly. Also, I stole a gun, but it doesn't work. Can I have a working gun?
Working guns will go to the men first, and if we have any left over, then they will go to the boys.
Alright, well, if you die first, I'll steal one off of your corpse.
Deal.
Chapter 281.
Alright everyone, my name's Corforak. If you're inside the barricade wall, you are fighting today. Come here and gather your 30 bullets.
Incredible. I cannot believe we assembled all of this in 1 hour.
Something to be very proud of, Anjoros.
Yes, very proud.
What is it, my friend? Do you sense something?
Something approaching.
Chapter 282.
What is everyone sitting around for? There is work to be done.
Anjoros, we control the streets. We've built man-sized barricades. The National Guard may not be here for hours. Surely everyone deserves a rest.
20 minutes. Then the men get back to making bullets, and the women making bandages.
Wow, that Angelos, he sure means business.
Yes, my little gamin. He surely does.
What are we gonna do now? Maybe we could, sing a song.
That's fine.
Hey, Mabuff, how you doing?
Good. I supervised building the barricade on the other side of the building. There were no books, though.
Huh. So, why no songs?
I never could carry a melody.
Well, how about a poem? You know that one? How does it go? Remember the sweet life we led?
Yes, when we were both so young. When to look our best and to be in love was our heart's sole desire.
Hey, Mr. Brainiac knows some poetry.
When your years added to mine amounted to less than 40, and in our humble dwelling all was springtime, even winter.
Well, this got a little sad.
Chapter 283.
Where is Gavroche?
He is in the bar. He is making cartridges.
Thank you, Comfair.
Oh, hi, Anjoros. Can I have a gun yet?
You are very small.
Last time I checked.
We need intelligence. You will slip underneath the barricade, wander around the streets, and then come back and tell us what's going on.
Ah, so youngins do have their uses. But before I go out, I think I can give you some intelligence right here and now. See that man over there with the clicky pen?
Yes?
He's a narc. He's Paris police. He tried to arrest me 2 weeks ago when all I was trying to do was acquire some apple turnovers.
Paris police, is he? Seize that man! What now?
You! What is your name?
Javert.
And are you with the police?
Yes, I'm a police inspector.
Tie him up!
I mean, you found me out. Why don't you just shoot me?
I don't want to waste the powder on you.
Well, fine, just cut my throat.
We are not murderers, Paris Police Inspector Javert.
But we will kill you if the barricade falls.
I wouldn't expect anything less. Well, thanks a lot, kid.
Just your friendly neighborhood gamin.
Also, I couldn't help but notice that he has a gun.
Less talking, more walking, Petit Gavroche.
All right.
But I'm gonna get that gun. And apple turnovers.
And books?
Maybe, Monsieur Mabouf, maybe. Have you ever considered changing your name to Mabook?
Oh. That is a very interesting question, little man. Have I ever considered changing my last name to Mabook? No.
Chapter 284.
Yes?
Do you own this house?
No, I am the valet. And you are?
We're the men who are taking over this house for the revolution. Let us in.
No.
What do you mean, no? This is serious, old man. Let us in.
The answer remains no.
I don't have time for this!
What is the meaning of this? You! On your knees!
What? No, I'm with you.
You are a murderer! You have 60 seconds to prepare yourself with prayer or reflection. 1, 2...
No, please, I can explain.
36, 37...
Anjoros, I don't know about this.
We'll talk with you and the men shortly, Comfair. 59, 60...
Please, have mercy.
Gather everyone. Citizens, mes amis, what that man did is dreadful. And what I had to do is terrible. He committed murder, and so I executed him. We must have absolute discipline. We are all of us, everyone, under the gaze of the revolution, and we must be sacrificial offerings. The day will come, citizens, when all will be concord, harmony, light, joy, and life. It will come. And it is so that it comes that we must be willing to sacrifice everything.
We are with you, Enjolras.
Back to it.
And you? Do I know you?
I don't think so. I just showed up. So, what have I missed?
Part 4, Book 13, Chapter 285.
Pardon me for saying, young man, but you look like you have seen better days.
What? Oh, yes, just a lot on my mind.
And let me guess, it's about a girl.
Yes. How did you know?
Lucky guess, and the wisdom of old age. So, are you married?
No. My guardian wouldn't consent to it.
Oh, that is hard. But together a long time?
2 weeks. But it feels like I've known her for 2 lifetimes.
The fiery passion of young love.
No, it's so much more than that. She, Elle, Cosette, she's my life. And she's leaving me.
Leaving? But why? And to where?
England. And because her father doesn't want her to be in this country as it falls to pieces.
Oh, yes. The country seems to be in quite a state. I hear barricades have gone up.
Yes. Barricades.
Has someone maybe mentioned something about that to you recently?
Yes. Very recently. You're quite a mind reader.
Oh, please.
Yes. Someone told me my friends were waiting for me at the barricades. They must meant the ABCs, Courfeyrac, Enjolras, all of them. The voice. Now that I think about it, it sounded like the voice of destiny.
Yes, quite. Destiny. And didn't you mention that you heard this voice not even an hour ago?
Yes, that's right. Not even an hour ago. And I think, with everything falling apart with Cosette and her father, and me wanting so badly to live up to the example of my father, I must go to the barricades and fight with my friends. Fight, and perhaps even die.
Well, my friend, that is a very good summary of things, which for you took place over only the past hour, but for anyone else paying attention might seem like weeks ago.
That's a very unusual way of putting it, but thank you. I'm gonna go now.
Yes. Good luck. He's going to make it. We'll see about the others.
Chapter 286.
Hey, Père Mabouf, how are you doing?
Oh, the little man. Good, good. I was thinking about what you said. About changing my name to Mabouk.
Oh yeah, how about that?
I would not like to change my name. I like the name Mabouf. It was my parents' name. They gave it to me. And these days, in many ways, it is the very last thing that I have.
Oh. Well, I'm very sorry, Père Mabouf. I didn't mean to offend you.
It is no offense, little man. Perhaps, after all of this, if I make it, I will change my middle name to Book.
There's an idea. Maybe I'll change my middle name to Apple Turnover. Although, I guess I don't have a middle name.
And what is your name, little man? What name did your parents give you?
Well, I guess my parents gave me a name, but I never really knew them that well. They're kind of assholes. They call me Gavroche on the streets, or Petit Gavroche. I like that name because I picked it.
Ah, I see. Well, it is very nice knowing you, Petit Gavroche.
It's very nice knowing you, Père Mabouf.
If I were a couple decades older and you were a couple decades younger, we might be brothers.
I don't think so.
Alright, whatever, old man. Anyway, not much to do right now, but wait and see what tomorrow brings.
Yes, if you were a bird flying over the city, it would be a bleak spectacle.
I guess so, but hopefully not for long. Père Mabeuf, I hope you find some books.
Yes, so do I. Life doesn't seem very much worth living with no books in it.
Has anyone ever told you got a real lust for books, Père Mabeuf?
No, but that is a very interesting way of putting it. Petit Gavroche. Oh, and if you make it, I hope you find an apple turnover.
Yeah, me too. A warm one with all the fixins.
If we both make it, perhaps we could share an apple turnover and a book.
Wow, that sounds great. If only I could read.
Chapter 287.
Well, there it is. The barricade. I can see the flag from here.
My son.
Dad, what do I do?
I hate to be the one to tell you this, but I'm a figment of your imagination. So
I already know what I have to do.
not to be too sappy about it, son, but what does your heart tell you?
My heart tells me that I'll never see Cosette again. That I need to honor your memory. It says, "Get to it, coward."
So can you do it?
I'm going to try.
Then, my son, you are no coward.
Part 4, Book 14, Chapter 288.
It's 10 in the morning. Where are they already?
Shh, Corverac. They will be here when they come.
Do you hear something?
It sounds like a bird.
That's not a bird. That's Gavroche.
Is he mad?
Boys, the National Guard is right behind me.
Finally. Everyone, be prepared.
And can I finally have a gun?
Yes, there are plenty around. Take your pick.
I want his. Young man, that gun is property of the Paris police.
I think you mean to say property of the revolution.
If we survive this, do you have any idea how much paperwork this is going to mean?
They're shooting at us! Under us!
Hold your fire, everyone. They're just trying to get us to waste powder. Don't shoot until they are in the street in front of us. And someone needs to raise the flag. Is no one to volunteer?
All right, a proper gun. Time to do it for apple turnovers and books, right, Mabeuf? Père Mabeuf?
Did someone say something about a flag?
Chapter 289.
Did someone say something about a flag? Old man, what are you doing? Raising the flag. Long live the revolution.
What on earth is going on top of that barricade?
Long live the republic.
It seems like that old man is raising their flag.
Liberty. Equality. And the books and apple turnovers.
No, Père Mabeuf, you have to get down. It's not safe.
And death.
Well, don't let him. Shoot him down. Fire!
Long live the republic!
Père Mabeuf! Oh no, Père Mabeuf. Look what happened.
Little man, have an apple turnover for me.
Oh, I promise I'll learn to read. I'll read all those books you couldn't.
Gavroche, give me the old man's shirt and get back to your post.
Citizens, this is the example the old give to the young. Where we hesitated, he stepped forward without fear. This elder is a hero to our country. Now, let us defend his body as if he were our own living fathers. May his presence among us make this barricade impregnable. And this is our flag!
Chapter 290.
Everyone, arm yourselves and be ready for attack. Well, I'm already armed because of that police inspector. I
guess I'll just stay here at the barricade. After all, what could happen in the minute or two that everyone is arming themselves?
Me, little boy, I'm what could happen.
But what are you doing on top of the barricade? You can't be here. I'll have to shoot you.
Oh, you're going to shoot me, are you? I'd like to see you try. Are you a man?
Duh! I'm gonna shoot you right now. Oh no, this gun isn't loaded. But how?
That man almost killed you. It's a good thing I have these pistols from that police inspector.
Thank you. Your gun is from an inspector too?
Chapter 291.
Oh my gosh, thank you for saving me, mister.
Not a problem, young man. Do I know you?
Well, if you didn't, you do now. My name is Petit Gavroche. I live inside an elephant near the Bastille. I have 2 sons and a bunch of cats.
Be quiet.
Oh no, the entire barricade is overrun. What are we gonna do?
I don't know. I only had 1 shot each in those pistols. Wait a minute. Is that a powder keg over there?
What are you gonna do with a powder keg, mister?
The barricade is ours. Prepare to fire.
Not so fast. Get back or I'll blow up the barricade.
What is this? Somebody shoot him.
But Sergeant, he has a powder keg in his arms. Get back or I'll blow up the barricade.
And yourself.
And myself.
This is not over. Tell the men to retreat. For now.
Chapter 292.
Who's in charge back here?
I guess you are with that powder keg.
Enjolras. Oh, yeah. I guess I should put this down, huh?
Yeah, buddy, although that was the sickest maneuver I've ever seen.
Courfeyrac, Combeferre, Enjolras, you're all here.
And me too, governor.
Yeah, we go way back to 2 minutes ago when I saved you.
My family also lived in your tenement, but let's not get into that right now.
Yes, no time for silly asides. We need to take stock of things.
We're good on arms and powder, but we're missing a man. Jean.
Don't you mean Jean? We are French.
However you pronounce it, when the guard retreated, I think they took him. Enjolras, what do you think about trading Monsieur Police Inspector for Jean?
This day just keeps getting better and better.
Boys, I don't think it's gonna matter. They just shot Jean.
Looks like your friends just shot you, Monsieur Inspector.
At least this will be over. Chapter 293.
All right. Are you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be. You know the plan, right?
Yes. After he does it, I will be there. Also, do you have, like, a stick or a piece of leather to chew on? I think it can be kind of painful.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Oh no. No more time. I gotta get over there. Just be there.
That one there in the brown jacket, he was the one with the powder keg. He's rallying those students.
It might knock them down a peg or two if we took him out.
All right. It's now or never. Monsieur Marius, get down!
We're getting shot at!
The old man was right. I should have had a stick. Monsieur Marius, get over here.
But who are you? How do you know my name?
Oh, for crying out loud, Monsieur Marius, it's me, Eponine.
Eponine? But what are you doing here? And you're wounded! Did you take that bullet for me?
Oh, Monsieur Marius, we don't have time. Here, take this letter. Read it, and then get out of here. Everyone here is gonna die, and I mean everyone.
Why did you do that, Eponine? Why?
That's a good question, Monsieur Marius. I'll tell you, but you gotta make me a promise first. Will you? Will you promise me?
Promise to do what?
Just promise!
All right, whatever it is, I promise.
Promise me you'll give me a kiss on the forehead after I go. Because, Monsieur Marius, I think I was a little in love with you. All of you.
God, will this nightmare never end?
Monsieur Marius, you are wanted urgently at the inn. I will take care of this child.
All right. Goodbye, Eponine.
Chapter 294.
Excuse me, someone said I'm wanted in the inn?
Oh, I don't think so. It's quite empty. If you go in there, make sure you take a candle.
Empty. Even in death, Eponine is still scheming.
Now what about this letter? From Cosette, my beloved.
My father is determined to leave without delay. In the evening we shall be at 7 Rue de la Mormée, and in a week's time we shall be in England.
Nothing else to say except Cosette. Somehow, Eponine maneuvered us all around. Eponine was responsible for everything. But there's nothing I can do. No money. War. A boat to England. I suppose this deserves a reply. I don't want to die. But there's no change in our fate. Bloody fate.
Someone say something about cake? I'm more of an apple turnover man myself, but I could go for something baked, maybe with chocolate chips.
Gavroche! You are just the man I was looking for. Can you do something for me?
Anything for the man who saved my life, especially if it involves cake.
It doesn't involve cake. It involves this letter. Can you deliver this tomorrow morning to this address? Tomorrow morning? But this is all the way on the other side of town. I won't be here to defend the barricade. There still will be fighting going on midday by the time you get back, and I don't believe the barricade will fall for want of one man, even a brave man like yourself, Gavroche.
All that butter would be better served in a croissant, Monsieur Marius. But all right, I guess I can do this.
Thank you, Gavroche. Get out of the barricade and make sure to deliver that tomorrow morning.
All right, will do.
But if you delivered it tonight, you'd be back before the fighting starts.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Why not just deliver it tonight?
Thanks a lot, whoever said that. Part 4, Book 15, Chapter 295.
Good afternoon, sir. Are you not worried?
Good afternoon, Toussaint. And what on earth would I have to worry about? We're here in this house, safe from conflict. Cosette and I are moving to England in less than a week, and she has no male suitors that I have to worry about. Everything is right in the world.
Well, you might not want to look at Cosette's desk.
What? What is this? It's ink left on her blotter. I can make it out in the mirror right here.
Yes, that is something that people in the nowadays times understand perfectly without any need for explanation. But if someone were reading about this in the future, they might need to understand that when you write a letter, there's lots of leftover ink, and then you use a blotter, and then there can be an imprint of the ink left on the blotter, reversed, of course, and then in the mirror you see, it all makes sense.
Stop your blathering, Toussaint. She is in love with that boy. I knew it!
I mean, you didn't know it.
What does that matter, Toussaint? When and how I knew it?
Yes, it's that boy from the Luxembourg Gardens. That terrible, awful boy. He probably has a name like Craig.
Well, that's not even a French name.
Whatever his name is, that wretched philanderer, that romantic idler, that imbecile, that coward. Yes, coward, for it's cowardly to act as he did in front of a girl while she's right there in the garden with her father.
All that because he looked at her once or twice?
He shouldn't have looked at her at all. No one should. She's mine.
Sir, with all due respect, she is her own person, and I do not think it can possibly be healthy for one person to so desperately need another as you seem to.
How do you know what it's like to raise someone as father and mother and grandfather and brother? How do you know what it's like, Toussaint?
I don't. It must have been very hard.
It was very hard. And now she's leaving me. Toussaint, you said there's fighting going on?
Yes?
Where?
Chapter 296.
All right, now to find number 7. But first, what are these streetlights doing out? Yeah, looks like Petit Gavroche has a little bit of work to do.
Young man, are you all right?
Ah, good evening, monsieur. You caught me in my public duty of smashing these lanterns. You know there's a rule against them now.
Oh, is there now?
You gonna try to stop me, old man?
Not I. Break what you like.
All right. You're a decent chap. You wouldn't happen to have any food on you, would you? Any apple turnovers?
I'm afraid not. And I see you look awfully hungry, young man. Perhaps I could offer you this
5-franc coin.
5 whole francs! In this one coin here! Wow, well they will think of anything, won't they? But, no, I shouldn't take this. I've got work to do.
Well, is your mother around?
More around than your mother is, I'd wager, old man.
All right. Why don't you give it to her?
She'd find some way to turn this into evil. And you sure this isn't a bribe to get me to stop taking out these lanterns?
Like I said, break what you like.
All right. Seeing as you're such a decent chap, you wouldn't know the way to number 7, would you? Yes, I do. That's the letter for the mademoiselle at number 7, correct? Why don't you just give it to me and I'll take it to her? What's the woman's name?
Cosette.
Unique name. She's a unique woman. And where does the reply go? The barricade at the Rue de Chanvrerie. That letter is straight from the new provisional government. I'll need to get back there so I can save all their hides, but first I want to go up the street to that archive. It's got nice big pillars. Could make for a great barricade.
Does the provisional government have any forces in this area? Who will hold your barricade, young man?
Me, I'm more of a big picture guy. I'll leave those details to someone else. Chapter 297.
Well. So the boy is on the front lines of this little war they're having. It seems certain that something terrible will happen to him, and I won't have to lift a finger. What luck. Toussaint, fetch my National Guard uniform, would you? I'm going out.
Chapter 298. All right. No more lights on this street menacing the public. And while that archive has some mighty fine pillars for barricade making, I probably ought to get back to the barricade at the inn. They'll be missing me. Oh, what's this? What's this? That porter seems to have gotten awfully tired, taking a little nap with his handcart. Yeah, that handcart. That'd make a fine addition to my little barricade. All right, girl. One last pull, and you're with me. Well. Maybe they'll appoint me Minister of Barricades when this is all over. But I should leave a note. If I don't leave a note, this is stealing.
All right. I think I know how to write all these words. French Republic in receipt for your cart. XOXO Gavroche. Minister for Barricades.
No spelling mistakes. Big G for Gavroche. Picture of the barricade. Yeah.
All right, Mademoiselle Cart, let's get you back to the barricade.
Excuse me, little gamin, where do you think you're going?
Me? To the doctor. My wife, she's pregnant.
Shut up, little boy. Tell me where you're going with this.
I'm going to see my friend, Jay. He's the minister for destroying barricades, and he needs this handcart real bad.
Ha, little gamin. You get one more shot at an answer before you get a shot in the chest.
Oh, Mademoiselle Handcart, we're in a real tight spot. I hope you're up for this. Charge! Now keep going and don't look back. Oh, good job, Mademoiselle Handcart. I do believe we lost that sergeant. Now, where are we? I think I know these streets. It's a real roundabout trip back to the barricade. Hope we make it in time. And with that, we've reached the end of part 4. Hard to believe there's only one part left. It went by so quickly.
What?
Yes, I'm younger you, and I don't even think it went by quickly.
No, this is the longest story ever told.
Oh wow, the gang's all here.
Yes, all of us.
What do you think Fauchelevent means by that?
Oh, I think he means me.
Eponine? But I killed you!
Yeah, like you killed old Fauchelevent, but he's still around.
Yes, you may have killed the character on the page, but you cannot kill an idea.
What the fuck? Part 5.
That's the final part.
Do you mind? I'm doing something here.
Yes. Part 5, Book 1, Chapter 299. What? You think you're so special? You're the only one who can count to 365?
Yes, his way was a lot faster than yours. And also, aren't there titles for the chapters? It might be interesting to have the titles of the chapters.
Oh, yes, that's right. We're missing some of my words. My beautiful, beautiful words.
Gentlemen, come on. Why don't we let the good man get on with it? Excuse me for 1 minute. Victor.
Yes'm.
Did you have the same problems controlling all these characters?
Oh my god, are you kidding me? Not just the characters, the whole story. It took me like decades to write this book. It got out of hand.
What did you do about it?
Well, I just shoved the book full of as many things as I like, and when I couldn't stand it anymore, I killed off most of the characters, and that seemed to work. But I can't seem to keep the characters dead. They keep coming back.
We can hear you. We're just, waiting to see how this all plays out.
What do I do? I don't know. Maybe he has an idea.
Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, young Victor. What's on your mind these days?
On my mind? Oh, well, I was just thinking how interesting barricades are. There's a lot of historical barricades that we could be talking about.
Wait a minute, what are you doing? No. We don't have time for this. We have work to do.
No, we need to hear about those barricades.
We do? Well, 1848 was a tumultuous year for France and for Europe.
No, young Victor, you're allowing yourself to become distracted.
I don't know, it might be a little interesting. My brother's the minister for barricades now.
That is a made-up title, Eponine. Oi, it's real to him!
Well, in my opinion, the real ministers for barricades were Corneille and Barthélemy in 1848.
Well, it seems like you've found a way to detain the reader's attention for a moment.
Yeah, it seems to be working a little bit, but I don't know. I think you're gonna have to negotiate some sort of Diana with this crew.
Détente, you mean, right? Détente?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Victor, that's a French word. How do you not know that word?
I don't know. I'm feeling a little muddled.
You know who really must have felt muddled? Corneille and Barthélemy after they killed each other in a duel.
Wait a minute, weren't Corneille and Barthélemy on the same side of that revolution? You're saying they killed each other? Do revolutionaries kill each other?
Oh, constantly.
We gotta get Gavroche out of there!
We gotta figure something out.
Les Misérables. Part 5. Book 1. Chapter 300.
Wow, 300! That's a lot, isn't it?
Yes, it is. When I get down to writing this book, I don't know if I should make it more than 300 chapters. Although...
Yes, very well done. 300 chapters, 300 episodes. Quite an accomplishment. Now, to our demands.
And exactly what kinds of demands do fictional characters have?
I'm not fictional.
You seem pretty fictional.
Listen, no need to argue and fight. In a desperate plight, what else can you do but talk?
All right, so talk.
It's quite simple. We want a happy ending.
What?
Yeah, I don't want any of those boys at the barricade to die. And I want my brother to reunite with his younger brothers. And I want my buff back.
Look, this just isn't the story that Victor Hugo wrote, right, Victor?
Oh, I don't know. I guess there's a lot of different ways you could do it. Just, be home by dinner.
Look, everyone, I know that this is a sad story, but I just can't do that.
Oh, can't? Or won't?
Look, from where I'm sitting, I don't see the difference. I don't know. I kind of agree with him. I think it's supposed to be a sad story.
Shut up! And you, speaking of where you sit, The Three Musketeers, Chapter 1. We open with the young D'Artagnan.
What? The actual hell, Fauchelevent? How did you put me here?
Now, if you want to get put back, you'll tell the story the way we want it told.
Fine. Put me back. We'll do it your way. All right. We're back at the barricade. Everyone's getting ready for daybreak.
Yes, Andros, we actually found 15 bottles of brandy down in the basement of the inn.
Maybe we should pass it around, boost everyone's morale.
Corferac, Comfer, now is not the time to get drunk. But that will make a suitable toast for all the men after we win, right?
Yeah. After we win.
Right. After we win, we will toast to our great victory.
Yes. And make sure to keep it away from Grantaire.
Right. I saw him in the inn, sleeping off the night before. Remember, Angelos, it's never too late for a second chance.
Just tell the men to get mustard. Dawn is breaking.
Eponine, what you want?
I need you to do something for me.
Chapter 301.
Corferac, where is Angelos going?
Recon needs to see what we're up against.
But beyond the barricade, something could happen to him. He could disappear without a trace.
He knows what he's doing, Comfair.
Yes, and I am already back. And the news is not good.
What does it look like?
The entire National Guard and 1/3 of the entire Paris army are marching here, on this barricade.
What do we do?
I'm open to ideas.
I'll say we raise the barricade 20 feet high. Let's show the people of Paris we're here for them. Maybe they'll be here for us.
Yes. Whoever said that. Yes. At dawn, the regiment will come over to our side. At noon, Paris. And at sunset, revolution.
Let's do it from above.
Chapter 302.
I agree. We should do it from above. But every man here shouldn't die. There are men here with families, children. I was just speaking to one in the inn. He has 2 daughters, Meredith and Sarah. Shouldn't we let some of these men go home and raise the next generation of Republicans?
A good point, Marius. Have the men vote on who shall go home. We have National Guard uniforms that they can wear to slip out.
It's done, Angelos. 5 men have been nominated to go home.
We only have 4 uniforms. One will have to stay behind.
Now you have 5 uniforms, sir.
Who is this man? Put your hands up!
No, wait. I know this man.
This man is known to you, Marius. All right, put the guns down. Well, old man, welcome to the end of the world. You know we are going to die.
Chapter 303.
So, new guy, what are you here for?
Me?
Oh, I suppose I just felt called.
Why is everyone else here?
Why are we here? We are here for the future. This time, the 19th century, it has the potential to be the greatest century of humanity, but it will be nothing compared to the 20th century.
That's right. Steamboats, the locomotive, balloons. There's been so much progress in such a short period of time. The 20th century is bound to be incredible.
Without a doubt, there have been great advances in technology in my many years, but is that really progress?
Yes, exactly. And that is why we are here. To light the fire of revolution in this country so that the future will benefit everyone.
With technology moving so quickly, we must ensure before the 20th century comes that there is liberty, equality, and fraternity for all people. And equality has an agency. Free and compulsory education, okay? Reading, learning, light. Light. Everything comes from it and returns to it.
You are awfully optimistic about the state of the future, young man.
Who said that?
Just a prisoner in the inn. You don't need to worry about him.
Yes, we have many other things to worry about now. Let's get a count of our cartridges.
Chapter 304. So is it going to be standard procedure in your new republic to leave prisoners tied up on the floor all night?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you uncomfortable? Can I do something for you?
Yeah. Why don't you just...
Oh, I would, believe me, but not until after the battle. We need the cartridges.
Okay. How about some water?
Now, water, we can do. Marlene, would you please get some water for Paris Police Inspector Javert?
Thanks. It's so simple. Chapter 305.
Has the last barricade gone up?
Yep, we're hemmed in on every side now. A fortress mousetrap.
Good. Comfer.
Yes, Andros?
I think it's time to distribute that brandy.
I'll give everyone a ration. Even with Grantaire. Maybe he had the right of it. We'll know by nightfall. Boys, they're coming. And they have a cannon.
Everyone man the barricade!
It's one of those new models. They have a tendency to break down because of the metal quality. You sometimes think, maybe we'd be better off with 14th century guns.
Combeferre,
Yes?
load your gun.
Oh, yes.
Incoming!
What was that? That's not a cannonball. It's a little boy.
Oi, gents! What I miss?
Chapter 306.
Gavroche, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? This is my barricade!
You crazy little boy! And what about the letter, Gavroche? The letter! Oh, the letter.
Well, I gave it to, the porter. It'll get to Cosette, don't worry about it. And anyway, I had to get back to the barricade to save your sorry ass.
Save me? But I saved you!
Oh no, so I owe you one.
Enjolras, should we really have a little boy fighting here with us?
I don't think you could tear him away from this barricade. And he is like a mascot for the men. Him and Mabeuf. Père Mabeuf gives them drive. And Gavroche, courage.
Enjolras, they've brought another artillery gun around. What should we do?
Shoot the gunner.
But Enjolras, look at that man. I know him.
So do I. But what must be, must be.
Chapter 307.
Enjolras, they have new men at the cannon, and they're about to fire pellet canisters at us.
That will shred the barricade. We need a mattress.
There are none back here. I know where we could get a mattress. It's at the top of old lady Nass's house. It's blocking up one of the windows. Gavroche, that is 6 stories up. How can we get it?
Somebody give me a gun. Give the man a gun.
Oh my apple turnover! He shot that right down!
Yes, incredible. But who will get the mattress? It's outside the barricade.
Allow me. I take no half measures.
That crazy old man! He's done it! He's blocked up the barricade!
Indeed. Citizen, the Republic thanks you. De rien.
Better not sleep on that mattress, right, boys?
Chapter 308.
Toussaint?
Yes, mademoiselle?
I thought I heard carriage gates opening and closing, and it's so early for people to be going out. But then I realized it's cannons.
Oh, yes, there seems to be trouble.
I was looking at the bird's nest out the window. They used to call me Alouette when I was a little girl. Did you know that? Just some silly little bird. And I hated it. But sometimes I want to be a bird, Toussaint. I want to fly away from all of this. With Marius. Have a family. Not worry about any of this anymore.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm very sorry, miss. I just don't know anything about that.
Yes, Toussaint. That's what I thought too for a while. But you do, don't you? You do know what's going on.
Well, just that there's some fighting out there.
No, I don't mean about the fighting. I mean about you. About that Belle.
What?
We had a maid in this house. And then one day she's gone and you show up and tell us that you're her brother and you're our valet now? How does that make any sense?
Well, mademoiselle, things happen. It's a difficult time for everyone.
Yes, Toussaint, it's a very difficult time. It's a very difficult time for me, for Marius, for my father. And I think you know something about it. I think you know a lot about it.
I think that I should go now.
Missing something?
You took the dinger!
Chapter 309.
Sergeant Jose,
Yes, Private Brian?
we have a very good vantage point on that barricade from way up here. But do you think the sun might be shining off our helmets? It could give us away.
Yes, but what are they going to do about it? We're way up here.
Enjolras, look! Do you see that shining up there? They're spying on us.
This is not good. Old man? I should be able to do something about it.
Sergeant! My helmet! Oh la vache! Mine too!
That old man is a real sharpshooter. We gotta get out of here and not send anyone back onto this roof.
Oh yeah, big time. Also, Jose, Brian, not very French names.
Yeah, it really sticks out, doesn't it?
Why didn't you kill the men?
Chapter 310.
After him! But wait, why are you after me? I haven't done anything.
No, he has! He's one of those Saint-Simonians!
But Saint-Simon, that's just who this book is about. That doesn't have anything to do with what's going on.
I don't care! Death to the Saint-Simonians!
But this doesn't make any sense.
What on earth is going on out here?
Like I told you, trouble. And trouble I can't get us out of anymore because of you.
Oh, what? I'm responsible for an insurrection because I took a dinger?
And melted it, so now this is useless.
Shh, keep quiet. I think they're passing by.
Looks like the coast is clear.
Young lady, you have no idea how much trouble you're getting us into.
Yes, you're right. Maybe you should explain it to me.
It's just a lot to explain.
Well, why don't we start with the fact that I know that we're characters in a book?
And how do you know that?
I don't know. It just seems obvious.
But you haven't read it.
No, how would I read it? We're in it.
The world is more complicated than you know, mademoiselle. And if you had read the book, you would know that you're not supposed to show up for another 120 pages.
What? Well, that kind of sucks.
Yes, well, here you are now, getting us into a load of trouble.
Fine, I'm sorry. So how do we get out of it?
We need to make our way to the barricade and find a girl named Eponine. She has another one of these bells with a working dinger. We'll find her, she can fix my bell, and then we'll figure out what to do with you. And we have to be quiet, blend in. We can't let people find us.
Okay, that doesn't sound so bad.
We just watched the National Guard chase a man down to execute him for carrying a book.
Yeah, and it's given us great cover. So we should go, right?
Sometimes I think you and that Eponine are cut from the same cloth. Anyway, yes, we need to go. And try to look more grubby, like you live on the streets.
Oh, okay, like,
What's that?
It's like weary with the world, like, oh, woe is me.
You look like a zombie.
What's a zombie?
I guess people here wouldn't know what zombies are.
All right, I guess go with that for now until we can come up with something better.
Chapter 311. I think it's this way.
What are you talking about that way? It has to be over there.
Are you kidding? The fighting sounds are so much louder over there. It's gotta be that way.
Mademoiselle, there is fighting all over this city. What makes you think the fighting over there is any different from the fighting everywhere else?
I don't know, but I've got a good feeling about it. Let's go.
I swear you're going to get us killed before we even find Eponine. And oh my god! What is this?
This must be the barricade.
And we are on the wrong side of it!
Listen! Shh! I think Paris is rousing itself.
Now look what you've done. You've gotten those boys' hopes up.
Well, then maybe we need to do something about that, too. All right, so where's this Eponine character?
Wherever she is, she's behind this wall.
I think I could slip under this.
You will do no such thing. Come back!
Chapter 312. No one on this part of the barricade. They're probably all by the inn up there, where all the firing is happening. It's kind of eerie around here, actually. What's this? Strange powder keg.
Hey, lady, you talking to yourself? I talk to myself all the time, personally.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. Just trying to work out some things.
Planning on blowing something up with that? I also like blowing stuff up.
Oh, yeah, no. Actually, maybe you could help me. I'm looking for... I guess she's a young lady. Maybe a young lady? But she'd have a bell? Anything like that make sense to you?
No, but not a lot's making too much sense these days. Maybe I could help you look around.
Okay, sure. That sounds good. My name's Cosette, by the way.
And you have the pleasure of knowing Gavroche. I am the Minister for Barricades.
Oh, I didn't know I was in such distinguished company.
You making fun of me?
Not a bit.
All right. You seemed cool. Let's go find Enjolras.
What is the report?
Enjolras, they've wheeled another cannon around. They're clearly getting ready for their assault.
Have every man with a gun storm to the top of the barricade. Fire all at once. We need to take out those artillerymen.
All right, Enjolras, we will see it done.
How does he do it, Combeferre?
Enjolras?
I don't know. I admire Enjolras. I just don't know where he summons the will, Combeferre. What he's doing it for. No wife. I don't even think he has a girlfriend.
Well, I think there is a special someone.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. France.
Yeah. France.
Gentlemen, the time for gossiping will be after we win.
Oh, yes, Angelos. They took out those artillerymen, but surely more are on the way, and we expended an awful lot of cartridges.
Any more successes like that, and we won't have even a dozen cartridges left to fight with.
Hey, lady, I don't think we should bother them right now. Maybe we can find your friend somewhere else.
Oh, okay. Where do you think we should look?
Well, I've got an idea. Maybe we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Oh, but I don't want to kill any birds.
All right, how about we can have an apple turnover and eat it too?
Chapter 313.
All right, mademoiselle, you look pretty small like I am. Can you squeeze underneath there?
I think so. But isn't that the front of the barricade? Aren't they shooting out there?
Yeah, but where else are we going to find cartridges for Angelos and the men?
But that's so dangerous. We could get shot.
I'm not going to get shot. I'm just a kid.
I don't know about that. Wait, come back.
You can either follow me or stay back there, lady.
There he is. Oh, little brother, you're so brave. I'm sorry it has to go down this way, but once it's all over, I got you.
Gavroche, get back here. They're shooting at us.
I know, isn't it great? They're wasting all their bullets on us. And all these dead soldiers out here, they've got cartridge packs on them. Pick them up. Put them in that tote thing of yours.
All right, fine. Give me them. Let's get 15 of these and then we're going.
Wait a minute, who's that with him? No, it can't be Cosette. What's she doing here?
All right, mademoiselle, just a few more. Oh my God! They almost shot me!
But this isn't how it's supposed to go. What do I do?
Gavroche, there's another soldier aiming at you.
Wait, Gavroche! Cosette! Oh!
Get down!
Whoa! Mademoiselle, I think you just saved my life. But I feel so strange. Like there's something in my head. In the gutter. Brought so low. What does it mean?
I don't know, Gavroche, but we have to get out of here. We're too far away from the barricade wall. We're gonna have to go around the side of this building.
All right, let's go. Oh no, this is bad. This is really bad.
Chapter 314.
Come on, Gavroche, we gotta go.
Right. Yeah, let's go. It's just, aren't you wondering about my kids?
I don't know what you're talking about, Gavroche.
I'm talking about...
Those kids, son, they are no good.
No good. Why?
Yeah, why are we no good? Me and my brother who's just over here to my left. Why are we so no good? Because you're dirty and poor, and you're in this garden. This is a garden for people like us, not a garden for people like you. But we like the flowers. Don't children have a right to flowers?
Not these flowers.
Father, I think I just heard an explosion.
Ah, yes, that's more trouble from the masses. All right, son, we need to get out of here. We'll leave the garden to these riffraff.
But what shall I do with my apple turnover?
Can we have it?
Feed it to the swans.
Chapter 315.
Has anyone seen where that kid has gone? Gavroche? I've got bad news, boys. He slipped underneath the barricade with somebody, I don't know who. It looked like they were picking up cartridges off of soldiers' corpses. Always thinking of the cause. We could use more men like that gamin. Well, something must have happened because he's gone.
Gone? But what do you mean?
That he got executed, idiot. Just like they're gonna execute all of you.
You will be executed in due time, but for now you can shut your mouth.
But he's right. This really is going to be the end, isn't it?
We all knew what we were signing up for here, Marius. Yes, this was never going to be garden strolls and coach rides. Yeah, we'll soon be taking that coach to another planet.
Well, at least I'm among friends. And perhaps all is not lost. Maybe Gavroche got away.
Come on, Gavroche. It's right around this corner.
Yeah, right around this corner. Hey, lady, do you know what time is it? Is it noon yet?
Almost. Just look at the sky.
Oh, yeah. Seems like noon is real close. I don't know why, but it makes me feel bad.
Look who finally made her way back. Did you find Eponine?
No, I have no idea where she could be. But I did find this.
Hello. Gavroche? But you're supposed to be dead. Well, how do you do to you too?
Chapter 316.
Everyone, retreat to the inn. They are making their final assault.
Enjolras, we have moved all of the weaponry inside and we are barricading the windows.
Good. Make sure we take access up to the second floor so we can break down the stairs. Everything is ready, Enjolras. It looks like they're going to make their move exactly at noon. In mere moments, gentlemen, we will be at an end.
It has been an honor. And you. Don't think I have forgotten about you.
Finally getting around to it?
The last man standing takes care of the spy.
Excuse me, but could I have that honor?
Of course, you and Marius are the saviors of the barricade. Just take him out back.
So be it. Let's go.
Well, boys, see you soon.
Chapter 317.
Javert, it is I.
Well, take your revenge.
It's very nearly noon.
And we're all of us about to die. Couldn't ask for better weather. What are you doing? Going to garrot me? You know, you're right. I don't think I'm going to get out of here. But on the off chance that I do, I go by the name Fauchelevent, Rue de l'Homme Armé, number 7.
You go on now.
Fauchelevent, Rue de l'Homme Armé,
Number 7.
You know, you're a real asshole.
Oh?
Would have been a hell of a lot easier if you had just shot me.
Until we meet again.
Enjolras, do you know where the spy went?
Oh yes, our friend the sharpshooter took him out to execute him.
What? No. I suddenly had this revelation in the light of the noonday sun. He was the inspector who gave me the pistols, the one at the Thénardiers.
I'm not sure I know anything about that, Marius.
I've got to stop him. Maybe there's still time.
It's done.
Chapter 318.
What does he mean I'm supposed to be dead? We absolutely must find Eponine. Things are getting out of control. Miss, what does he mean?
Gavroche, I'm not entirely sure myself, and it's going to be very difficult to explain.
But I'm a smart guy. I'm the Minister for Barricades.
Enough of these tomfoolery, Gavroche.
Yeah, little brother. We don't have time for it.
Eponine, you're here. Thank God. We are in desperate need of your bell.
You mean this bell?
No. No, this cannot be.
What does that mean, Toussaint?
Toussaint? His name isn't Toussaint, it's Fauchelevent.
Père Fauchelevent. It's you. I see it now, but how? You're dead.
The bells, Cosette. They can do many things. They brought me back, let me play many roles. They could have saved those boys at the barricade. And now we don't have any.
What do you mean save those boys at the barricade? Are they in trouble?
Come on, we've come this far. There's got to be something we can do.
No dinger? Busted all to hell. What can we do?
Well, what if we took the dinger from Eponine's bell and put it in yours?
There's an idea. Yes, that could work. Eponine, unscrew the top of your bell. It's busted up tight. I think we're going to need tools, but we should be able to get it out.
And when Gavroche and I were making our way here, I'm pretty sure I saw some tools in one of the houses. An anvil and a heavy-duty set of pliers. Remember, Gavroche? Gavroche?
Oh, no. The barricade. We talked about the barricade. The barricade? Why would he go back there? It's a death trap. He's going to try to save those boys.
But that seems like a good thing. What does that matter?
We don't know what it means to make changes without the bell.
So, this could be bad.
Those boys were meant to die so that the reader could honor their sacrifice, whether they succeeded or not.
And that was probably going to be true of Gavroche, too, right?
Yes, you have started something that we can no longer control. All right, let's split up. I'll try to stop Gavroche, and you two fix the bells.
All right. Well, Fauchelevent, let's get moving. With any luck, I think we'll all be ready at the stroke of noon.
Chapter 319.
I made it. And it looks like just in time. My God, that's a lot of soldiers assaulting the barricade.
Yeah, sure is. What are you planning on doing about it?
Eponine, look, it's like the inside of a furnace over there. They're not going to make it. I've got to do something.
You weren't around to hear the old man, Petit Gavroche. If you do that, we don't know what could happen. It could be bad for everybody.
You like that Marius, right?
What's that got to do with anything?
He's gonna make it through all of this, isn't he? If you knew he wasn't gonna make it and you could do something about it.
So what's your plan?
I'm gonna make those soldiers regret ever coming here.
Chapter 320.
All right, men, it is nearly high noon. They are making their final push. Everyone into the inn and we barricade the door.
They're coming over the barricade. This is it.
All right, is everybody inside?
Where is Marius?
Oh, no. So this is how I'm gonna go. Oh, Dad? Is that you? I hope I did you proud.
Mademoiselle, is it done?
Let's just hope there's still time. They are about to make their final assault. Gentlemen, let's sell ourselves dearly.
Chapter 321.
All right, now's the time. I'm sorry I have to do this, Madame Barricade. We had a good run. Is that little Gavroche? But what is he doing? Get away from my friends, you tyrannical sons! Hit the deck! Oh, I don't think I've ever seen an explosion that big before. All right, boys, retreat! We no longer can make a stand here. Follow the gamin.
All right, everyone, follow Gavroche. Let's get out of here.
Damn it, Gavroche! You ruined everything!
What are you talking about? I saved all your lives!
We were to go down to the last man, not blow up the barricade.
What's done is done! You can regroup and figure out another plan now!
We'll speak more of this later, Gavroche. Now, do we have a head count? Who are we missing?
Seems like everybody's here except Marius and Grantaire.
Grantaire. He was still in the inn. I think I saw someone while we were all leaving, shouting from the windows, "Long live the Republic."
And then he got out?
Oh no. Fauchelevent, we didn't make it in time.
That is all right, mademoiselle. We can put everything to right with this. All right. 1, 2, 3.
Is something supposed to have happened?
Maybe I just wasn't thinking clearly enough about it. So just put everything back the way it was, so...
Père Fauchelevent?
But I don't understand. Why is this not working?
I don't know, maybe the dinger from one bell can't get transferred to another one?
Then what do we do now?
You're the bartender from Café Muzen. Yes? This area is not safe. What are you and this woman doing here?
We're backup.
Yes, backup. From the Society of the Friends of the Writers.
I haven't heard of that society before.
We're new, and we have a place where we can take you at the Rue Plumet.
Yes, it's a very secluded location, and there's a secret back entrance. We can take all of you boys there and figure out what to do next.
All right, everyone. Follow the old man.
So what do we do now, Père Fauchelevent?
I have no idea.
Chapter 322.
Dad, is that you? Help me get back to Cosette.
Well, young man, before we do that, we've got to get out of this death trap. I don't know what that explosion was, but the inn is vulnerable, and the soldiers are making their way through the rubble. We don't have much time. What's this?
Papa, where are we going?
Sergeant, I thought I saw people over here.
It's nothing, Private. Only a bird could have found the way out of there.
Part 5. Book 2. Chapter 323.
Paris pours 25 million a year down the drain.
What?
Just through its intestines.
How?
Literally.
I'm sorry, I don't exactly follow.
Oh, don't worry. I have specialized scientific calculations.
Victor, are you feeling all right?
No, actually, I am feeling ill.
Yeah, me too a little bit.
I think it's because we've lost track of just all of it.
Yeah, I don't even know where all the characters went. Oh, well, maybe I could help find them. Young Victor, you're here? Huh. Yeah, why don't you go try and find them?
Oh, I don't know if that's a good idea.
Why not?
Well, I don't think he has any idea what he's doing. He's bound to get lost.
Oh, yeah. Victor? Chapter 324.
You know, the history of men is reflected in the history of waste dumps.
Really now, Victor, I suppose you have several things you want to say about that?
Well, since you ask.
All right, here we are. Rue Plumet. Eponine, have the boys go inside and we'll send for some food. Will do. Alright, young men, let's get you inside and bivouacked. Well, any ideas?
Maybe. Père Fauchelevent, how did you come by the bell?
How did I come by the bell? Well, I have always had the bell. Because of any nuns on the run.
Yes, I understand that, but how did it become that bell?
Oh, well, I suppose it all came together when I read Les Misérables.
What is Les Misérables?
It's the name of the book we're in. Same thing happened to me. I read the book, then I had a bell.
Well, sorry if this is a silly question, but has anyone else read the book?
Well, there's Eponine, and me, and Victor.
Victor? Victor who?
You can't mean that young Victor Hugo fellow, can you? Didn't you say you used the bell to reset him? We used the bell to erase his memory, but if he read the book, he must have one.
So we just need to find this young Victor Hugo.
Yes, this could work. We just need to think, where would young Victor Hugo be? Well, what are some of his favorite things? Yes, history passes through the sewer. St. Bartholomew's filters through it. Great public and private assassinations. Louis IX is here with Tristan. Francois I with Duprat. Richelieu with Louis XIII. Terrible waters flow there in which bloody hands have been washed. It's great! Victor, did you say here? Did you bring us to the sewers? Oh, yeah, I suppose I have. Chapter 325. All right, boys, thank you for gathering here. We must discuss an expedition. An attack on the National Guard? No, on the sewer.
The sewer? That stinkhole?
Quiet, Courfeyrac. Perhaps the old man knows some secret entrance to the National Guard camp through the sewer. No, we are looking for a young man with a bell like this, although he probably won't be holding it like this, and he may not even know that he has the bell. And he's not young like you all are young, but he's younger than he will be when he is older.
Enjolras, you get that?
Young man, bell, sewers. Paris' sewer was legendary in the Middle Ages.
Was it now, Victor? Why is that?
Well, because it was a vast, mysterious labyrinth that ran all underneath the city and occasionally would back up and overflow Paris with excrement.
Victor, you're still not feeling very well, are you?
I am not. In fact, I kind of feel a little backed up. All right, everyone. Here we are. An entrance to the sewers. We will split into two groups. Eponine, Cosette, you will go with Enjolras. And Courfeyrac and Combeferre, you will come with me. If one of us finds young Victor, ring your bell real loud.
But Eponine's bell doesn't have a dinger anymore.
That's all right. I'll just wail on it with this here hammer.
Where did you get a hammer from?
A judge.
You know, Victor, we could be down here forever looking for young you. You don't have any idea where he could be?
Maybe. If I were he,
You are.
I would be taking inspiration from Bruneseau.
Bruneseau? Who's that?
Oh, a fascinating character.
Do you have anything to say about him?
Yes. Tomorrow.
Chapter 326.
Hey, mister, could you help me and my brother, who's right over here on my right? Could you help us? We're lost.
Lost in the sewers? What a terrible thing. Of course I'll help you. And this is also an opportunity for education.
What now?
Well, the Paris sewers are a fascinating place. Have you ever heard of an explorer named Bruneseau?
No, but I suspect we're about to.
Well, you see, Bruneseau was a man in the employ of Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte. Do you know who Emperor Napoleon is?
Sure we know about Napoleon. We live in an elephant near the Bastille.
Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting that.
Neither were we, but anyway, Bruneseau?
Yes, Bruneseau. You see, the Paris sewers, they didn't used to be nice, clean, straight sewers like this. They used to be awful, terrible, alimentary canals, Byzantine labyrinths.
We don't understand a lot of those words.
Let's just say they were a big hairy mess, and full of sludge, and sometimes even unspeakable things.
What's in there?
Those are ancient dungeons that Bruneseau himself dug up. Men were tortured and killed in those dungeons.
Do you think there could be
werewolves down here?
Well, the books don't say anything about werewolves, so I guess anything's possible. Anyway, over a period of 7 years, Bruneseau charted the entire Paris sewer system in a way that no one ever had. He fixed things that were broken, built entire new channels, even lifted whole parts of the city, until we have the sewers that we know today. Although how these sewers work will be a lesson for another time, because here we are, the main sewer entrance.
Oh, this is the way out! Thank you so much, mister!
Now, do you and your little brother, who, yes, I see, is right over there, do you have anyone who looks out for you?
Well, we used to have a mom and a dad, and then there was a period of not so much, and then recently there was a young gentleman who was taking care of us called Petit Gavroche, but we haven't been able to find him.
Petit Gavroche. That name certainly rings a bell. Well, if I see him, I will be sure to let him know about you. All right, my little bratlings, off you go.
How do you think he knew about bratlings?
Chapter 327. So, this young Victor, do either of you know what he looks like?
Well, I met him once. He's kinda medium height, medium build, shortish brown hair.
You are describing many men.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Well, let's just say if we run into a man and he starts explaining the sewers to us, we'll know it's him right away. Wait a minute. I took a class about the history of revolutions with a man who sounds just like that.
Wait a minute. Combeferre and I also took a class with a man like this.
Have we all separately run into this man and never knew it?
Oh, spooky.
Eponine, do you think that there's something going on?
Well, these sewers might be well turned out, but I got a bad feeling about everything else.
I wonder if there are werewolves down here.
Werewolves? I mean, werewolves?
Chapter 328.
Ugh, I don't think I'm ever gonna get over the smell down here.
I don't know, Courfeyrac. It smells a little better than dying at the barricade.
If we had died at the barricade, Combeferre, the only thing that'd be smelling is our corpses.
Oh, and a fine thing that would be. Corpses to carry on the battle. Gentlemen, I know tensions are running high, but could we rein it in a little?
How have we not found anything yet?
Do you know how many new yards of sewer are built underneath Paris every year?
No. How many?
Yeah, how many? 800 a year. Every year since 1806.
That's over 20,000 yards.
And that's just the new parts. Check out that channel. I think it's seen waste from Charlemagne.
Ugh. It's really true what they say. The sewer has been Paris's disease.
All right. Enough about Charlemagne's poops. We've also been walking for so long. Maybe we need to make camp.
Wait a minute, Combeferre, old man, shut up. I hear something.
What is it?
Yeah,
What is it?
it sounds like someone's dragging a corpse.
It couldn't be.
Oh.
Part 5, Book 3, Chapter 329.
Oh, all right, son. This is it. The sewer. It's all right. You're better off not knowing. After chaos, the cloaca. Coca-Cola? Shh, don't trouble yourself. In fact, here, get up on my back.
Courfeyrac, old man, look, it's the other old man from the barricade.
You're right. It's the sharpshooter. And he's got Marius. What the hell are they doing down here?
He is saving Marius from the troops, clearly. We cannot interfere. What are you talking about? We could go help them right now. No, we can't. I can't explain everything right now, but it has to do with this, with our mission. We cannot interfere with what is happening. But trust me, they're going to make it.
Well, why don't we just follow them and make sure?
Yes, I agree. And who's to say that this Victor Hugo fellow isn't also in the same direction that they're going?
Oh, that's actually a good point. He may be drawn to them in the same way we have been drawn to them. All right, we can follow them, but we must stay well back.
Stay well back because the old man is dangerous?
Oh, I didn't say that, although, he can be.
And we just saw him lift a whole man right up over his head.
Yes, he is uncommonly strong.
And now that the moon is out, he's hiding in the sewers.
What now?
Oh yes, Courfeyrac, I'm thinking what you're thinking. We've found our werewolf.
Yeah, so we need to stay away. Chapter 330. Gentlemen, since the destruction of the barricade, those rabble-rousing students may have taken to the sewers. We shall deploy the Paris police to sweep them.
Sweep them? But that would take an awful long time. They're very dirty.
Just the kind of joke that Police Inspector Javert wouldn't like. Yes, where is Javert? He should be leading this expedition. For the moment, he cannot be found. We must assume that he has been killed by the students. Permanent detention. I'll lead the boys down.
What's that light? The police.
Do you boys see anything down that way? It's so dark.
Oh, God. I hope the patrol doesn't see us. Paw Patrol?
Shh. Wait a minute. I think I heard something down that way, toward the Seine.
They're leaving. I wonder what it was.
And have someone sweep down here. It's awfully dirty.
Chapter 331.
Officer, what are you doing here?
Who, me? I am tailing a thief.
By sitting here?
Oh, yes. I was tailing a man on foot, and I think he went into that sewer, but it's locked now. And so I thought to myself, well.
What?
Well.
Enough of that. Explain yourself.
Well, it was clear to me that if he were able to get into this sewer and the door is now locked, that he must have a government key to the sewer. So not only is he a thief, but he may have access to some very sensitive government property.
And so you're just sitting here hoping that he might come out this way? Even though if he's hiding, he must have known that you were tailing him?
Well, anything sounds bad if you say it with stink on it like that. Anyway, do you have a better idea?
Yeah, why don't you join the rest of the police who are sweeping the sewers right now looking for the student rioters? You'd be doing some actual work and maybe you'd find your thief.
But maybe I wouldn't.
That's really all you have to say for yourself?
Well. Chapter 332.
All right, young man. Time to take a break. Is it possible you've already died? No such luck. What's this? My name is Marius Pontmercy. Take my body to my grandfather, Monsieur Guinemont, in the Marais. Well, Marius Pontmercy, looks like we're going to be down in this ghastly dung pit a while longer. It's quite a bit further to the Marais.
Mosh pit?
Shh. Rest up, Marius Pontmercy. And if you do feel like dying, let me know. I wasn't planning on going to the Marais.
Chapter 333. Oh, what is this sludge? I'm getting stuck in it.
Perhaps it is quicksand.
It's not quicksand. There's no such thing as quicksand.
Or I'm miseducated. What do you think it is?
Well, it does kind of look like quicksand. But I think it's just mud. The gravel and limestone seem to have run out in this channel, and it's just dirt and water.
That seems dangerous. It seems like there would be a possibility for underground sinkholes.
Oh, shit!
It's all right, Eponine. If we stay to the sides and hold on to each other, we should be able to avoid any sinkholes.
No, I mean there's shit. It's kind of everywhere.
You could have made that remark at any time.
Yeah, big boy, but I'm making it now.
All right. We should do as Cosette says. Let us stay to the sides, hold on to each other.
Oh no. What if young Victor gets into this mud by himself? He could get stuck.
Yeah, young Victor. Or any other sorry saps who happen to be wandering around in the sewers.
What does that mean?
Nothing.
Eponine, do you know something? Something maybe I should know?
Promise me you won't freak out.
I promise you I won't freak out.
I'm pretty sure your dad and Marius are down here and they're about to get stuck in a sinkhole.
I'm freaking out!
Chapter 334.
Jean Valjean was confronted with an underground sinkhole.
What now?
Who is Jean Valjean? What kind of name is Jean Valjean?
Yeah, what is that? Jean Valjean? That's a weird name.
Yes, what family called Valjean would name their son Jean?
Maybe it's like a nickname. Maybe his name is Jean, and people called him like Voila Jean, and then it just became like Valjean.
Oh, I see. Sort of like, oh, Jean, voila, Jean. And then it just sort of comes together. Maybe. It's not a very good nickname.
Both of you, shut up. Jean Valjean is the name of the sharpshooter, and he's in a sinkhole right now, perhaps up to his elbows.
Oh my God, you're right. I can see something off in the distance. It's Marius. The old man is holding him up. Just his head is above the water. We've got to do something.
Yes, if only we had some rope, or twine, or a ladder, or a shovel.
Come fair, snap out of it. Stop naming things.
I don't know what to do. I'm freaking out.
No, calm down, both of you. I don't think anything has changed down here.
I think he's going to make it. Look, let's head down this side corridor. I think it will take us around to the other side, and then if he doesn't make it, well, we can help out then. But why? Why would we wait? How do you know all of these? Yeah, and stop waving that bell around. None of us know what it means. Yeah, I've had about enough of this. I'm going to save them. Come with me, Corforak. I'm very sorry, boys. I just can't risk it. Whew, all right. No more chance of interference. Dad, don't freak out. I'm coming. Cosette? Cosette!
Cosette?
Chapter 335.
Come on, Marius. I think I see a light at the end of this tunnel. Yes, it's a path to the outside. Let's just set you down. Sugar, we're going down swinging. Shh. I don't know what all that muttering is, but at least it lets me know you're alive. And I can't say that I'm not a little stir-crazy as well. While we were going through that sinkhole, I could have sworn I heard Cosette. I even heard someone say her name. Yes, look. Light. The sun is setting. Marius, we must have been in the sewers an entire day. Well, time to get out. Wait a minute. This gate is locked.
Cosette! No! Let me up, Herr Fauchelevent. I have to save him. I have to save them both.
No, listen to me. Nothing has changed down here in the sewers. Your father, Marius, they were meant to be here, and nothing has changed. They make it. I promise you, they make it. But if you do something, if you change things, who knows what will happen? Then all of us could be dead.
Fine. So what do we do now? Well, perhaps you all would be interested in backtracking a bit and looking at the works of Bruneseau with me.
Young Victor, you're here!
Hello! It is you, my revolutions professor. Victor, do you have a bell? Oh, well, let me see. I have this notebook and a pen. I am a writer. And what else? Empty your pockets! Let's see, what else? I have some water. Oh, and an apple. Always good to be prepared for expeditions like this. Victor, we don't care about anything else except a bell. Do you have a bell? Oh. Yes, I do. How strange.
Victor, hand that to me.
No, I'll take it. What? What are you doing? No, that's mine. You're gonna try to use it to save them. They don't need saving. We have to put these boys back to rights. There's so much we have to do, Cosette. Don't ruin this. Oh, good heavens. What an argument. I wish we could just talk this over in some nice garden. Oi! How'd you all get into this house so fast? I got guards posted everywhere. Oh my. We all must have been sent here because of what Victor said when the bell rang. So you all found what you were looking for? One of those bells?
Victor, tell me you still have that bell.
Well, let's see. I have this notebook and a pen.
Without a key to this gate, we're trapped. So must it end here?
Well, Thénardier, what have we found here? Nice little piece of silver.
Chapter 336.
50-50.
What?
50-50.
Thénardier. Sir, do you recognize me?
I may not be able to see your face with all the light pouring in through the gate, and I might not know your name, but a criminal knows a criminal.
What?
Why else would you be down here? You killed that man for whatever he had on him, and you're looking to throw him away in the river, that great concealer of misdemeanors.
Oh.
And you are in luck, my friend, for I too need to make an escape. You see, the police, they are after me. Me! A man 10 times all of them. I evaded one of their beat officers, but one of the more crafty ones followed me down into the sewer. I know it's him. I've heard his clicky-clacking reverberating on the walls.
Clicky-clacking.
Is he alive?
No, it's just gases settling in his corpse.
Oh. Corpses are gross. You'll need to get rid of him in the river. Toot sweet, my friend. And so, as I began, 50-50. You give me half of what you stole from this man, and I will use my key to let us both out.
50-50. All right, let's see.
Wait a minute, give me that. This is all? You killed a man for 30 francs? You're not holding out on me, are you? Let me take a look at him. Alright, I guess that's everything. Killing a man for 30 francs. You're lucky that you have a good friend like me who's willing to take these 30 francs and still let you through the gate. And you need to learn how to choose better targets, my friend.
Yes, very good advice. So, you'll let me out now?
Of course, for we are such good, dear friends.
Chapter 337.
Well, Marius, we've made it. At least part of the way. Let's see if we can get some water down. It's you.
I'm sorry, do we know each other?
It's me, Javert.
And who is that?
Jean Valjean.
Of course it's you. We always seem to be in and out of each other's orbits.
Well, Inspector Javert, you've got me now. There's just one bit of business that needs attending to.
You kill this man, or did you just find him dead?
Well, he's not dead. Not yet. I need to take him to his grandfather in the Marais, and then the rest is up to you.
Wait a minute, I recognize him. He was at the barricade. Marius something or other?
What? Are you going to arrest him too?
So you brought him here, all the way from the barricade, through the sewer.
That's right.
Coachman, lend us a hand with this young man, would you?
Chapter 338.
Yes, come into the salon.
Excuse me, madam, I'm sorry to bother you so late at night, but do you recognize this person?
Marius! What happened to him?
He's dead.
Dead?
Yes, you better start planning for a funeral tomorrow.
He's not dead. Didn't you just hear him muttering? Marius was injured at one of the barricades. He requested that we bring him here to his grandfather, Guy Nomad. Does he live here?
Yes, along with me, Madame de...
Okay, alive, dead, he's here now, so we'll be on our way.
You're not much of a people person, are you, Javert?
What's the point?
Right. And, Inspector Javert, could I ask you one more favor?
What now?
Can we stop by my home for just a minute? And then you can do with me what you will.
All right, let's go.
Chapter 339.
All right, Monsieur Inspector, the alley ahead is too small for this coach. I can go no further.
All right, then. This is our stop.
Right. Well, here we are.
So, this is your home?
It is. I, won't be but a minute, and then... Well, yeah. Listen, Javert. What comes next? You don't have to do this.
In all our years of knowing each other, have I ever given you the impression that I care about what you think?
Not once.
And I'm not about to start now. All right, Jean Valjean? You go on.
Wait. Javert.
Chapter 340.
Doctor, thank you for coming so quickly. What can you do for our poor little Marius here? Can you bring him back from the dead?
Well, I don't think we need to bring him back from the dead. He's alive. He's breathing. You see his chest rising and falling? That's respiration. He's alive.
Everyone out of my way! Basque! Nicolette 1 through 20! What has happened to my grandson?
The cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon.
You! Sawbones! This is your fault!
What? My fault? But he's...
Dead! Don't I know it? And I am just blaming you, Doctor. I know. Deep down inside, I know it is my fault. I wasn't there for him when he needed me. I rejected him, and this is what I get for it. Dead!
No, Guinoma, I think you misunderstand.
It's Monsieur Guinomon to you, especially in this house. How very dare you taking such an informal tone with me on the day that I learned that my last living relative is dead!
But he's not. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He's...
Perished!
gone from this earth forever, bleeding out on all of our nice furniture. Madame de Toledo, you will ask the Nicolettes to clean all of this up. I have finally realized today that family might be more important than monarchy. Maybe even more important than money. A strange thing to learn.
But Monsieur Guinemont, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You do have a family. Your grandson, he's alive.
Grandpa.
Marius. My little Marius. My dear child. You're alive. Thank you. But no thanks to you. You go, and no payment for this.
Part 5, Book 4, Chapter 341.
Has anyone seen young Victor?
Oh, he said he had to run an errand real quick.
An errand? What kind of errand?
Another one of these for you, sir?
What? Oh, sure.
You look a little preoccupied, if you don't mind me saying.
Yes, a little bit. Are you from Paris?
Lived here for 20 years. Why do you ask?
How familiar are you with the Seine? Do you know the area that's like a square lake near the Pont Notre Dame?
Oh, quite so. Dreaded by boatmen. Those rapids are a hazard. Any man who stumbles into there isn't likely to come out. And, what can I get you? Hello. I'll take one of what he's having. All right. 1 tea for you. Oh, thank you. Not much of a drinker?
Oh, not today.
Oh. Is something on your mind?
This might sound like a weird question, but do you think that criminals can be good and that someone enforcing the law can be bad?
Oh. Well, and this is just me speaking, but I think that those concepts are completely unrelated.
30 years ago, even 30 hours ago, I would have said you couldn't be more wrong. And yet here I sit, because of a convicted felon. And he's walking free because of me. All these years of chasing him, persecuting him. This vile angel. This frightful hero.
You sound shaken.
I am. All my life, things were black and white. And now suddenly, it's like a light is shining. And there's all these terrible shades. I don't understand it. It's a paradox.
It sounds like the paradox of life. The infinite.
The infinite. Well, I've never really been a religious man. Anyway, do you mind doing a favor for me?
Anything.
Would you deliver this letter to the Paris police prefect? It's a number of suggestions for them to tighten up their operations.
Oh,
I'd be happy to.
is that what you are? A police officer?
Yeah. I was one. It has been an honor speaking with you. Oh, okay. Here, let me, pay for the drinks.
I'll go get you change.
Well, I guess this is goodbye.
Excuse me, sir?
Yes?
Your friend. He forgot his pen.
Oh. Perhaps you should keep it. I don't think he'll need it anymore.
Part 5, Book 5, Chapter 342. Meanwhile, all the way back in Montfermeil.
Montfermeil? Where is that?
What?
I don't think I've heard of that city before. Is it in France?
Yeah, Victor, it's where the Thénardiers Inn was.
Oh.
Right.
Do you know who the Thénardiers are? Yes, of course I do. Get on with the story.
Alright. Well, you might not remember him, because it's been 200 chapters, but one of the last times we were in Montfermeil, we interacted with Boulatruelle. That's right, I'm a lot older now, but I'm still looking for gold. Also, I've become quite a drunk.
Oh, I wonder if it was all those free drinks that Thenardier gave to you. No, I don't think that's how alcoholism works. But anyway, I don't let it hold me back from looking for gold. Find any? Not yet. But that's why I go into the forest every day, looking for treasure. Treasure. Yep. Gold treasure buried by the devil. And actually, speak of the devil. Where the devil have I seen the likes of that man before? What man? The one going into the forest, right where I saw a man who looked just like him 20 years ago walk in with a box and then walked out without a box. And we all know what that means. Only, where did he go? Oh no. He's gone. And all there is a hole here. A hole the perfect size for a box. He came in without a box, and then he left with a box. And no treasure for Boulatruelle. I'm gonna need to drink on this.
Chapter 343.
Madame Madame? Yes, doctor? Look, Monsieur Guillenormand's grandson is alive, but he has a long recovery ahead of him, okay? We are not out of the woods yet. Well, and how long do you think it will take?
6 months. How has it been 6 months? And where is Cosette?
Bonjour, Marius. It is your grandfather, Guillenormand. How are you doing today?
What do you want?
Oh, perhaps for the grandson that I raised from childhood to call me father and stop being an ungrateful little shit. But for now, how about a little herbal tea? It will help in your recovery. I made it myself. Well, supervised.
It's bitter. Just like everything these days.
Same old Marius. I'll go get some sheets for new bandages. Only the finest silk sheets for you. Oh, thank you, Guillenormand. Nicolette, don't use those sheets.
I don't want tea. I don't want bandages. I want Cosette. Where could she be?
Alright, here's the plan. Over the past 6 months, things have cooled down a lot. My father and Marius are not suspected of being insurgents, but Enjolras, you and your crew are still very wanted men.
We tried to overthrow the government. You would expect that, yes.
Now, before everything went down, my father had a plan to secret us out of the country into England. I think we should use that same plan to get you all out of France. We can have fake passports made for all of you and a ship waiting in Calais in a few weeks. And then you can start new lives in England.
Right, and you can just wait for the next French Revolution to come around and you can overthrow the government then.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, thanks, Eponine, for that very helpful idea.
What? They would have thought of it on their own. There's like a revolution here every 5 years.
Yes, Eponine, also true. It is a good plan, but I must say I do not like this idea, leaving France. In many ways, she is both the first and now the only love I have left. But it is not up to me. I will talk to the men, we will put it up to a vote. If it is in favor, we will go to England.
Alright, let us know what you decide.
Well, this wasn't exactly the way I thought everything was going to go down, but I guess we're getting our happy ending. Oh, really now, child? You think this is it?
No, things are far from over.
Chapter 344.
Bonjour, Marius. It is your grandfather, Guillenormand. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm just trying to eat this fish in peace.
In peace or in pieces? What? At least I am not talking about mistresses or those head-chopping, society-destroying, revolutionary rabble that you love so much.
Is there a reason that you're here? Or better yet, is there a reason that I'm here? I'm better now. I don't need to be in this bed anymore. I don't need to be in this house anymore.
And what, Pertel, would you rather be doing?
Oh, I'll tell you. And you're not going to like it.
Oh, I'm not going to like it?
No, you're not going to like it. Not one bit.
Well, why don't you try me?
All right. I want to get married to Cosette. And I don't care what you think about it.
Oh, you don't care what I think about it, do you? Because what I think is that it has already been arranged.
What?
Yes, you see, she's been coming by every day, dressed as an old man. Women with their makeup these days. Very sophisticated.
That must be her father.
I like my theory better, but anyway. Whoever it is has been stopping by every day inquiring about you. Whoever it is, they care about you a great deal. And so I have made inquiries. don't dislike what I see. They have a nice house on the Rue de la Marmée, and seemingly many other houses around the city. Maybe for mistresses?
I'm sure Cosette's father doesn't have mistresses. Although why would they have so many houses?
Well, anyway, they seem like good people. Good for you, Marius. Good enough to marry my son.
Son. I fear I have not always been a good son to you, Father.
Well, I guess you maybe take after me in that way, son.
And you've arranged for me to see her tomorrow, Father?
Yes, now that you're all better.
Why not today?
Impatient for what you want. Also like me. Sure. Why not today?
Chapter 345.
What do you mean it's not over? Everybody's safe. No more bells. I say we cut our losses. But that is where you are wrong, mademoiselle. There is a bell.
But Père Fauchelevent, it's lost in the sewers. We'd never be able to find it.
Are you so sure? All right, old man, spill it. What do you know? Well, I have read Les Misérables just like you have. And so I know at exactly the time that bell was lost, there were 3 other people down in the sewer. One of whom is dead, one of whom is your father, and the third, yours.
But you can't be saying that he has the bell.
Well, wait a minute. What does he mean, your father? Who's your father?
Cosette, I think we need to talk about that later. Agreed. For I have made an exhaustive search of the sewer. I inserted myself as a foreman on Bruneseau's team, and I took over that area of the sewer. I even drained the sinkhole. There is no bell there. I don't believe Cosette's father has it. Inspector Javert wouldn't take it. So that leaves one other person.
God damn it, you're right. Oh, Père Fauchelevent. The things that he could do if he ever found out.
It is not a stretch of the imagination to say it could be the end of this world. So, we must contrive to get that bell back from him. I have a plan.
Cosette? It's my dad. Hide. Well, Cosette, how would you like to see Marius today?
Everyone, make some noise! My grandson is getting married!
That is, of course, with your permission, Monsieur Fauchelevent? It's Fauchelevent.
Yes, the great Monsieur Soississon.
What do you say? Of course.
Well, all right. Then you two have permission to adore each other. But not too much before the wedding night.
After the wedding, I'm gonna have to open up a law practice, I suppose. I have to provide for both of us.
I wish you good luck in whatever career you choose to pursue, young man, but that won't be necessary. Cosette comes with significant personal wealth.
She does?
I do?
Yes. 600,000 francs.
600,000 francs? Whoo! Boy, maybe you want to be her mistress.
Father!
Well,
Chapter 346.
so where did the 600,000 francs come from?
What?
That gentleman gave to his daughter. Where did it come from? That gentleman.
Jean Valjean?
Yeah, that's the one. Where did all that money come from? Does he come from wealth and his daughter didn't know? Or did he make it all somehow? A trade? Why are you looking at me like that?
Out of curiosity, do you know your name?
Well, of course I know my name. It's, well, give me a second.
No, that's okay. I think you ought to take a little rest.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll do that.
Monsieur,
Oh, God, stuff is happening.
may I remove this box that you were storing your money in? It's all covered in dirt.
No, there's still some things in there. Some very important things from my past.
Wow, the bishop's candlesticks. That feels so long ago.
Very long ago indeed.
Chapter 347.
Bonjour, lovebirds. It is Marius' grandfather, Guinomont. How are you?
Hello, Father. Bonjour, Monsieur Guinomont. Always a delight to see you.
Oh, you're such a lovely girl, Cosette. You're a vision, so pretty, so witty. If I were a little younger, Marius would have a little bit of competition, I think.
Grandpa, we talked about this.
Our détente is contingent on you keeping the weirdness to a minimum with my fiancée.
All right. I did not mean to offend the great Baron. I just wanted to stop by and to check on you both to make sure that you were planning the most lavish wedding of the year.
Oh, we're thinking of something a little bit more simple, friends and family.
Oh, pish posh, we're all rich. Weddings should be big blowout affairs. Everything's too casual these days. I don't like it. All these weddings you see around, they're too simple. It's always Monsieur Skinflint marrying Mademoiselle Pinchpenny. But of course, it's all up to you. Do whatever you want, whatever you decide. You know, even though I am old and dying soon, and, you know, just think about that.
Of course, Father. Was there anything else?
Yes, Cosette. I wanted to give you this gown to use as your wedding dress. It was my grandmother's.
Your grandmother? When did she get married? The 1500s?
Oh, please! 1612. Anyway, this style is all the rage with young women these days. I see these young, beautiful ladies out, and they look like the old ladies from when I was young. Fashion, la mode, is cyclical. Do you understand? Cycles, Cosette?
I think we both understand that you're leaving now, right, Father?
Yes, of course. And Cosette, I think your father was looking for you.
Oh, Marius, your grandfather. What a delightful madcap.
Delightful madcap. That's so familiar. Oh, good afternoon, lovebirds. I hope I'm not interrupting. I just needed to give this paperwork to Cosette.
What is all this?
Oh, that's paperwork that you will need for your marriage certificate. You know, it's funny, Cosette. I don't think I ever told you this, but I'm not your dad.
What?
Yes, so I know you don't remember your childhood very much, but we lived at a convent together when you were young, and it was actually you and me and an older gentleman, right? All right. So that older man, that was your dad, and I am his brother. So I'm your uncle.
I see that. Really?
Yeah, really. You see, we raised you like you were both of our daughters. There was no distinction in our family. And that's why you called me Dad. You called him Dad, but you can't remember it because of your fuzzy memory of your childhood. Right?
Yeah, I guess that's true. I don't have a very good memory of my childhood. So, does that mean I should call you Uncle?
Oh, no. It's been so many years that you have been calling me Father, and I must say I have really grown quite attached to thinking of you as my daughter, even though you are not. So, if you wanted, I think it would be okay if you continue to call me Father. But only if you want to.
I do want to, Dad.
Good. Great. Okay. Well, I'll just be leaving. And if anyone asks about those documents, send them my way, and don't say anything about the Petit Picpus convent. Don't say anything at all. All right. I'll leave you two lovebirds alone, but I'll leave the door open a crack. Propriety.
Okay. Cosette, do you understand any of this at all? Not really. But I think the good Lord is looking after us.
Chapter 348.
Thanks for stopping by. It's nice to have visitors when Cosette can't be here.
Oh, yes, it's quite a delight. Oh, and Cosette wanted me to bring you these books. She thought you'd like them.
Oh, yes. Thank you. These look great. I'm very much used to having a roommate. His name was Corfrac. And I was just getting close with his friends, but they're all gone now. But you know about that, right?
I'm not sure I follow, young man.
The barricade. Weren't you there?
I am in the National Guard. Would not be caught dead with some student rioters. You must be mistaking me for someone else.
Huh. I must have dreamed it.
Not surprising. It was a very traumatic time. By all accounts.
Right. And somehow I alone survived it.
Chapter 349.
Do you have any new updates for me?
Very little, Monsieur Baron.
On the question of your mystery man, I was able to track down the coachman that delivered you to this house. It was a very dark night. He had no physical description of the 2 men who delivered you here.
2 men?
Yes, an older gentleman covered in blood and bruises, and an officer of the Paris police. I was able to make no headway with the police prefect's office, but the body of a police inspector did wash up on the banks of the Seine recently. I believe this was our man.
Was he identified?
An Inspector Javert.
Javert? That spy?
And nothing on the other man. Nothing. And also very little progress on this search for a Thénardier. His wife died in prison, his daughter Azelma is missing, and, as you know, the death penalty has been issued to Thénardier as he was the ringleader of that criminal enterprise.
Scoundrel or not, death penalty or not, he saved my father's life, and I owe him. I owe everything to him and this mystery man. And I must settle with the past.
If you keep paying my weekly fee, I will search until the end of time, but I am finding no new leads.
I'll pay it. I'll pay whatever it takes.
Eponine. What? I just spoke with Cosette. She said that Marius is marshalling all of their resources to find the mystery man who saved his life. And Thénardier. So there's hope yet? Yes. I believe that Marius will lead us right to your father. We just have to be ready to get the bell away from him when the time comes. What do we do until then? Celebrate the nuptials of the happy couple. And hope that Thénardier does not realize what he has.
Part 5, Book 6, Chapter 350.
All right, boys. Ready for your last mission?
Oh yeah, the Society of the Friends of the ABC wouldn't miss this for the world.
Courfeyrac, the masks have been distributed.
Mask, costumes, the works. We're ready.
It will be our greatest triumph. And then to England.
But we're going out with a bang, huh?
Well, I think it would have been a bigger bang if Marius' grandfather had his way. Well, big bang or no, sneaking into Marius and Cosette's wedding disguised as Mardi Gras paraders? Stroke of genius.
Yeah, fantastic idea, Eponine. But why aren't you coming with us?
The old man and I agree it's too dangerous. There's, some folks there who I know. I don't want to get mixed up with. All right, well, we will raise a toast to you, Eponine. You are truly a friend of the ABC. Thanks. Hello, Eponine. Hey, look, I know you wanted to be there for Marius and Cosette, but it is just too dangerous with your father and Azelma also there. Were they to see you, find out that you are alive, there would be many questions, and all of them leading back to this. I know. And this is the boys' last chance to see them. I'll be around. It's all right. And anyway, I've got somewhere else to be.
My God! Look at this crowd!
Yes! I don't think I've seen a bigger Mardi Gras display since I was a wee little toodoo. Marius, are you sure you don't want to delay until tomorrow?
No. I can't spend one more day not being married to Cosette.
Oh.
Yes, these young people are getting married. They are entering into the serious part of life. To see a bit of masquerading will prepare them for that. All right, Marius, my son. Are you ready?
Chapter 351.
All right, you two. I just need your signatures on these forms here, and then you are officially married. How was your ceremony?
It was lovely. Just a small affair, families and friends, but with the Mardi Gras parade all around us.
Well, it will be a much larger affair when we get back to my grandfather's for the party.
Oh, actually, Marius, we need to stop by Rue Plumet real quick before we go back to your grandfather's. I want to, sit out in the garden.
Is that code for something?
Not what you're thinking, but tonight.
All right, Marius, one more step. Now open your eyes.
Enjolras. Combeferre. Courfeyrac. You're alive!
You have always been a very observant fellow, Marius.
But how?
It's a long story. We really can't get into all of it, but it's mostly because of your wife. You should have her tell the story.
My wife. Yes, my wife. Boys, I'm married now.
We know. We were there.
You were there? How is that more surprising to me than that you're all back from the dead?
Even death itself couldn't keep us away from supporting our man on his wedding day, Marius. Congratulations.
Yes, a mighty fine pairing between you and Cosette. I think it will make for a strong marriage. But now, I'm afraid we must go. Your wife will tell you all the details. It's good to see you, my friend. One last time.
Cosette,
How?
Ask me again sometime. Now, we got a party to get to.
Everyone, shut up! I have a speech to make, and you're all going to listen to it. Every last word. Marius, Cosette, you cannot escape hearing 2 sermons today. The priest and mine. And you all know which one is the more important. Now listen, and listen close, for you are about to receive the most important advice in your young lives. Adore each other. No beating around the bush, I'm coming straight to the point. Be happy. Those philosophers, they say, moderate your joys. I say, give free rein to your joys. Be fiendishly smitten. Be frantically in love. Can there be too much love? Down with those philosophers. Wisdom is rejoicing. Are we happy because we are good? Or are we good because we are happy? So with each other, be happy as you can, for as long as you can. May fair weather for you, Cosette, be your husband's smile, and may rain for you, Marius, be your wife's tears, and may it never rain in your household. You've won the big lottery, my children. Love in matrimony. So, the only other piece of advice I have for you, don't waste it. Without love, I really don't see the point in having a spring and all the beautiful things that we see in God's great creation. He should put it right back in his box without love. So, before I release you all to your wine and your canapes, but not on the nice furniture, may I say, from this fond old man to you 2 beautiful young people, you have my blessing.
Thank you, Monsieur Guillenormand. That was beautiful.
My sweet Cosette, thank you for saying that. When you get to be as old as I am, you've seen quite a few wedding speeches, so you know the right words to say.
I'm sure. By the way, have you seen my dad?
Yes, he was here earlier, in that very armchair, by the way, which is a very nice armchair, and I appreciated him not drinking or eating on it. But in fact, he could not eat or drink because his hand was injured, and he said that it was bothering him, so he excused himself to take care of it.
Oh, thank you. So strange that he wouldn't have said something.
Cosette, you look troubled. Is everything all right?
Yeah. Now it is.
Chapter 352.
Excuse me, madame. My hand is acting up. Old war injury. I'm gonna have to excuse myself and take care of this. Would you give my finest and express my sincerest regrets for having to leave to the couple?
Oh, of course. Toodaloo.
Thank you.
All right, sir. Where are we going?
To the Rue Plumet, please.
Well, boys, we are the last 3 friends of the ABC left in France.
There will always be friends of the ABC in France, comfere.
Yes, Andros. We will be meeting up with a coachman here who will ferry us out of Paris and then... Wait a minute. Is that the coachman now?
No, that guy's dropping off. Wait a minute. I recognize that old man. It's the sharpshooter, Jean Valjean.
I wonder what he is doing here, and not at the wedding party.
I sure would like to shake his hand once before we leave. Let him know that he is truly a great man.
Me too, comfere, but it's too dangerous. I sure hope he knows.
Yes. Goodbye, Jean Valjean. Savior of the barricade. Friend of the ABC.
The Rue Plumet. A little hiding spot. Why did Cosette stay here and not with me? She even left some of her things here. I'll have to pack these up. Take it over to Guillenormand's for her.
It seems like only yesterday I saw you in that forest in Montfermeil, trying to lug that terribly large pail of water. And now, here we are. Oh, look. You forgot your little doll.
Chapter 353.
Gavroche.
Eponine, where you been?
Gathering some intel. You ready to pull one last job?
It has been pretty lonely without the boys around. And my buff. Yeah, I'm up for anything. Just tell me the what and the where.
I knew I could count on you, little brother. The what is a silver bell of special importance, and the where is the formerly secret apartment of our dear old dad.
Part 5, Book 7, Chapter 354.
Ooh, I wonder who it could be so early. Ah, Monsieur Fauchelevent, good morning.
Good morning, madame. May I speak with the Baron?
Ooh, the Baron! I don't know how much Marius cares for that title these days, but I know that Monsieur Guinemon would be over the moon to hear you describing him that way. Shall I announce you?
If you wouldn't mind, would you go to him personally and tell him that there's a private matter to be discussed in the drawing room?
Oh, a matter of some discretion.
Of course.
Well, look what the cat dragged in. If it isn't my new father-in-law. I just love discovering all these new little things about our marriage. Anyway, welcome. We should have some breakfast. I'll go get Cosette.
No, that's all right. I'd like to keep this just between the two of us. This is a difficult thing for me to do, and it will probably be difficult for you to hear. So I will just say it. I am not Fauchelevent. My name is Jean Valjean. I'm an ex-convict.
Did Cosette put you up to this?
I am afraid not, but she is the reason for the subterfuge. You see, I served in the prison hulks in Toulon for 19 years, and I am, right now, in violation of my parole, and have been for a decade.
But you can't be serious. Your family, the money, your National Guard service, none of this makes any sense.
All of that, and more, was for her. 10 years ago, Cosette was a little girl in a terrible situation, and I stumbled upon her and her mother, and I made a promise to take care for her, and I did. I saw her as my daughter, and she saw me as her father, and a very kind and wise old man allowed us to borrow his last name, Fauchelevent. But all of it is a lie.
Why are you telling me this? Why now?
For 10 years, I was Cosette's guardian angel. And now, you must be hers. And for those 10 years, I could lie for her sake. But I will not lie for my sake alone.
My grandfather, he has powerful friends. Surely we could arrange a pardon.
The only pardon I require is that of my conscience. Marius, I don't know how you think of me after learning of this. And whatever I've done, what I've had to do for Cosette, I am an honest man. And now that Cosette is safe in your household, I can no longer be all Team Fauchelevent, Cosette's father, her uncle, whatever. I can only be me, Jean Valjean.
Good morning. What are you two talking about without me?
Just a few business articles in the news. Nothing that would interest you. Give us a moment, would you?
Oh, but I'm interested in all kinds of news, especially when it pertains to my new household.
Cosette?
Listen, Dad, you're a guest in this house now. What do you have to say about this?
We will just be a minute.
All right, husband and dad or uncle or whoever you are.
I love you. She knows.
Cosette is a very smart woman. She takes after her mother that way. Anyway, I know that you must tell her all that we've spoken of, even if you are just reaffirming her hypotheses. and then you have to make a decision about me.
I don't think we need to do that. I don't think you should see Cosette anymore.
You're right, of course. I shouldn't. But consider the optics. For her, your neighbors, Guy Normand. If I were suddenly to be gone forever, perhaps I could stop by once a week, a month, whatever you say. I could come through the back entrance, meet with her in the parlor for just half an hour.
You shall come every evening, and Cosette will be waiting for you.
Thank you, monsieur.
Chapter 355.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What am I going to tell Cosette? What is she going to think?
Marius, we need to talk.
Oh, Cosette, what do you want to talk about? Gloves? Romantic poetry?
Marius, my husband, I mean this in the kindest possible way. I need you to sit down, shut your mouth, and let me explain things to you.
We're characters in a book. I don't understand.
Marius, I can't explain it any simpler than that. This is all fiction, a story, and it was meant to go one way, but for complicated reasons, it's not. And I don't know how this is possible, but the only person left who doesn't seem to know this is my dad. So while he is a good, decent man, for the time being, we have to act like nothing has changed, all right? You need to treat him like you find him revolting, like he's an ex-con, and you don't like it.
Cosette, you know that I'm not the smartest person.
You have so many other great qualities, Marius.
Well, I wasn't expecting you to agree with that necessarily, but anyway, I want to support you. But this just is so incredible. I don't know what to do.
Oh, but Marius, you do know what to do.
I do?
Yes. Whatever I say.
Oh, well.
You'll get there. Now, we have very little time to figure out a big problem. Now listen, God has his instruments. He uses whatever tool he chooses. And in this instance, he has chosen a bell.
A bell? Like the bell of the ball?
There are so many bells you could have chosen, Marius. I don't know how you picked the worst one, but somehow it makes me love you more. Now, we are looking for a bell like this. In fact, exactly like this, but one with a dinger.
What happened to this one's?
Let's not talk about that right now. Now, my colleagues are looking for that bell as well, but we need to find it first. There's something I need to make sure gets fixed. Someone who deserves a different kind of ending.
I don't understand.
You don't need to understand. Just answer me this one question. Do you know a man named Thénardier?
How do you know that name?
Marius, husband, will you help me find him?
Yes.
Part 5, Book 8, Chapter 356. Dad, what are we doing meeting in the cellar?
Oh, I think cellar is a bit much, madame. It's a cozy wine cave.
I thought there were lace curtains in here, but they're just spider webs. It reminds me of the dining hall in the convent. Do you remember that? All the girls' tables had names like Spider and Cricket.
The convent. Yes, I do remember that. Another time. Anyway, this is where it's best for us to meet, Madame Pontmercy. It's what I want.
Madame Pontmercy. Do you not love me anymore, Father?
How can you say that? Of course I love you.
Then why won't you move here? Why meet in this dusty cave? Why call me Madame Pontmercy and not Cosette?
It's just the way it has to be.
Are you angry with me? Because I'm happy?
Your happiness was the purpose of my life.
Was?
I should go.
I will see you tomorrow, Madame Pontmercy.
So if I'm Madame Pontmercy now, who are you?
Just call me Mr. Jean.
I'll call you Father and you'll call me Cosette again before the end.
He's gone.
This sneaking around is quite exciting.
What have you learned?
Well, I doubled the number of investigators on this case, and they have found a new lead.
We have a line on Thénardier now?
Not exactly. One of them found someone else snooping around for him, and they think that she might have found his apartment.
She? Oh no.
What are we doing staking out a butcher shop, Eponine? I don't think Dad's roommates are a bunch of sausages. I have it on good authority that once a week that butcher provides supplies to all the underworld thugs, including our dad. We just need to wait for him to close up, then we follow him, and he'll take us right to Thénardier. And then he'll get a special delivery from Gavroche and Eponine.
Chapter 357.
Madame!
Yes, Gilly?
Ugh, don't call me Gilly.
Oh, too informal?
No, I just don't like it. Maybe try Normie.
All right. Yes, Normie?
Better. Anyway, why is Monsieur Fauchelevent meeting with Cosette in the cellar? What's up with that?
I do not know. It is the strangest thing. But Basque and the Nicolettes have been tidying up the cellar. They've gotten rid of all the cobwebs.
Those were cobwebs? I thought those were curtains.
No, spider webs. Full of eggs.
And yet he wanted to meet with her down there. Nothing more commonplace than eccentrics like that. They do all kinds of things.
Oh, yes, quite so. Wealthy men aren't eccentric at all.
Are you trying to say something about me, that I'm eccentric?
I don't think it needs to be said, Normie.
All right, shut up. Next question. Where are Marius and Cosette going all the time?
You said you wanted to meet here. What do you want?
Père Fauchelevent, I know we haven't always seen eye to eye on things.
Are you trying to win some kind of understatement contest?
Look, I need to level with you. Victor's dying.
What? What do you mean?
Just look at him.
What are we doing? Telling some kind of story? What's happened to him?
I'm gonna tell you, and only you. And then everyone's gonna have some decisions to make about how all of this ends.
All right.
So that's it. Now you know.
And you're sure we shouldn't tell him?
No. Not until the very end.
All right. Well, I still don't know that I agree with you. But there are some things that I should do, so we're ready when the time comes.
Just make sure everybody's assembled and everybody understands the stakes. And then whatever choice you make is the choice you make.
Chapter 358.
Young Victor? What are you doing at Rue Plumet?
Oh, Cosette. Very nice to see you. I didn't realize anyone would be here. It's been pretty empty since you've moved in with Marius. I found this just such a lovely place to sit and think and write. Full of so many memories as well.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I'm just here meeting, Marius for something.
A secret mission?
Kind of. And you're the only one here?
Yes, usually. The old man stopped by later last night to check on something, but other than that, just me.
The old man. Père Fauchelevent?
Yes, I think that's the one. He had a bell?
Yeah, that's him. Probably looking for the same thing we are. You didn't talk to him? See what he was up to?
I'm afraid not. It was just after dusk and not a light on in the house. The eye eventually adjusts to dingy light, but for me, it was all just a fuzzy mess.
Okay, well, thanks for telling me. I'll see you around?
Maybe.
Okay, well, Marius, you're here.
Yes, and I think I've got our lead. Do you remember Petit Gavroche?
Do I remember him? I saved his life.
All right. Well, he is Eponine's brother, and while at the barricade, he spoke often of 2 children that he had adopted. He said that they lived in some kind of elephant.
An elephant you could live in? That has to be the elephant at the Bastille. People live in that?
Apparently. Well, one of my private investigators has seen 2 young boys going into that elephant. So it seems to me, we get to those boys, they get us to Gavroche. Gavroche gets us Eponine. Eponine gets us Thénardier.
And Thénardier gets us the bell. And I either have to get my hands on it first or just talk to Eponine, let her know what I need to do. She's reasonable.
Either way, I think our fates now rest in the hands of 2 little children.
Yeah, me and my little brother brother here who's just off to the side.
Yes, I see that. Now tell us, do you know a Petit Gavroche?
Know him? He's one of the greatest elephant trainers of all time, even greater than Napoleon the elephant trainer. But who's asking?
Well, my name is Cosette, and this is my husband Marius, and we're very interested in becoming elephant trainers, and we want to learn from the best.
Well, that would be Gavroche. Only, what's in it for us?
100 francs?
100? Let me confer with my brother about that. Can you believe she's gonna give us 100 francs just to see what Gavroche is? Do you think I should ask for more? They look rich.
Cosette. Shh.
Well, boys?
We want 200 francs.
Well, we don't have 200 francs on us, but how about this? We'll give you 100 francs now, and if you get us to Gavroche today, you can move into our house on the Rue Plumet.
A house? Is it bigger than that elephant?
Oh, it's much bigger than that elephant, and it's not full of rats.
No rats! We could have cats as pets again. You drive a hard bargain, but deal.
Madame,
Yes, Normie?
I've decided I don't like Normie. Call me Guy Normand.
All right, Guy Normand, what is it?
That Mr. Fauchelevent, he hasn't been here in 2 days.
Yes, quite right. Cosette and Marius have been out a lot these past few days. I had one of the Nicolettes go and check on him today, and he wasn't even there. His housekeeper said that he was running some errands.
Oh, but he loves those meetings. Oh, I wonder if he's making up a story about being on errands, and he's sitting in that house of his all alone.
Oh, well, perhaps we should pay a visit to him.
In that common house of his? Are you mad?
No, I'm just going to feel pity for him for a few moments and then move on with my life.
Yes, a capital idea. I shall do that too.
Chapter 359.
All right, we're here. This is where those kids say that Gavroche has been coming every day. Some butcher shop.
I don't think Thénardier would work here, so they're probably staking this place out because he comes here, or maybe the butcher does a delivery to Thénardier. Anyway, I don't see them around here anywhere, so we should just hold back in the alley here, wait for Gavroche and Eponine to show up.
Cosette, is everything all right?
I just realized while we were walking over here that I haven't seen my dad in 2 days. What must he be thinking? That I'm a terrible daughter, or niece, or I don't know. Whatever we are to each other.
What are you talking about? You're a fantastic daughter.
But all he wants is to see me, to spend time with me. And he's so old, Marius. He's close to death. I can feel it. I'm just drifting so far away from him. And he's drifting away from me. I see it when I look at him. The light fading from his eyes. And what if I don't get the bell? Or it doesn't work? In these final days of his life, I was just gone.
Cosette, you know I don't totally understand what's going on. And these are far from normal circumstances. But that being said, what you are describing is a child growing up and leaving their parent. Your parent loves you. They fall in love with you. And they want to be with you. And then things change. You grow up, they grow old, and, well, I think that's just life.
But what if he dies, Marius? What if he dies from a broken heart?
Well, and I'm one to talk, but I think it is perhaps not a very good thing to live your life wholly for someone else.
Marius, if I haven't told you, you're one of the smartest people I know. I'm sorry. You are.
You think so?
I know so. Look, someone's coming. Part 5, Book 9, Chapter 360. All right, Gavroche. There goes the butcher right now on his deliveries. We just gotta follow him and he'll take us right to Thénardier's apartment. Then Bob's your uncle, we got a bell.
What are we gonna do with the bell when we get it?
Anything we want, little brother. What do you want most in the whole world?
I want a mountain of apple turnovers. And maybe to be able to share one with that Mr. Mabeuf.
Well, once we have the bell, anything's possible.
Psst, stand back.
Look, it's Selma picking up that delivery from the butcher.
Well, big sister, how do we do this?
Together. We're going to do this together.
Cosette,
Did you follow us all the way here?
We weren't just randomly walking down this street, Eponine. Of course we followed you. Look, I know you found Thénardier's apartment, and I don't know what plans that you or Gavroche or anyone else has for the bell. But I need to use it to do something for my father. And since everything that could have gone wrong with this has gone wrong so far, I want to use the bell first. And one of you owes me.
She's right, Eponine. She saved my life.
I know that. And of course I'd let you use the bell first. All you have to do is ask.
Oh, well, once we have the bell, can I use it first?
Yes, dummy, of course you can use the bell first. You can use it for whatever you want. We're all in this together. Partners.
All right. Now here's the plan. How about those two? I know. Smart women. I'm glad they're in charge and not me. Even though I am the Minister for Barricades.
Was that a real title you had? Or did you just make it up? I've always wondered. What's the difference? Makes me happy.
And it is a terrible thing to be happy.
Why's that?
You ignore everything else. When you're happy, you can miss things.
Chapter 361.
So how long do you think Eponine is going to be?
Marius, why would I know that?
I don't know. You know a lot of things.
I don't know. I think the longer it is, the worse.
You really want to get back to your father.
I just know something terrible is about to happen. I can feel it.
What's the matter with him, do you think?
Everything and nothing. And I agree with everything you said earlier. This is a normal part of growing up. But it's also not normal at all.
There is a magic bell.
I guess I don't know if it actually is magic. It's an interesting question.
Cosette, look! The window.
Chapter 362.
Père Fauchelevent?
Madame de Tourteau, what are you doing here? Why do you have that glass?
Oh, must have slipped my mind that I was holding on to this when I left the house. I'll just set this here on your very charming box. Now, I am here, against my better judgment, to check up on you. You haven't been over to our house in a good many days.
No, I haven't.
And why not?
I know when I'm not wanted.
Oh, pish-posh, wanted? Your father. You should do what you want. And also, I just heard from your housekeeper that you haven't been eating. You've been sleeping down here in your office?
Frankly, madame, I don't know what concern it is of yours what I do on my own time.
The concern of everyone in our household is mine, and you, sir, are stirring up trouble.
What do you mean, stirring up trouble? You're the ones who have made it quite clear that I'm not welcome.
Not welcome? Cosette has a room laid out for you specially, right now, and yet you refuse to move into it. Here you are, living in squalor, not eating, sleeping in your own office, having a pity party, waiting to die. And how do you think that will make Cosette feel,
It doesn't matter. It's all going to be over soon. And Cosette's happiness is secure. That is the only thing that I care about, madame.
Well, monsieur, if that's the only thing you care about, then why not move in with us today?
Madame, don't take this the wrong way, but get out of my house.
It's a terrible thing to grow old, to fade away. But so much more terrible to do it alone.
Yes. And I'm all alone.
You're as alone as you want to be. Anyway.
No Tourteau?
No, you got it right.
Chapter 363.
What do you think is taking her so long?
I don't know, but Eponine said she had a plan.
All right, boys and girls, plan worked perfect. The Thénardier's all yours. You better get inside quick. It's starting to storm.
You are without a doubt my worst child, Eponine. And oh my goodness, Monsieur and Madame le Baron, my saviors!
Shut up, Thénardier. We already know everything about you.
Oh, no, I'm afraid you must have me mistaken for someone else. It is Monsieur Thénard!
They know it's you, Dad. Just shut up already.
Child! What was the plan here exactly, Eponine? How did you get your father tied up?
Oh, well, Gavroche spun a tale about a new criminal enterprise that Thénardier would be interested in, and while he was talking to him, I hit him over the head. Efficient.
All right, Thénardier, you're at the end of your rope.
Oh, and how? My family and I, Monsieur le Baron, we are in such need, and here you are, our savior. For I have heard that you have come into quite a sum of money. And I have a very important secret about Madame la Baron's family that You must know.
We're way ahead of you, Thénardier. I know that he's Jean Valjean. I know he's an ex-convict.
Well, do you also know that he is a murderer? And I have the evidence right here!
Murderer? What are you talking about? My father wouldn't murder anyone, I don't think.
Well, think again, Madame le Baron, for I was there. I was there in the Paris sewers when I saw him lugging a corpse, and I had the foresight to rip a tiny piece of his jacket off as evidence. It's right over there in my bureau.
But wait a minute. This is from my jacket. But that means Jean Valjean is the one who saved me. He was at the barricade. I knew it. I mean, we all kind of knew it. Well, then why didn't you say anything? Is it all about this bell?
Yes! And now we come to it. Thénardier, you have in your possession a silver bell. If you want to make it out of here alive, you will tell us where it is.
That worthless trinket? I had it taken to a silversmith. They said it's not even real silver. They couldn't tell me what it's made of. It's worthless.
Fine, it's worthless. But what did you do with it?
I sold it for 100 francs to some foolish old man.
Thénardier, look at me.
Yes, Monsieur le Baron.
My grandfather is a very powerful man with very powerful friends, including in the police prefect's office. Get yourself and any of your cronies out of this country by the end of this week, and you'll earn yourself 20,000 francs. Don't, and you will waste the rest of your miserable life in the deepest, dankest cell there is in Paris.
And to think I saved your father, the general, at the Battle of Waterloo. What an ungrateful child.
In my life, 3 men have been a father to me. One of them was a colonel at the Battle of Waterloo, who you clearly didn't save. The second was my grandfather, and the third is Jean Valjean. And I will unleash the wrath of all of them on you if you are not out of this country. Do you understand?
Of course. I don't want to be in France anymore anyway. I have an interesting opportunity lined up in America, helping with the logistics of their peculiar institution.
Since I'm never going to see you again, let me just say on my behalf and all of the kids that you were a terrible father, a terrible person, apparently a big racist, and we all f***ing hate you.
Cosette, I'm so sorry. What do we do now?
Don't be sorry, Marius. There's only one foolish old man who would have spent 100 francs on that worthless trinket.
Hello, Cosette. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Is that the bell?
No. This is the one with no dinger, remember?
But you know where it is.
I do. And I will tell you where it is if you make an unconditional promise to me about something you will do with the bell before anything else.
I can't do that. I have to use it for my father first.
No promise, no bell. That is the only deal on the table, Cosette. And I am prepared to wait here until the end of time, until the ink runs dry, until the pages crumble to dust. How long can you wait?
Fine. I promise. Now where is the bell?
First, the promise. When the bell is in your possession, you will use it to bring all of the characters from our little drama together. The ABCs, Marius, Gavroche, Eponine, you, me. You will explain everything to them, and you will let them decide what to do with the bell.
But what if they want to do something different? What if...
Cosette, once you've done that, you will have gathered all of the fiercest defenders of Jean Valjean on the planet in one place. Exactly. The question is, do you have faith in your friends?
I do. I love my friends. And they love my dad. And they'll do the right thing. All right. It's a deal. So where's the bell?
In a shabby 2-story home on Rue de la Marmée. Well, there's a lot of houses on Rue de la Marmée. Which one? In the bedroom of that house, on the mantel, between 2 silver candlesticks, sits a box. And inside of that box, you will find the bell.
Cosette, what's he talking about?
He's saying that it's in my dad's house. But how? Why?
It's quite late, Cosette.
No more time for how and why. Just what you're going to do next. I would wish you both good luck, but I don't think anything could stop you two. So I will just say, remember your promise. This is crazy, but should be easy enough. I hear your father's been sleeping downstairs. I can climb right up through the window, but how am I going to get into that box?
It'll be easy. He keeps the key in the lock.
How did we get here?
Marius, Cosette, it's great to see you. We've been in England. Well, how did we get back here?
Everyone, it is so good to see all of you again. But time is short, and we have an incredible story that you need to hear.
So we are fictional, the bell is magic, and you want to use it to make a happy ending.
Concise as always, Enjolras.
The only thing I don't understand is, how did your father come to possess it?
I think he was on to Thénardier. They've been enemies for decades. There's no way he could know about the bell, so I think he was trying to entrap him somehow.
Best that we continue to keep him out of it then. Well, I must say, I find this all quite distressing, knowing that we were supposed to die honorable deaths, and now linger. I do not like it, and that bell is a dangerous weapon in the wrong hands. We must think long and hard about how and even if to use this. But I think we all agree. Cosette, you should use it.
I want my father, Jean Valjean, to live a long, happy, healthy life full of grandchildren and great-grandchildren, graduations and weddings, everything that he missed.
Oh, my dear Cosette, I'm afraid I can't let you do that.
Chapter 364. Good evening, young Victor.
Oh, hello. Père Fauchelevent said that I should be here.
Yep, you're right on time. There's a very important meeting happening upstairs. You should get up there.
Oh, all right. Wait a minute. Is that Victor Hugo?
Yes.
Is there anything that we can do for him?
Victor, just go up to the meeting. Once that's been sorted out, everything will be all right. Oh, and come see me after.
I will.
Cosette, you cannot ring that bell for me.
What do you mean? Do you know about this? How long have you known about this?
I've always known, at least since I came to know your mother.
My mother?
Fantine. She was a remarkable woman. She suffered greatly. And she loved you so much. And the only regret of my life is that I didn't tell you everything about her until here, at the end.
But why don't you want me to ring the bell? I can fix it. I can fix everything.
Cosette, my life has not been easy, but I wouldn't change a thing, because it brought me to you. And this is the way of things. For every sunrise, there's a sunset. For every young man like Marius, there's an old man like me. I'm ready. I want this.
Cosette, Marius, Courfeyrac, Combeferre, and I have been speaking. We want you to use the bell to put us back at the barricade.
What? Back at the barricade? But you'll die.
We know, Marius. That's what we went to the barricade to do.
We wanted to change the world, and to use the bell to do it would be cheap.
Hello? Ah, and look, it is the author, Professor Sewer Guide.
Oh, yes. I have been many things to all of you. I was told to be here. Hello, Victor. We were just discussing how to wrap things up. That's right. And if you all are going back to the barricade, then so am I.
What? Eponine, no! Why?
Someone's got to be there to save Mr. Marius.
But no. I'll miss you.
Yeah. Cosette, you were like the sister I never had.
Didn't you have an actual sister named Azelma?
Yeah, but she sucked.
And since we are putting everything back where it belongs, I think I shall return to the convent. You've been with us so long, Père Fauchelevent. I think you've earned a rest.
Yes.
It will be good to go back there. See all those nuns on the run. See a little Cosette.
You're all leaving. I wish it didn't have to be this way.
But it's like Mr. Jean said. There's sunrise and sunset. Good and bad. And I think wherever we're all going, we're exactly where we need to be. All right. Let's do this before I lose my nerve. Isn't there one other person?
Yeah. Don't forget about us little people.
Gavroche, you don't have to go.
Petit Gavroche, you are a little person with a big heart. The choice belongs to you. Come back with us to the barricade, or stay here.
I have a feeling that this is an all or nothing kind of thing. What, we all go back or none of us do?
The choice is still with you, Gavroche. If you want to stay, we will all stay.
It's a big decision. And it makes me feel very small. But being around all of you and thinking of what that Mr. Mabouf would do, that makes me feel big. That makes me feel like I can do it. We should go.
I think you're the finest minister of barricades the world has ever seen. Yes, minister. The ABCs would be happy to follow you into battle.
Only, could we do one thing before we go?
Of course, Gavroche. Anything. In the whole wide world. What do you want?
Wow! These really are good!
Really is nice to share a meal with friends. Well, it's getting late. I think it's time for all of us to go.
How does this work?
Everybody put your hand on the bell. Picture exactly where you want to be. And then we'll ring it. I want to be back at the barricade, picking up cartridges. Combeferre and I want to be at the last stand.
It can be anywhere?
Yes, Andros. Anywhere.
I want to be with Grantaire at the end.
Père Fauchelevent, put me in my bed, back at the convent. I won't be needing this anymore. Maybe you all can keep it.
Thank you. All of you. My friends. We won't forget you.
Au revoir. That means until we see each other again.
Oh. Marius. Cosette. Come close.
Dad.
It's all right, Cosette. It's nothing to die. But it's dreadful not to live. Promise me that you will look after each other, protect each other, love each other. There's nothing more important in the world. You two have so much life. Promise me you won't waste it.
We promise. We love you, Dad.
I love you too, Cosette. Marius. I don't know what's happening. Should we get a priest? I see a priest. I see light. Cosette, look. The sun is coming up.
So, that's it. Almost. But what about him? I thought that would fix everything. Some things aren't meant to be fixed. This is how it was always going to be. Our time in the story is coming to a close. It's always been your story, Victor. Just one more thing left to do. But what if I want more? What if I don't want it to be over? Oh, Victor. Stories aren't over just because they end. Les Misérables by Victor Hugo.
Part 1. Fantine. Part 5. Book 9. Chapter 365.